Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 361. A mighty throw. A tendril smashed onto the floor. Oscar dodged in time and punched again, this time with his shield. Once more, the smaller tendrils created an opening, a void for Oscar's attack to hit nothing so they could enact a counter. Oscar's shield went inside the gap, and the tendrils contracted to close. Not this time, Oscar grunted and swung his arm up. Their mouths cried and screeched as his copper shield sliced out of their enclosure. Its edges gleamed with spheres of iron, allowing it to reach a sharpness unlike any other. However, it wasn't perfect. Again, Oscar was plagued by the lower quality of a Grade 2 armament. To compensate, Erden rushed in, and its front hooves expanded and grew large from metal plates stacked on each other. It stomped on the large tendril and crushed as much of it as possible. Oscar ran ahead and dashed across the stuck tendril, slicing through it with the sharpened shield. The part he cut off started to writhe and screech, breaking apart into smaller tendrils before plopping lifelessly on the floor. Oscar stared at this copper shield, noticing a small crack had formed on its surface. Grade 2 armaments have their limitations, Oscar sighed. However, with this, he had the means to cut apart the red root piece by piece before his time ran out. The red root tried to catch Oscar, but his speed in the mantle form was beyond its means. Several slashes later, more tendrils dropped to the floor. The red root stopped trying to fight directly and held back its large tendrils. The four mouths on its main body spat out large amounts of acid to level the battlefield. Seeing the sudden shift in its tactics, Oscar breathed a sigh of relief. His goal at the start was to force it to play defensively. Thanks to the opening brought upon by the threat of his copper shield, Oscar rushed to the crater's edge. "I still have this move." Oscar stomped his right foot. His left hand was stretched back. With the form of a spear thrower, Oscar swung his left arm with all his might, throwing his copper shield. The spheres of iron burned along its edges, giving it a unique look as it spun in the air of a copper disc with rotating blue lights. He had thrown it with all his power, so the speed was beyond what the red root could handle. Aiming for its main body wasn't feasible due to how close some tendrils kept to it, but Oscar knew the other perfect place to aim for. He had aimed straight down the crater toward the base of the large root connecting the body to the floor. A grating noise filled the crater as the shield ground against the thick root. Rather than being sturdy like a vine, it seemed tougher than metal. Oscar expected this and observed while dodging the red root's lashing. 20% iron shattering wave. His shield was infused with the power of his shattering wave. Unlike the silver stars, which blew apart in an explosion, the shield was created with reforging and directed the power naturally and seamlessly. It exploded from the edges, not as a wave but as a powerful, all-encompassing slash. This expanding ring of iron-shattering wave sliced into the crater walls and the large root. It severed the root from its base, a straight cut through. Toppling from the loss of its support, the red root propped itself up with more of its tendrils, managing to hold on. Down below, the large root withered rapidly down to the base of the main body and tore off like a flimsy fall leaf. Parts of it went down into the hole of the crater, where Oscar felt a familiar presence of a forest heart. Oscar breathed heavily, taking in as much air as to recover. The corners of his lips curled up into a slight smile. He had done it. He managed to do it. Staring at the fresh cut on the large withered root where the red root should be connected, Oscar could feel the iron seeping out from the severed wound. "Your fresh supply is gone. Now it's just you." Oscar turned his attention to the red root, the main body. It was bleeding from where the large root used to be and visibly shrinking. The iron was lower than before, and this should be its true level as a lower knight Exalt. The four faces on the main body trembled. Their lips quivered, and their mouth eyes blinked constantly. They all opened wide and roared. Anger, fear, confusion, and all manners of emotional distress poured out with its voice. Suddenly, the main body grew smaller as more tendrils grew and wrapped around it. A last defense? Oscar watched as the red root continued to wrap more tendrils around itself. Looking at the creature, Oscar couldn't help but picture a ball of red yarn from back home. Returning his focus to reality, Oscar rushed out with Erden. If this were the red root's final move, then he would break it. After losing its main power source, an act of defense was not a bad idea. Oscar's time was limited, and a battle of attrition was his weakness. However, that was assuming the red root could stand up to his overwhelming offense. 45% iron shattering wave. To destroy the main body of the red root, Oscar used nearly everything he had, leaving scraps enough for his body to keep moving. Though severing the red root from the connection to the forest heart below had weakened its eye, its defense was still beyond tough when wrapped around itself. Oscar grunted as his arms trembled, feeling the power leaving him like he was drained of life. Erden wasn't lagging behind either. Using most of his eye, Erden's antlers grew to immense proportions, towering over the defensive sphere of the red root. Erden smashed down his antlers with Oscar's shattering wave in a bellowing roar. The sapphire metallic antlers, burning with all of Erden's eye, and Oscar's iron shattering wave, carrying most of his iron, devastated the red root. Their collective force cut apart roots, crushed the feeble tendrils, shattered the teeth, and exposed the main body. The large face of the red root twisted and screamed, unable to muster anything. Erden's antlers slammed onto it from above as Oscar's shattering wave formed a large crater in its body. Blood burst out from the center as cuts and wounds spread all over its body. Erden forced his antlers down further in a final burst and dealt the finishing blow. In a rain of blood and root, the red root fell apart. Its thousands of mouths groaned and chattered weakly until they fell into silence. The tendrils withered away, turning from red to brown to black before flaking away like dust, leaving behind something sparkling. A bright red core appeared within the fading mess where the red root once stood. Oscar flew above the crater and retrieved the red core. Suddenly, he felt a pang of hunger. For an unknown reason, he saw the red core as a tasty meal and couldn't help but drool, almost losing himself from the sweet, irresistible scent wafting into his nose from the core. Oscar, Joel cried out from his shoulder, putting him back to reality. We still have one more job to do. Oscar shook his head and noticed the iron fading fast from his body. After using this shattering wave, he had around tens of seconds to make his next move. He called out to Erden, who wobbled in the air toward him. Riding on top of Erden, Oscar descended where the large root came from, an opening at the bottom of the crater. Going through the hole, Oscar heard the sound of a heart beating and the thick smell of the forest, a calming smell to most, but Oscar had grown sick of it after so long. In a deep cavern surrounded by glowing grass and trees, which somehow grew without sunlight, Oscar found the forest heart in the center. Disregarding the withered red root next to it, Oscar and Erden focused the last of their power and fell on the forest heart like a meteor, burning with blue iron. The two exerted everything, and their shouts of exertion echoed in the cavern. Finally, the forest heart burst apart. Oscar landed and tumbled onto the soft, glowing grass, surrounded by floating gold pollen that glimmered like stars in this underground world. What an amazing sight! Oscar chuckled as he marveled at his surroundings. Erden, can you keep watch? I can't move a muscle. Oscar couldn't move. After training and becoming a knight Exalt, Oscar no longer lost consciousness after using the demon deer iron mantle, but his body remained immobile. Well, there was nothing else to do but enjoy the spectacle before him. The golden pollen seemed to dance around him, celebrating his victory as the trees and grass swayed from the breeze coming from above. Erden lay beside him and lifted Oscar's head to rest it on his soft body. Feeling tired and gratified, Oscar slowly fell asleep in the comfort of his triumph, nestling on Erden's fur. He dreamed of returning home, with the red root gone and the forest hearts destroyed. Nothing else stood in his way. Act 2, World Beyond, Chapter 362. Merry Palace Trip. Oscar opened his eyes. The light from the stone garden poured in from the ceiling of the underground cavern, and he flickered his eyelids before regaining some much-needed clarity. Conducting a body check, Oscar found most of his movements had recovered and stood up, limping slightly. It was over. All around him, Oscar saw the colorful grass dying and withering, no longer holding up its dim glow. Most of the pollen was gone except for a few faint and struggling dots. The loss of the forest heart did have such an effect, but the rate at which these plants died was faster than he had observed. You're up, Oscar. You were out for around half a day. Erden got to his feet and shook his body, shaking off all the dirt and grass stuck to his fur. Half a day. Oscar was surprised to hear that. He thought his penalty for using Demon Deer Iron Mantle was around a whole day. His tests before this battle showed and proved it. Suddenly, it dropped to half. After pausing for a moment, Oscar thought less of it. Perhaps his proficiency increased during the battle, and why should he be concerned about a great positive change? That was quite the fierce battle, but the blasted plant never stood a chance against our combined might, Joel boasted, drowning out everything from Oscar's left ear. A spectator doesn't count, Erden said. Having a support crowd never hurts. Sometimes, the cheers of your peers can boost your mood and help you achieve victory, Joel said, turning back to Oscar. So, how does your meld work? I saw everything, but how did you transmit your iron into Erden? Was that one of your new powers? Joel clammed up when Oscar started a fire and started to cook a meal for himself and Erden. Right now, Oscar wanted to eat instead of talk. The meat cooked quickly and entered Oscar's stomach. Yet, Oscar still hungered and licked his lips, feeling his throat run dry even though he ate an oily meal and drank fruit juice. The meal should have been enough to fill his already large requirements, yet he was unsatisfied. Rummaging in his space pocket for more, Oscar paused and felt the round object in his hand. A growling came from his stomach in response to this object. He pulled it out and stared at the red core harvested from the red root. Again, his stomach growled as if the large meal from a minute ago was a lie. It smells delicious. Oscar wiped the drool from his mouth and smelled the red core. It smelled like a sweet slice of cake, an intoxicating and pleasurable smell that filled his nostrils and looked so appealing he almost wanted to swallow it whole. Snapping out of it, Oscar wondered what was going on. A core never smelled this good and incited his hunger. Joel, why does this core look and smell so delicious? Oscar asked. Delicious? In what way? Joel was confused. I have a feeling like I can eat this. Is that odd? What about you, Erden? All cores have a flavor and smell to me. As an Exalt beast, cores should be appealing so we can enjoy the taste as we take in power within. Erden tilted his head in confusion as well. But that one you're holding smells the greatest. I've never had something so good. Oscar, can you take out another core? Before Erden loses control and takes this one from you, Joel instructed. Oscar pulled out another core he had kept from a grovekeeper long ago. The smell and look were far below the red core, yet Oscar eyed it in interest, turning it over in his hands. After becoming a Knight Exalt, he hadn't checked his stockpile since they were all elite Exalt cores, so he never felt this change. This also seems tasty. What's going on? Oscar detached Joel from his shoulder, allowing the head to roam freely. So it isn't only the red root. All the cores seem like tasty meals to you now, don't they? Joel asked as Oscar took out more cores to confirm his suspicions. Try eating one. Eat one. Oscar held one of his cores. There was no way this would fit down his throat. His teeth surely couldn't crunch through it. Trusting Joel, Oscar placed the large core into his mouth, unable to close his lips as he felt his cheeks expand like a balloon. This damn thing. Oscar squeezed down and managed to swallow the core whole. He coughed and rubbed his neck, strained from the ordeal, while wondering why he had done it. His stomach churned as the core sat in it like a rock. Suddenly, the core disappeared. Oscar grew confused and patted his stomach multiple times, trying to see if he could feel it through his skin. As he turned to Joel to ask what was happening, a sudden surge of iron flooded and entered his core. It wasn't a large amount and his core barely responded, but it progressed slightly. My core absorbed the iron? Oscar said in disbelief. A human should never be able to digest and absorb the cores of beasts, which was why they turned to plants, herbs, and alchemy. But Oscar wasn't just a human anymore. Struck by this realization, Oscar trembled and turned to Joel with an incredulous face. The blood transmutation? I can eat cores now? Oscar asked. That appears to be the case. I've heard rumors of such a possibility, but it all depends on the pair. You gain tough organs, preventing you from dying from Reese, and the digestive qualities to eat cores. Joel drew closer to Oscar, eyeing him like a researcher finding an incredible specimen. Can I still drink elixirs? Oscar wondered. More than that, you can take both at once. The elixir will still be taken in at the rate of your grade 4 Exalsia, but the cores can be consumed without worry. Keep training. Your progression will be faster than the norm. Gol laughed. How exciting to see such marvelous things happen. Does that mean I must share my cores with you now? Erden sighed and grunted in dismay. It's all right, Erden. All we have to do is hunt double the amount for each of us. Oscar clenched his fist with a smile. His training speed had always weighed down on him, and he feared being left behind like with Charles. My speed may not be as comparable to the grade 8s or 9s. I'll need to test it out. Oi, let's start looting the palace. There's a place I want us to go to, and we need to find the control room, Gol said. Maybe there are more tasty cores upstairs. Though, after advancing, the usual cores seem quite lackluster. Erden trotted into the air. Oscar flew up with his friends, back through the hole in the ceiling, and returned to the stone garden, now free of the red root's presence. There was nothing to find here besides the smooth stone platforms protruding from the crater walls. Flying higher, Oscar made a quick turn to exit the stone garden. With the powers of a knight Exalt in Oscar and Erden, the remaining stragglers of the central palace were naught but prey. There were no cleaners out at this time since, as Gol mentioned, they were most likely in stasis for the next opening. Thanks to that, Oscar looted everything he could find in every nook and cranny of the outer halls and inner sanctum. I wish there was something more. Everything here is suited for elite Exalts. Oscar had a bag of space pockets full of cores, armaments, grade 2 spell holders of various attributes, and rare plants and ores. All of this should make me rich. Not rich enough for a knight Exalt, and certainly not any of the realms beyond that, Gol added. Make a left and go down the stairs. There's an empty room, but it contains something I want you to have, something Gol wanted him to have. Oscar was curious about what the former primaire wished to give him and hastened his steps. He arrived in an empty room and waited for Gol to make his move. Gol was released and began floating around until tucked into a corner. Light beamed from his blue glass eyes into the edge, setting off a reaction as the walls trembled and the floor opened up in the middle. Oscar backed away from the large hole, peering down into its depths. There's nothing, just an empty hole, Oscar said. If I built a room right under it, it would have been found long ago. Surely they got my blueprints and searched the whole place. I placed many rooms like this with empty places under them so none would be the wiser. Gol landed on Oscar's shoulder, urging him to fly down. Oscar descended slowly as Gol looked around, searching for something. At a certain point, Gol-4's excited cries caught Oscar's attention, and he saw the golem fly over to some plain rocky walls. What do you have here? Oscar stood behind Gol-4. The rocks fell apart and tumbled down to reveal a small door. Flabbergasted, Oscar reached for the doorknob and opened it. He entered the small room, a humble place with a small table for people sitting on the floor and a single box. Oscar's heart thumped faster as he held the box in his hands. Erden peeked over his shoulder to get a good look while Gol shook up and down. Oscar calmed down and opened the box, and his expression went blank. Ha! Oscar saw a single neatly folded paper, a crystal necklace of a 7-pointed star, and a black cube. Placing the box back on the table, Oscar took out the paper and unfolded it. What a beautiful lady! Oscar lost his breath. My dear Evelyn, I have not seen her face in so long, Gol said sadly. The paper was a captured image of a woman with deep azure ocean eyes and free-flowing blue hair, which seemed to sparkle with the 2 hairpins of stars on her sides. She seemed to be dancing around in her light green casual dress. Oscar lost his mind for a moment and quickly recovered. He had never seen such a beautiful person ever. Was she really human or a goddess? That's enough staring at my wife or Isaac's wife, knocked his head into Oscar. I'm not that kind of idiot and scum, though how in the world did you ever marry her? Is she a goddess? Oscar scratched his head. Ha? Are you suggesting I'm unworthy? I'll let you know that our love was mutual. You should be happy for a good friend to have such a wonderful partner. She and I had amazing journeys and adventures together. Joking. I'm joking. I am just curious where someone like her came from. Oscar continued to stare into those eyes, reminding him of someone. Her eyes are almost identical to Gilbert's, the same jewel-like shine. The hair is also quite similar. Did you two ever have children? Unfortunately, no. For some reason, it never happened. Joel dropped his head, saddened by his own words. I've never met this Gilbert before. Does he truly resemble Evelyn? Her features and aura are quite distinct. I've never met anyone else who came close to her. Interesting. And his mother vanished as well. Oscar mumbled and placed the paper to the side to let Joel eye it longer. The striking resemblance between Gilbert and Evelyn was suspicious. No doubt there had to be some connection between them. Oscar sighed and watched his good friend mechanically sob and cheer at the image. I don't want to associate with him, but Gilbert may be the key to discovering what happened to Evelyn. Ah man, I'll only do it for you. To his dismay, he added one more item to his list of to-dos when getting out, finding Gilbert to find clues related to his mother and Evelyn. But to associate with Gilbert was less than desirable. Oscar cursed at how everything had to be so complicated. Act 2, World Beyond, Chapter 363. Goodbye. What is this necklace? Oscar held the 7-pointed necklace. Though the cord was thin and the crystal star seemed as delicate and fragile as glass, the necklace drew Oscar's interest. He grew interested in the material, the metal. He felt his power would not be enough to break it apart. That is her gift to me. From long ago, when she disappeared, she left behind this necklace and said if the day ever comes and I find my way, it will lead me to her, Joel said, his voice growing more somber and low as he spoke. I explored wherever I could, but nothing ever happened, and I never saw her again. Why not pass it to your descendants when they escape? Perhaps they could have found her with this, Oscar asked. I trusted my descendants with other instructions for the clan. This was my personal matter. Besides, do you know where we are? She and I spent time together in this small cave when we fought and nearly died against a horrific monster. It was small and quite uncomfortable but full of memories. I hoped perhaps if she were still alive or one of her descendants came looking, they would know of this place. It's been thousands of years. There's no way she's still alive. That depends. I always thought she was special, far beyond what I could perceive of her. Maybe she went beyond the primaire. What? Oscar trembled. What is beyond the primaire? Primaires ruled over the entire world. Again, Oscar was reminded of how small he and others truly were in the light of these unfathomable personages. Sorry, lad, I can't let you get too big-headed about it. If you learn about all this now, your head will explode. Take your time, grow, and see the world. You'll find out when you are ready and mature enough to handle the vastness of what is to be revealed. That's not fair. Oscar raised his voice in a pleading tone, but Joel was adamant and refused to answer. Fine. Oscar waved his hand with a frown. Keep your secrets. Then what about this necklace? Do you want to keep it here? No, Joel shook his head. I am just a memory of Isaac. However, I know what he wants. Take it and carry it with you. If you ever find her or her clan, tell her you are my student and dear friend, and show her the necklace and drawing. Even after the downfall of my clan and the thousands of years that passed. Nothing. I will do as you ask. I might have one clue related to her. Oscar rubbed his furrowed brow and sighed with a helpless smile. Only for Joel and his friends would he go to Gilbert for help. Next, Oscar picked up the black cube and turned it over to glance at each side. It was light and hard. Oscar felt a familiar feeling from it, something similar to space orbs. He held it out to Joel and asked, "What is this cube?" "Ah, that is my personal dimensional cube. You have the lesser space orbs like the ones you have now, the greater space orbs, typically for Marshal and King Exalts, and finally this, you can store 3 castles worth of goods in it." "Seriously?" Oscar exclaimed. His breathing grew rushed and uneasy as his eyes went bloodshot. Like a child in a candy store. "Ah, take it. I forgot what I put in it. Are you sure I can keep this?" "What did I say? I said to take it. Though you want to be very careful when taking this one out. Don't ever show it to others. Not even your friends or family or anyone else. Unless you can protect yourself and them from King Exalts. No matter how you trust them. It's no longer a secret if one other person knows. Swear it." Joel stared at Oscar sternly. "I swear. I won't tell anyone, no matter what. But where is a good place to hide it?" Oscar thought. I can handle it, Erden yawned. I can swallow it and spit it out when needed. Before you allow Erden to do such a horrific act, look in the dimensional cube. For snapped and banged his head against Erden's antlers. Oscar poured out everything from the dimensional cube. He expected something incredible and glittering, but the reality was disappointing. There were some clothes, books, and a dull round stone. That's it. I gave everything, including my armament, to the clan. Here are some spare clothing, my notes and research, which you can use later, and… Oh ho, Gol for laughed. This round stone is a sealed primaire Exalt beast core. I forgot I found one. Why didn't I give it to my family? Odd. It should have been used for something. A primaire Exalt beast? Oscar put down the round stone and backed away, afraid of the will inside the core. Don't worry, it's been sealed up all nice and tuck, and it should be quite docile after thousands of years. If it wasn't sealed, I suspect you and Erden would go crazy from the intoxicating taste of it, Gol said. Put it away in the dimensional cube along with the drawing and necklace. I wonder what such a core would taste like. How did you even come by it? Erden drooled. A long journey and a stroke of luck. I found the remains of a long-forgotten primaire Exalt beast. I saved the core for later, but I can't remember why. Oscar changed clothes as Gol was lost in thought. Tossing aside his fur clothing, Oscar put on long black pants, a white dress shirt, a tie, and a brown vest. Everything fit so well, and he thought the clothes had somehow changed to fit him. Those clothes were a good fit. I had a similar build to you, so it makes sense. Gol nodded. Here, Erden. Oscar put away the necklace, drawing, and primaire Exalt beast core in the dimensional cube. Hide it in your stomach and only get it out when we need it. I can still fit everything in my other space orbs. A beast eating the dimensional cube. How frustrating but necessary. Gol looked away as Erden swallowed the cube. Oh right, Oscar lifted a finger. You wanted to know how my meld worked? Simply put, Erden becomes a being of pure metal and can mold and shape himself like before. As for transferring my iron, I think that's a perk of having the soul bond and blood transmutation with the added connection of a meld. We share our ein into a singular pool, meaning iron can go along in transition. Bah! Gol was speechless. That's ridiculous. Holy hell. I shudder to think what you might have been with a higher grade. Who knows? Maybe I would never have been in this situation with a higher grade. Oscar smiled and leaned back, stretching. Elder Saul once told me all that matters is how the plant grows, not whether they're purebred or not. Enough talk, though. Let's go to the control room. It's right down below us. Gol stared outside and dropped himself off the edge. This head. Oscar flew down and grabbed Gol. He drifted along the large chasms until he spotted a large gateway. Thanks to Gol4's access, the gates swung open. The room was the largest he had ever seen. That circular structure in the middle is another portal. The same one that my clan took to escape from here. It's off right now, but we can also activate it. Gol floated around to explore and landed on a large metallic block that pulsed with patterns and lines. This is the control panel. With this, I should be able to activate the portals. The control panel brightened up and hummed as Gol4 linked to it. After a short moment, Gol4 exclaimed and flew off the panel. Oscar reacted and caught Gol4 before he was thrown to the wall. What happened? Gol4 struggled with his words before letting it all out in a large sigh. So it became like this after all. He faced Oscar and Erden. This is where we part, Oscar. I'm sorry, but there's no other way. What do you mean? Oscar's voice trembled. His grip on Gol4 grew stronger. What are you talking about? We said we would all make it out. You said you wanted to see the world. Why? I can feel your sadness, Oscar, but Gol4 must have a reason. It's related to our escape, isn't it? Erden nudged Oscar to calm him down. Oscar clenched his teeth and relaxed his grip. Erden is right, Gol4 sighed again. The portal system is reliant on the ein accumulating over time. Without the Forest Heart Clan's control, it can only do it autonomously. There is not enough ein in the system to power up all portals. Even if I could power one of them, it would only open for 10 seconds. Can you fly to the portals up above the palace in time? I can bring them down. But can you get outside in 10 seconds? Then what about that one? Oscar pointed at the last portal in the middle of the room. That's why I said we must part. When my clan left, they tampered with this portal and messed up its configuration so the Forest Heart clan would never know where they ran off to. It's a wild card. Xianxia fell silent for a second before speaking. I can control it and redirect everything to stabilize the tunnel to an extent and ensure you return to Talos. As for where you will teleport, I don't know. The connection will be muddled. Is it the best chance we have? Do I have to leave you here all alone? You've been alone for thousands of years. And now you'll be alone again. Oscar knelt before the control panel, dropping his head. Bah, who cares? Look at me, Xianxia shouted, bringing Oscar to stare at him. I am just a relic. You have all of my teachings in your head. So long as you have them and you live, I will survive. My memories and everything I am are already passed on to you. I am satisfied with that. Oscar palmed his face, red-eyed, and brought in Xianxia for a hug. Erden also wrapped his large body around the two in an embrace. They had been together through thick and thin for 15 years, and now they had to split off. Oscar bumped his forehead against Xianxia and said, "You damned, blasted head." "I know," Xianxia chuckled. "Now be on your way. I will ensure you end up on Talos and increase your chances of not dying there. Spatial storms on unstable teleportation can hurt and kill. Farewell, Xianxia. If I ever find a way back, I'll come for you." Oscar lowered his eyes and turned to Xianxia. Quickly he wiped the moist tears about to fall off, not wanting his parting to be filled with tears. "Goodbye, my dear lad, my disciple Oscar. I pray for your good fortune, and hey, have a long and fulfilling life. Hopefully your love life will be less complicated. As I said, a harem is the best way." With the final quip, Xianxia lodged himself into the control panel, and crackling iron burst around his head. He stuttered as the electricity coursed through him, speaking in incoherent words. His voice grew more mechanical, returning to the Xianxia of old. Initiating. Portal activated. Destination unknown. Connection volatile. The large gateway trembled as beams of iron coursed from one end and linked to the opposite side. So many of them formed to the point they became a single swirling pool of iron, the portal to exit this place. After so long, after 15 years, his way out was opened, though barely due to the lack of iron. The iron was chaotic and flickered in and out. There was no time to delay. Oscar flew with Erden as slight tears leaked from the corners of his eyes. He couldn't hold control after all. At the last moment, before entering the portal, Oscar turned to see his friend one last time. The golem opened his mouth wide as if to emulate a smile, and Oscar widened his tear-ridden eyes at the strange sight. He could see a visage, another person overlaid on Xianxia, smiling at him with radiant white hair and blue eyes, a handsome and confident man who wore the same clothes as him. "Isaac," Oscar murmured. He couldn't see any more as he passed through the portal and entered the turbulent space between realms. "Hiya, he's gone." Xianxia stared at the portal. The lights faded, and the iron stopped flowing, causing the portal to collapse into thin air. Hums sounded from the gateway and also came from Xianxia, who hummed a nice, soft farewell tune. "Farewell, farewell, my friend, farewell, farewell. May we meet again." Xianxia's blue eyes started to dim. He had to power down and rest to stay alive for as long as possible. He wondered if he would ever wake up again. Xianxia turned off as the last crackles of electricity burned out in his core. His artificial core went through the images and memories of the past 15 years, teaching Oscar, hunting with Erden, talking around the campfire, and laughing together as friends. For all of Isaac's life as a person, this life as a golem turned out to be one of the best times he had had in a long while. "May the world and the universe bless that lad," Xianxia whispered to the unknown, and his blue eyes lost their light. The future was an ocean at night, but he held faith in Oscar that the lad would make it to the dawn. Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 364. A strange new world. Thunder resounded through the dark, warped space. It all happened in an instant. Oscar saw turbulent clouds, which exploded with sparks of spatial lightning, varied in red, black, orange, and green colors. His stay in the space between realms only lasted for a moment as he hurled past with the guiding light of the teleportation. Along the way, several large bubbles floated around, undisturbed by the chaotic spatial storms. Some rotated and moved around, while others remained stationary in their locations. Each held a light within them, some dim and some bright. Oscar and Erden gazed in wonder at the bubbles, the many realms within the spatial domain. Suddenly, the teleportation light started to fade as Oscar descended into the largest bubble with the brightest light within, Talos, the main world. A sudden chill overcame Oscar. He realized the light had faded before he actually entered Talos. Oscar and Erden pooled their eints and exerted everything they had into defense. The spatial storms, no longer impeded by the teleportation light, rushed in. Their spatial lightning and winds tore into Oscar and Erden. "Hold on!" Oscar shouted a mental message to Erden. The lightning burned parts of his body, flayed and cut the skin, and plunged deep into his innards. The agony was too much but not unbearable. Although the sinking presence of death hovered over him, Oscar gritted and held on. Oscar held his body together and spiraled out of control, entering Talos in a different spot. The spatial domain and storms faded out of vision and were replaced by the sight of withered and dead trees. He rolled on the ground, bumping and hitting his body on rocks and roots. In pain, Oscar breathed heavily, trying to keep his mind off the pain. Where was he? Peeking through his eyelids, Oscar smiled and laughed, choking on some blood. 2 suns hovered over him. The same 2 suns he hadn't seen in 15 years. The 2 suns he was born under. There was no more doubt. He was on Talos. Home. He made it back home. Joel, for you did well. I promise I will find a way back to you or find out about Evelyn. Oscar staggered to his feet, unable to lean on Erden, who was also on shaky legs. The blue sky above was so clear and beautiful that Oscar teared up and wished to fly across. "Oscar, there's something wrong. I can't fly." Erden grunted and slipped on some mud, dropping to the floor. "How can that be?" Oscar tried to fly. His body refused to float in the air as if something had chained it down. His injuries shouldn't affect his ability to fight unless he were at death's door. Glancing at his and Erden's bodies, Oscar grimaced at the sight of the wounds and burns dealt by the storms. "We need to find a place to rest. This forest is completely dead, yet the trees stand tall." "How unsettling," Oscar said. "For all that you said about Talos, I wondered what a wondrous place it was. I've never seen an unlively forest." Erden dragged his hooves over. As they started their trek through the forest, Oscar heard a loud cry. The power behind this voice was from a lower knight Exalt. Guarding himself with a layer of iron, Oscar stood close to Erden, and his eyes scrutinized everything around them. The cry came out again, accompanied by several more roars. Soon the dead forest bustled with activity, all manners of powers reverberating past its withered branches. "There's too many." Oscar sensed several in Lower Night Exalt realms and Middle Night Exalt realms. Retreat was the only option. He and Erden ran despite their injuries, dripping blood everywhere. They continued to run until something else mingled in with the roars. A small song. "Is someone here?" Oscar listened closely. The beasts nearly drowned out the song, but it was still clear as day to his sensitive ears, honed from years in the forest. Oscar grew excited and ran toward the source. Would he finally meet a person after so long? He saw a hooded figure kneeling by a dead tree and collecting something from its roots. Unable to contain himself, Oscar shouted, "Hello! Sorry for disturbing you. I haven't..." "Hoo-hoo!" The hooded figure nearly lost balance. The voice belonged to a woman. Finally, after so long, he met another person. Before he could continue, the woman ran off quickly, shouting for him to disappear. Wait!" Oscar shouted. "You startled her, Oscar," Erden shouted to him. "Damn it!" Oscar chased after the hooded woman. He scolded himself harshly for making such an elementary mistake. His impulsiveness and impatience got the better of him. Why couldn't he contain himself? He yearned for someone besides Erden, Joel and Demon to talk to. "So I'm not a good talker?" Erden heard Oscar's thoughts. "You're fine. I just need someone else after 15 years. Oscar couldn't believe Erden could find the time to joke around. "If I wasn't so injured, I could have caught up by now." They followed the woman to a large tree. Its roots were protruding from the ground, elevating the tree. Oscar watched the woman enter a small abode built under the tree, slamming the door shut. "Excuse me." Oscar took a moment to catch his breath. "I am sorry for disturbing you. I just arrived here and haven't met anyone for 15 years because I was stuck somewhere. If I scared you, I'm sorry again. Please let me come inside to rest. I'll leave when I'm healed." Oscar waited patiently. Hopefully, the woman would allow him sanctuary. A stranger suddenly comes to her hideout. She ponders for a moment. How can she trust this stranger? His story is suspicious and unlikely. However, she recalls his injured appearance and is unsure what to do. Should she help him, fight, or run away? The woman's voice was low and dramatic, yet it spilled from the thin door, allowing Oscar to hear. "Erden." Why is she narrating her thoughts? Oscar sent a mental message through his soul bond. "I have no idea. If only I weren't so injured. I could hold off some of the beasts and find a hiding spot until you healed." Erden's pants echoed in Oscar's mind. His strained and pained grunts never ceased. Oscar held out his groan as he dropped to his knees to rest. Every wound on his body burned as if the spatial storm was still churning within him. The ground trembled as Oscar struggled with the pain, and the winds carried a foul scent. He heard the cries of beasts and cursed. "Do I just barge in?" "Yes." The woman seems weak and is not deciding fast enough. "Right now, we have to think of our survival. I'm not suggesting we kill her. Just go in." Demon joined in on the mental council. "If we have no other choice, then I agree. However, it's better to get on the good side of someone who lives here. This place is far too strange for us to explore without information," Erden added. Oscar remained silent, waiting for the weird woman to make her decision. Feeling hungry, he took out a fruit, the delicious juice soothing his mind. His wounds were still unhealed, but the good taste eased some pain. Taking another bite, Oscar noticed the door open slightly again and heard the woman exclaim from inside. "I'll let you in if you give me some of your fruit." Her voice cried out. "Deal." Oscar took out several more fruits, showing them to be seen from the door crack. The rundown door creaked, opening wide, and Oscar ran inside with Erden and closed the door shut. He made it. He could finally rest. Oscar glanced around and found the stranger on the other end of the room. Her appearance was somewhat odd. She wore some cloth over her forehead and right eye and had every inch of her body clothed and covered with white gloves, a black long-sleeve undershirt, a long blue dress stretching down to her ankles, and long white boots. Her hair was a dark shade of indigo color and tied back in a braided bun with bangs. However, it was her one eye that drew his attention. It glimmered in a light golden sparkle and glowed from the candlelight on the small table between them. She stared back at him and pointed to the fruit in his hands with a gulp. Oscar chuckled and rolled the fruit under the table to her side. He didn't want to alarm her or cause any reactions by coming too close. Right now, he had to act as a proper guest. Waiting for her to eat or talk, Oscar tapped his fingers on his knees and constantly cracked his shoulders, struggling within his thoughts. How should he have a conversation? It had been too long, and he already messed up the first chance earlier. Meanwhile, the woman held the rainbow-colored fruit with shaky hands. She gulped again and slowly bit into the fruit with a loud crunch. After a pause and silence, she lost control and devoured the fruit with several wide and ravenous bites. "Delicious!" she squealed joyfully, holding her puffed cheeks while chewing. "Heft!" Oscar failed to contain a portion of his laughter. One moment she was very reserved and cautious, and the next she became very open and expressive. He covered his mouth quickly and cursed at how he screwed up again. Usually, he was very good at holding conversations and hiding his thoughts, but now he seemed to lose the nuances. She stared at him fiercely and turned away. The stranger's rudeness made her mad. Feeling hurt, she decided not to give the stranger some of her medicine to treat his wounds. She lamented his wounds and was grateful for the fruits. But he was too mean. Medicine. It was Oscar and Erden's turn to gulp. Oscar pulled out several more fruits, piling them on the table. He leaned in with a small bow despite his injuries toward the golden-eyed woman. "I'll exchange all of this for your medicine." Stunned, the woman leaned closer with her one eye wide. Her arm swept across the table, the fruits tumbling down to her side. Oscar heard the woman retreat farther away, tucked into her corner. A small leaf-wrapped package fell on the table. Oscar unfurled it, finding a strange green mush inside. "Thanks, but..." Do you have any more? Oscar asked. The woman stopped eating, reached into a bag, and tossed more medicine. She returned to her eating with an entranced face. Hissing from the feel of the medicine on his wounds, Oscar rubbed the strange mush under his clothes and was surprised to feel the pain subsiding. The medicine wasn't as effective as elixirs, but they did the job well enough for Oscar to rest peacefully. Excuse me? Oscar waved over to the woman who had finished all the fruit. What, do you need more? Then more fruit, please. The woman held out her hand. Not that. We haven't formally introduced ourselves. I am Oscar Nice to meet you. You're the first person I met in 15 years. Oscar laughed. The woman swayed her body slightly with a contemplative look. Closing her eyes, she scrunched her brow until everything relaxed. She faced Oscar, staring at him with her one golden eye. I am Avril. Hello. Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 365. Avril. Nice to meet you, Avril. Thank you once more for letting me into your home. I promise I won't be a bother. Oscar bowed slightly. What's your last name? The woman, Avril, crossed her arms and tilted her head, frowning, her face expressing great distress. Did he make a mistake? Clearly, the topic of a last name upset her greatly, and Oscar clamped his mouth shut, not wanting to say anything else to disturb her. My last name. I don't have one. Avril lowered her head as the candle died out, and her exposed gold eye no longer held the same gleam, waning by the second. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you sad. Oscar relit the candle, but it only highlighted Avril's despondence, clear from her face and shoulders. Oscar's mind flashed through several ideas and ways to continue the conversation. He needed information and couldn't do that with his host having a bad impression. Fruit. Oscar pulled another fruit from his space pocket and placed it on the table before Avril. Her head lifted with a gasp and gulp from her mouth. Her eye trembled as clarity returned to its golden surface. Relieved that his present worked, Oscar pushed the fruit closer to Avril with a smile. It's all yours. Thank you. Avril didn't hesitate and grabbed the fruit. With a loud crunch, she sank her teeth into it and ate with a smile. Oscar observed Avril as she devoured the fruit with a look of ecstasy. Strange. Everything seemed strange. Landing in this unknown place was weird, but Avril was weirder. There was no reason for someone to live alone in a place like this. Did she isolate herself here for a purpose? Was she running away? Avril's last name concerned him. Even a commoner like him had a last name, so typically, she should have one as well. He thought of many reasons why someone would not have a last name or not say it. An orphan? A runaway who wants to hide her identity? None of the possibilities were favorable to her, and Oscar pitied her. Avril relished the taste of fruit and said, the stranger, Oscar, gifted many fruits. She was certain that this meeting was destined. To have someone to talk to and eat something new was certainly a stroke of fate. She looked more favorably on the newcomer. Again, she spoke in a strange narration of her thoughts and observations, describing the happenings to someone who wasn't there. Oscar had no clue how to handle her quirkiness for now and set aside his precautions. It was strange but provided a good amount of information. May I ask you where we are and how long have you been here? Oscar asked. Avril revealed she had been here for a while and should have more valuable insights. However, his hopes were dashed. Sorry, Avril yawned, cracking her neck and lying on the uneven floor. I don't know where I am. I've been living here for a year. There's no way to fly. The only way out is shut. There's a way out? Oscar exclaimed, hitting the table with his knees as he stood abruptly. He apologized and set the table back properly. Can you take me there? I want to see it and maybe I can get us out. Avril, still lying down, squirmed, looking uncomfortable. Was it because of the shoddily made floor or his request? Whatever the cause, Avril remained silent for several minutes. Oscar waited for Avril to answer. Badgering her would yield the opposite effect. Oscar, you should rest while she thinks. Our Ein isn't fully recovered. The medicine barely helps with the wounds. Erden spoke, not within the mental connection but with his lips. It can talk? Avril sprang from her bumpy resting place, her one eye so wide as her mouth dropped with her jaw hanging. She pointed at Erden with a trembling finger and stuttered as she struggled with her words. Never had she seen such a rare thing. An Exalt beast that can talk? Were these two king Exalts? Why would such powerful beings come here injured and weak? She wanted to know more. She stepped over the table, her long blue dress fluttering from her bustling and rustling. As if her previous cautiousness was thrown out of the window, Avril approached Erden, eyeing him with wonder and awe. Her hand reached out, wanting to touch the fur, but she thought better of it and retracted. "You can touch my fur if you want," Erden chuckled. "Really?" Avril asked. "Here, I permit you to do it." Erden lowered his large head and brought it before Avril. "Thank you." Avril placed her hand on Erden and rubbed against the white fur. "How soft. I never thought I'd meet a talking Exalt beast. We're not King Exalts. You should be able to sense our power as we're not hiding it," Oscar explained. He could tell Avril was also a lower Knight Exalt, though weaker than him. "Erden has some soft fur. If you remove your gloves, you can feel them much better." "Ah." Avril stared at her hands, covered by gloves with the long black sleeves stretching under them. A small tremor passed through her eye. She shook her head and smiled. "I'm fine. I like having gloves on." Feeling the conversation turn sour again, Oscar looked away to avoid showing any unsavory expressions. Talking with Avril was like walking on needles with bare feet. Avril continued to stroke Erden's fur with a hum while he organized his thoughts. He needed to ask the right questions and say the right comments. But before he could say anything, Avril said, "Exciting. How can you talk? Only King Exalt beasts should be able to talk. So incredible." Her hair kept in place as her focus shifted to Oscar. "Okay. Let's set out for the exit." Seriously, Oscar couldn't understand anything of Avril's behavior. Her decisions seemed so random. What was going on in her mind? She felt like the man in front of her had problems. Did he miss her words? Or did he lose her hearing? Avril mumbled before raising her voice with clenched fists as if she was lifting her spirits up. "I said before that the two of you coming here is fate. Together we can embark on our great adventure out of here as companions. Now let's go." Avril tugged on Oscar's arm and Erden's antlers, exerting as much strength as she could from her thin arms. Her strength at the lower Knight Exalt realm with the minimum physical power was nothing compared to Oscar and Erden's well-trained bodies. "Hold on. Erden and I still need to heal up and rest. We can go out after a good night's sleep." Oscar scratched his cheek, not knowing what to do. Avril was still trying to pull him out of the small home. He and Erden stood firm and planted their feet. After a while, Avril gave up and returned to her corner of the room, lying down with a tired look. "Fine, we'll go out at the break of dawn. Sleep well. No excuses tomorrow," Avril declared, resting her head on a bundle of dead leaves in a sack. Oscar reached into one of his space pockets and pulled out several furs. "Take some fur. They're great as blankets and pillows. I also have a spare mattress." He retrieved a small mattress and handed it to Avril, who had run over with a fiery gaze. He watched Avril place the mattress in her corner and roll herself into a thick fur blanket. "Haria." Avril's sigh of relief filled the room. She rolled over to face Oscar while enveloped in her fur cocoon. A bright smile plastered over her face. "Thank you, Oscar. To be able to talk to someone, eat fruit, and sleep on such soft things is amazing. Tomorrow," Avril's words became softer as she spoke until she fell asleep, leaving only her soft snores. "She's asleep," Erden talked mentally to avoid waking up Avril. "Phew, I almost didn't know what to say. What a strange woman," Oscar chuckled in his mind, nearly spilling out into reality, saved by his hand clasping his mouth shut. No last name, strange optimism, and narrating herself. She said she was here for a year. Was a year all it took to make her lose her mind? Or was she always like this? "I don't perceive her as a threat yet. It could always be an act, and the so-called exit is a trap." Demon's voice joined in with a warning. "What should we do?" Erden said. "I suggest we trust her." Unlike Demon, when she stroked my fur, I could feel the genuine excitement and kindness from her, all of which could be dropped at a moment of danger. "Don't be so naive as a beast of nature. You should be more understanding of survival," Demon argued back. "Enough. I feel like my mind is splitting apart when you two argue." Oscar rubbed his temples and glanced at Avril, still tucked in and sleeping soundly. He sighed and prepared his own bedding. We'll wait for tomorrow. If you're that suspicious, demon, keep watch from inside me and come out if something happens. Don't kill her or hurt her. Fine, demon agreed. Don't worry, I'll make sure he doesn't try anything. Erden curled up and fell asleep. Oscar checked the wounds on his body. The medicine had some effect, and Oscar felt he would be healed enough for tomorrow. Laying down on his bed, Oscar imagined Gol for hovering above. He missed talking to Gol for through the night. He missed his friend. He worried about his home. Is everyone all right? Please be fine and please wait for me. I'm alive, Oscar prayed. It'll be all right. Oscar snapped his eyes open and turned to Avril. She was still sleeping but was mumbling in her sleep. It'll be all right, she whispered in her dreams. She rolled around in her sleep, turning to the other side with her back facing him. That's right, I made it this far. Everything will be all right. Oscar didn't know who Avril was talking to, but he was grateful for those words. He had to move forward. He had to believe in a hopeful future. Act 2, World Beyond, Chapter 366, Setting Off. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Oscar practiced his techniques outside. Although Avril stated she would wake up at dawn, she was still sound asleep, hidden under a mound of fur. Not knowing when she'd wake up, Oscar stepped outside to check his condition and get more used to his lower night Exalt powers. Each of his kicks and punches created a clear sound as if it struck a hard surface, though he only fought the air. Oscar completed a set of exercises and routines, going through his Reese techniques, usage of iron, and Prinstick. He nodded in satisfaction and wiped the sweat from his brow. His condition was at its peak. That medicine must have been made from some incredible stuff. I thought it was barely working yesterday. I'll have to thank her with more fruit later. Oscar drank some water he collected from Ashen Grove. Looking around the desolate forest, he sighed. Packing all the essentials in large quantities was a good move. Finding something to eat here seems impossible. The withered trees and desolate grounds were not a pretty sight. Oscar turned his attention to the two suns rising from the east, the only welcome sight in this place. He had no idea where he was. Even when he snuck out to stare at the stars at night, he couldn't recognize a single constellation or celestial body. Just where did he end up? Oscar continued his training. His copper shield was a grade lower and cracked in the middle, so he had to rely on his body. Finishing his workout, Oscar noted the time to be mid-morning and returned to the small abode. Inside, he shook his head in helplessness at Avril's sleeping figure. Avril was certainly having the best time. I should get some breakfast ready. Oscar took out some smoked meats, vegetables, and more fruits. Taking out 2 clay cups, he poured juice and set them neatly on the table with plates. He couldn't be idle waiting for her to wake up. Meditating in place, Oscar swarmed the Ein into the Aterstone and back into his core. Being at the peak is nice, but the feeling of advancement is nowhere. I wonder how long it will take for me to get there, Oscar said. We can hunt the beasts around us. Their cores will further our progress. You also have the red root core. Erden lazed around, licking his hooves. I'll save that for when I need to advance. The Ein within it is shockingly large. A small yawn spilled from the mound of fur, and Avril emerged like a chick hatching from an egg. Her eye flickered lazily, barely holding itself open, and her hair was a mess, the worst bed hair Oscar had ever seen. Avril took out a comb and brushed her hair, making it neat. In a quick minute, she expertly braided her hair and tied it back into a bun with her bangs covering her forehead. Good morning, Oscar said, his voice low to avoid alarming her. You are… Oh! Avril's lowered eye widened, and she became lively instantly. She palmed her face, and her ears flushed red to the tip. Sorry. Usually I wake up on time whenever I need to, but for some reason I didn't. Don't worry about it. Sleeping on a mattress and soft blankets after a long time on the floor would do that. I am in a hurry, so let's eat breakfast and set out. Oscar drank some juice and started beating, tearing into the meaty morsels. Erden partook as well, eating off to the side. Avril sat down on the other side, across from Oscar, and ate without reserve. Her mouth had crisp, crunchy sounds as she ate. Her ravenous nature was on full display. She gulped down her juice in one go and cleaned out the fruits to their cores in mere seconds. Oddly, she didn't touch the meat, consuming only vegetables and fruits. Do you not want any meat? Oscar was satisfied and pushed the plate with some slices of meat toward her. It's all right, I'm satisfied with everything else. Avril turned away from the plate with a shaky face, her eyes darting away, unwilling to look at Oscar. Oscar gave her such a good meal, and she was grateful. She didn't mean to be rude and refuse a plate, but she hates meat. How can she make this right? It's not rude at all. That's just more meat for me. You shouldn't feel bad because you can't eat everything I put on the table. Oscar pulled the plate back and ate the rest of the meat. So, Avril didn't enjoy eating meat. Oscar realized there was so much going on with her it was hard to keep track. Was the juice good? It was. Avril regained her liveliness and smiled. I only drink water from the nearby stream. That's good to hear. I have more so you can enjoy them later. I'm curious, what did you eat for a year here? Oscar asked. Avril's condition, attitude, and home made it clear she didn't have the best resources. So, how did she survive? Mostly roots and moss. Sometimes I find a nearly hard walnut and crack it open. Though there's barely anything to eat in it, Avril took out a large black potato-sized walnut. Its smooth surface and feel were enough to understand its hardness. She charged her hands with iron and pounded on the walnut until it broke apart into pieces. In the center was a small white piece about the size of a pea. Avril held it between her fingers. Here, try it. It's good once you get used to it. Oscar held out his hand, and Avril dropped it onto his palm. All that effort was for such a small thing. Oscar stared at the broken pieces of the black walnut with a look of pity. He ate the edible white part and frowned, wincing his eyes. Bitter. This walnut was incredibly bitter, even more than his master, Draven's, occasional pure extract tea. It's okay, Oscar forced a smile. Liar, Avril pointed at Oscar. You have to get used to it. There's no way you like it from the start. Moving on, Oscar rubbed his brow, feeling embarrassed at being caught. Shall we go to the exit you mentioned? Right, we should set off. Avril stood up and pulled Oscar and Erden, who went along willingly this time. Once they exited the adobe, Avril took a deep breath with her hands on her hips and exhaled with a wide smile. The two suns are rising, the winds breezing, and the forest silencing. She smiles and thinks about what will happen. A new adventure with her new companion starts now. Are you sure about entrusting the way to her? Demon said. Quiet, Oscar and Erden said in unison. Now then, Oscar, follow me, and I shall lead you to the exit. Don't fall behind, and don't leave me alone. Avril tapped his forehead, laughing. Our adventure starts now. You already said that, Oscar sighed. Nevertheless, he followed her. Her speed was decent, and she used iron to supplement the output. Along the way, he heard her hums and whistles of joy one would find in a picnic, not a daring journey to an exit. Sensing the emanations of Avril's iron, Oscar got a good grasp of her power, a lower night Exalt nearly at the peak. Avril, how old are you? Oscar asked. I'm around 30, Avril said. Oscar quelled the question about to spill from his mouth. From what he gathered, Avril had a rough past, and he didn't want to make her relive some memories if she didn't want to. Right now, she was his guide to the exit, so he should do his best to ensure she didn't lose motivation. Suddenly, a monstrous Exalt beast charged toward them from the side. Oscar grabbed Avril and stepped back, dodging easily. A large streak of blue filled, blurred, and flashed across his vision. Several withered black trees cracked loudly, and the beast's steps sounded like hammers on an anvil, shaking the desolate, cracked ground. Oscar turned to Avril by his side. Her cloth, wrapped around her right eye, unfurled and dropped slightly, barely holding onto her face. What was this? Oscar unconsciously clenched his fists and slowed his breathing. Avril's right side of her face, centered above the unexposed right eye, was scarred with cuts and burns. It was not the typical burn from flames. These burns were a whitish gray, which came from an ice burn. Oscar recognized the differences from when he saw drawings in a book on afflictions. Avril hadn't noticed yet, but she will soon once the cloth fell completely. Oscar stepped back and retied the cloth over her indigo hair. Are you all right? Oscar tried to keep the subject off topic. Avril made an incoherent sound similar to a baby's soft cry, patted her hand over her right eye, and reached over to the tight knot Oscar made behind her. Her shoulders started to tremble. She asked in a quivering voice, "Did you see?" "See what?" "I didn't see anything. I was behind you and noticed this was almost untied." "Why?" Oscar lied. Her scars were truly horrifying. Talking about them would be too much. Still, he wondered who would do such a thing to Avril, or was she someone who deserved it? No, that didn't matter right now. What mattered was that she helped him, and he should help her in turn. Oscar moved forward and said, "I'll take care of the beast. You don't have to fight since you're guiding me." "Thank you." Avril looked downcast, rubbing her right eye over the cloth. Oscar sighed and went ahead to the Exalt beast with Erden. He hadn't fought a knight Exalt other than the Red Root and wanted more practice. Truthfully, though, seeing Avril's scars and burns ticked him off. Anyone could see they were all done in the manner of cruelty and torture. He had to blow off some of his anger, and the Exalt beast was the perfect outlet for his frustration. Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 367 Unique Power. An imposing figure rose from the wreckage of wood and earth, letting out a long, deep groan. The earth trembled under the stomping of its heavy feet. The beast shook once, and the debris and dirt flung off and scattered everywhere, revealing its appearance. Its body was similar to a rhino but many times larger, and a large horn protruded from its nose, sharp and deadly. Sharp, wide kite-shaped plates stuck out along the center of its spine, reaching down to its wide tail. The rhino was covered in a thick armored hide from its horn to the end of its tail, reflecting the sunlight with a metallic sheen. "I don't know this creature." Oscar sensed the powers of a lower knight Exalt emanating from the rhino. He had only read the records for beasts up to the elite Exalt realm. Still, it did not matter. Oscar waited for the rhino to make its move, relaxed since he didn't perceive any threats. "I can take care of this one. You should save your strength for later." Erden stepped in front, releasing his own eye, and his teal crystal antlers glowed up. The rhino retreated a step and let out a bellowing cry, intimidated by Erden's power. "It's not alone," Oscar said, feeling something was wrong as he heard a faint movement. Oscar turned to his right, seeing a rhino had dug itself from the ground and stampeded toward him. It turned into a blue streak, and winds picked up under it, becoming fierce gales. Oscar's Prinstict activated, and the world became distorted. He easily pierced through the rhino's beast eidolon, dispersing the shadowy veil to reveal the intent and predictions as clear as glimmering stars. It truly was nothing more than a full frontal charge. Oscar acted before the rhino reached him. He crushed the ground under his right foot and widened his stance to receive the blow. The collision of the two ruptured the earth and dug them into a small crater as the deafening shockwave flattened more of the withered trees. Oscar sensed the fear overcome the rhino as his hands, which held tightly onto its head, felt it tremble. The blood transmutation had provided him with an incredible physical boost to his natural body. With Adamus rays, Oscar's physical power reached an incredible level. Perhaps even Orden would be no match in a feat of strength. This was no time to dilly-dally. Oscar clenched his hand tighter and threw the rhino in the air. In the other battle, Erden locked its antlers onto the large horn of the rhino, sparks igniting between their scraping. Suddenly, Ein flooded into the rhino's horn, charging up for something fierce. Could get risky. Oscar thought of intervening, but Erden rejected him in a mental message. A loud screech wailed from the horn, and the Ein exploded out into a cone. A blast of Ein extending from a small point and increasing in width with each passing distance. Everything in front of the rhino became a charred mess. The smell of burn and rot filled the air. Despite the power, Erden remained unmoving, and his hooves stuck deep into the dirt. A few of his fur was burned and singed at the tips, but overall he suffered no real damage. Before the rhino could react, Erden flipped and kicked with his back hooves, sending the beast tumbling to the floor. Oscar's rhino finally landed on the ground, bursting the surface apart in a meteoric crash. It suffered no real damage and shook the dirt from its armored hide, huffing from its nostrils. Oscar eyed the hide like a favored prize. The toughness and hardness interested him. With his copper shield out of commission, he needed a grade 3 armament. "I'll need a workshop first. Can't craft well without a proper furnace and anvil." Oscar charged his fist with a mild shattering wave, mixing in some iron, and smashed it on the side of the rhino. A dent formed on its armor, and the rhino grunted painfully. It withstood a part of an iron-shattering wave. Before he could land another fist, Oscar heard the cry of a newcomer, another rhino. Did we run into a herd? Oscar frowned and was about to face the other when large roots sprouted from the ground and entangled the third rhino. Shrubs and flowers blossomed from the lively roots, encasing the beast in a botanical prison. Ha! She wonders what she was doing earlier. Her two companions are fighting while she stands and does nothing. Not allowed. She had to make herself useful. What use is a journey, an adventure, if she's not involved? Avril narrated, recovered from her depression. With a clench of her fist, purple iron streamed from her and entered the roots. They squeezed harder, trying to choke everything out of the rhino. Oscar was relieved to see her back to normal, in a sense. He had expected her to stay in her downcast state for much longer, seeing her initial reaction. Maybe she was far tougher than he gave her credit for. Without worrying about her anymore, Oscar exerted all of his Adamus rays into a front kick, hitting the jaw with the full might of an iron-shattering wave. Ha! Oscar felt a rush of iron course through him, recovering some of the iron used in the iron and the rest coursing to his shattering wave, adding to the destructive force. The rhino's mouth, jaw, and nose were crushed and ruptured apart. It fell to the floor, its lower face broke off, and it breathed its last. What is this sign? Oscar caught some of the remaining wisps, which didn't integrate into him yet. They were light motes of purple. Turning to face Avril, he saw her hold a purple scroll, unrolled to the first section where the word, Ein, was written. Was the scroll her anima? It provided a boost of Ein to him unlike any he had ever felt, and Oscar couldn't believe how fast it added to his attack. Avril pulled the open scroll once more, revealing the next section. The inside of the scroll was a pure white sheet with the word written in black ink. The word was Ein, and it flew out of the scroll, landing on Erden, who had been forcing the rhino back. Erden's Ein raised higher, uplifted by the empowerment of Avril's word. Erden ducked down and dug his hooves deeper as the muscles tensed in his body. With his Ein and Avril's Ein added together in the tips of his antlers, he pierced through the thick skulls of the rhino, sticking out the back like a vermilion branch. Amazing! Oscar understood Avril's power a little more, an astounding effect of boost and recovery. Erden's fur was still burned and scorched, which meant she couldn't heal wounds with it, but a recovery of Ein was far more important. Anyone would desire power with such capabilities. Did she run away for that reason? Nearly overcome by curiosity, Oscar quelled and buried his burning questions, diverting his attention to the flowery prison where a bright light shone from within, about to explode. The rhino was about to break free. The next moment, a burst of light set everything aflame down to the tiniest petals. Oscar stopped himself from interfering when he noticed Avril's Ein climbing. A mass of Ein extended before her feet and formed two large wooden hands, further empowered with a third unfurling of her scroll to a new section. Her wooden hand spell clasped the rhino from both sides, trying to flatten it. It worked momentarily as the rhino groaned and coughed out blood, cracks forming along parts of its hide. Oh no, Avril mumbled. The rhino tossed and tussled, breaking itself free from the wooden hands, and approached Avril with murderous intent. Oscar and Erden rushed in and finished the job, destroying the rhino's body with fists and antlers, hooves, and kicks. Oscar rubbed his coarse knuckles. It had been a while since he hit something this tough. I could have handled that, Avril shouted and crossed her arms, tapping her foot on the ground. With a pout, she said, if I have to be helped every time, what's the point of me being here? It's not a question of whether or not you could have handled it. Oscar harvested from the 3 rhinos, collecting their cores, as much hide and plates as possible, and meat. He noticed Avril turning slightly green when she stared at the flanks of rhino meat, so he quickly put them away. Wiping his hands with a clean cloth, he returned to Avril. The rhino broke free, and I couldn't let a single chance of misfortune happen. Besides, you were my guide, and you supported me with your strange power. You did more than enough to help, or else I would have expended more strength. So, I wasn't useless? Avril asked, her eyes glittering. No, you weren't. You're the most useful by far. Oscar played along, but there was truth to what he said. Her powers were incredibly useful, although her mind seemed a bit dizzy. I am someone who fights quite well from the front. Your spells and style are more suited for providing aid. Next time we fight, we should do it that way. Help you from behind. Avril seemed to struggle with the idea. I don't like staying in the back. Then teach me how to fight like you. Then I can fight from the front. That's not possible, Oscar flatly refused. If we have time, I can teach you about how to fight, but not exactly in the way I do it though, that depends. Will you stay here or try to exit with me? Then that's good enough. Avril hummed brightly. I want to leave as well but never could. The exit is quite horrifying. We'll see. Oscar gestured for Avril to continue the journey, and she happily obliged. Along the way, Oscar asked, so how does your anima work? It's the scroll, right? My scroll anima has 3 sections, each with a storage of Ein, which can be used on myself or others. Each section takes an hour to be usable again. I used all 3 in the previous fight, so I must wait for 3 hours. Avril scratched her cheek with a strained chuckle. I think I will rely on you until then. Don't worry, it's only until I get everything back. Geez, you are a strange person, Oscar thought out loud. He noticed her Xianxia was a grade 7, a well-regarded talent in the same vein as Philip, Regis, and Serena. With such a high grade and unique anima power, her residency in this place seemed all too odd. Wouldn't a faction give her everything to have her? Strange? She turns her head away. Maybe she should run back as his words hurt her feelings. Avril clicked her tongue. Oops. Oscar realized his mistake and pulled out another fruit. As my apology, here's another fruit. Thank you. Avril ate the fruit, her mood recovering with the glow of her smile. A few hours later, Oscar, Avril, and Erden reached an incomprehensible place. Oscar couldn't focus on anything because it was just that absurd. Avril pointed straight into the abnormality and said, that's the exit. Act 2, World Beyond, Chapter 368. The Strange Road. The exit. Oscar expected a road, a portal like an ashen grove, a damned ocean, anything other than what was right before him. Just what the hell was he looking at? Pieces of earth were floating around like the islands of Eden. Streams of water flowed like rivers without a base, floating in midair, and roads of stone were laid down but winded, twisted, and stretched anywhere. Down, left, right. There was no sense of direction. She feels nervous, standing here again. Seeing it made her nauseous. She remembers the last time she tried to enter. Avril shivered. Keeping track of yourself and where you are is hard once you enter. Sometimes you go up and eventually realize you went down further from where you began. If it's that confusing, how did you escape it and return here? Oscar asked. He stared down at the edge and saw nothing but more of the same. Even more bubbles and rivers of molten lava far deep into the void of floating debris. Where was the flat ground? Was he truly on Talos? I didn't get too far away. There were too many beasts in the way at a certain point, and I couldn't fight too many of them at once. Avril slumped forward in shame, then straightened her back to stand tall. She pointed at Oscar with a wide smile. But now we have 3 of us. With the strength you 2 showed, we might have a chance. Is that so? Erden stepped ahead. To ensure that we don't split up and lose track of each other, both of you get on my back. We will go forward together. Wait, what about my home? I left behind all the fur and mattresses there. Some walnuts too. Avril pointed toward the direction of her home. I have most of everything with me, but I feel bad. It's mostly what you gave me. I have more, so don't worry. Oscar reassured her, seeing her ashamed expression. Those aren't worth much anyway. You'll have good bedding no matter where we go. Now, do you want to come along? Her heart thumped loudly from the call to adventure. What will she and her friends encounter down this path? With a single step, she fearlessly enters the exit. Avril laughed and jumped forward into the strange exit. Wait! Oscar and Erden chased after her. Leaping from the edge, Oscar tried to resist the strange pull that entrapped his body, making him unable to control himself. His body crashed into the road on the right. He should have slipped off the road and fallen further down. However, when he stood up, he saw his previous location was shifted at a right angle, and the 2 suns were in a completely different location. I told you. Avril poked Oscar's forehead. This place is strange. Right now, what was down is to your left. See, she pointed to his left. Oscar turned and saw the mess of debris, floating lava, streams of water, and more. It was the same view he saw when he stared down from the edge earlier, but now it was to his left. It wasn't that the world shifted. He was the one who shifted. In such a place where the directions and perspectives could change at a whim, no wonder Avril mentioned how terrifying it was. Speaking of Avril, Oscar smiled at Avril coldly, and she chuckled while fidgeting with her side hair, darting her eyes away from Oscar. Can you tell me why you went off on your own when Erden said we should go together and not separate? I was too excited and went off. I'm sorry. Avril bowed her head low. As long as you know, you need to be more careful, Oscar sighed. Now get on Erden's back. We might have a long journey out of here. Avril nodded and swung herself around Erden's neck. She sat comfortably on Erden's back, patting his head with a gleeful smile. Her gloved hand reached down to Oscar, a kind gesture. Staring dumbfoundedly at the gloved hand, Oscar recalled all the moments he had to pull himself up on trees, vines, and mountains during Ashen Grove, struggling through the rain with Erden and Joel. For the first time in many years, he found someone to talk to, although a strange one, and someone who reached their hand out to him. With a bright smile, lifting his cheeks, Oscar grasped Avril's hand and pulled himself up to sit behind her. His hands let go quickly, and he maintained some distance from her. The last thing he wanted was to be improper toward his new friend. Erden's back was large enough to accommodate both of them, with some extra space. Let's set out, Erden. Avril lifted her arms high and pointed directly ahead. Pierced straight through this cluttered mess of an exit, Erden exhaled, huffing and puffing. He broke out into a sprint, traveling down the wayward road. Midway through the path, a gap existed, and Erden tried to leap over it. However, the moment Erden jumped, the same force pulled on Oscar. I got this. Avril activated her spell, creating roots and trying herself and Oscar to Erden. Oscar noticed how the forces were different for each person. He was being pulled one way, Erden another, and Avril the opposite. Hurtling through the air due to the conflicting forces, Oscar and the others finally landed on a floating piece of rock. This place is far more complicated than the floating islands of Eden, Oscar said. Floating islands of Eden? Where is that? It sounds interesting. Avril raised her voice and turned around, her one gold eye glowing with curiosity. Is it similar to these rocks and roads? No, the islands are way larger. I can tell you no later. We should focus on finding a way out of here, Oscar answered. Avril droned in disappointment. I want to. A deep rumbling drowned out her next words, and the pair focused forward. The piece of rock they stood on with Erden had no signs of life, only a wasteland of stone and dirt. Yet, several strange creatures erupted from the ground, munching on rocks with glee. They had large round heads of rats, standing upright on 2 feet with the body build of gorillas. Their long claws and bodies were completely hairless with coarse, rocky coal skin. Each one was a lower night Exalt and weaker than the rhinos from earlier. However, their numbers were staggering at 10. No time to waste. Avril raised her hand, and a wave of roots and vines extended outward. All of the rock mice were caught by this wave and entangled. Their sharp claws weren't just for show and easily tore apart the roots. Avril exerted herself, and more entangling waves spread to re-entangle the mice. All of her spells are grade 3. However, they are all to impede an enemy. Even the spell with 2 hands seemed more appropriate for holding something in place. Oscar watched as the mice struggled from the mass amount of entanglements. So far, Avril had showcased a single control spell, a widespread control spell, and a semi-attack control spell. Strange. There should have been some good attack spells for wood element exalts like the ones Eleanor used. Erden, run through them. Oscar summoned his dear anima and melded it into Erden. Avril yelped as the soft white transformed into cold sapphire metallic plates all over Erden's body. Completely encased in blue armor, Erden swung his head, enlarging his antlers and sharpening the tips of each branch. Oscar empowered the antlers with iron, and they swept through the mice men. The mice hung down like bloodied fruits on the tree of Erden's antlers. Their tough rocky skin was no match for the fantastical metal of Oscar's meld stage. As the antlers returned to normal, the mice men fell with a dull sound, lifeless and outmatched. Was that the meld stage? Avril asked, her hands shaking close to her chest. How on earth did you do that? The average to achieve it is in the greater night Exalt realms. It is? Haha. Would you be surprised if I told you I know someone who learned it when he was only a lower elite Exalt or even lower? Oscar didn't know when exactly Orden learned the meld, only that it was the most dreadful thing he had ever faced personally in a person. Is that possible? Avril lost her voice from the shock. I've been through a lot. What about you? I'm sure you have many things to say. It's not often someone gets to the Night Exalt and ends up in a place like this, Oscar asked. He collected the materials and cores from the mice men and went back to Erden. Leaning down on Erden's head, her hands holding onto the base of his antlers, Avril rubbed her cheek against the cool sapphire metal, sighing in relief. Erden's armor is nice and cold, perfect after feeling hot from using my Ein. As for what I have to say, not much. I don't have much to say. I see. Oscar leaped on Erden. Well, if you ever want to say anything, just speak away. I may or may not listen. That's funny. Even if you don't listen, I'll keep yapping away when I want to. Avril puffed her chest with a proud face. You shouldn't be so proud while saying those words, Oscar scoffed. The rest of the trek was a fantastical journey that he could only think could have come from pages of a story. Bouncing around from rock to rock, riding on fractured roads, killing Exalt beasts, and floating around with the other debris was not even the tip of the iceberg. Sometimes, Erden would be pulled into one of the floating rivers, and they would ride the streams of impossibility like children on slides. Even in the midst of being stuck in an unknown place where everything made no sense, Oscar enjoyed the journey. Avril did as well. Her laughter was infectious, and Oscar joined the symphony of joy with Erden. The man, woman, and deer laughed their way through. However, a fearsome and oppressive Ein spread and bore down on them. Oscar lost his smile and stared out at the towering figure. It was a middle night Exalt. Act 2, World Beyond, Chapter 369. New Combo. After losing Risa's negative effects, Oscar was confident to unleash his full potential without fear of self-harm. As his shoulders and head pushed against the heavy weight of Ein, Oscar wondered how he and Erden might fight against it. After all, he was a peak lower night Exalt capable of meld, so Erden counted as himself. Can we do it? Oscar released his Ein to the fullest to combat the pressure, alleviating the burden from his shoulders. Interesting. I'm also intrigued. Erden licked his lips, wanting to take a piece of the middle night Exalt. His excitement resonated with Oscar as the two joined their Eins together. Oscar and Erden readied themselves to fight, fierce and competitive gleams burning within their pupils. However, hands reached out to Oscar's ear and Erden's antlers, cool to the touch. Between the two, Avril pulled hard, raising Erden's head and tilting Oscar closer. She scowled at them and pinched harder with Ein this time. Even with his well-trained body, his ears were still sensitive, so Oscar felt some pain. She couldn't contain her anger and barely kept herself from smacking the two of them with her spell. What a pair of idiots. A middle night Exalt stands before them, and they think of fighting. She needs to stop them or else, Avril grumbled, pulling and pinching harder. What? Oscar asked. Avril's strength wasn't that high. He could easily tear away from her grip, but he chose not to. Her concern was valid, and Oscar agreed it seemed reckless. That's a middle night Exalt. What makes you so confident you can take it on? There are 3 of us, but it seems unlikely. Avril twisted Oscar's ear and Erden's antlers. Her one eye glanced back and forth between them, burning into both of them with a scolding gaze. Let me explain. Oscar felt he was too close to her from how much she pulled him and shuffled himself to stare at her directly. Erden and I can fight as one. With the meld, fighting together against a single opponent will make us far more powerful. And finally, we have you. He pointed at her nose. What's that supposed to mean? Avril's voice grew chilly, and her gold eye dimmed. Have me? In what way? Her face darkened, cold hostility spilling forth. What I mean is you are the most important part of it. Your Ein boost and recovery along with your grade 3 control spells are essential. The 3 of us can take it down, Oscar said, trying to sound as confident as possible to reassure Avril. For an odd reason, his previous words had set her off. Thankfully, her grip on his ear loosened, and Oscar got away. rubbing his red ear. Avril stared dumbfounded into nowhere, tilting her head in puzzlement. Oscar waved his hand in front of her to no avail, and he grew confused about her state of mind. So, Avril slowly rotated to face Oscar. "I'm important, I'm necessary, I'm needed." Her face drew closer with each question before she was right before his face. "You are. Then will you help us? I promise more fruits after this." Oscar nodded. Avril's lips curled into a bright, beaming smile, breaking out in a hearty laugh. She gripped her hands together and stretched, cracking her joints. Her foul mood from earlier seemed to be an illusion compared to her bright display now. She raised her voice with great fanfare. "Then I agree. I can't leave the two of you alone if you request my help like that. Erden, let's go." They leaped off their platform and landed on the next where the middle night Exalt waited for them. A mere breath from its lungs filled the air with dread. A single snort blew away the winds. The creature resembled Oscar's horses back home except for the single horn on its head. A unicorn. I've never seen one. Oscar was in awe of the majestic creature. Its pure white body had red flames sprouting from its hooves, back, and head. The blue eyes on the unicorn burned with a blue blaze. Flames? Quite unfortunate, but we still have a chance. Jumping off, Oscar melded his dear anima into Erden, transforming his beast companion into a monster of metal. His Adamus rays hardened his body and rippled with power. Turning to Avril, he said, "Find the good chances to use your spells to trip it up and time your Ein empowerment only onto my attacks." "Roger." Avril stood behind Oscar and Erden as their support. The flame unicorn neighed and stomped its hooves. Flames swirled under them and burst out in a tall wave of fire in all directions. The expanding flames melted parts of the land into lava. Avril acted fast, raising her hands. Her own wave of roots, vines, and flowers traveled out to meet the burning inferno. The hot fires of a middle night Exalt were nothing to scoff at. The same roots which held back the mice were burned to a crisp. It did accomplish its task of deterring some of the flames. Oscar and Erden rushed ahead against the weakened flames. Erden enlarged his hooves and stomped hard, sending rubble and winds against the fire. Oscar punched with his iron ripple shroud, diverting the flames and opening a pathway. A hot hoof fell from above. Erden stretched his neck and enlarged his antlers to 10 times their size, sparkling with a good amount of iron sent by Oscar. Oscar felt a third force worm its way into their attack. Avril's scroll empowerment. Oscar's iron, Erden's Ein, and Avril's boost combined into one. Erden's antlers repelled the flaming hoof and knocked the unicorn off balance. Avril's roots came in fast and wrapped around it, constantly growing new ones to replace the burnt ones. Oscar dove in and charged his fist with iron. With a fierce smile, he released a powerful shattering wave. The unicorn was no easy opponent. It freed itself from Avril's grasp and filled its horn with a hot, dense flame. Condensed to the fullest, the flames didn't look to cover the horn, which had turned red. It speared its horn against Oscar with incredible speed, not fitting its size. Avril's wooden hands emerged and gripped the horn, instantly burnt to ashes. Oscar and Erden attacked together. Metal antlers and shattering wave collided against the sharp horn, spewing flames everywhere, turning the entire land into a fiery hellscape. Oscar retreated and assessed his body. Parts of his hands were charred, and his body was sweating all over. Erden's metallic armor melted in some areas but held on tightly. "Not bad. We can actually fight against a middle night Exalt. But to finish one off, we need more. Thank God for Avril being here." "Hey Avril, can you wait to use your last 2 scroll empowerments until I say so? Let's use them all together in one great attack," Oscar shouted. "Just don't get hurt too much." "What will I do if my friends die?" Avril complained. Oscar chuckled before his face turned serious. He and Erden entered a fierce battle against the unicorn. They swept across the fires, bashed their bodies against them, suffered burns and boils, and sent it tumbling to the ground. Never yielding and never stopping, Oscar and Erden continued their onslaught. Aid from Avril always came on time, something Oscar noticed. "She has good timing and battle sense. I wonder where she came from," Oscar wondered. "Focus, you idiot," Demon scolded. "Avril, now!" Oscar used his silver sheen to take the impact of a hoof. The silver melted like it never existed. But he had enough. He leaped up with Erden using the momentum, flowing the incredible wreaths from the unicorn's blow. Avril's empowerment entered his fist and Erden's antlers, raising their power. Iron Omnireus, in the same likeness as his treble lance, Oscar combined his fist with Erden's antlers, coursing the Omnireus through both. Their attack destroyed any flame in their way, leaving only charred skin on Oscar's knuckles and melted metal on Erden's antlers. Forcing their attack through, they struck at the forehead right below the horn. The unicorn's face distorted as the blood churned like waves inside. The head exploded into a rain of blood and brain matter, killing off most of the flames on the ground. Gasping for air, Oscar laughed triumphantly with Erden. Disgusting! Avril held her hand over her mouth and squirmed her way to them. She handed out some of her homemade medicine. Thanks, you are a big help. Oscar smiled as he applied the medicine to his burns. Can we get out of here now? I feel sick, Avril gagged. Hold on, I'll be right back, Oscar said. Oscar plunged his arm deep into the body of the unicorn, taking off its precious white core. Stopping himself from drooling over the smell, Oscar put it away and harvested the rest of the flame unicorn, including the coveted horn. A very good haul to take back home. Nothing else remained here except for the dying flames scattered around the rocks. Oscar took off with Erden and Avril, continuing their trek through the strange pathways. However, once again they felt the oppressive pressure. But this time it was far worse. There are more middle night exalts. Avril counted them under her breath. In front of them were several shadows, covered by the sunlight. 5 of them, Oscar cursed out loud from behind Avril, causing her to block her ears with a frown. After apologizing, he gnashed his teeth, frustrated at the never-ending obstacles. At this rate, he may never find a way home. But he had to keep calm. He could imagine Jewel, for right beside him, knocking on his forehead and screaming to get a hold of himself. This way was no good. He needed to find another. Erden, turn and head to our left. There are more routes that way. Oscar noted the other routes up, down, and right. He could have chosen any of them but decided to go left out of a guess. They went along the left route, pulled and pushed by the forces maintaining this strange environment. However, once again Oscar found several middle night exalts in their way. Oi! Avril pointed down. Look at this place. When did it get there? Oscar followed her hand down and was shocked to see a large land obscured by misty clouds with the edges and mountains sticking out like shadows under the sunlight. It was a beautiful view as the clouds flowed like a fluffy river over the tall mountains and down the edges. Let's head down and see, Oscar urged Erden downward. After several attempts to go down, a force more powerful than ever dragged them down, sending them straight through the clouds. Wiping the droplets of water from his face, Oscar gazed upon the new land. Wide plains encompassed the entire region. The land would have been flat without the towering mountains piercing the clouds and sky. These mountains were split off, each tall and isolated, surrounded by grasslands. Phew, that was close. Avril got off Erden and sat down to rest, breathing heavily. The pressure always got much worse when I returned to the dark forest. This place is similar yet so different. How wonderful! Oscar got settled and scrutinized their surroundings. Above him, the rocks and debris floated around. He felt if he jumped right now, he would re-enter the strange, directionless pathways. The land under his feet was stabler. If the floating space above is like an ocean, then places like this and the forest are islands. Am I really on Talos? I've never heard of such a place, Oscar wondered. Don't worry too much. You'll grow more wrinkles if you keep squeezing your brows. Let's explore that place first. I wonder what we'll find. Avril smiled and posed toward the large mountain in their sight. We're stuck until we can get stronger. Maybe something in this place can help us. Erden nodded. All right, we might be here for a while. Let's find a place to sleep first. It's been a tiring day, Oscar sighed. At least we're not in the dark forest anymore. Was he one step closer to his goal or one step farther? Oscar watched Avril and Erden already walking away and smiled. At least he was better off than before. Now, what new things waited for them in this land? Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 370. Start Lesson. There were no trees or obstacles to block his sight. Peering between the lonely mountains, Oscar saw more grasslands. Judging from its direction and the two suns' position, this place should be vertical from the normal ground. Constantly thinking about it only made him more confused. That mountain looks interesting. Should we climb it? Avril rode on top of Erden, staring at the tall, singular mountain in awe. The winds breezed past her hair and felt like a refreshing shower. She wanted to run out and climb to the very top. We need to find shelter first, Oscar was wary. Herds of Exalt beasts, ranging from the apprentice Exalt to Knight Exalt, migrated around the plains. Most minded their own business, while others fought savagely to defend or hunt for their survival. Avril deflated, resting on Erden's long neck. They slipped past the large groups of territorial beasts, careful not to draw unwanted attention. Their natural presence as lower Knight Exalts helped deter most beasts, but Oscar didn't wish to intimidate some into action. Eventually, they found a good cave at the base of the mountain. It was empty and unoccupied. Oscar breathed easily now. At last, they had shelter and safety from outside. Settling inside, Oscar took out a book and started to read with Erden as a resting pillow. What is that? Avril munched on her fruit, gifted by Oscar. It's a compilation, a collection of short stories and tales. I have had it for so many years since I was young. Oscar opened the book toward her. It's a good read. Do you want to read it? I don't know how to read. Avril's clear voice lowered into a whisper, and she fidgeted with her fingers as a blush of shame flushed her cheeks. She averted her gaze from Oscar, staring at her knees. I can't read a single letter. I never learned. Her confession was unbelievable to hear. Oscar was shaken to the core and took a moment to digest. It stood to reason the anima was a reflection of the soul in some way or form. Avril's scroll anima gave him the impression that she was very well read. After all, one needed to train with their anima and understand it to grow stronger. Sword anima users practiced swordsmanship. Beast anima users forged strong bonds with anima as real companions. Does that mean her powers are still undeveloped? Oscar recalled the burst of Ein her anima provided, and it was only a fraction of her true capabilities. Astonished, Oscar's eyes never left Avril. When he trained with his anima, it was merely discovering new combinations and movements. He grew curious about what new powers or techniques she might unravel. Is it so wrong? She didn't know what Oscar was thinking. His stare made her uncomfortable. Maybe running away will be the best action. Avril dropped her head lower, almost bowing in distress. Her one gold I was trembling, about to break out into tears. No, I didn't mean to stare so rudely. I was lost in my thoughts. I'm shocked you have such amazing power without properly training it. How envious. I wish my anima could have more to offer. Oscar ignored Erden's snort and continued. If you train harder and learn to read, you'll definitely be stronger. Really? Avril regained her smile, lifting her head high. Is my power that amazing? What else can I do? I don't know about the rest of your abilities, but your power is indeed incredible. You just need to work hard and read. Then, can you teach me how to read? Avril leaned forward, her dazzling smile right before him. She held his hand, squeezed it between her palms, and begged him, please, I won't be a bother and listen well. Her hand was warm and trembling. Even with the gloves on them, Oscar felt the rushing of blood and raised pulse, the echoes of her rapid heartbeat. Her nervousness made him chuckle inwardly, and he clasped his free on top of hers in a reassuring manner. I was going to offer to teach you anyway, since you already speak so well. Learning the words and letters shouldn't take too long. Oscar smiled and nodded. Yay! Avril cheered, holding up her hands high. Oscar's hands, which were still gripped by her hands, were also lifted high. In this cheering pose, Avril laughed heartily, and Oscar struggled to withdraw but gave up and let her celebrate. Eventually, she let go with a hum, making a makeshift table of cleanly cut grade 2 bars of metal from one of his space pockets. Oscar took out Calvin's journal and tore a blank page off, placing it before Avril with a pen. He wrote down the alphabet and explained them to Avril, who focused hard. That's the letter at the front of words such as ultimate, union, and unusual. Oscar pointed at a letter. Those don't sound similar at the start at all. Avril frowned. Some have different sounds depending on the letters before and after it. Don't be too down. It's easy once you get into it. For now, Let's start off by writing each letter 500 times. Oscar smiled broadly, passing more pieces of paper. It was a wonderful feeling to teach someone how to read and write. 500 times? Avril shivered but breathed in and exhaled. She opened up with a concentrated gaze and started to write. Each time she wrote a letter, she mumbled it to herself. Oscar was happy to see her working hard and promptly retreated to his corner of the cave. There was not a moment to lose in training. Slowly, he absorbed the Ein, as did Erden, for a brief warm-up. He took out the cores he took from the lower night Exalt beasts along the way, passing half to Erden. The red root core and the flame unicorn core were in the corner of his space pocket. For some reason, the red root core smelled tastier and more nutritious than the unicorn one. Saving these for a later advancement would be better. Oscar and Erden each ate a core. With the Aetherstone, he purified the Ein in the core further to allow faster absorption. His core hungrily ate the Ein, and suddenly parts of Ein from Erden's digested core flowed into him as well, integrating into his core. Impossible! Erden, did you feel that? The Ein which I took in was transferred to your core. Is it because we share a pool of Ein? Try eating one by yourself. Oscar took out another core from one of the many greater elite Exalt beasts from Ashen Grove. They might be weaker, but their Ein was still digestible. Oscar ate it and absorbed the Ein from it. However, when it should have entered his core, it pivoted through a strange connection and entered Erden. It works! Oscar's mind rumbled from the storms of realization. Erden was capable of eating and absorbing much more than him. If Erden could facilitate and make up for his slow absorption, he could progress faster than ever before, and that was without taking elixirs into account. If he took an elixir, a core, and Erden's bonus together, we should clear through all the elite Exalt cores first. I'll send as much as I can to you without impeding my own training. Erden understood the new way and was ready to utilize it. The two sunk into their meditation and eating. It continued for hours until Oscar ran out of elite Exalt beast cores. The vast wealth he had accumulated drained to nothing. Yet, he wasn't at the point of advancement, but he was ecstatic. He had found a new way to surpass his old self. Wiping off the sweat, Oscar heard the faint, slow breaths coming from Avril. Her head was snuggled in her arms on the table of metal bars, clearly sound asleep. Oscar glanced at her papers and read through them. Her penmanship was quite good and well legible. She did it 1,000 times instead of 500. Oscar was impressed. Not wanting to disturb her well-deserved rest, he covered her body with a fur blanket. He couldn't help but think about what Avril had said earlier. She never learned how to read. Even a commoner like him knew how to read. It was perplexing and made him uncomfortable. He threw out his theory of her being a runaway noble. Additionally, the bizarre way she behaved and reacted to certain words and actions was evidence of something traumatic. Her eye? Oscar stared at the cloth-covered eye with a frown. Who was Avril running away from? Someone who tortured her, isolated her, and kept her ignorant. He might run into this foe if he continued to journey with her. I should not overthink it. For now, I will watch over her. He also was sleepy and took out his bedding to rest on. Today was exhausting, and tomorrow was certain to be the same. His mind became numb, and Oscar drifted off into his dreams. Hours later, deep in the night, Demon opened his eyes. Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 371. Avril and Demon. Inside the cave, Avril shook and shifted in her sleep. Slowly, her eye fluttered and batted its eyelashes. A haze of exhaustion reflected on its pupils. Drawing strength from a deep breath, she forced herself up, noticing her hands gripping something soft. A warm comfort on her back, a fur blanket. Avril smiled and felt warm all over her body as she wrapped the blanket closer around her. For so long, she had never felt such luxury, having slept on cold or uncomfortable floors with nothing to hold on to for comfort until now. She enjoyed the softness so much that she swayed and curled to envelop herself in it. Simply heavenly and divine. On the piled stacks of metal bars, used as a table, were the pieces of paper filled with her scribbles of the alphabet. She picked the cleanest paper out of the wrinkled mess, the one Oscar had written, and mumbled each letter to herself. Oscar's handwriting was clean, elegant, and pretty compared to hers. Ah, I can't wait to write just as well. Did he have a chance to look at them? Avril looked around the cave to ask. Oscar was missing. Only the strange talking deer, Erden, was here, sleeping blissfully, curled up in the corner of the cave. Everything else was here. But where was Oscar? Did he go out without us? Annoyed, she thought of what words to scold him with. She felt he wasn't taking the idea of an adventure with companions seriously. Avril broke out into her narration. In a rush, she got up and ran outside the cave, careful not to make too much noise. Erden needed his sleep after carrying both of them for so long. Outside, the winds were cold, loud, and fierce. Avril tugged the fur blanket tightly to avoid losing it to the strong winds. Her side hair and bangs pricked around, tickling her nose, ears, and eye. Unable to contain it, she sneezed loudly and sniffed. She heard the winds could be uncontrollable in large flatlands, but not to this extent. Using her eye, roots sprouted from under and wrapped around her legs securely. Racked by a fear colder than the winds, a chill shaking her spine, she reached behind to the knot of the cloth covering her other eye. It held on against this wind, and Avril recalled Oscar had done it himself after it nearly came undone. She rubbed her covered side and wondered, did Oscar see it? Did he see her wounds? Moving her hand down, she stopped to stare at her gloved hands in a daze, knowing what disgusting things were under them. Suddenly, she remembered what she was doing out here. She had to find Oscar, who selfishly went by himself. Dropping everything from her mind, she focused outside. Her eye widened and locked in wonder at the starry night sky. Control yourself. I have to find Oscar, not go sightseeing. Avril pinched her cheek. Find who? A voice colder than ice spoke clearly through the turbulent wind. Avril turned to her right and saw a dark figure walking steadily toward her. Hey, OC, her words cut off as Oscar approached. Avril looked at his face and wondered if she had the right person. No one else was here except for her and this stranger who resembled Oscar. Are you Oscar's twin? Avril asked. The person looked exactly like her new friend, but he was not Oscar. Everything about the person was the opposite of Oscar except for appearance. She stepped closer to get a better look. You look like him and are wearing the same clothes as him. She stares intently, confused and frustrated. If Oscar had a twin following them the entire time, he should have told her. Twin, huh? You're not wrong in a way. The stranger was flat and cold. Not a hint of Oscar's usual gentleness or firmness. How wonderful, Avril said. Her heart thumped faster, and she trembled, unable to contain her excitement. Wonderful, the stranger said. Wonderful. Now we have Erden, Oscar, me, and you. Our group of 3 is now 4. What's your name? Avril asked. The stranger shrugged his shoulders, an elegant motion that paired well with his clothing style. His eyes were indecipherable. Nothing existed except for the cold void of the black pupils. Suddenly, he grabbed her left wrist, a powerful, inescapable grip. I'm Demon, that's what Oscar calls me. Demon answered. Demon, that's a freaky name. Nice to meet you. But Avril pulled herself closer to him. In a swift motion, she kicked Demon on the knee, knocking him slightly off balance. Clenching her other hand into a fist, Avril punched Demon dead on his cheek and narrated her thoughts. Even though she was happy to find a new companion, she had to teach him manners first. He dares to grab her wrist without permission. I see. Demon turned slowly, a deadpan face of a devil staring right at her and filling her up with caution. He still refused to let go of her wrist. I turned off my print stick to see what you would do. You aimed perfectly at the angle to imbalance my stance and didn't hesitate to punch me. You are a walking block of contradiction. One moment you're cheerful and dumb, another you're smart and stern, then you're scared and frozen. What? Avril's head hurt. A person can be all of these, but that depends on the moment, and it is more of a gradual shift. You, on the other hand, flip around to any mood without warning. I wondered if you were like us. But it's different. Avril tried to free her wrist, but Demon's grip tightened. She hated it, the restriction, the binding. Her lungs grew heavier in her chest, barely allowing her to breathe. She gripped her shaky knee to stop herself from falling. So, who are you? Why are you here? What are you running from? What do you want? Demon asked several questions. It was like standing before a judge. Avril refused to answer this rude and cold person. What about you? What do you want? She could barely string her words together and fell to her knees, failing to stay standing. Are you in a position to ask me? After 15 years, Oscar is too excited and grateful for having someone else with him to think clearly. There are many concerns about you. Demon pulled her back up, and Avril hung from his hand like a puppet. His cold eyes were eye to eye with her. So answer, you're quite nice, aren't you? Avril murmured, saying her thoughts out loud. Her mind strolled through her memories. Many shadowy figures of the past stared at her with icy eyes of malice and disgust. Just thinking about them made her tremble and pale. Demon's eyes were not like them. They were dull but didn't hold the same hatred and mockery others leered at her with. Demon said. You don't hate me. You're worrying about Oscar and nothing more. I'm used to being hated, but I don't feel that from you. With your strength, my hand is an easy trophy. However, you're not hurting me so much right now. Avril smiled. I promise I'm not dangerous. I don't want to burden my friends. Speaking of, can we be friends too? She reached her hand out for a handshake. You don't understand the situation, or you simply don't care. Reality is not as carefree as one may wish it so. See, a surge of Ein burst from the cave, and Erden suddenly appeared from the side, kicking Demon with his hooves. Dead near the center of their clash, Avril hurt from the explosion of Ein reverberating from their attacks. During this ambush, Demon had to let her hand go, releasing her. Avril rubbed her wrist. It was sore and bruised. In the center, Erden and Demon were pushing into each other. Demon held the great deer by the antlers and slowly pushed him back. Their power was beyond her ability to stop, but she had to try. Concerned for the two, Avril raised roots to wrap around them. Layers and layers of continuous binding impeded the two. Her hopes of stopping them died with the sounds of her roots tearing apart. Avril could only watch as the two fought, turning the beautiful land around them into a wasteland. Irked, Avril made a last-ditch effort and summoned her scroll anima, opening it to all 3 sections, which emitted a bright glow. The Ein boost flowed into her wooden hand spell, and she slammed down and grabbed the two. Can you two calm down? There's no need to fight, Avril said softly. Demon and Erden ripped apart their bindings, making her efforts seem pointless. Depressed at her weakness, Avril stayed as the bystander, seeing the two approach each other once more. Demon and Erden didn't fight, staring in silence until Demon walked away. What was that? Avril limped over and fell, only to be caught by Erden, who lifted her onto his back. An unsavory fellow. I don't recommend going out at night. Erden returned to the cave and laid her on the bedding Oscar had set up for her. Go to sleep. Oscar will be back in the morning. Ha! Avril did feel tired. The soft bed lined with fur comforted her, and she fell asleep quickly. The next morning, Oscar woke up and rubbed his aching head. Memories from Demon and Erden flooded in, replaying everything that happened last night. He got up in a cold sweat, short of breath and pale, gripping his fur sheets. Then 2 warm hands cupped his cheeks and shook his head. What are you doing? Oscar peeled away from the hands. When one wakes up in a foul mood, shake their head to knock them out of it. I learned that when I was young. Avril laughed. Her laughter faded, and her one eye fixated on Oscar meaningfully. I saw something odd yesterday. Demon? Oscar sighed. Who is he? Do you have 2 faces? Avril said. Oscar's wide eyes told her enough, and she chuckled. Oh, that's interesting. I thought something like that only happened in stories. You said you couldn't read, Oscar said. What stories? I can still hear. Avril pointed at her ears. Some odd stories I heard a long time ago. So, Oscar mumbled, falling silent. How could he salvage this? We're exploring the plains and mountains, aren't we? Hurry up. We only have so little time in a day. Avril pulled Oscar up cheerfully. He was confused at the sudden change in topic. Oscar didn't resist her pulling. Outside, he witnessed the devastation of Demon's battle against Erden. A wide area of tossed dirt, rocks, and grass with deep smoldering craters. He cursed all manners of insults toward his ruthless self. No reply came, and Oscar furrowed his brow deeper. Then, a slight touch tapped on his forehead. Are we going? Standing around with those wrinkles won't do you any good. She wonders what is making Oscar so stressed. Is it because he missed breakfast? She's fine with the fruit, but maybe he needs something more. Avril held her chin in a questioning manner. No, I'm fine. There are lots of smoked jerky in my space pocket. Oscar rubbed his forehead. The wrinkles all loosened. Are you scared or wary of me? Not really. I was shocked at first, yes. No one would ever think of two people in one. Indeed, Demon was rough and rude but not scary compared to others. Avril's golden eye deepened, and a sullen silence surrounded her. She turned around and peeked back with a weak smile. So, are we going or not? All right, let's see what wonders exist here. Oscar couldn't figure out what was behind Avril's forced smile. Nevertheless, she was not an enemy. He knew that for certain from her actions yesterday. Her past may have been horrifying, but he could help her enjoy the present as they journey together. Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 372. A Climb. If someone told him the winds turn into a frenzy during the night, Oscar would have considered it a lie or misunderstanding because the plains before him were still a stagnant realm where time does not pass. How else can the grass be so still? Was each blade of grass crafted by an artisan? Moreover, not a single piece of dirt or rubble fell along the mountain slope. Sadly, the frozen time of tranquility ended abruptly. Avril went up the slope, scattering the rocks under her feet and starting a reaction of pebbles falling. A cacophony of drumming erratic earth. The mountain wasn't too steep at the base, and Avril hastened her steps to climb higher. Wait! Oscar grabbed her shoulder, only exerting enough to hold her back without hurting her. Avril tilted her head at Oscar, an earnest and innocent gaze pouring from her one eye. Oscar nearly coughed at her display of ignorance of everything around her. Your one-track mind is very troublesome. Before you start, check everyone else first and go together. Avril gasped, her face the look of sudden realization. She nodded and apologized for her mistake. I understand. Are the two of you ready, or do we have to wait? She can't wait to go around and explore, but she must keep calm and allow Oscar to be ready. Right? First, here, Oscar took a space pocket from his belt and handed it to her, placing it on the palm of her hand. Each person needs a way to store their findings and equipment. You don't want to lug around the bag the entire time, do you? On Avril's back was her large, worn-out bag with the seams loosened and about to break apart. It looked uncomfortable just watching her carry it around. He could only imagine how it must feel to be the one holding it. Oscar sighed and felt some pity because Avril's circumstances were too poor and harsh. Really? Avril's gold eye widened. Her lips lifted into a smile, and her body leaned closer to Oscar while she clutched the black space pocket in her hands. This is too precious. You know how expensive this is. Ahaha, don't worry. I have 26 of those, not including my own, Oscar said. He thought of the other space pockets and dimensional cube sitting in Erden's stomach. Yesterday, Oscar had Erden spit one out and thought better of giving this one to Avril as a faint unpleasant scent wafted from it. After swapping the contents with his space pocket, he kept the new one after cleaning it and decided to give his old one to Avril. 26, Avril shouted. A completely stunned and shaken expression took hold of her, and she stared at Oscar, her mouth agape in awe. She circled Oscar in contemplation and then went to Erden, glancing all over his body until prying his mouth open. I didn't see 26 space pockets back in the cave. Where are you keeping them? Secret. Oscar raised an eyebrow and peeked at Erden. She had the right idea in opening Erden's mouth, and he wondered if hiding them in Erden's stomach was too easy for someone to figure out. Never mind the useless thoughts of hiding his wealth. Oscar peered up the mountain and at Avril. Second, we stay close. There's no knowing what may be up here and what strange occurrences can separate a group. Understand? Thank you for the gift, but I'll return it after we're done. Avril was still on the topic of space pockets. She gazed with great interest at Oscar's eyes. Avril held the space pocket close to Oscar's face, right near his eye. You know, the space pocket resembles your eyes. How pretty. Thank you. Oscar wondered where her head was at. At least her compliment was nice. He felt some gratification, a washing sensation of uplifting moods and pleasure swirling in his head. After years of spending so long with GOL4's sarcastic praises and weird comments through their bantering, it was nice to hear a straightforward compliment. In any case, he cleared his throat to regain his bearings. He needed to keep his sense sharp for the journey ahead and not be swayed by mere words. Did you hear what I just said? Of course. She boasts about her attentive mind and open ears. No instructions or orders fail to reach her head. Avril tugged on Oscar's hand and Erden's antlers, her position between them. With this, we won't be separated. Hold tight and never let go. Can we go now? Yes, let's go. Oscar chuckled and nodded. He had dealt with many people in the pavilion but never met someone so random. No matter what, he was pulled along to her weird pace without warning or preparation. She took his words to heart because she wouldn't release his hand. Be careful and stay sharp. Tell me if you see something. Noted. Avril went first, dragging Oscar and Erden with her. They climbed up the huge mountain toward the peak obscured by a ring of clouds, circling the natural structure at varying heights. A strange place, indeed. Despite its location on an abundant grassland, plains of vitality, the mountain yielded not a single blade of grass or the faintest sprout of rejuvenation. Nothing existed here other than the gravel of the earth. With each step up, Avril snapped her head from left to right, darting her eyes around the land before whining in disappointment. Oscar felt her grip tighten as irritation trembled in her eye. For an adventure she had been so hopeful for in the morning, the mountain provided nothing, standing dully and bleakly over the plains. There's nothing here, Avril complained, kicking her feet to scatter more gravel. Calm down. Just because there's nothing so far doesn't mean it's pointless. Look at the peak and wonder what amazing things might be waiting there. Oscar pointed up. You're right, there's still the peak. The rest of the mountain is so boring, Avril muttered. Oscar felt differently. His fabricator's eyes glanced over at the rocks, seeing some which glimmered and piqued his interest, stroking his instincts. He put his thoughts aside for later. Avril was still pulling him along, and her eyes fixated on the obscured peak. I like this slow walk. It's relaxing to go up these mountains. I never had such luxury back home. Erden spoke in a deep voice. Home? Where are you from? Erden? Come to think of it, I don't know anything about you two, Avril asked. I'm from Ashengrove, formerly known as Stonehaven. There were no such mountains devoid of trees and grass like these. It's a fresh experience, Erden answered. I'm from the brilliant Drake Empire. Have you heard of it? Oscar hoped Avril might have some knowledge. Nope, I never heard of it. Do you know what continent? Avril scrunched her face in thought. Far Sky Continent. Never heard of it. I'm from the Everest continent. I only know about the ones closest to it. Avril shook her head. I see. Oscar looked up at the sky, exhaling strongly. The same two suns were there, though in an awkward position due to the strange properties of this area, so where was his home? Suddenly, he felt his arm being whipped around and found Avril swinging it with her held hand. She grows sad because of Oscar's homesickness and gives some advice. If it's too far, don't worry about it, right? Take it step by step. Our destination is the mountain's peak, so focus on that. Then find the next step and the next until you reach home. Avril lectured him. Oscar stared blankly at Avril. Where did that come from? Surprisingly, you say good things from time to time. What do you mean by that? Avril smiled, a piercing gaze from her gold eye. I mean, your words are correct, but there's a reason I have to get back as fast as possible, Oscar replied. The possible war for survival bothered him, but what made him more restless was everyone thinking he was dead. Then why are you here? You agreed to climb this mountain. Avril stepped on some loose gravel and nearly tripped. Oscar held her up and kept her stable. Unfortunately, the beasts outside are too strong for me to break through. Here it is relatively safer and may offer a chance for me to get stronger. The mountain could have something I need. I'll leave once I'm in the Middle Night Exalt realm, Oscar sighed. That's still taking it step by step. Just stop thinking about it and keep going. The next thing you know, you're already home, Avril said. Then what about you? What do you want? Is it to go back home? To travel? Why were you in this strange place? What steps are you taking to reach your goal? Oscar asked. Avril fell silent and stopped, looking at her feet. I don't know. The only thing I knew for sure was I wanted to run as fast and far away as possible. After that, I don't know. I guess you can say my goal is to find a goal. Ha ha ha. Sounds strange when said. That's not strange at all. Not everyone has something to work towards. Oscar tugged her along to keep climbing. How did you end up here? I popped through a portal and landed in the forest a year ago. She remembers her hard time when she first came here, covered in wounds. Luckily, the large tree provided some natural medicine to use and cover from the beasts. Avril remarked at what a close call it was. Nearing the peak, they carried on in silence. All the questions in Oscar's heart were buried for later. Passing through the veil of misty clouds, washed by the droplets of moisture carried inside, Oscar and Avril reached the very top, seeing the familiar sight from yesterday when they first arrived. This view makes the trip worth it. So pretty. Avril hummed and sat down, watching the movements of the clouds. Oscar looked up and closed his eyes, hearing nothing but the slow flows of the clouds and the occasional kicking of rocks from Avril. They stayed up for a few minutes until Avril stretched her back and let out a loud cry of relief. At least this wasn't a waste. Avril grabbed Erden's antlers and extended her hand to Oscar. No, it wasn't. Oscar grasped her hand. But there is something to this mountain. I noticed it earlier. Do you want to see it? I do, Avril exclaimed. Act 2, World Beyond, Chapter 373. The Plains. The way down was not easier than the way up, because flying was unusable in this strange broken land. Their feet were unsteady with the slant, loose gravel, and gravity under their soles. Since there was nothing dangerous on this mountain, Oscar and Avril rode Erden down the mountain slope. Demon, what do you think about Avril? Oscar asked inwardly and focused on Avril in front of him. She was swaying from her sides and humming in delight from his earlier declaration of the mountain possessing an interesting secret. Demon's actions yesterday went out of line, but Oscar also noted some oddness about Avril since then. An idiot, Demon spat without hesitation. Harsh as ever. You made a severe mistake yesterday. If anyone's an idiot, it's you, Oscar scoffed. You're the one who acts like an excited child, craving attention, so desperate for someone else you never considered the threat she might pose to you, taking her medicine without knowing what it is and exposing your back to her without concern. You are also an idiot, Demon retorted. His cold voice echoed in Oscar's mind, emotionless and strained. Must be tough, being so unable to see through people that you can only grasp their nature after threatening them. Others might act well and hide their true intentions, but she feels different. So what kind of fool is she to you? Oscar said. A straightforward fool with no deep thoughts. The idiot does as she thinks and says what she sees without shame or realization of what she's doing. The only thing she hides is her past. But her reaction to me and her scarred face should spell it out for you, Demon answered. I find that quite refreshing. I don't mind Avril hiding her past. That is her private matter. If her words and actions right now are what she truly thinks, then she's all right. Oscar rubbed his head and yawned. Remembering how Avril said Demon was nice, Oscar smiled and felt Demon was lost for the first time since his conception. She's a fool who can't tell a lie or hide her thoughts. Next time, you may not be so lucky. Need I remind you not to be so trusting of others? Demon lectured. Sorry to interrupt your little talk. Isn't this the area you spotted, Oscar? Erden forced his words into their mental council. We're here. Oscar hadn't focused on his surroundings during his conversation with Demon. Plots of gravel and rocks surrounded them. Nothing was out of place or unique from the rest of the mountain. However, Oscar knew there was treasure here, picking up a handful of stones. What is here? Avril leaped off Erden, lost her balance momentarily, and managed to hold her footing. She approached Oscar's side, looking at the stones in his hand, her eyebrow raised, confused at what she was looking at. Can't figure it out? Oscar held a rock and held it closer to her. Look at the faint yellowish lines and spots on this rock. As a fabricator and under a certain unreasonable head's training, I have a keen eye for these. You're a fabricator? Avril asked. I am, and I can tell you these rocks contain a faint amount of metal, and or of the lowest quality. Its presence in these mountains means there must be a source that may have a better yield. The rocks here are only the outermost ones. Oscar tossed the rocks aside and swept his feet around, slowly digging in until he hit the bare ground. So we dig, Avril shouted in understanding. She created large wooden hands and began digging into the mountain, grabbing a handful of dirt and gravel and throwing it away. Oscar and Erden joined in, Melding his anima into Erden, Oscar had Erden enlarge and shape the antlers into a more curved shape, similar to a shovel. Erden dug easily into the mountain with the metallic antlers, cracking large boulders into their way. Avril helped settle the dig by constantly throwing away the dirt and broken rubble. After a few minutes of high-speed digging, creating a hole several tens of feet deep into the mountain, a golden gleam peeked out from the cracks of the dirt. Oscar waved for Erden and Avril to stop and lightly cleaned off the dirt, revealing the treasure beneath. These were great golden crystals, a fiery glow burning within them. "Oh, you're right, that's some treasure." Avril hopped up in praise and joy. Grade 3 Sunfire Crystals. These are good materials for Grade 3 armaments. Oscar split off a huge chunk with his hands, still weak from being unrefined. Once these were processed, their hardness and durability would show their true potential. Hours remained for the day, enough time to harvest it all. They cleaned out the deposit of sunfire crystals around the size of a small closet. All covered in dirt, Oscar, Avril, and Erden returned to their small cavern to rest for the night. Oscar patted down all the dust and dirt while wiping himself with a wet towel. On the other side, Avril hugged a sunfire crystal, satisfied from today's events, not caring about her dirt-ridden clothes. "Oscar, can you teach me more reading and writing?" Avril sat with great expectation. "Sure, you did well on the letters, so words are next. Now what do I have to help with that?" Oscar rummaged through and took out the book he read yesterday, the collection of short stories. He placed it before her and pointed to the first words, the title. "This word is the," and it's spelled with those 3 letters, the. "Okay." Avril nodded, focused on the word, and repeated it with her lips. Turned into a slow reading session. Oscar read out each word slowly and emphasized the pronunciation. Once he got on a word he already said, he had Avril try to speak it with some success. It became fun. Avril's reactions when she got things right and wrong were so dramatic Oscar felt the urge to laugh. He never got tired of her various reactions. Oscar stopped and closed the book at the end of the first short story. Avril dropped her head to the table and groaned. The reading session was quite taxing on her. To replenish her energy, Oscar took out some fruit for her and meat for himself. "Hey, Avril," Oscar said, tearing into a chunk of jerky. "What?" Avril munched on a fruit. "You said earlier you heard a story of someone with 2 faces. What kind of story is that?" Oscar asked. If a story of it existed, perhaps his strange condition with demons' existence could be explained. "Well, it's a story about a ruler beloved by his people. His palace was golden and shone like a dwelling of the divine. However, under the palace were the darkest dungeons of the worst tortures and cruelty ever known. In the daytime, he was the king of glory and light. At night, he was the tyrant of blood and darkness." Avril finished her fruit. "The king's soldiers rebelled and overthrew him, but in the end, they never knew which was the king's true nature because he played both so well. Seeing you and Demon reminds me of the story. Well, I'm the real one. That bastard came long after." Oscar downed his cup of water, noting to research this story later. "Let's go to sleep. We can explore the rest of the plains later. Maybe there will be other surprises to find." "Yes, sir." Avril laughed. The plains were uneventful except for the savage battle between packs of Exalt beasts. Oscar and Avril explored the remainder of the large realm, which only amounted to 15 miles in each way. The mountains, on average, were around 10 miles high. Each mountain contained several deposits of ores from Grade 1 to Grade 3. Oscar used his other space pockets to store them, having a large supply of ores. In the end, there was no other way but to live here for the time being and prepare for his advancement to Middle Knight Exalt. The days went by slowly. Oscar planted some plants and vegetables in a small garden to harvest later. Avril especially loved vegetable dishes such as stews and roasts, eating them happily while avoiding the meat. Oscar spent his days training in Ein while eating the few cores he hunted from other lower Knight Exalts, and he spent his nights teaching Avril how to read and write. After several months, she finally learned everything and started to read to Oscar to check up on her ability. Her anima also responded well as she continued to read the singular words in its sections. Oscar was glad to see her gaining strength because they needed everything to push through to the next parts of the strange land. So the great pirate Roberts retired and decided he had enough of exploring the seas. Now he has a new adventure to see the lands. The end. Avril closed her book and yawned while stretching. She rested her head back, feeling Erden's soft white fur. How was my reading? She feels nervous asking, hoping for the right words. For the 100th time now, you're reading perfectly fine. It's been a year since you started learning. Even a slow learner wouldn't take that long. Oscar was also resting on Erden from the other side, meditating in training. He sighed in helplessness. Avril wanted him to listen to her read daily, and he couldn't say no. Could you read the next story? Avril passed the book over Erden's back. You already read it multiple times. Why do you need me to read it? Oscar complained but reached out to take the book and opened it to the next story. I like hearing others tell stories. You read them so well too. Reminds me of someone else. Avril chuckled. That's a secret. She doesn't want to tell. Faye, whatever. Oscar didn't reject her. After a year of living in this place together, he had gotten used to her antics and picked up on several clues. Her self-narration was a form of coping to a level he had never seen. By narrating her thoughts and what was happening around her, she made light of the situation, which helped calm her nerves. It was also a connection to a person in her past who must have told her many oral stories, which she retold to Oscar with great clarity and memory. Oscar knew he was only taking up someone else's role, but he also enjoyed having someone to read to. Joel 4 and Erden were blockheads and not as receptive as Avril. After finishing the next story, Oscar closed the book and got up. Avril whistled as she brushed Erden's fur with a makeshift comb made from a rock. Leaving them be, Oscar focused on his core and noted the waves of Ein it emanated, begging for him to act. The Middle Night Exalt realm was calling to him. Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 374. To the next land. The two suns bathed the grasslands in their warmth from their off-angle positions, and a familiar loud ruckus kicked off with their rising as the beasts awoke from their dwellings and resumed their savage battles. Walking out of the cavern, Oscar sat down on the ground. After a year, the destruction from the battle between Erden and Demon had healed, covered up by the growing grass. All right, Oscar cracked his joints, neck, and back, stretching fully to release his tension. Annoyed, Oscar let out a sigh in exasperation. It took him a whole year with Erden's aid to reach the advancement despite already being at the peak of Lower Night Exalt. The speed of progress was unnatural for his grade and would surprise others, but it was still time lost. Oscar, your painful emotions are irritating me. Avril said it before and Joel 4 lectured you on it. Take it step by step. There's no good if you're dead or crippled. Erden stepped out of the cavern and sat beside Oscar, staring at the same great plains with towering mountains. Today is the day, right? Oscar poked into his space pocket and pulled out several cores of Lower Night Exalts, the Red Root Core, and a few Middle Night Exalt cores. Oscar gulped from the scent of the Middle Night Exalt cores. A well-fought reward thanks to Avril's help. Wiping his drool off, Oscar divided the cores into 2 piles for him and Erden. Sometimes I envy you beasts who can just grow and advance from growing older. Oscar made sure his pile was bigger because Erden didn't need too much to advance. We still eat cores to get stronger and faster like you humans. I had to wait for you to catch up. Humph, Erden grunted. Oi! Avril ran out of the cave, the last of their group and always the last to wake up. She was eating some vegetable stew from a stone bowl, downing the entire thing in one gulp. After a long breath of relief, Avril stared sternly at the pair. Why on earth are you two out here without me? Don't leave me behind in your advancement. I'd like to watch. Avril tossed some leaf-wrapped medicine to Oscar and Erden. The herbs here are great. They work well on wounds, so use them after. I wonder how you even made these when you couldn't read or write a year ago. Oscar thanked Avril for her gift with a little tease, ignored her little rant about how she went through several trials and errors and surge design. His core trembled. A yearning from deep within it spilled into his mind. He knew what it wanted. Picking up the Red Root Core, Oscar gave it a final look over. It had been his bitterest foe and cause of so much trouble for 15 years, and now it was time to bring all manners of its existence to a close. He swallowed the core in one gulp, and rich and pure Ein exploded. The Ein flowed into his Aetherstone and to his core. His core shone and spun after receiving the vast Ein within the Red Root Core, far beyond the norm in a lower night Exalt. A pillar of iron shot up from Oscar and pierced through the sky, shooting far beyond the peaks of the mountains. Not giving an inch away, Oscar ate more of the cores, absorbing their iron. Erden also started his advancement. A bellowing cry came from him and reverberated across each blade of grass and mountain slope. Oscar, from his connection to Erden, felt his friend's pain. Each breaking of Erden's bones as they transformed, every twisting of the organs, and the blazing heat of the core. Oscar felt it with his own pain, an agony unique to him and Erden. However, he wasn't alone. With Erden's help, they withstood the pain together, for it was better to face it than to suffer alone. In a final shout from both, the pillars of iron waned until they wrapped like a second layer of skin around their bodies, turning them into beings of flaming iron. The iron swirled and re-entered the core, returning Oscar's body to normal, and the core let out a single ring like a bell. The sound started as a single beat, which then turned into 2, then 4 and 8. It built and grew into a burst of millions of beats before suddenly cutting off into silence. Oscar opened his eyes and stood up. A fresh new feeling pulsed under his skin. I'm finally a middle night Exalt. How refreshing. What do you say, Erden? Oscar asked. Exhilarating. I never imagined this kind of power back in Ashen Grove. What say you and I spar? Erden stomped his hoof once, and the earth trembled. Avril, sorry, but Erden and I will be making a ruckus. Oscar clenched his fist with a smile. Today's our last day, isn't it? Just don't alert the other beasts. I should pack up our things. Avril left, uninterested in their battle. Your move, Oscar. Erden lowered his body, readying for a charge. Oscar also lowered his stance, a defensive position to withstand the most brutal of frontal attacks. Iron flowed along his arms and legs, a lesser form of demon deer iron mantle he discovered months ago. The output and boost in power were not comparable to the full form, but it avoided the worst-case scenario of losing all movement. To give it an even chance, Oscar flowed the iron through his connection to Erden, coating the antlers in iron. With the stage set, the two stared each other down, waiting for the moment to strike. Erden charged, a rampaging rush with terrifying antlers. Oscar dug his feet into the ground and reached out his hands, grabbing onto the antlers. The ground instantly caved in from their clash, breaking apart as they dug deeper into the dirt. The resulting collision of iron burned away the grass and kicked up fierce gusts of winds. Okay, I have everything packed. Avril stepped out. She wanted to leap around in joy but held back. The time had finally come for her to continue the grand adventure. Oscar stopped his contest of strength against Erden and jumped out of the large crater they had created. He chuckled and got on Erden, patting the spot before him for Avril. She accepted his invitation and jumped in front, pointing ahead with a wide smile. I'm going to miss the vegetable garden, but there's no interrupting the journey. Erden, let's go, Avril shouted. Oscar, are you ready? Erden said out loud, his meaning clear as day. Avril picked up on it, rubbed her covered neck with a shameful look, and apologized. I'm sorry, is everyone ready? Check 1. Ready, Oscar said. Ready, Erden snorted. All 3 here and ready to go. Erden, let's go. Avril patted Erden's head. This time, Erden listened and sped through the plains, not caring about the bustling of beasts around them. After a few moments, they arrived at the floating pathway of debris and water. Erden stomped on the ground and kicked off into a mighty leap, and the strange force pulled everyone back onto the nonsensical roads. Outside the plains, on an unassuming floating piece of rock, 5 Middle Night Exalt beasts stood in their way, all large crocodiles with 3 heads and 3 tails. The 5 beasts were the same ones who blocked his way a year ago. Oscar stared them down, no longer feeling the same fear and oppression as before. This time, he was well prepared for this battle. Erden, Avril, let's fight, Oscar asked, leaping off. His iron flowed from him in dangerous waves of power. The 5 crocodiles roared. 2 of them jumped and spun with their trimouths wide open, and the other 3 clamped their mouths up and down. Mouths of water rushed through the air toward Oscar and the others. The jumping crocodiles missed but ground the rock beneath in gravel from their death spiral. Oscar leaped ahead and used the iron-shattering wave. With Avril's iron boost from her scroll anima, the destructive wave reduced the water bites into nothing. Turning to his true targets, the two crocodiles who had jumped, Oscar smiled at Avril's handiwork. Roots entangled the great beasts while her wooden hands constantly tried to put them down, regrowing when torn. It was an excess amount of iron used, but she had to do it as a lower knight Exalt. Oscar swerved and dodged the rampaging tails from above. Erden rushed in his meld form and transformed his antlers into the finest, sharpest blades, burning with iron spheres at the tip. Erden stabbed the crocodile and continued to push. Oscar leaped above and punched with a combination of Edgericeglad and Shattering Wave. The first crocodile wailed as Oscar heard its skull cracking. Suddenly, another downpour of water bites flooded them. Avril's roots and vines came up to slow down as many as possible but were bitten into shreds. Thanking Avril for her fast reaction, Oscar covered his body in silver sheen and Edgericeglad. His silver armor was torn apart, and the water bites bit into him. Oscar's body was injured and welled with pain from the injuries for the first time in a while. Their sharpness was beyond his expectations. Oscar glanced at Avril and nodded. She understood his message and unveiled the second section of her scroll anima. The Ein boost flowed into Oscar and healed his wounds. Oscar rubbed his once wounded body, feeling refreshed. It was worthwhile to teach her reading and writing other than to help her struggles. The closer interaction with her scroll gave her a new power to use her Ein boost to heal wounds. For crocodiles remained. Oscar and Erden dodged the jumping one again and countered, tearing it into two. To deal with the onslaught of water bites, Erden enlarged himself to a large size and rolled over, taking the brunt of the damage on his metal body. The remaining three crocodiles had to jump to avoid Erden's heavy roll. His chance arrived. Oscar leaped up, flowing the iron into his arms and legs. He faced the death spiral of a crocodile with a confident look. Avril's wooden hands came in large numbers and extended to his sides. They provided the best cover from the spiral and the footing he needed. Oscar jumped between wooden hands and arrived at the side of the spinning crocodile. Forming blades with his hands, Oscar chopped into the crocodile, spewing out rivers of blood. Their hides were tough but not as tough as other defenses. His iron hand blades cut through the crocodile easily. Two remained. Oscar smiled, smelling the salty blood. His body burned from the craving for battle. Oscar, I still have one more use in my scroll. Do you want it now? Avril asked. Yes, Oscar said. Erden, it's time to end this. He got off the fresh corpse of his latest kill. His feet scrunched against the pools of blood already clotting on the ground. Avril's final Ein boost entered him. Oscar shared the power with Erden and mounted him. They rushed out like shooting stars, diving into the remaining two beasts. The air fell silent as the two beasts fell in crashing waves of blood. Oscar returned to Avril, her face nearly gagging and green. He realized the stench and blood covering his body and quickly went to the side to wash up and change. Erden had no issue with this because the lucky beast would be clean after the meld armor came off. Returning to Avril, her face returning to normal, Oscar shrugged and harvested the crocodiles as she stood back. Finished, Oscar rested with Avril and Erden. The battle was fierce and he used far more Ein than expected, even though his Ein Awaken had been improving the entire time. I can hold up Ein Awaken for 3 minutes continuously before waiting 10 minutes to use it again. But if I use it in bursts at the right moment, I can use it sparingly and well. Oscar was hopeful, but the battle against the crocodiles showed him one thing: the battles would be very straining. If all battles were like this from now on, he would have to keep up his Ein Awaken for the full 3 minutes. The scroll is back to normal. Avril tossed around her scroll anima. All right, Oscar said. They continued their travels through the vast, confounding routes of debris. They fought in several battles, rested, and continued moving. A few days later, Oscar eyed a large land. Excited, he trembled and shouted because he saw a structure, something man-made. Oscar rushed there with Erden and Avril, winds rushing past his ears. Perhaps someone lived there. Oscar hoped so. Act 2, World Beyond, Chapter 375. The Strange Old Yule. Fire, brimstone, ashes, and soot. All manners of desolation enveloped the land and choked the skies with black clouds of thundering flames, not lightning. Oscar quickly covered his nose, stung by the sudden change in the air, filled to the brim with a foul burnt smell, reminding him of burnt matches. The land was scorched and burned, a land far worse than the ones before it. The plains were beautiful and bountiful, and at least the dreary forest had trees and some semblance of a fresh feeling in the atmosphere. This place had none of that. His skin itched and cracked, a clear sign of dryness. How shocking that all of this happened before even touching the ground. Next to him, Avril wiped her lips, which were cracked and bleeding, and drank some water from her bottle. Erden touched down on the scorched ground, his hooves hissing from the great heat. Through his mental connection to Erden, the sensation of the ground was relayed to Oscar. Not too bad, Oscar thought as he took off his footwear and unmounted Erden. His skin felt the same burning sensation. The heat wasn't unbearable but inconvenient enough to scorch his shoes and socks. To think a mighty knight Exalt like him would have to walk on bare feet. He was still so far from the pinnacle. Oscar, can I ask on Erden? Avril asked, her hands pulling her long dress to avoid the ends from touching the ground. Under them were non-transparent black stockings. The mere sight made Oscar feel hot, not from a rush of embarrassment or excitement to see them but from empathy on how much worse it must be to wear those in this heat. Oscar coughed and drank some water to soothe his dry throat. His eyes wandered to Avril's feet, covered in a small pair of white boots. They had no special attributes and no exceptional materials. The ground would burn them off in no time. Oscar knew her reason and said, "You can rest up on Erden. This place isn't so friendly to people." "Thanks," Avril cheered. "No problem," Oscar said. For an entire year, Avril avoided showing any part of her skin, not even the slightest mistake with her gloves. He had an inkling of why and never asked, letting her be. Turning his attention to the scorched lands around him, Oscar raised his eyes at the small structure. Its existence here led them to enter this land. Oscar approached the building, stones piled into a small dome like a hut. A hollow opening acted as the entrance, and Oscar entered through, descending a few steps into a hole. Pleasantly surprised, Oscar lifted his right foot and patted it on the smooth stone floor. Still hot, but much better than outside. This place is much cooler. She wonders how long they will stay here. Not very fun to remain in this overly hot area. Avril rubbed her hands on her cheeks, one entering below her face cloth. Who built this place? Unknown. It's well built with a dome with a hole on the top to let the hot air rise as the cooler air comes below this dugout area. Whoever lives or has lived here must know their way around. Reaching his hand down, Oscar brushed it across the floor and put on his socks and shoes. They survived this lesser heat well enough. He waved over to Avril. "It's not bad. Come down." Avril hesitated, even with his encouragement. With a deep breath, she extended her foot down, paused right before the tips of her toes touched the floor, anxiety clear from her dry swallows, and lost her balance. She yelped and flailed her arms around. Her fears overwhelmed her capabilities as a knight Exalt. "Calm down." Oscar grabbed her, supporting her with one hand on her shoulder and the other on her back. Her heart was racing, and her lungs were gasping for air. Tapping her shoulder, Oscar faced her with a smile, trying to reassure his frightened partner. "It's all right. It won't burn your clothes, and it won't do what you fear it will. Even if it does, I won't look." To help her more, Oscar got a large fur pelt from his space pocket and dropped it on the floor. It did not burn. See how it doesn't burn. If your clothes start to burn, take this fur, wear it, and jump on Erden. I'll turn away. Erden, close your eyes. Oscar stepped away from Avril and turned his back to her. With his soul bond, he could also see and hear through Erden, so he had to make sure not to catch a single glimpse of her. It was silent for a moment. Oscar waited. It was only a matter of time. Then he heard some shuffling, a small tap, and one more, then many as if a dancer had descended. Oscar chuckled and asked, "Can I turn around? Or do you wish to keep tapping your feet without anyone watching?" "You can turn around. The heat feels nice on my feet," Avril said. Oscar saw Avril tapping nonstop on the stone floor. Her laughter and excitement made Oscar wonder if her earlier fear was an illusion or dream. With Avril happy, Oscar went to work and prepared their bedding for sleep, laying down 2 mattresses. Avril took her mattress and moved it slightly further from his own. "Oscar, let's practice my reading." Avril assumed her natural position, resting on one side of Erden's body. Again, Oscar shrugged and sighed. He leaned on the opposite side and took out a book, a volume of records of plants and herbs, Avril's latest fascination. Oscar started to read from where they left off last time. After a page, he handed it over to Avril, and she read with great enthusiasm. Oscar answered her whenever she asked if her reading was all right. An hour later, Oscar sensed what Erden did, his eyes wide and hands tense. Erden's beastly instincts and sharp senses picked up on something drawing close with slow and quiet steps of a leisurely walk, a consistent stride. Closing the book, Oscar got up with Erden. "What is it? Is someone here?" Avril whispered, getting on Erden for the potential battle. "Yes, I prefer not to ruin the hut. There's no place to ambush them. So, let's step out and meet them." Oscar nodded to Erden, a look of understanding. They stepped out onto the blasted lands. Oscar was about to charge up his Ein and stopped, his eyes catching a glimpse of the newcomer. Rather than one person, they were two, an old woman and a young man. Their gazes met, and time seemed to stop. Neither party pulled their eyes away. The old woman tugged the young teen closer and stared down at Oscar and the others. Facing her stern and unwavering gaze, Oscar admired the old woman for her protective behavior, wanting to fight less. Still, time passed. Few minutes were gone without a single word exchanged. "Excuse me." Avril's voice parted the stagnancy of their meeting. She smiled and waved her hand in a cheery hello. "I'm Avril, he's Oscar, and this is Erden. We're on a great adventure and landed in this place. Nice to meet you." "Hey, what are you doing?" Oscar asked. "Huh? Doing what you did? You popped out of nowhere a year ago and said hello too." Avril had a look of reminiscence. "That was funny. And I ran away like you were a monster." "That's because—" Oscar groaned. "I didn't see anyone for an entire 15 years other than Erden and Joel. Looking back, it was incredibly dumb of me. I could have been more cautious, as that bastard always says to do. What if you were some witch or trickster playing around? That's rude." She flames up in anger and snaps at Oscar. She wishes to jab her fingers into his eyes but stops herself. "That would harm those pretty black pearls," Avril shouted. "I'm just saying, we need to be more careful now. I got lucky with you when I was injured, and you got lucky I wasn't some murder-loving deviant." "Not everyone can be so lucky," Oscar said. Then a loud, wheezing laughter interrupted them. A great chortling similar to a toad's croaks. It came from the old woman who couldn't stop laughing. All of the tension from earlier, her vicious stare, and the wariness died down. "You two are an amusing pair. I haven't laughed so much in a long time. Nice to meet you, sweet girl. I am Old Yule, and this is Quinn." Old Yule rubbed the teen's head lovingly, which made him blush. Old Yule was an old woman with gray hair curling down to her waist, wrinkles all over her face and hands, and a smile with missing teeth. She wore a brown cloak with a hood over her head. "Not in front of strangers, Grandma." Quinn tried to push Old Yule's hand away but failed, standing helpless with his head lowered in embarrassment. He was a young, skinny teen with a fong earring on one ear, short green hair, and red eyes. He wore a similar cloak to Old Yule. "Humph, who dares to make fun of my dear Quinn in my presence? Do you two dare?" Old Yule's voice became more high-pitched as she turned to Oscar and Avril, a pressure of a middle-night exalt washing over them. "No, we're not. My mother does the same thing. It's nice to have a good family." Oscar eyed Old Yule with a hint of caution. That power was at the peak of middle-night exalt. Her weary appearance indicated her age, but the power had not waned. "Then why don't you join us for dinner? I took little Quinn out hunting and brought back some meat." Old Yule croaked in laughter. Oscar and Avril followed Old Yule and Quinn inside their stone hut. Avril abstained from the meat and ate her share of fruits, which attracted the attention of their hosts. She tossed some fruits to them and smiled, watching them eat and devour the sweet fruit. "Fruit is so good." Quinn had no manners and continued to eat. "It is quite rare in this place to get any fruits. Some plants persist in the flames and ashes but are so bitter." Old Yule took her time to chew each sweet bite. "Can you tell me about this place? Where are we?" Oscar found the opportunity to ask. How lucky he was to find two people here. "This place is the Burning Valley, an unpleasant place to live in, but we still survive." Old Yule began to speak, Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 376 The Burning Valley. Oscar sat on his bed, leaning against the wall. A faint blue flame was slowly waning, burning for a while now. Oddly, the sparks and embers floating from it resembled snowflakes and ice crystals. No wood or timber was fueling these unique blue flames, only a few round stones with sapphire veins on their surfaces. Old Yule explained these were frostfire coals, strange coal that burned an icy fire to lower the temperature and provide comfort against the heat, a convenient resource discovered by inhabitants of the Burning Valley. According to Old Yule, people have lived here since ancient times and have long since adapted to it. Oscar peered outside through the entryway. The dark clouds of ash and soot had moved away. In its place was a bright red, orange sky, unlike the ocean blue of his home. Glancing upward, he saw the cause, a large burning sphere of molten lava, somehow held in place and overlooking the entire land. The Burning Valley had no night, only an eternity of burning day. Oscar glanced around the rest of the hut. Avril and Erden were sleeping near him, and on the other side were Old Yule and Quinn. Old Yule placed herself in a protective position even when sleeping, an act of affection for Quinn. Oscar stared in longing at them, a loving family. Mom and Dad must be suffering. I can't keep them waiting for much longer. Oscar palmed his face and rubbed, loosening his tense cheeks and brow. He calmed down, recalling his lessons from past teachers on not to rush. The next step was to find more information from people in the Burning Valley. Recalling what Old Yule said, Oscar still couldn't believe it. The most interesting part of her tale was the origin of these strange lands, the floating paths of debris, and the nonsensical shifts in direction. It was a legend passed down to the native inhabitants of these lands. Long ago, the world of Talos was whole and perfect in shape, a round spherical world. But then came a calamity unlike any other. None could properly tell the reason or what the calamity was. Old Yule told many variations of the legend. A vast war across Talos with horrific consequences, a second moon crashing into the world, or a battle between two mythical warriors. In the end, whatever the reason or cause, half of Talos was shattered. The broken pieces floated around, becoming strange places due to the chaotic energies barely holding them together. The Burning Valley, the grasslands, the forest, and the uncontrollable roads were the result. Oscar realized he had lived on the unbroken half of Talos known as Valen. The broken half was known as Shot-Irma, the land of loss and suffering. Frustrated, Oscar plopped down and rested with a frown. Just how many things did he not know? He couldn't get the annoyance out of his mind until he fell asleep. The next morning, according to the routine in the Burning Valley, Oscar packed up his mattress and comforts. Did you have a good watch? Nothing happened. Oscar spoke to Demon. Not a single peep from them. However, I sensed the old crone would act if any of us made a sudden move. Her defenses were high and alert. Demon had been awake the entire time in Oscar's body throughout the hours. I would like to think they're trustworthy, Oscar said. Another hopeful bout of lunacy. Demon faded away from his thoughts. Heading out so early? Old Yule smacked her lips. We need to keep moving. I thank you for your hospitality. Oscar took out a bottle of water and tossed it to her. Old Yule held the water with trembling arms but didn't quench her thirst. Instead, she woke up Quinn and gave him the bottle, to which he reacted with wide eyes, stunned at the vast amount of refreshing water in it. Quinn drank heartily and passed the rest to Old Yule. You care a great deal for your grandson. Where are his parents? Oscar asked. Long gone. Old Yule's eyes were looking at him, but it seemed they were seeing something else. Someone who wasn't there. I'm sorry. No, it's fine. We're happy as we are now. Old Yule smacked Quinn on the back of his head. Say thanks to the young man who gave you water. Thanks, Uncle, Quinn said, rubbing his head. Uncle, Oscar twitched his brow. It made sense since Quinn was 16 years old and he was 36. Yet, being called an uncle for the first time was strange. He had truly gotten old, no longer the young student he used to be. You're welcome. I should leave soon. Wake up, Avril. Oscar crouched and shook Avril until she started mumbling incoherently as her eyes fluttered unsteadily. She finally got up with a yawn with Erden, her bed hair as wild as ever. After tidying themselves, they stepped out of the stone hut, back into the blasted wastelands. Quinn and I can take you to the nearest settlement. It's a small village of 100 people a short distance away. But it's a start. Be wary. The people of Shadurma despise outsiders. It'll be hard to gain some meaningful conversations, Old Yule warned. Especially that space pocket of yours. Hide it well. You may attract some trouble. Then why do you trust us so much? Oscar pointed to Quinn. You don't know us. Why the sudden desire to guide us? The three of you could have fought me, and I would lose while trying to protect Quinn. Yet you did nothing and gave us water, a precious resource. I haven't lived this long to misunderstand people, Old Yule cackled. The sound opposed the sweet words in her mouth. She reached into her pocket and gave Avril some shoes. I notice you don't like the floor. These shoes will hold nicely against the hot ground. Thanks, Old Yule. Avril accepted the gift, wore the thick brown shoes, and slowly inched toward the ground. Her face brightened when the shoes didn't burn on the floor. Here's a pair for you as well. Old Yule passed a pair to Oscar. The shoe was comfortable, a soft, enveloping cotton filling the crevices between his toes. He couldn't feel anything from the ground while his feet remained cool. The people of the Burning Valley created an amazing item. With their new bearings, Oscar and the others set out for the settlement, wondering what they would find. Old Yule mentioned the Burning Valley had a large population, around 1 million total, and many settlements and even a few cities. Their location was on the edge of the Burning Valley, far from the cities in the center. The closest was the settlement a few hours away, even with their speed as night exalts. Under the blazing molten orb of lava and the red sky, Oscar passed through the scorched lands. He leaped across rivers of lavas, stepped between vents of toxic fumes, and wandered through a flat land of white ash. People living in this place were a miracle in itself. So, what's the outside world like? Quinn never stopped bombarding Oscar and Avril with questions. I want to get out of here and explore like you two. Much better than this place. You could jump out and explore by yourself. There should be much better places to live on than this molten rock. Oscar responded. I want to. Quinn scoffed and grumbled. But Grandma keeps saying we must stay here even though we live right by the edge. Just jump off. And we're off. Little cretin. Old Yule smacked Quinn on the dome of his head. The dull sound of his skull being pounded made Oscar flinch. You try moving around outside. You'll get lost the moment you set out, and what then? You lose your way back and be forever gone. You can come with me, you old bag. Why are you always hitting me on the head? Don't embarrass me in front of others. Quinn snapped. His face reddened as he took glances at Avril. Oscar raised an eyebrow. Even with nearly half her face covered, Avril was a charming lady, and Quinn was an inexperienced boy. You dare talk back to your grandma? Calling me an old bag? Old Yule hit his head again. You can leave on your journey once you're a knight Exalt and when I'm dead. Before that, you're staying with me. Excuse me. I think Quinn got the message. Oscar interjected. How far are we from the settlement? A few more minutes. A map would be the most precious thing. But they're so expensive. I had a makeshift one I made myself. If I sold it, I could get a hefty price. Old Yule croaked. Finally, they arrived at the settlement. It was a large gorge with a small stream of bubbling black sand. Old Yule explained it was the smallest source of water, which had to be carefully extracted and left to cool down in an underground cellar. Many stone dwellings were carved into the gorge's walls along with pathways. This is the Tongue Village, 100 people. Give or take. Old Yule led them into the Tongue Village. Some people stared warily at them until they saw Old Yule and waved hello. These villagers won't try anything since you came with me. But still, be careful. Hello, everyone, Avril shouted, crossing her arms in a stalwart stance. My friends and I want to talk to your village chief. What are you doing? Oscar and Old Yule shouted. Isn't this how it goes? You go in and shout you wish to meet the chief. Avril tilted her head, confused at their reactions. Not if you have someone who can recommend you like me. Where's your head at? Old Yule stared around. The villagers stepped back, shutting their doors. Her wrinkled face was shaking. Sorry, Old Yule. Avril, say sorry. Oscar gripped her head and shook slightly. Not my hair. You know I don't like that. Okay, I'm sorry. Avril bowed deeply to Old Yule. Haha, Sister Avril is too funny. Quinn laughed his heart out, clearly satisfied at his grandma's dilemma. I'm uncle while Avril is sister? Oscar understood how patient old Yule was now, seeing Quinn's unruly behavior. While thinking of how to discipline this punk, he sensed some hostile stares watching them close by. None seemed to be a threat, so he didn't act. Suddenly, a bell rang across the gorge, and the villagers started to shout and close their doors, barricading them. Something was happening. The few hostile stares went away to elsewhere. It's an attack, old Yule shouted. An attack? Oscar stared down the entrance to the gorge, seeing a cloud of ash being kicked up by something making its way here. Curiosity pulsed through his veins. How powerful were the people here, and what kind of battles did they wage? Act 2, World Beyond, Chapter 377. Terran of the Marauders. The gorge turned into a ghost town. None of the villagers made a sound, huddled in their stone homes, not even peeking out from their windows. As the clouds of ash approached the gorge's entrance toward Tung Village, Oscar heard the whimpers and squeamish cries coming from younger voices. Those cries were quickly quelled and silenced by hurried hushes. Everyone, be still and silent. Don't worry and wait for them to pass. An elderly man stepped out into the center of the gorge with two people by his side. He had a frail, skinny body, wearing a simple, loose robe draped down to his feet. He coughed as the two others, middle-aged men wearing similar clothes, helped him walk. Chief Suri, how have you been? Old Yule nodded to the elder. Old Yule, stay out of sight. I'll discuss matters with you later about these strangers you have brought. That goes for the rest of you. Don't bother our village. Chief Suri stared with his old wizened eyes, wheezing and choking through each word. Leaving a warning, Chief Suri focused on the entrance with a sigh. Here, the crevices up here are perfect for us to hide. Interfering won't do any good. Old Yule led Oscar and the others into a little grove within the gorge, perfect to look at the bottom without being seen. Like an encroaching storm of calamity, the clouds of ash finally arrived at the entrance to Tung Village, stopping in place and dispersing away. Within the choking fumes were several rugged figures, men who wore cold, stern expressions, dressed in a mixed match of clothing as if they wore anything they had and goggles. They rode atop a great beast of mighty girth and low height, encased in thick, red armor. Two horns protruded from its cheeks and curved toward the center. They jumped down from the great beast one by one, staring and scoffing at their surroundings. One of them walked toward Chief Suri, who gulped and sweat profusely. Good redness today, not too hot as yesterday. The man smacked his lips. Why have you come to our village, Terran? We have already given our tribute for this month. Chief Yule coughed and wheezed. I know. But situations change. The man, Terran, wandered around, gazing up at the houses. Above, avoiding Terran's gaze, Oscar whispered, Who are they? Marauders. Quinn trembled. They wander around, subjugate settlements and villages, taking away people and resources. Grandma always said to avoid doing anything to them. Why not? Oscar asked. Quiet, you little brats, old Yule scolded. Down below, Terran chuckled and patted Chief Suri on the shoulder. In a single swoop, the old chief was forced to his knees. He lifted his goggles from his eyes, crouched by Chief Suri, and said, I need them. We've given you the water you want every month and food. What else do you need? Chief Suri waved his hand to stop his two companions from acting. There was no point in doing so. Oscar sensed Terran was a middle knight Exalt while Chief Suri was a lower elite Exalt. Thankfully, old Yule told them to hide their Ein as much as possible, or else they would have been caught. You see, someone's making some trouble. No one knows who or why, but the four lords don't like it and suspect each other. Fighting has broken out in multiple locations. Soon it will spread here. I need every able-bodied person from your village. Terran then turned and shouted, That means all of you. Come out and we will choose the worthy. No, Chief Suri pleaded. Our pact was not to harm our people. This isn't harming them. It's recruitment. Or what? Will you wait to see who wins? Because the choice is this. Don't comply, and sure, maybe out of the graciousness of my heart, we leave. Then what? If we lose, how will you know the next person will care for you as much as we have? And if we win, I come back and forcibly recruit or kill you anyway. Terran smacked his lips. Take a few of us. I'll go with my two assistants. Chief Suri tried to bargain. No, I need everyone, Terran shouted to his gang. Find them and drag them out. His gang was 20 men in total. 15 were various elite exalts, 4 were lower knight exalts, and 1 was a middle knight exalt like Terran. The elite exalts walked up the pathways and were about to drag out the people inside a stone house. Not willing to let this happen, Oscar charged and jumped down. In a single punch, a light regular ripple shroud blew away the elite exalts, a fearsome shockwave that shook the gorge. Oscar kicked away several of the unconscious elite exalts back to the center. The others stared in shock and fear at his arrival. How about we discuss more? Oscar tightened his stance, eyeing Terran and the other middle knight exalt. Who are you? Terran growled. Ein rose from his body, filling the gorge with a raging pressure. Chief Suri, did you already make a deal with another gang? No, the stranger came with a friend. I have no idea who he is, Chief Suri said. The old chief has nothing to do with this. I just wanted to interfere from my own accord. Oscar walked leisurely through the remaining elite exalts, still frozen in fear. He stopped right before Terran and the other man, who responded with a dangerous sign. Interesting. Where did a middle knight exalt like you come from? Were you sent by one of the 4 lords? Or are you the one who's been causing an uproar over the burning valley? Terran took out his armament from his back, a serrated cleaver. Whatever it is, do you think you can get away after beating up my men? I was thinking about killing them, but Oscar wondered why old Yule would stay inactive despite her powers. Something was holding her back from fighting. He didn't know what it was, but he also couldn't ignore this blatant abuse. So the compromise was to beat them down and figure it out later. Terran stroked her chin. Oscar raised his hands and grasped the serrated cleaver on its sides. Terran had tried to surprise him, but Oscar's prinstict had long foreseen this movement. Oscar held the cleaver tightly, not budging a single inch from Terran. The leader of the Marauders tried desperately to free his weapon to no avail. I've also wanted to see how far I can go against other exalts. You came at the right time, Oscar smiled. Ein rampaged out of Terran, transformed into yellow flames, and formed several spears of condensed flames. These spears were similar to the ones Eric used, with one major difference: the concentration. The fires of Ein were so concentrated that no ember, spark, or excess was exhausted from the spears. They resembled more closely to overheated metal rods. Grade 3 spell. Oscar tried to move his feet and found the earth had wrapped around him, encasing him to his knees, the handiwork of the other middle knight exalt. Terran's laughter came with the onslaught of the blazing spears. Quite a nice combination with great timing. Oscar saw the other move to attack from another angle to seal his fate. Oscar felt no fear. Erden charged, melded with his anima, and molded his antlers into a bramble of metal. Despite the heat of Terran's spears and the power of a grade 3 spell, Erden's antlers stood firm, though melted in some parts. Erden stomped, destroying the earth beneath his mighty hooves, including the part trapping Oscar. Freed from his bonds, Oscar spun, punched toward Terran, and kicked at the other. His arms and legs in the semi-mantle form with Edgerisklad armoring their skin forced Terran and the other one away. Not letting up, Oscar and Erden split, finding their targets. Oscar faced Terran down, dodging more of the grade 3 blazing spears, feeling their intense heat near his skin. Within reach, Terran charged his cleaver with flames and summoned his anima, a bull with flames on his horns, tail, and feet, the powers of a grade 6 Xianxia. The bull breathed out hot steam and bent his body low. It rushed with flames kicking off from its feet, and the horns on top transformed into the same blazing spears. Oscar ignored the bull and chased after Terran, who circled him, leaving his back exposed to the bull. It was not because he thought the bull was weak, but that his Erden was stronger. A sapphire Erden flashed past Oscar, clashing antlers against horns, metal against fire, spears against spears. The difference was Erden wasn't an anima. He was a beast with the intelligence of a human. Erden sidestepped, deflected the bull's charge, and rammed his front hooves into its side, sending it rolling onto the ground and crashing to the gorge's walls. At the same time, Oscar was covered by a cloud of soot, which clung to his body. Like being buried in the earth, Oscar felt his movements slowing down. Terran and the Earth User fought with everything they had, all of their eyne focused on their weapons. Terran's cleaver burned like an inferno, and the Earth user's mace anima, grade 6, enlarged with a boulder formed on its tip. A fine display of power and combination came from the two. Oscar smiled and used Ripple Shroud to break free from the encasing dust, blowing away the cloud of earth. Sweat flowed down his face as he grew redder from Terran's encroaching flames. First, Oscar met the Earth user's mace. The smooth boulder carried a large weight, capable of bringing many to their knees. Oscar's feet dug into the caving ground, digging further in. Oscar could only laugh and deflect the blow by swerving around its surface like a droplet of water tracing around a sphere. He could have destroyed it but wanted the powerful Reese within it. The Reese built inside him combined with his Ein. Oscar spread his arms, one palm toward the Earth user and the other toward Terran, who was still trying to reach him. Everything fell silent as the winds rushed out and back from the powerful calamity he unleashed upon them. 220% of Iron Omnireus blasted the Earth user deeper into the earth and Terran up into the air. The inconvenient rubble pelted Oscar's face, and his back felt hot, the burning embers falling on him. Terran's shout of pain echoed across the gorge after the falling rubble encased his anima. Seeing the Earth user rendered unconscious on the floor and Terran fall with his bones cracking, Oscar wondered if they were too weak or if he had become too strong. The two were stronger Middle Knight Exalts, yet their combined powers were nothing to him and Erden. Perhaps only a peak Middle Knight Exalt could show him his new limits. Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 378 Avril's Comfort. I'm surprised you have grade 3 spells, though the rest of your spells were grade 2, Oscar said. Terran lay before his feet, weakened and injured. His gasps and pained grunts didn't evoke a single bout of pity from Oscar. What sort of pity did this person deserve? The battle interested Oscar. He glanced at Terran and the Earth user, recalling the tiniest of details, including the flow of their Ein. He knew for certain they used Ein Awaken. His master mentioned Exalt's touch upon it in the Night Exalt realm, and now he had seen it in action, though their usage paled in comparison to his. Who are you? Terran choked through his words. Boss, the other lower Night Exalts shouted. None could move because of the constant vines and roots entangling them. The moment one burst into flames, more sprouted to replace it, an infinite cycle of entrapment until Avril would have no more Ein. Nicely done. Avril unfurled a section of her scroll anima and recovered her Ein from the boost. With that and her preliminary Ein Awaken, she had no problems keeping up her spells. What should we do with them? Who knows? Oscar turned to Chief Suri and Old Yule, who came out after the battle. Hello, I am not a marauder or bandit. How do you want to deal with them? You can decide since they came to your home. Chief Suri looked to have grown more wrinkles. He limped to Oscar and Terran, who was lifted to lean on the wall. His frown deepened, and his eyes dropped from the exhaustion of his thoughts. He sat down with a heavy sigh. Will you take responsibility if you kill them? Our small village cannot survive on its own. We need a protector, a watcher to ensure our prosperity. No, I joined in to stop them from taking your people. I will not be your guardian. I have someplace to be, Oscar replied. The weakened chief slumped his shoulders from hearing Oscar's response. Then don't kill them. Terran, there is nothing I can offer you. This one man defeated you and Ras without much trouble. How can you talk of war when you lose like this? At least you owe me this favor for not killing you. If war is coming, you can do nothing to protect us. Bastard Suri, will you lie down and die when the enemy comes to your village? Terran supported himself from falling. His ragged breath betrayed the imposing demeanor he tried to display. After a glance at Oscar and Chief Suri, he gritted his teeth. Fine, let's see how long you survive without my protection. Terran called to his subordinates, freed from Avril's bindings. They hurried over with their other unconscious members, helped Terran and Ras, the Earth user, to the beast, and hastily rode out of Tung village. All of this happened under Oscar's watchful eye. Now then, can we talk? Oscar asked Chief Suri. Brother Oscar. A wild and enthusiastic shout came from Quinn. He interrupted the chief before he could speak and ran toward Oscar. He behaved like a clingy cat. That was amazing. You're so strong. How did you get so strong? Can you teach me? I'm brother now? Oscar sighed. In the end, power was what earned respect and admiration. Quinn's attitude toward him went down several levels. Before Oscar could answer, a large smack came from old Yule. A loud slap echoed, followed by Quinn's yelp of pain. If you have questions, wait your turn until they're finished, old Yule scolded Quinn. She looked at Oscar with eyes slightly widened. You're quite strong for a recently advanced middle knight Exalt. This old one wonders how our encounter would have turned out if we fought. Who knows? Oscar shrugged. I wonder why old Yule didn't wish to act against the marauders? Your power should have been enough. Old Yule is strong, but she has neither the time nor need to help us that way. She moves around everywhere while Taran and his group stay in this small corner of the burning valley. So they are faster in responding to issues. Chief Suri grunted and grumbled about old Yule's methods. So why is the whimsical old hag here? Showing people around, you wrinkled bag of bones, old Yule turned to Oscar. The other reason is that one fight leads to another. Eventually, I would have attracted the attention of one of the four lords. It's better to live idly by, much like how Suri serves others to survive. Ha! I wonder if this man's interference will be a good thing or not. If rumors spread, someone will come looking. Chief Suri rubbed his wrinkled brow. Excuse me. Avril pulled some medicine from her hidden space pocket. You're bleeding from your knees. Here's some medicine. I guarantee its usefulness. She pushed it onto Chief Suri. Can we go inside and talk now? Old Yule stared around. We're drawing a crowd. Fine, fine. Come into my home. I can offer you some water as thanks for your medicine and help. Chief Suri led them inside one of the stone dwellings. They sat on lumpy pillows around a small frost fire. First, please have this gift. It's fresh water I'm sure you've never had before. Oscar gave Chief Suri a bottle of water. Suri's lips quivered as he held the bottle with a small bow. Chief Suri took a small sip, and his eyes nearly popped from their sockets, glaring at the bottle with a fiery gaze. So, you're outsiders, here on a trip? Or lost? Chief Suri put away the bottle of water. We're lost. Old Yule mentioned the best way was to ask the locals and find clues around the burning valley. Do you know a way out of the burning valley and shot Irma? Oscar clenched his hands slowly. Feeling a sudden movement on his back, Oscar turned to Avril, who patted him with a comforting smile. At times like this, she was surprisingly perceptive and behaved unlike herself. Old Yule, who never puts herself into the service of others and barely talks to anyone, will not have the answer. Not surprising, Chief Suri chuckled, turning away from old Yule, who had a fearsome scowl on her face. It's not a tale you hear often. When I was young and wondered how the four lords maintained control and where they drew their large amounts of resources, I heard the truth, a whisper from a dying man. A dying man? Oscar asked. A former lord who was deposed and dying. I found him, and he spoke as if wanting someone to speak to in his last moments, telling of their great rise. They contact other lands outside in the great rifts, trade with them, and build in power. Chief Suri coughed. I never told anyone this and decided to live quietly out here. The four lords would never allow the knowledge to live on. Do what you will with what I told you, but do not involve me or my village. Thank you. That is enough. I won't let anyone know about you. Oscar finally had a lead. A smile crept up from his lips. The four lords of the Burning Valley ruled over the largest cities and the wealthiest regions. Fearsome people who had power for many years stood in his way. He considered leaving the Burning Valley for a moment, but there was no knowing if he'd find a definite clue like this. Thank you for your gift of water. The others will enjoy this gift. Be wary of the four lords. Chief Suri bowed. Oscar and the others bade the village farewell, a gathering of weary men, women, and children. They returned to old Yule's stone hut and rested for what was considered nighttime. Oscar, what are you thinking of? Avril asked while brushing Erden's frazzled fur. Am I that obvious? Oscar chuckled, glancing at the sleeping old Yule and Quinn. Well, you always have wrinkles on your forehead and stretch your lips when you think too much. What is it? Avril asked. She undid her braids and let her hair rest down her shoulders. It's been 16 years. I want to go home. Every time I thought I was getting a step closer to home, it never went the way I wanted. Even if we get the knowledge from one of the lords, what if it ends up nowhere? Oscar sighed. He tried to keep his spirits up, but after 16 years he had slowly gotten tired of it. Even GOL4's persistent words in his mind lacked their usual punch. Suddenly, a pair of hands blocked his eyes and forced his head back. He landed on something soft. From the pulse he heard underneath, he realized he was lying on Avril's lap. She feels sorry for Oscar. 16 years away from his friends and family, she tells him a surefire way to cheer up. First, lie down and think only about tomorrow. Tell me, Oscar, what will we do tomorrow? Avril's voice echoed in his ears. Tomorrow? I don't know. Old Yule said the paths to the large town are closed off due to the lava overflow. We'll be staying here for a week, Oscar groaned. Then, tomorrow we'll be looking around the area. A brand new journey on the outskirts of Burning Valley. Now repeat that, Avril said. Looking around the area, Oscar sighed. Then her hands left his eyes. He saw Avril staring straight down with a bright smile. Now repeat that in your mind 1,000 times. Over and over until it keeps going. Avril cupped his ears. Strange feedback happened. Invisible waves flowing around in his ear, as if he was diving into the ocean. Playing along, Oscar repeated Avril's plan for tomorrow in his mind. The words started to blur, and his head felt light. The light-headedness of his mind. His ears blocked, and the softness under his head came together, bringing him peace. He could only think about what he'll do tomorrow with Avril and fell asleep comfortably for the first time in a while. Avril hummed and placed a finger on Oscar's sleeping face. With a stern voice, she said, "Demon, don't come out now. Let him rest truly." Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 379 Rockfell Town. Brother Oscar, that hurts. Quinn rubbed his shoulder while lying on the floor. Can't you go easier? You're the one who was so insistent on having me train you. No complaining about that, Oscar said, stretching his tired body. He looked up at the stagnant molten orb with a sigh. It had been a week now. The overflows of lava should have subsided. He could only go around with Avril to travel, go to Tung Village to talk with the villagers, or train the little brat, Quinn. Reaching his hand out, Oscar pulled Quinn to his feet and patted the dirt off him. Quinn quickly hurried to his spot and took up a stance. Even as the boy complained, he was passionate and driven to learn more. It was a shame that Quinn lacked an Exaltia with this dedication. Oscar only taught him how to fight with his body but avoided the wreaths. Keep your hands up and mind your feet. A battle is about territory, Oscar said. Yes, Quinn clenched his hands and prepared for his incoming attack. This is the first time I've seen my grandson so behaved. It's a miracle, Old Yule laughed, watching from the sidelines. Quinn was beaten back to the floor in mere moments, a heaving mess of dirt and sweat. Hey, it's almost time to leave, isn't it? Avril arrived with Erden, who kept his mouth shut around Old Yule and Quinn. Yes, it is around time, Oscar smiled. Sister Avril, you have to help me. Brother Oscar keeps bullying me. Quinn patted off all of the dirt and ran toward her. Oi! Irked. Oscar grasped Quinn's head and pulled him back. A deep frown formed on his face as he squeezed slightly on Quinn's head. The little brat tried to take advantage of Avril and seek comfort from her. You still have one more session. Let's finish that up. Help! Quinn shouted. Deaf to Quinn's pleas, Oscar dragged him back to spar once more. After another quick session, Oscar hopped on Erden with Avril in front. He waved goodbye to smiling Old Yule and the scowling Quinn and rode toward their next destination. Old Yule said to be careful in the larger towns. There isn't much order and stability, so stay close to me, Oscar said. Got it. She's excited to see a real town, unlike the village from earlier. Chief Suri was nice and told great stories about his past, but she desires to see the places. Avril pumped her fists and knocked her head back, bumping into Oscar. Stop moving around so much. You'll ruin your braids. Oscar readjusted her head forward with a sigh, smiling helplessly at her antics. Let me tighten your face cloth. Okay. Avril went silent. Her body curled as she swayed sheepishly. Oscar redid the face cloth, fixating his eyes on the back of her head. With a final knot, he pulled on it several times and nodded in satisfaction. Her face cloth should have no trouble for the day. Oscar grasped just how far away Old Yule, Quinn, and Tung Village lived on the outskirts of the Burning Valley because this town was the farthest from the central cities, bordering the outskirts. He hoped to witness many great sights with Avril. But the burning valley had nothing to offer other than volcanoes, rivers of lava, deserts of ash and soot, and pits of boiling muddy water. Despite all their speed, the journey to the closest town took a few days. Avril's sullen mood changed to her usual fanfare, exclaiming at the short black walls made from volcanic obsidian. Avril pleaded with Oscar for them to enter as soon as possible. Coming closer to the entrance, Oscar unmounted Erden and eyed the area. The town was strange compared to others in his memory. No guards were posted around, not even a person to check their identity. So this is Rockfell. Stay close, Avril. No problem. I have you and Erden with me. Avril hooked her arms around Erden's antlers and Oscar's left arm, bringing them close. A sweet gesture from her straightforward and innocent mind. She hummed and pulled the two along. Oscar chuckled and hooked his arm tighter. He always allowed Avril to indulge in her acts. Still, Oscar kept his guard up, watching his surroundings like a hawk as they passed through the open entrance. When he entered, he stopped, his mouth agape at the brutal scene. The view near the entrance appeared to be a marketplace of sorts. People had set up shoddy stalls out of a few long stones with a tarp nailed on top with their goods spread on the floor. There was rampant stealing and killing of either the thief or shopkeeper. Some shopkeepers remained untouched, quietly releasing their presence in some form of deterrence. Oscar, is this all right? Avril tightened her hold on Oscar's arm, scared of what she saw. No, you'll mention most towns are as rough as this. Let's go through and see if we can't find a map or information. Oscar tugged her closer, and they browsed the market, ignoring the scuffles around them. Some of the wares amazed Oscar. Some grade 3 armaments, cores, and ores were scattered at the stalls with no violence around them. Their shopkeepers were all in the Knight Exalt realm. As Oscar wondered if he could set up a stall and sell for information, a loud commotion broke out as a group exited one of the large stone buildings. What a waste of time. Those bastards didn't have what I wanted. A man, clad in shell-like armor from head to toe, lifted his head and spat on the ground. It's all right, boss. We can just skip to the next town. Everything here is worthless, one of the members said. Presumably, this was another gang of marauders like Terrans. The armored man grunted and glanced around, and his eyes stopped on Oscar and Avril. He licked his lips and smiled. Looks like not everything here is worthless. Hey, you! Oscar and Avril glanced at each other in confusion and turned back to see if someone was behind them. I'm talking to you too. I haven't found a good woman in a long while. Hand her over. The man spouted nonsense. Oscar felt a pressure bearing down on him, increasing in intensity. The man was a middle Knight Exalt and stronger than Terran by a mile. Oscar glared coldly at the rude stranger whose hand extended toward Avril, a dangerous gleam in his eyes. Oscar was about to act when a fast slap came from Avril onto the man's face, shocking him, the man, and the rest of their gang. Oscar came to his sense. Something was wrong with Avril. Her face was deathly pale and breaking out in a sweat, and her heart was beating thrice as fast as before, felt from her arm. Oscar wanted to fight, but Avril's condition made him wary. You're lucky. Oscar carried Avril in his arms and ran away with Erden, leaving the man stunned. He heard a scream of anger as they gave chase, but Oscar escaped through the many alleyways of the town. The town might be small, but it had a wide network of alleyways. Are you all right? Oscar let Avril stand on her own. She clutched her chest and leaned on the dirty alley. I'm fine, I think. Avril breathed out in gasps and looked around. Out of nowhere, she screamed and ran faster into the alley. Avril? Oscar glanced back and only saw some decrepit old men, skinny and dying. Rats gathered around bones which he hoped weren't what he thought they were. Scantily clad women, sad and barely conscious, and children, starving and in broken chains. He didn't know what set her off, but he had to give chase. Where are you going? Avril vomited in the corner of the alleyway and tripped on an uneven stone, slamming her back into the wall. She saw shadows moving around her, chilling shadows that crept up, grasping her heart. She screamed, huddled near the other corner, and covered her ears. And no, she shouted. A shadow stepped closer. Each step sounded clear and distinct, like the hands on a clock. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The time was dwindling for Avril as she faced the shadow. It held a large scythe, and the alleyway started to freeze, encased in a layer of ice. The ice spread and froze her legs. No way out, no way to move. She was stuck, her face paled, and she couldn't stop the tears. How could they have found her here? Was everything in vain? Avril shouted again. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. I won't escape. The shadow didn't respond as usual. The ice spread all over Avril, leaving her head intact. It was cold, so cold her heart stopped beating. But she truly felt a chill when the cold scythe approached her face. Avril screamed louder, pleading and begging. However, the scythe arrived and slowly stabbed into her. Avril, Oscar reached out his hand toward her. She flinched and convulsed on the floor, shouting out incoherent sounds like she was being tortured. Her hands remained fixed on her ears. Her nail dug into her head even as blood flowed out, and her bright golden eye dulled with no spark within. Sorry, I am sorry, Avril cried. Tears overflowed, and the cloth over the right side of her face was soaked, stuck to her face. Again, as Oscar tried to move toward her, she screamed and backed away, banging her head on the alleyway wall. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Please, Oscar, this is… Erden lost his words. Avril, what is it? Oscar maintained his distance from Avril. Any closer and she would react harshly. Her cries and pleas cut deep, shaking his thoughts. One look in her eyes, and he knew she wasn't seeing him but someone else, the main culprit behind Avril's torment. In a desperate attempt, he tried to speak again. Avril, I'm here. It's Oscar. Avril lowered herself to the floor, banging her head on the stone. Please, kill me. Kill me. His shock turned to speechlessness. No word or thought could describe what he felt seeing her in this state. The pain he heard in those last words struck him. The lively and bright Avril, who never failed to make him smile, lay broken and in misery. The faint hints of her previous depressed states were minor compared to now. Oscar wanted to do something for her, but how could he help? He wanted to avoid hurting her, but perhaps the only choice was to knock her unconscious. Right when Oscar stepped forward, a loud clamor rose behind him. The laughs and jeers grew closer. Hey, you bastard, I finally found you. You dare embarrass me in front of my men and walk away. The voice of the lecherous Exalt laughed. Is that the woman over there? Ha, perfect. She'll be the perfect pastime for me and my men. Hey, Oscar snarled and stood up. Every word that spilled from the bastard's mouth disgusted him, infuriated him. Avril needed help, and this scum stepped in his way and insulted her. Oscar's blood ran hotter than the magma of this cursed land. He turned to face them, and his eyes glared, bloodshot and wild. Hatred and frustration boiled. Oscar clenched his fists and stood between them and Avril. He spoke a single word, a chilling voice, die. Act 2, World Beyond, Chapter 380, Brutality. Oscar cared not for who these vile bastards were or why they were so insistent. His only concern was currently suffering in the dead end of the alleyway. Her cries had died down, but her eye had lost all glimmer of life. She appeared more as a lifeless doll rather than a person. The people in front weren't the only ones to anger him. He fumed in volcanic rage at himself, his helplessness to help Avril, his inaction as he could only watch. What better way to vent his frustration than to fight and kill these marauders who were smiling maliciously? His eyes spread all over in a blue blaze. Some of the marauders flinched and cowered, retreating by a single foot. Their eyes, however, kept to their captain, who stood firm and smiled. A middle knight, Exalt, though you just recently advanced according to what I sense. Do you think that matters to me? The leader unveiled his true power, the might of a peak middle knight, Exalt. 3 others by his side also let loose their eye. Not as powerful as their leaders but stronger than Oscar's. By their sides, their animus manifested. They had a salamander, a turtle, a scimitar, and a crossbow. The leader manifested a sword. The lesser members all cheered for their squad, already seeing the outcome within their minds. The crossbowman fired a single shot. Earth gathered around its tip and formed into a large earthen spike. Oscar used the lesser mantle form and grabbed the earthen spike, his hands clutching the heavy, hardened earth. He clenched hard and crushed the rock between his palms. From the clutter of rubble, The turtle user rode his turtle, which spun around in the air on a direct course toward Oscar, his entire body covered in gold spikes and wrapped in a strange armament made of knives and chains. The man became a human weapon of deathly spinning spikes, a mix of glee and bloodthirst gleaming from his eyes. The salamander user started to bombard Oscar. The salamander breathed out hot flames, mixing into its master's spells. The flames formed the heads of lizards with razor-sharp teeth, a sharp blazing spear similar to Terrans sticking out like tongues. The burning of their fires resembled the roaring of monsters. The leader took out his sword armament and followed up from behind. Beset on all fronts by all manners of attacks and spells, Oscar only thought of how to help Avril, even as the heat of the flames scorched the alley, the knives and spikes nearly touching his skin, the crumbling of earthen arrows echoing across, and the cruel smile of the leader came close. Stacks upon stacks of silver cage manifested and blocked their way. A grade 2 spell still had its use in sheer numbers to deter the enemies. In his meld form, Erden transformed his sapphire blue antlers into a widespread web of antlers, filling the width of the alleyway, all coated in iron, halting and forcing the others back. An can be written in uppercase and lowercase. The lowercase is a circle with a downward stroke to its right. The uppercase is a triangle with its lower corners extending out. Oscar said to Avril behind him. Her favorite activities included gardening, brushing Erden's fur, reading, and writing. He didn't know any other way to rouse than to remind her of some of the good memories she had so far. Oscar stomped and rushed in, increasing his speed with silver burst. He locked onto his first target, the spinning man. Not an ounce of fear beat in his heart, and not an iota of hesitation crept into his mind as his glowing fist drove into the turtle man. The spikes and knives were well made, stabbing into his fist. Oscar didn't use Edgericeglad to avoid a standstill when hitting a weapon because he wanted to do more damage and finish them. His knuckles sank into the man's skin. A silvery armor formed to block him. Oscar's fist broke through metal and flesh alike and exploded with the power of iron-shattering wave. Bones broke, flesh mangled, and blood burst. The man couldn't scream as his turtle crumbled apart and his body squashed flat against the wall. Erden dove in and stampeded around, blocking the attacks from the others. Oscar's fist was bloody and ruined, and Erden's sapphire armor had burns, cuts, and dents. Oscar turned to the remaining three and said, "B is different. The lowercase is a straight line with a small circle attached at the bottom to its right side. The uppercase is a straight line with 2 arches from top to bottom." He never stopped talking to Avril, going through more of the alphabet, even as more and more attacks hammered onto him. Oscar thanked Elder Saul for training him in Prinstict and Robert for initiating him early. He avoided many worst-case scenarios and countered at the right moments. His Reese and Iron, thanks to his master, stumped many of their Prinsticts, which could not see Reese. However, even Oscar could not face all of them without being unharmed. Erden swung his enlarged antlers, pointing straight, and leveled the floor. Oscar bounced between walls and used a gigantic iron omnireus to crush the crossbowman and salamander user. Their broken bodies were blasted back to Erden's antlers, impaled by many spikes. Oscar drew in a deep breath. His body, covered in blood from head to toe, suffered many injuries and was beginning to give in. Not yet. Oscar forced himself up and faced down the shaken leader. Glancing at his arm, where the white of the bone could be seen, Oscar glared coldly at the leader. T is made of 2 straight lines, horizontal and vertical. The uppercase keeps the flat line on the tip of the other, while the lowercase lowers it so the tip protrudes out. Oscar said, "All of you, get him." The leader called to his men, who staggered back from fear. A frustrated shout spurred them on. "If you don't, I'll kill you myself." The gang was quite sizable. All of them rushed toward Oscar and Erden. Letting out a roar, Oscar killed a path toward the leader, who used darkness, shifting from shadow to shadow. Parts of his swords entered a strange void, a dark swirl, and appeared out of thin air anywhere else as if the darkness acted as a portal. Oscar and Erden were constantly impaled and stabbed by swords, only barely moving to avoid dying. Each time the sword stabbed into him, Oscar felt cold, and his organs would squeeze. In a daring move, Oscar allowed the blades to stab into him, narrowly avoiding his vital organs. Clenching his muscles, Oscar pulled on the swords, pulling the leader along with them. The leader's hands started to pop out of thin air as they passed through the void. They looked detached, and Oscar would make it a reality. Oscar caught the wrists and clenched, using shattering wave from his fingertips. He crushed through the skin, flesh, veins, and bones until he touched the palm of his own hands. With a plop, the leader's hands fell to the floor. Before the leader could shout, Oscar threw the sword armament through the eye, bringing the man down. Oscar and Erden stood, covered in wounds. Many earthen spikes stuck into his back, slashes imprinted on his chest, and burns covered his limbs. Z is the same for both upper and lowercase. Two straight horizontal lines with a diagonal connecting them. Oscar scoffed at himself. He was in the worst condition. How many had he killed? Oscar lost count a long while ago. The number of bodies and rivers of blood in the alleyway mattered little to him. The severed limbs and crushed bones splattered on the walls didn't stir anything in him. Oscar gazed back to Avril, still suffering, crying in the corner. None of the blood spilled or flowed past him to him. He should leave now and hide before anyone else could find him. Not bad. The sharp voice carried a dangerous presence. Oscar and Erden reacted quickly and prepared for the worst. A man appeared at the entrance to the alley, crushing the corpses and limbs beneath his heels and stepping nonchalantly on the pools of blood. The man wore clean clothes, black pants with suspenders stretching over his shoulders and together down his back, a white linen shirt, and a black bow tie. Everything about him screamed out sharpness. His gray eyes were narrow, his chin was sharp, and his ash-white hair was prickly, lifted with oil. Rather than a person, Oscar thought the man was a sharp blade. Not even the clothes could hide the well-toned muscles under them. I came here after hearing someone was imitating me. I wondered who else would be mad enough to take on a whole town. The man chuckled. Now I see. How interesting. Back off. Oscar's voice dropped to a frightening chill. He felt the power of the stranger who held nothing back, the power of a greater knight Exalt. He glanced at Avril for a moment when suddenly, the winds rushed in front of him. Without warning, sound, or hint, the man appeared before Oscar, a mere foot away. Resisting the chill running down his spine, Oscar punched with all his might, using a ripple shroud. However, the man punched back at the same time and Oscar was shaken. His ripple shroud met another shockwave, colliding in the air, not letting their fists touch, and he was forced back, his body aching from the encompassing blow. Ripple shroud. Oscar coughed out blood. Everywhere hurt. His fist was torn apart. His ripple shroud was nothing compared to this man's power. So you do know Reese. Now tell me, did that bastard send you? The ground broke under the man's feet. His body appeared stronger than before, not in size, but a feeling, a familiar feeling. Adamus Rays, you should know it too. Answer my question. Did that bastard send you? Bastard? Oscar couldn't understand the man's question. The only thing he knew for sure was the difference in strength between him and the man. For the first time, he met a Reese user other than his master. Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 381. Reese against Reese. I have to say I'm impressed. Even though the marauders and people in this part of the Burning Valley are less equipped, less honed in spells, and have a horrible mental fortitude, you still killed 5 Middle Knight Exalts, even one at his peak. The white-haired Reese user applauded Oscar. Who are you? Oscar spat out a mouthful of blood. Just a passing man. I heard someone say the butcher was here because of a slaughter happening. So I came to see who it was. The man glanced around the alleyway. The butcher, Oscar recalled the rumors, the same ones that caused Terran to force recruitment. Someone had been roaming around the Burning Valley, slaughtering entire towns and cities. The four lords had been looking for the culprit who earned the moniker of the butcher. Are you saying you're the butcher? The butcher who tears and rips apart his enemies. Now, have you recovered enough? Using Ein Awaken so blatantly while talking tells of your confidence or idiocy. Hurry up and use your Adamus Rays? Or are you still in a downtime? The man said. Oscar activated his Adamus Rays and used his print stick to see through the man. Strangely, Oscar picked up nothing. Not a hint of intent, Ein, or movement. The distorted world around the man was quiet and still. Impossible. Such a feat should be impossible. Every living thing should show the distortions of its body moving or ein flowing. Not going to make a move? Then here I come, the man said playfully. In a single blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Oscar, lifting his leg not in a kick but just hanging around. Oscar's mind reeled as a powerful impact smashed into his chin. As his body lifted into the air from the sudden force, his eyes atop his knocked-back head spun in confusion. When did I shift to stare at the red sky? When did he attack? Oscar clenched his fists and neck, forcing him to stare forward at the man. He fired a silver star as a distraction while Erden charged ahead. The clattering of his loose metal plates rang across the alleyway. The man's arm swung like a whip, slicing his silver star in half, and he spun his body, driving his foot on Erden's sharp antlers. The alleyway finally fell apart from Erden's metal body crashing into it. The section of the town broke down, and the cries of the people could be heard along with their retreating, stampeding footsteps. Oscar grew more confused, his eyes bloodshot from how far he tried to peer with his prinstick. He saw nothing. From start to finish, from the man appearing before him to the last kick on Erden, there was nothing. The only distortion of intent was when the man spun around, though Oscar barely caught that. Meld, Reese, and unwavering tenacity. Not a bad showing. I wonder how much more you'll show me. I have questions to ask you, but I can leave that for later. I'll figure everything out after I knock you out. The man sped up, kicking off from the rubble, his wide, savage smile before Oscar's eyes. Oscar read the man's movements this time, though only briefly. Putting up his guard, focused on his side, Oscar blocked the man's outstretched arm. Calling it a block was a lie. The hand, clad in the all-too-familiar Eju riceglad, forced its way through. For a moment, his arms felt like they had been sliced off. His right side ached in crushing agony. Gritting his teeth, Oscar activated the lesser mantle form, spheres of iron wrapping around his arms and legs. Erden tore through the rubble piled on him with iron-coated antlers, transforming them into two large blunt clubs. The man's relaxed smile was integrating. Ticked off, Oscar kicked and swerved it right when the man stretched his hand to block. Large winds blasted into shockwaves in all directions. The ground under their feet caved in, and all dust and rubble were cleared away. Oscar's leg trembled, the bone aching on the spot where the man placed his foot. On the other side, Erden's transformed antlers were held in place by the man's hands. The man's arms and legs were coated in black spheres of iron, the same blaze as Oscar's. The pseudo-guys? The man raised an eyebrow. I see. If you know this, you must surely know its true form. One cannot go less without realizing the full output. So, then show me. The man twisted around, landing strikes on Oscar and Erden. The heavy blows forced all of the air out of his lungs. Oscar dropped to the floor, his knees wet from a mess of his blood mixed with everyone else's. There was no way to win. Oscar glanced back at Avril, who was still in her bad condition. If nothing else, he had to get out with her or somehow wake her up to help. But there was no way for him to escape. Not from this fiend. No room for talking, the man charged. Show me everything. I haven't fought another Reese user in a long while. Certainly not one as deeply trained as you. A series of strikes pounded on Oscar and Erden's already worn and bloodied bodies, all invisible to his prinstick. His bones heaved and cracked, his flesh screamed and squirmed, and his skin scraped and tore off. Pain racked his entire body, and his mind, ever in flux, clung to a single thought. Through the choking blood, Oscar said, Page 1 of Guide to Plants and Herbs Volume 1. The most basic plant for Exalt use is the yellow vein fern. They are plenty and widespread. What are you doing? The man asked, a blank stare from his gray eyes. Oscar ignored him and activated the full might of the demon deer iron mantle. The man recovered his wide, savage smile at Oscar's appearance and rushed in. Oscar wasn't finished and wrapped Erden in the mantle as well. If there was any chance, Oscar had to find it. Their prominent feature is the one yellow line in the center, deep and bright. Their fronds are jaggy and deep green. Their properties for elixir use are... Oscar continued to talk, his words hopefully stirring up Avril. Oscar's iron-shattering wave clashed against the man's iron-shattering wave. The ground quaked and split in two from the destructive wake of two shattering waves, and a deep chasm formed between Oscar and the man. Magma sprouted and flowed up from the chasm, burning through the bodies and blood. It didn't affect the three wrapped in iron. Oscar stomped, creating a trench for the magma to pour in, going away from Avril. The moment he spent for Avril was risky. An opening was created for the man to slam his knee into Oscar's stomach. Reeling from the pain, Oscar forcibly snapped his eyes forward and lunged, stretching his arms around his foe. Before his hands could complete the bear hug, Oscar's arms flailed back, deep purple bruises seen during the dripping blood. Erden rampaged around, swinging its antlers and kicking with its hooves. Nothing worked. The man weaved and deflected with such ease Oscar wondered if Erden was a piece of paper. Erden roared from the man's fist, digging into his chest, and fell, unable to move even the slightest twitch. "Sorry, Oscar. I can't hold on anymore." Erden's voice faded from Oscar's mind. He sensed Erden was still alive but barely holding on, and saw nothing but regret and pain coursing through his friend's mind. Frustrated, aggrieved, confused, and helpless, Oscar only had regrets when the man held him up by the neck, squeezing just enough not to kill him. "I've seen enough. Sleep for now." The man squeezed harder. His hands were coarse and hard like metal. Oscar choked and struggled to move. Even with his demon deer iron mantle on, his strength wasn't enough. Darkness crept into the corners of his eyes and slowly filled up. Oscar couldn't hold on any longer as his arms fell to his sides, and his legs swayed like the lazy branches of trees. "Now then, what should I do with this girl? She's awake but not awake at the same time." The man murmured, "Wait, why is the guise still on?" Demon awoke for the first time to battle. The man had been so sure of his victory that he provided the perfect chance for Demon to make a move. Demon slammed his fist into the man's neck, trying to break his windpipe. But his strength wasn't enough, as attacking the neck was like breaking a rock with a branch. However, the man was forced back, and Demon didn't let up, chasing after him with everything he had. Demon attacked from all angles, letting loose a flurry of every bit of reese, iron, and his own body. "Ha ha, ha 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 ha." The man easily blocked everything. His face was a look of contentment and glee. "What a surprise! Where did you get this extra burst, this second wind?" Your eyes, which shone with rage and resolve, are now emotionless and mysterious. What changed? Demon took several blows but felt no pain. Unlike Oscar, he had the means to keep going and fight for his life. Yes, the man was beyond their means. Yes, the man hadn't used any spells or anima yet. It was fine. The chance would come. Demon knew it for certain, watching the battle from within Oscar. "If you wish to fight me in Reese, then don't let up," Demon said. He fought and fought, exchanging blow for blow, ignoring the pain. He would drag this man into the mud, into the depths with him. There was one advantage he did have. His eyes watched closely, waiting for the moment. The man winced momentarily in the middle of their continuous, endless combat and tightened his lips. Demon stomped and focused everything on a single blow, stopping his fist in the middle, confusing the man, to send out the last shattering wave. The only target, the only weakness, was the heart. This Reese user should not have the limitations lifted like Oscar. His heart had its limits, and finally it showed. A single bout of pain was enough to secure this opening. The man flew back, the cloth over his heart tearing away. The glorious opportunity, the golden chance, arrived. Demon pressed on, all of his instincts focused on ripping this man limb by limb. Instead of shock or fear, Demon saw only a ferocious smile on the man. Again, another invisible attack of consecutive punches rained on Demon. Once more, he was in the man's clutches, held by the neck. "Waiting for my heart to start hurting. Not a bad idea." The man smiled while rubbing his exposed chest. "However, why aren't you affected? Do you have a higher tolerance? Everything about you is so interesting." "Beabaster," Demon tried to speak. The man drove his fist into Demon's face, pummeling him to the floor. Within the fading world of his consciousness, Demon heard the man say, "All will be revealed when we speak to the Elder." Act 2, World Beyond, Chapter 382. Adam Rothsworth. The smell of fire and ash swarmed his nostrils, and Oscar woke up from the choking of the dirty air. Having no sense of where he was, Oscar tried to regain his sight to no avail. Through the blurriness of his sight, Oscar recognized the familiar redness glow of magma. For some reason, he couldn't feel anything, not even the heat of the magma. His body wouldn't move. His strength faded the moment he tried to gather it. The muscles in his body could not muster their power. Something impeded him from moving. Unable to free himself, Oscar closed his eyes and steadied himself. He grunted and groaned, every part of his body trembling in their struggle against the strange bindings. What happened to Avril? Deep regret was a bitter medicine to swallow. Oscar couldn't even move his head to lower it in shame. He should have done his best to run away with her, but he didn't. He wished he could hit himself in the head for his idiocy. Since returning from Ashen Grove, he's had trouble controlling himself, losing himself to his recklessness and emotions. Erden, can you hear me? I feel you nearby, Oscar called out mentally to Erden. A faint signal of life flickered in his mind through his connection to Erden. He shouted desperately through the link. Yet, Erden never responded, still unconscious. Demon? Oscar entered his inner world. Inside there, Demon sat with his eyes closed, an identical resemblance to Oscar without those cold eyes staring out. He also got you? Confused at Demon's state, Oscar shook the astral form of Demon. After a furious amount of shaking, his counterpart refused to awaken. To his side, chains wrapped around his core, similar to the bindings at the Abyss prison. His dear anima whimpered while bound in chains. Are you awake? A voice echoed in his inner world. Oscar opened his eyes, still blurry, barely making out a figure before him. The grating voice of the enemy was an offense to his ears. Veins wriggled along his neck. Oscar reined in his anger, knowing it was pointless to do anything. Where is Avril? Who are you? Oh right, you can't see clearly with this in his body. The man's blurry figure drew closer. Oh, how Oscar wished to bite his neck off and escape. Finally, he felt something near the nape of his neck, a small prick as something was removed. The blurriness faded from his sight, allowing the world to be clear. Oscar saw the man again, clenching his teeth. I never thought I would meet another user of Reese. How unlucky am I to run into you on this burning rock? Really? Whereas for me, I expected someone or multiple persons. So, I supposed instructions are in order. The man threw away a needle, took a chair and sat down, adjusting his bow tie and maintaining his hair. My name is Adam Rothsworth. Nice to meet you. What's your name? And where do you come from? Let me guess. If I don't answer, you'll kill me and my friends. Can I see them first? Oscar coughed. Sure. Why not? Adam scratched his chin and removed some more needles from Oscar's head. You can turn to your left and right to see them. They're all right next to you. Oscar turned left and saw his beast companion, Erden, covered in bandages. He sighed in relief to see Erden taken care of. However, he frowned to his right, where Avril lay on the ground. Her eyes were closed shut in a deep sleep, not a peaceful one. Her current state seemed closer to a coma than regular sleep. What did you do? Shouldn't you be thanking me? I bandaged you and the beast up to keep you alive. As for the girl, I put her in an induced coma. She had a seizure when I came close, so I had no choice. She's better off in that state, I promise you. Now, can you answer my questions? Adam leaned in, lifting Oscar's head by the hair. Who are you? Oscar Tur. My name is Oscar Tur, Oscar replied, unable to turn his head away from Adam. The gray eyes gazed straight into his eyes. Okay, Oscar, where are you from? Adam asked, his voice growing ever more serious. Don't tell a lie. It's pretty simple to tell when someone's lying. I am from the Farsky continent. Why do you want to know? Oscar asked. Brat, there's nothing to do other than answer my questions. The Farsky continent. You're a long way from home, aren't you? Running from Valen to Shot Irma. That must have been quite the journey. Not one someone would make on a whim or just for sightseeing. So why are you here? Adam let go of Oscar's head and sat back down. He wiped his hands with a handkerchief, grimacing at the smudges on it. I didn't do it willingly. I ended up here by freak teleportation. If you know a way back to Valen, back to my home, please tell me and let me go after I finish answering. Oscar coughed. That depends. Who knows if you're truly innocent or an ignorant pawn thrown into this place. We have to be very careful to avoid any mistakes. Adam got up from his seat and turned around, about to walk away. What makes you so afraid? Oscar asked. Who did this strange Adam have his sights on? A strong Reese user like him had little to fear among his peers unless a higher power wanted him. In time, we'll speak again later. I will put the girl out of her coma. When she next awakens, she can give you this water and fruit, courtesy of your space pocket. Also, avoid taking out those needles, or you'll be in pure agony the entire time. Adam responded as he waved his hand without turning back. He disappeared down a ridge or sharp hill. Damned bastard. I hope you trip and fall. Oscar cursed out uselessly. Hours later, in his prison of needles, Oscar felt Erden waking up. Delighted, Oscar coughed out in laughter. Erden, are you all right? Barely awake, and I can't move. Where are we? What happened to you and Avril? Erden responded. I don't know where we are. The lava and heat suggest we're still somewhere in the burning valley. I'm stuck like you. Avril is in a horrible condition. When she wakes up, will she recover? Oscar groaned, trying to move his body. Curses. That man played around with us. Even if we fought from our prime condition, I believe we would have lost. Erden also struggled to escape from the binding of needles. He gave up after a while. We should have let the woman be and run away alone. Again, your continued self-harming choice to throw yourself into the fray for others led us to this wretched state. Demon interjected in the mental council with a cold tirade of ruthless words. I have no time to deal with you right now. To look on the bright side, we escaped Rockfell and met another Reese user other than Master. He seems reasonable to a degree. If I can convince him I'm not the threat he believes I am a part of, I can try gaining his trust. Oscar's mind reviewed the battle against Adam and the conversation hours ago. The invisible attacks interested him. The only explanation was the involvement of Reese, since those are invisible to the Prinstict. If he could gain Adam's trust and learn the technique, he'd be more powerful to fight in the battles ahead. Moo, where am I? Avril's voice came from the side. She wakes up, staring at the red sky, wondering where she is. Avril, are you okay? Oscar said. Relief washed over him. Thank the heavens she was all right now. Oscar? Oscar. Avril's confused tone turned to shock. She entered his sight, her gold eye dripping with tears and indigo hair rough and unkempt. Her hands reached and palmed his face as she bowed her head with a tremble. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Avril. Oscar said her name multiple times until she finally calmed down slightly. I don't blame you. It was just an unfortunate happening. Are you all right now? I'm better. Avril sniffed. Do you want to talk about it? Oscar asked. Avril stayed silent. If you don't want to, it's fine. But I'm also here to listen if you want to share. Oscar consoled her with a bright smile. All right, Avril finally put on a small smile. She becomes shocked when seeing Oscar state for real. What are those needles? She needs to remove them to free Oscar. Don't, Oscar shouted. He said we shouldn't do anything or else. Who? Avril stopped her hand right before her fingers could pinch a needle. Her eye dilated in anger. Who dares do this to my partner? That would be me. It looks like you're awake and all right now, girl. Adam walked back into view. Seeing Avril take a defensive position with her eye bursting out, Adam sighed. Are the two of you idiots or that driven? To face me for the sake of each other? I'm quite envious. Enough blabbering, Adam. You have a bad habit of talking too much. An old man appeared next to Adam. His presence alone pressured Avril to her knees. Sweat beaded down Oscar's neck. The suffocating pressure made the needles dig further into him, inducing awful pain. He tried to contain it, but his mouth came loose, letting the agony escape into screams. The old man was undoubtedly a martial Exalt, and not just any martial Exalt. The pressure reminded him of his master and Aunt Rosette, a greater martial Exalt. Act 2, World Beyond, Chapter 383. The Old Man. The old man sat on the chair as Adam stood to the side like a bodyguard with a stern face, unlike his previous demeanor. Oscar became short of breath before the old man's presence. Avril was trembling, unable to stand up against this great person. Well, the old man wore a fine black suit, similar to a butler's clothes, white gloves, and clean black shoes. Faint wrinkles showed across his brow and cheeks, and his hair had streaks of gray hair, indicating his advanced age for an Exalt. His eyes resembled an eagle's, locking onto Oscar. He said in a clear, powerful voice, "Adam has told me all about you, Oscar Tur. Your powers in Reese are deep, even capable of using guise and vis." Guise? Vis? The words were foreign. His master never mentioned such things. Curious, Oscar leaned his head forward and asked, "What are they?" The old man lifted an eyebrow and took out a smoking pipe from inside his suit. He flicked his finger once to ignite the pipe, drew a deep breath, and let out a puff of white smoke. Leaving the pipe in his mouth, he leaned forward, matching Oscar's eye level. "Funny, you don't seem to be lying. This is the fusion between Reese and Ein, a potent third power that surpasses the other two. Guise is when you combine this with Adamus rays and become shrouded in it, a unique transformation. Oh, those are familiar. I call this iron, and Guise, demon deer iron mantle," Oscar said. "I came up with those names myself. Ha ha ha." The old man coughed out several clouds of smoke. He blew into the pipe, embers scattering out of the pipe. "You have a horrible sense for names. Demon deer iron mantle? That's a kicker if I ever heard one. Isn't that right, Adam?" "Indeed, elder." Adam bowed slightly, behaving like an obedient and proper man. "However, when I fought him, the vis formed blue antlers from his head. His naming sense is correct but too literal." "Is that so? So your anima is a deer? Tell me, Oscar Tur, who taught you the Reese?" The old man's face was as cold as ice. The eagle eyes indicated to Oscar of his fate if he answered incorrectly. Oscar gulped and sighed. "I learned Reese from my master back in the Farsky continent. He's a warden of a prison and a greater martial Exalt like you, though I haven't seen him in 16 years. May I leave here with Avril and Erden after you get your answers?" "That depends. Describe your master, your meeting, and the training you have been through. If I judge you as innocent, I can let you go. Otherwise, I'll kill you." The old man's words felt like icicles stabbing into Oscar's heart. A cruel declaration. "Excuse me," Avril shouted, her breathing ragged. She looks at the water and fruit by the side and asks if they can eat them. Oscar has suffered enough. Can't he answer after he eats and rests? Oscar went silent, as did everyone else. The slow ebbs of the magma were the only sounds heard, soft crackles, pops, and hisses. Oscar stared at Avril, her whole body trembling. Seriously, where on earth did she draw that kind of courage at the most random times? The old man coughed and blew another large puff of smoke. "Fine, you may eat. However, the needles will remain in place. I can wait until you're finished. It's like you have a way out." Avril carried over the provisions. First, she titled the open bottle of water into Oscar's mouth, her hands steady and careful as the water flowed comfortably not to overflow or choke him. Oscar sighed in relief from the fresh water. Next, Avril cut the fruit into smaller pieces and fed Oscar piece by piece. "She's taking her time." "Thank you," Oscar praised, chewing his food slowly. Avril took her time, moving slowly. A bottle of water and fruit, which should have taken a minute to finish, took 10 minutes to consume. Avril bit her nails, appearing troubled. "No more stalling. You already tested the limits of my patience with your little play. Now step aside and let him answer my questions," the old man said. When Avril went back to her spot, he nodded. "Now continue. Your master, your training, and everything else related." Feeling better from the food in his stomach, Oscar answered the old man while keeping certain details aside, such as the name of his home and specifics. He told about how he was sent to prison, met his master, training in Reese. Each time he glanced at the old man and Adam, he saw they had no reaction to his words, listening with stone faces. "That's it. That's the whole truth," Oscar said, his voice strained and hoarse. Thankfully, Avril had some droplets of water left in the bottle, and he reveled in the few dews of refreshment. A grade 4 boy learns the power of Reese, near suicidally, from a maniac. He goes on to master it and accomplish things beyond his means. Your life is intriguing, but there's one thing that bothers me. The old man lifted his hand. All the needles shot out of Oscar's body, his screams of pain echoing as he fell to the floor. The old man knelt beside Oscar. "How is your heart not hurting?" The rule of all who practice Reese is that they cannot avoid the crushing weight of the power they draw into themselves. The pain starts from the beginning and eventually leads to self-destruction. You fought Adam without such pain or restriction. Did someone give you something? Oscar breathed weakly. The pain of the needles being removed allowed him to feel again. He was free to feel the continuous pain his body suffered from the burden of the injuries of the previous battle. Tilting his head up, he gazed at the old man. Give me something? I received nothing. If I tell you the secret of what I did to cheat the Reese, will you tell me how to get home? Even at the cost of your companions' lives? The old man said. Which is more important, killing my friends or the knowledge in my head? Oscar smiled. Ha ha ha, this man is crazy. Quite like you. Fine, tell me. The old man pulled out a set of chairs and allowed Oscar and Avril to sit. He also waved his hand, and the needles were removed from Erden. With Avril's help, Oscar sat comfortably on the chair. In a raspy voice, Oscar said, blood transmutation. I entered a blood transmutation with my beast, Erden. In doing so, my body changed. My organs are as tough as an Exalt beast's, my muscles are better suited for containing the power, and my physical power has increased. For the first time in their conversation, the old man revealed a look of complete and utter shock. The pipe in his mouth, now gaped open, fell to the ash soil. In a split second, he arrived before Oscar, switching his gaze between Oscar and Erden. That's ridiculous. A blood transmutation requires a soul bond. It is absurd to craft such a relationship with a beast, share and merge their lives as one, and risk the beastification. Absurd, Oscar chuckled. He finally got one up on the strange old man and Adam, who was frozen, stunned. My life! Oscar recalled everything from Blue Ocean Pavilion to Ashen Grove to now. My life has been nothing but absurd ever since I embarked on the Exalt's path. So I told you the truth. Now can I know the way home? The old man laughed crazily, as did Adam. Absurd. Truly is absurd. Adam, what do you think? Will this boy fit in nicely with our plans? I think so, Elder. He needs a little fine-tuning, but he's already competent on his own. The woman as well has some spunk. The two of them will be great assets. Adam adjusted his bow tie. What? Oscar asked. Their words were out of place. We don't want to be involved in your plan. Just tell us the way home, and we'll be out of your way. Or are you going to threaten us to comply? If that's what you want, you brat, I'll gladly let you try fighting me again, Adam said. Adam, stop goading him. Oscar, this deal will do nicely for you. It's related to your ticket home. The old man retrieved his pipe from the floor, cleaned it, and relit it. It is? Oscar didn't understand. I won't threaten you. You're not an enemy, and all Reese users need to come together against the true enemy we face. Some of them lurk in the Burning Valley, having ties to the four lords of the Burning Valley. We came to this land to disrupt them and gather information, the old man explained. An enemy? Oscar frowned. Adam had mentioned someone calling them a bastard during their battle. An enemy to all Reese users sounded outlandish. However, the old man's eagle eyes held no joke, only a burning gaze of anger that sent chills down Oscar's spine. What sort of enemy were they facing? For now, follow me. I'll explain everything on the way to our base. The old man walked away and turned his head back. I forgot to mention, I am Savan Valten, a master of Reese. The enemy we face threatens all Reese users. So come with us. Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 384. The Putrisers. Savan and Adam stepped farther away, their figures growing smaller in the distance. Oscar struggled to get up, his joints creaking and his fingers trembling. The weakness of his body persisted despite the wrappings and bandages covering his injuries. It had been too long since he had been pushed this much in a battle. He almost forgot the feeling of being pushed into a corner, striving for survival against near-impossible odds. Learn from it. Oscar needed to learn from it. He got to his knees, a self-mocking smile across his face. His eyes fixed on Savan and Adam, the two figures still walking away. In a forceful shout, he strained himself, trying to stand on his feet. But his body refused to answer, exhausted and battered beyond what he wanted it to do. After a few seconds, Oscar felt like his lungs were about to force their way out of his throat. Here, Avril said. Ein surged and poured out into Oscar's body, a stream of rejuvenating iron washing over his body and core. Strength returned to him. Cracking his knuckles against the hard volcanic floor, Oscar forced himself up, his legs shaky but stable enough to support him. I used 2 sections on you and 1 section on Erden. It's not much, but I can help. Avril smiled proudly. She's burning with anger that she couldn't do anything before. Now is the time to make it right. Thank you. Your anima is a lifesaver as always. Oscar put a thumb up in praise and tried to take a step. His vision staggered, and his foot trembled like a newborn pup. Walking would be a chore with the state of his legs. Something bumped right next to him on both sides. Turning both ways, Oscar smiled. Erden held him by the right, while Avril held him on the left. You may be part beast now, but I am still far tougher than you, Erden said, his head trembling under Oscar's arm. Oscar glanced down at Erden's shaky legs and hooves. He knew Erden was forcing himself to stay up. Suddenly, Avril left Oscar's left side, nudged herself between him and Erden, and strained her body. Her shoulders acted as pads for Erden's head and Oscar's arm to rest. She supported both of them with her strength. All right, lean on me. I'll get you both over there, Avril said. Step by step, Oscar followed Avril's pace, matching her small strides. The small steps and weariness of his legs made him feel uncomfortable. However, he mostly enjoyed the long walk, a grin from his bandaged face. He had others by his side. No matter how slow the walk was, he enjoyed each step, feeling lighter each second. After a few minutes, Oscar reached the small decline down to the ground. A land of ash and soot awaited him as always, steaming with rivers of lava. Down below, Adam and Sevan sat on a large turtle with 6 legs, watching Oscar and the others walk down. The turtle's shell was black as obsidian, and lines of glowing red, similar to magma, pulsed along its surface. With a dragon's head and 6 legs extending from its shell, the turtle groaned, a wave of hot air rushing from a mere breath. Do you like this creature? It's a mythical Exalt beast like dragons and phoenixes. It hails from one of the beast continents and is a close friend of mine. His name is Tort. Sevan smoked his pipe with a proud smile. We're not ridiculous enough to perform a soul bond and blood transmutation, but we're as close as ever. Tort groaned again, turned its scaly head toward Oscar and the others, and rolled out his long tongue. Erden tensed up and snorted. The 2 beasts fought with their eyes, burning each other with their gazes. Ultimately, Tort grunted and turned back, yawning lazily while digging into the dirt. Oscar sensed Erden's anger and competitiveness rising, knowing Tort didn't retreat but lost interest. Climb on. It's a few hours to our hideout, Adam said. Oscar, Avril, and Erden stepped on Tort, who dug deep into the ground to make their climb easier. Sevan nodded and tapped Tort's shell, the ground shaking right after. Tort's legs quaked the earth. Tort left a destructive path behind it as magma sprouted from under its feet. I still don't trust you. How do I know if you're not the so-called enemy of Reese users? Oscar held nothing back. He told the truth before and he would tell it now. The reasons I'm following you are because you might be the chance we need, and our lives are already in your hands. That's enough for now. I didn't lie when I said what we're doing is related to your way home. We don't know exactly who, but the 4 lords are tied to our enemy. It might be one or all of them, but they are our target. Sevan coughed on his pipe and pounded his lungs. He took out 2 space pockets and tossed them to Oscar and Avril. Your space pockets? Can't you just let me go home? Oscar grumbled. Avril and Erden nodded their heads in unison. Do you think moving around the many zones and locations of Shot Irma is easy? You don't understand. There's one crucial thing needed to move accurately around Shot Irma, and that is wealth. Sevan adjusted his pipe, brushing off the ashes on his hair. Wealth? Oscar asked. What does wealth have to do with it? Shot Irma is the nonsensical and wayward half of the world. No matter which rumor is true of its origin, whether it's the site of a massive battle, war, or cataclysm, its fate has long been sealed as the home of the outcasts, criminals, heretics, and losers. Those who don't have a place in Valen escape out here. Sevan spoke slowly and roughly. His eagle eyes glinted as he killed his pipe. However, even within the quagmire, systems emerge, and strange cultures develop. So you need money to move around Shot Irma? Avril and I saw no guards or patrols around the debris and floating rocks to stop us and ask for money. Oscar doubted. Sure, anyone can float around endlessly, hoping to get lucky to land on a resourceful land or Valen. The Four Lords have routes to other civilizations solely because they get the wealth from the Burning Valley and pay their way there. A certainty that they will reach the other side and back. Imagine the cost for a full trip out of Shot Irma. Guaranteed, Sevan chuckled. Now who do they pay? That will be the Putrisers. The Putrisers? Who are they? Oscar asked. Unique people born in Shot Irma with a special constitution. It's unknown how, but the Putrisers find the ones with potential when they are babies and induct them in special training. Sevan put away his pipe. Shot Irma isn't a constant. The lands shift, the gravitational forces change like the season, and the rulers change. The Putrisers see the paths and know the map even though it changes. Pay them for their services, and they will guide you through the safest, most stable way. How much? Oscar had 26 space pockets, 24 sitting in Erden's stomach with his dimensional cube. Thankfully, even they couldn't sense what was in a beast's stomach. With this much wealth, maybe he could avoid their plan. Far more than you can imagine. Each of the Four Lords spends about 30% of their annual revenue on a single round trip for a group of 5. And that's just to another place in Shot Irma. Imagine the cost of getting out. You might have to clear out an entire treasury of a kingdom for it, Sevan said. His words put a damper on Oscar's bid. Are you kidding me? Oscar grew frustrated. No joke, but if you take over all the wealth of the Four Lords and become its sole ruler for a year or two, it might be enough. Sevan smiled as if saying he got him. Now, do you understand? That's enough talking for now. When we arrive, you will rest. Tort's low groans reverberated across his shell, making the ride quite bumpy. Oscar and Avril rested on Erden's side for hours. Oscar recovered the Ein in his body, fully restored to his peak. His attention turned to Sevan and Adam, who were idling around. Could they be trusted? Were the Putrisers even real? While the questions swam around in Oscar's muddy thoughts, they finally arrived at Sevan and Adam's base. A large network of ravines appeared before Oscar's sight, filling the ground. Tort dropped into the ravine, causing a rock avalanche and stomped to a cave. This place is nicely hidden and a small distance from one of the major cities. Adam guided Oscar and the others while Sevan went elsewhere. Adam opened a makeshift door to a small room. The three of you will sleep here. All right, this will do. Oscar closed the door in front of Adam. He had had enough of Adam and Sevan for today. He glanced at Avril, who had slumped into a corner with her head down. Are you all right, Avril? Oscar asked, making his way slowly toward her. He didn't want to agitate her if she was having another episode. I'm sorry. It's all because of me we got into this mess. She feels ashamed and promises to do better. She doesn't want to burden Oscar anymore. Avril sighed. Is that all? Oscar sighed and flicked Avril's forehead. Her yelp of pain was followed by her confused expression, a slight tear in her gold eye. I said not to worry about it. Let's sleep for now. Avril rubbed her forehead over the facecloth. The room was small but just enough to set 2 mattresses side by side. Erden rested right by the wall, taking up some space. Laying on his side, Oscar gulped, staring at the rocky ceiling. Avril was right beside him, just half an arm's length away. He had close contact with her all the time now, but never in a setting like this. Nervous, Oscar turned to Avril. She was also wide awake, her face slightly red. Not alone in his awkwardness. Oscar scratched his nose and said, "Want to read a book?" "Yes." Avril shot up from her bed as if waiting for Oscar to say something the whole time. The next morning, Oscar and Avril stepped out, yawning. Outside, Adam and Sevan greeted them with wide smiles. "Now that you're up, we have to incorporate you into our plan." Adam smiled, brushing his white hair up with a comb. "How do you intend to do that?" Oscar asked. "The way the two of you are now isn't suitable. Both of you have room to grow." Sevan laid out a plate of breakfast. "Eat well because you'll be enduring a hellish training for the next 6 months." Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 385. Avril's Decision. "Oscar, are you a fabricator? You possess a hammer in your space pocket along with some grade 3 ores," Sevan asked, a glow of interest in his eagle eyes. If you are, then what star fabricator are you? I am a 2-star fabricator. I haven't found a suitable place with a furnace, kiln, and anvil to attempt forging grade 3 armaments. Maybe if I had an armament, I wouldn't have been in as much trouble earlier and gotten out before Adam appeared, Oscar grumbled. If only he had found a furnace beforehand. Part of his plan was to find a foundry or smithy in Rockfell, but then the whole massacre had to happen. Oh, is that right? Adam laughed with a wide smile and daring eyes, seeming provoked by Oscar's words. I wonder how much better our battle would have been if we fought with armaments? Enough, Adam. Sevan waved Adam to stop and led everyone outside. Near the entrance was exactly what Oscar wanted. A fine workshop with an anvil, portable furnace, and a kiln. Crafting one for himself and Avril would do wonders for their survival against future enemies. Oscar felt around the workshop, familiarizing himself with the environment. A top-notch fabricator would sense every ember, dust, and more. Details mattered most. It's a good workshop, but what's the other station? Oscar pointed at the table on the other side. Cauldrons, vials, and pestles? Why do you have an alchemist set up here? None of us are alchemists. You're not. Sevan rubbed his chin with a frown of disappointment. He turned to Avril. Seeing the plants, herbs, and strange medicines, clearly handmade, all nicely put together in her space pocket, I thought she was an alchemist. What a shame to have set this up for nothing. A flash of enlightenment raced through Oscar's mind. That was right. Avril had shown her interest in herbology and surprisingly keen insights whenever mixing up her unusual medicines. Also, her anima was perfect for providing the necessary boost to refine an elixir whenever needed. Avril, do you want to learn alchemy? Oscar asked. She was the perfect candidate to learn some alchemy. At Oscar's suggestion, Avril tilted her head and nodded. But who will teach me? I don't think anyone here is an alchemist. Don't worry about that. Oscar smiled and thanked Joel. For in his heart, a certain insistent person made me forcibly memorize so much alchemy that my head would burst from it. It's not ideal, but it's the only way for you to learn. Oh, how interesting. Why do you have so much knowledge of alchemy? Sevan smiled. He seemed even more interested in Oscar. Trade secret, Oscar said, turning back to Avril. So, will you learn alchemy from me? I sure could use an alchemist. Okay, she burns with excitement to learn. Always had she been curious about the mystical art of alchemy, only able to watch from afar. A bright smile crossed Avril's face. She bowed and thanked Oscar for this chance. Then it set. In the first half of the day, Oscar and Avril will focus on fabrication and alchemy. The proper training with us will be in the second half. Sevan smoked his pipe, blowing large clouds of white smoke into everyone's faces. What is the second half? Oscar coughed from the harsh smell of the smoke. Complaining about Sevan's rude actions would only make things worse for him and Avril, so he kept his complaints in his heart. Instead, the second half of the training was intriguing. His master's Madden training was harsh enough, so how about another Reese Masters? Adam will take care of you, Oscar. You'll be with him for half the day. While Sevan talked, Oscar glanced at Adam, who smiled with a thumbs up. Not a reassuring smile, but one of excitement, a battle-crazed smile. Meanwhile, Sevan continued, I'm sure he will take good care of you. Now as for you, Avril, what do you want to do? I honestly don't know what to choose for you. Avril stepped forward, taking a deep breath to calm herself. Her eye glanced at Oscar for a moment before turning back to Sevan. If you would have me, may I learn Reese? What? Oscar shouted. What did she say? Did she want to learn Reese? Oscar grabbed her wrist, not too forcefully. Do you understand what you're saying? Reese is not a good power to have. You're a grade 7 with a unique anima. There are other ways for you to be stronger. If it's not a good power, then what about you? What about them? Avril gestured towards Sevan and Adam. Her eyes stared straight, her gaze sharp like an arrow through Oscar. She held a hand over her chest and said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, I don't want to be useless. Alchemy is one thing, my anima is another, but I want to fight alongside you. I'm tired of being helpless. I learned Reese because it was the only way to keep up with others. You don't need to suffer as I did. Besides, you're in the Night Exalt realm. Starting this late will be too slow. Not only that, how will we know if you can handle it in this realm? My master said I couldn't handle it at the Night Exalt realm. Oscar urged her to reconsider. Learning the Reese was tantamount to signing a will. I only escaped the suffering through luck. The basics are enough. With that and my scroll anima, I can fight better. She refuses to budge on this. She needs to be stronger for her own sake and Oscar's, Avril said. For a few seconds, their eyes stared, unblinking. Seeing not a hint of hesitation or desire to back down from her glowing gold eye, Oscar sighed and nodded. Fine, but the moment you feel like it's killing you, you'll stop right then and there. I promise, Avril said. She faced Sevon and bowed. Please teach me the Reese. Ha 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 ha. I like the determination. Then it's settled. As for your beast, Tort will take care of him all day. Your days will be split up into 3 8-hour cycles. The first 8 hours will be for your profession. The second 8 hours will be with me and Adam. The last will be for rest and sleep. Adam needs to move out soon. I'm always here. So if you need any advice or want to talk, just come back in. Sevon smoked his merry way back into the cave. Adam waved goodbye and exited the ravine to parts unknown. Erden nodded farewell to Oscar and Avril before leaving with Tort, the giant turtle. Already, Erden gave Tort the stink eye and raced across in provocation. Oddly, Exalt beasts were very temperamental to each other. Is this what you really want? Oscar asked. Of course it is. Now, teach me some alchemy. Avril tugged Oscar toward the alchemy station. Oscar explained everything about one-star alchemy to Avril. The knowledge might have been outdated because of GOL4's separation from society for thousands of years, but it helped her get started. While Avril got to work on alchemy, Oscar focused on crafting a grade 3 armament. Hours later, Oscar made no progress in his fabrication. The wall that was a 3-star fabricator was quite large. His talent wasn't on par to break through it with ease. He needed time and focus. Meanwhile, Avril showed significant growth in her field, creating a quasi-elixir, just a step below grade 1, mainly used by non-exalts. Her talent truly made anyone envious. Then the time came. Adam returned, and Sevon emerged from the cave. Oscar took one last look at Avril, and she nodded reassuringly. She was telling him not to worry. But how could he not worry? He feared she might be reckless as himself and lead herself to death. What's with those idle thoughts? They're showing on your face like pimples, Adam mocked. Stop worrying about her. You should worry about yourself first. Just tell me what we're doing, Oscar spat out. Avril was not here. Sevon had taken her somewhere else to train her in Reese. Adam smiled his battle-crazed smile, baring his teeth. The next instant, he punched Oscar without warning, forcing him into the rocky cliff. For the next 6 months, you will fight me. We have some grade 3 spells in our possession for you to learn. Use everything, Oscar. Spells anima, Reese, ein vis, use it all. There's nothing for me to teach you. There's only the battle as your master. Crazy bastard. Oscar freed himself from the cliff, sending rock and rubble tumbling to the floor. Feeling the thrill of battle as well, Oscar smiled. His body rippled with the pseudo-guise. Let's fight. As time passed, Oscar, Avril, and Erden trained hard. Their routine every day was the same. They woke up in the early morning. Erden would leave with Tort while Oscar and Avril trained in fabrication and alchemy. However, Oscar spent half his time explaining more alchemy concepts to Avril. Then, as the sands of the hourglass flowed out, Sevon and Adam took them to their respective training. Oscar fought tooth and nail against Adam, exchanging fierce blows. In all that time, he never landed a single hit on Adam, always beaten to a pulp. Oscar would return to his room, tired and sore. Erden and Avril would return in the same manner. He and Avril were so tired at the end of each day that they dropped right to bed after washing up, not even hung up or embarrassed about sleeping right next to each other. Every day in his dreams, he saw his friends and family. Just a little more, he thought. He needed just a little more time. Finally, 6 months went by. I can't believe it's been 6 months. Time flies by fast. Adam put on his white shirt, pulled his suspenders from his pants over it, and strapped on his bow tie, tweaking it to perfection. You're completely different from 6 months ago. Instead of the rampaging beast, you are now a honed blade. How is it, Oscar? One day, I'll defeat you. Make sure to remember that Oscar said, resting on a large boulder cut from the wall. Oscar put on his long-sleeved shirt and vest, staring lazily at the red sky. His training finally ended. Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 386. Departing. Interesting. I hope you become a greater knight Exalt before I try for the martial Exalt realm. I haven't fought against anyone who made me feel the true thrill of battle yet. Adam stretched his body, his tight muscles outlined underneath the white shirt. He smiled at Oscar and extended his hand out. You're quite close to it. Staring at the outstretched hand, Oscar scoffed and clasped it. He released a slight ripple shroud, and it clashed against Adam's. The ensuing shockwave blasted across his hair, pounded on his skin, and scattered dust away. Oscar chuckled at the ridiculous greeting and farewell Adam taught him. According to Adam, this was the formal exchange between Reese users. By the time I become one, I'll be long gone from this place. Oscar refused to stay any longer in this place, more than necessary. He felt grateful to Sevan and Adam for training him and Avril and providing resources for their professions. But it wasn't enough to fully gain his trust. They still had not told him anything about the supposed enemy of Reese. Passing through the unstable cliffs and gorges of the ravine, Oscar returned to their cavern abode. Avril and Erden had not returned yet. Sevan and Tort must have taken them far away for their final training, unlike Adam, who only wanted to fight. Oscar entered the hot bath Sevan had set up in the cave, a well that tapped into the hot water deep in the earth. Tens of minutes later, the ground shook, and one loud, dull sound after another resounded through the cavern. Tort finally returned. He had felt Erden's presence getting closer during his long bath. The soul bond was incredibly useful for keeping track of his beast. Oscar exited the cavern, waving over to Tort and Erden. Not surprisingly, Erden's body was battered with loose patches of fur and wounds. Welcome back, Erden. How was training with Tort? Oscar rubbed Erden's head. Erden snorted and grunted in return while Tort repeated some low groans resembling laughter. Erden sent a playback of his memories through Oscar's mind, and Oscar laughed at its contents. He wasn't the only one to suffer at their trainer's hands. Tort may look lazy and slow, but he's surprisingly brutal. Look at how haggard you look. I'm back. She desires a fresh bath right now. Avril's voice cut in from the other direction. Oscar turned to her with a smile. Her hair was loose and nearly falling off the braids, her clothes roughed up and torn in some places, and her face was covered in dirt. Next to her, Sevan was smiling with a pipe in his mouth. Just how rough was her training? Oscar tried to get Avril to tell him multiple times during the 6 months, but she stayed silent. Her lips were sealed tight, an admirable quality but still annoying to Oscar. In the end, he decided to respect her privacy and stop asking. He hoped Sevan hadn't gone overboard. Avril is quite the astute student. Oscar, I'll leave it to you to help her progress in Reese after you all disembark. Sevan put out his pipe, watching Avril enter the cave with the doting eyes Oscar had seen on Elder Saul, his father and his mother. It was funny how Avril's strange, cheerful behavior and quirks made her likable to anyone. So, what kind of training did you do? Oscar asked. He only stopped asking Avril but never stopped for this old man. Avril told me not to tell you. She doesn't want you to keep worrying and wants to surprise you later with the results. Sevan relit his pipe. I can tell you that she hasn't made much progress in Adamus Rays. That's obvious, Oscar grumbled as he went inside. After a while, Avril and Erden had cleaned and tidied themselves up, joining him in the main quarters. I'm so tired. I just want to sleep. Avril leaned, resting her head on the stone table. It's the last day. Sevan and Adam want us to meet up. I wonder if they'll finally tell us about the enemy. Oscar couldn't get the unknown enemy out of his head. Sevan was always solemn when referring to them, and Adam always lost his usual smile, replaced by a face of pure fury. Though, when they do, I'll judge whether these enemies are enemies to us or just Sevan and Adam's vendetta against someone. Right. She leaves the hard part to Oscar, knowing he'll make the right choice. She just wants to rest right now. Avril yawned. Ha! Also, I have a gift for you. Oscar took out a white staff with a large embedded gem on its tip from his space pocket. Try it out. Is this a grade 3 armament? Avril perked up from her slump and held the long staff, her gold eye glittering wonderfully. When did you make this? Just finished yesterday. Grade 3 armaments are trickier than I thought. The large gem is not a decoration but a conduit. I thought about other ways you could use your scroll anima and created an outlet for the Ein to blast off in a concentrated beam. It'll be a nice surprise for any enemy who doesn't know. Oscar went on in a long explanation about the intricacies of the armament. The gem for the outlet was a concept of golem crafting he learned from GOL for long ago. He smiled, knowing he was carrying on his friend's legacy in the present. Avril listened attentively with a smile and focused gaze. After Oscar finished explaining, she hugged him, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her sudden movement caught Oscar off guard. "Thank you. This is the best present I've ever received." Avril laughed. "Just don't lose it or break it." You make others worry with your clumsiness," Oscar said. He knew Avril was a person of many mysteries, but it all pointed to a history of pain and agony. With this, perhaps she could open up more to him. Even if she didn't, Oscar felt it was all right. "Hey, that's mean." Avril let go of Oscar and tapped him on the head with her new grade 3 armament. She hugged it closely with a hum from her lips and affection from her eye. "Oh, it looks like something good happened." Adam and Sevan barged into the main quarters, carrying several plates of food and jars of drinks. "What's all this?" Oscar asked, though he already knew the answer. Was there any way for him to avoid this? One look from Adam was enough for him to know it was impossible. "A party to celebrate the completion of your training and to send you off with good wishes for your success. Now drink." Adam and Sevan poured several cups of wine and passed some to Oscar, Avril, and Erden. "To our success. To our success," Oscar and Avril said. Avril was highly enthusiastic about the celebration compared to him. Wait, Oscar thought as he downed the cup. Was Avril good at drinking? Or was she a complete mess? He got his answer when he glanced at Avril. A single cup of wine made her face dripping red as a tomato, and her body swayed erratically. He wasn't any better either. He was never good at drinking, even back at the pavilion, and these wines were fit to affect night exalts. His vision grew hazier by the moment, and his hands doubled, tripled, quadrupled. He shouldn't have drunk. He cursed Adam under his breath. The night was well underway despite the red sky ever still. After seeing her condition, Oscar decided not to allow Avril to keep drinking and downed her share of the wine. The food was a good reprieve from the water of life. As Reese users, they all ate continuously without end. Avril didn't eat meat but ate all the unique plants they collected from the burning valley. Ugh! Oscar felt his head aching, a dull pounding of his skull. His eyes couldn't see much from the haze, but he felt odd. What was this softness his face rested on? It wasn't his pillow or mattress. Oscar wanted to move, but his hand was squished under something and wrapped around it. His nose caught a whiff of a fragrant scent, an intoxicating smell that numbed his mind. Avril's voice came from above. Shocked at what he was doing, Oscar tried to shake off the lethargy to no avail. He screwed up. He screwed up badly. Right now, he was embracing Avril, burying his face in her soft chest. This was a rude action toward Avril, and Oscar tried to move away. His body, racked by alcohol, could barely move. Then, Avril's arms, wrapped around his head, hugged tighter, burying him deeper in her embrace. Oscar felt hot, heard her heartbeat reverberating across his head, and breathed roughly and shortly. He needed to pull away. Suddenly, her hand stroked the back of his head with great affection as a hum came from Avril. "Don't cry, don't worry, I'll protect you. I'm here for you," Avril whispered in her sleep. Oscar wondered to whom she was talking in her sleep. It certainly wasn't him. However, it would be nice if it was him. Resting on Avril's chest, surrounded by her embrace, and stroked by her caring hand, Oscar was lulled back to sleep. The next morning, Oscar woke up in his usual spot. He wondered if last night was a dream. There was no way he would do anything so uncouth toward his friend. Avril also woke up with a yawn. "Good morning, Oscar." Avril rubbed her eye. "Good morning, Avril." Oscar kept his calm. Last night had to be a dream, right? He breathed out in relief. There was no way that last night was real. "Funny. I didn't know I drooled in my sleep, though. It's strange, how did my chest get wet?" Avril patted her chest. Oscar's head stormed with thunderous sparks, bringing up the memories from last night. He wanted to refuse it happened. There was no way, but the evidence was clear by the wet stain on Avril. Did I really do that? Was last night real? Yes, yes. Erden and Demon responded instantly. Oscar rubbed his temple in distress. Why now? Even in previous times when he got drunk, he kept his wits about him. So how did he lose control? Oscar decided to stave off drinking for a while. Are you all right? Avril said in front of Oscar. I am. Don't worry. Oscar laughed dryly, tearing his gaze away from her. Oscar gathered his things, tidied up the room, and exited with Avril and Erden. Outside, Sevon and Adam waited for them on top of Tort. This is where we separate. You all know the plan. Oscar and Avril will head to the outer regions while Adam and I gain more ground closer to the Four Lords' domains. Sevon nodded to each one of them. I wish you all good fortune in battle and success. May we meet at the rendezvous later. Good luck, Oscar. Hurry up and climb to where I am. Adam waved goodbye. Go eat some dirt. I'll shoot past you very soon. Oscar gave him a thumbs down. After Sevon and Adam left, Oscar, Avril, and Erden all sighed in relief. Erden, especially, screamed with laughter. I can finally talk with my mouth. 6 months of keeping shut, and I almost forgot how to move my lips. Erden groaned. You did a good job hiding it. I don't know what they would have done if they discovered you could talk. Oscar laughed. So, are we going to follow along with their plan? Sevon is a nice person, but I trust you more, Avril asked, her gaze fixed on Sevon's direction. It seemed she had some misgivings about betraying her master. No, we'll follow along. For now, they seem trustworthy, but we need to be careful. Let's head on to the outer regions. Oscar got on Erden with Avril. With Avril so close in front of him, Oscar recalled the last night and nearly choked on his words. Calming down, Oscar departed for their destination. A few days later, they broke through the gate of a makeshift town. Excuse me, marauders, let me speak to your boss. Oscar stepped through the wreckage with a smile. I'm the leader from now on. Act 2, World Beyond, Chapter 387. Azure Sea Company. Desmond laughed while sharing cups of lukewarm water with the rest of his crew. They had just received the monthly tributes from the towns and villages in their territory, a good number of ores and water. The bountiful feast on the table looked ever more pleasing, a collection of whole lizards cooked to perfection. Lads and gals, ever since the butcher disappeared, we no longer need to worry about the Four Lords pounding down on our doorsteps. We can finally eat and drink in peace. Desmond cheered, and all of his crew cheered along. Downing his entire cup, he sighed in satisfaction. Around a year ago, a terrifying existence started slaughtering people all over the burning valley. Hence, the stranger was named the Butcher. Desmond nearly spat out in anger from remembering how hard those days were. The envoys from the Lord of Brightburn came non-stop for information and tributes, saying that war was coming. What war? A war never happened. The Butcher disappeared, and now things went back to normal. Desmond no longer had to worry about the pestering envoys except for the end-of-the-year offering. Rival gangs were no longer as active and desperate to fight for survival, keeping to their territories without fear of losing them. Yes, everything is back on track, Desmond shouted in delight, roaring in laughter. He popped open a bottle of blood wine. The smell was as bad as normal blood, but the taste was intoxicating. He reached out to pour into his cup when a loud explosion shook their big hut. Staring at the dropped bottle of blood wine and the puddle it formed on the table, Desmond became infuriated, red to the ear. He snarled and shouted, "What the hell was that?" It sounded like it came from the front gate. "Boss, someone might be here," one of his underlings responded. "What kind of idiot would?" Desmond stopped when he heard someone shouting over him. "Excuse me, marauders, let me speak to your boss. I'm the leader from now on." The loud, boisterous shout was challenging him. Desmond snarled. Provoked by the blatant taunt and disregard for his authority, he exited their main hut. The entire front gate was ruined, demolished into a pile of scrap and rubble. By the wreckage stood a man with black hair and black eyes, tall and well-dressed. Another man who had half his face covered with short purple hair and a gold eye, and a deer beast. "What imbeciles dare to intrude on my home? I am Desmond, leader of the fire bears. I'll kill you both, Desmond shouted, lifting his ruler sword. He pointed his prided armament toward the three. Is this really the right way to go about the plan? Oscar sighed. The leader of the marauders, Desmond, stared at him with bloodshot eyes. He glanced at Avril, who disguised herself as a man to Sevon's suggestion to avoid any mishaps or unwanted attention. Though he agreed it was a shame for Avril to cut her hair. Sevon's plan for him and Avril was very simple, to take over the outer regions of the Burning Valley. However, simple was a very strong word and not fit to describe the huge undertaking required to conquer the place. For Oscar, taking over the entire outer region with just the three of them was suicidal. He needed more than just him and Avril to take over the entire outer region. He needed followers who could fight alongside him in bigger and greater battles, as Sevon explained that Oscar would become a pseudo-fifth lord of the Burning Valley. While he understood the reason, he didn't like the idea of a target being painted on his back. The four lords were wealthy from monopolizing the central region, but they also relied on the tributes from the outer regions to accumulate the extra resources they needed. By cutting off the yearly tributes from the outer region, Oscar would force the four lords to delve deeper into their pockets for their endeavors and budget or to act against him. All of this to draw out their main forces. They didn't send out their core armies against Adam. To think that losing their source of income would goad them into acting rather than lives. Oscar already felt some contempt for these four lords. Compared to Celestina, their rulership was severely lacking. Hello, like I said, I'm the new leader here now. I won't ask you to bow to me, but you are all under my command. Oscar cracked his neck and took out his new grade 3 armament, a black buckler. A hint of nostalgia welled in his heart toward the buckler, reminding him of the old days back in the pavilion. He made it as a constant reminder of where he needed to be. He had to get back. Oscar glared at Desmond and the others. If anyone thinks differently, step forward, and we can decide. Ha! You kick down the door, barge into my home, and challenge my authority. Desmond plunged his ruler into the scorched ground. A hearty smile covered his face. Where do you get the gall to do so? I have 30 people under me and rule over 20 villages and towns. But I do like your spirit. Serve under me, and you'll be well fed. I guess negotiations have broken down. Well, it wasn't a negotiation anyway. Oscar released a burst of reese from the bottom of his feet. In an instant, he slid across the ground right before Desmond. Before the marauder's slowly widening gaze, Oscar lifted his foot and kicked forward with a push of reese. Desmond tipped over and fell on his back, his eyes spinning around in their sockets. What? Desmond stuttered, getting back to his feet. Oscar released Reese from his elbow and shoulder, forcing his knuckles onto Desmond's jaw. Once more, Desmond fell to the floor. The confusion and awe on Desmond's face invoked some empathy from Oscar. He had suffered the same way against Adam. Even with the Prinstict active, his movements became invisible and untraceable. That's twice now. I could have killed you twice now, but I need followers, and you're useful if you had managed to climb up to this station. So, will you regard me as your leader or continue fighting? Oscar took a step back to give Desmond some space. Ideally, surrender would be perfect. However, Desmond stood up with a stern face. You should have killed me while you had the chance, Desmond shouted. I'm gathering around him. A blaze coated his ruler and condensed into a deep red, not letting a single ember escape the surface. A ferocious smile stretched across his face as a large flaming bear manifested next to him. A bear anima. That takes me back, Oscar smiled, recalling the petite girl, Mary, with their disproportionately sized bear anima. How was she doing with Austin? While his thoughts turned to home, Desmond charged, burning the scorched earth to a further crisp under his feet. The superheated blade and bare claws swiped toward him. Oscar surrounded his limbs in iron, the pseudo-guise, and extended it to his buckler. He foresaw the future actions of the ruler and acted. From a single swing of his bulwark, Desmond's ruler was knocked away, his arm nearly dislocating from its sockets. Furious flames sprouted from the bear. Oscar punched, his fist covered in a golden drill, spinning with the shrieking of metal, and broke through the bear anima's claws. Not wanting the flames to envelop him, Oscar released an iron-shattering wave, reducing the bear to pieces and blasting away the inferno. Desmond was caught by the edge of the blow and fell again with half his body broken. "Boss!" The other two Middle Knight Exalts of Desmond's gang wanted to rush him. However, Erden stomped ahead with great pressure, sending an earthquake to halt them. Avril's roots grew and entangled the others. "That's 3 times now. You should have gone all out from the start, but you squandered the chance I gave you to fight for real. Do you yield now?" Oscar crouched to talk to the fallen Desmond. "I don't want to kill you and you'll reach a greater height. How about it?" Desmond gasped and struggled to get to his knees. Once on them, the weary and injured man bowed his head. "You won. The Firebear gang is yours." "Boss, what are you—" "Enough!" Desmond shouted. "If they wanted to kill us, they would have done so already. Where on earth did monsters like you 3 come from? This place is just too undeveloped. Follow me, and I'll teach you how to truly fight. Not as a random marauder but as a true warrior." Oscar reached his hand out. "I accept. The strong lead and the weak follow." Desmond grasped Oscar's hand and was pulled up to his feet. Suddenly, he was healed greatly, thanks to Avril's scroll anima. Healing the enemy after defeating them? What makes you think I won't fight or betray you right now? You're welcome to try, but then I will kill you. Oscar's eyes went cold and emotionless. He switched places with Demon to produce the intimidation needed to rein them in. It worked, seeing how Desmond shrank back from Demon's eyes, which resembled a dark void, an abyss. "I understand. Then what's the plan, new boss?" Desmond coughed, his pale face returning to normal. "First, tell me about your territory, your operations, and the skills of all your members," Oscar asked. "I understand. Firebear gang." "Greet the new boss," Desmond barked. "Welcome, new boss." The rest of the Firebear gang greeted him. "Boss, since you're the leader now, what do you want us to be called from now on?" Desmond asked. "A name?" Oscar rubbed his chin. He smiled. There was one name which he wanted to pay homage to. "We'll be called the Azure Sea Company." With the aid of the Azure Sea Company, Oscar sought to find his way back home to the Blue Ocean Pavilion. Act 2 World Beyond, Chapter 388. Governance. Oscar sat in the main hut of the Firebear gang, now renamed the Azure Sea Company. Various papers were scattered on the rough stone table, now cleared of food. These papers were useless, containing only odd notes about rumors or gossip. To think the gangs of the outer regions were so unorganized. "Boss, I'm sorry for our poor record-keeping, but we never needed to do so in the past. We always just took a certain amount from the towns to ensure we can keep up the tributes to the Lord of Brightburn, and some for us." Desmond chuckled strangely. Lord of Brightburn. Adam explained the 4 lords to them a while ago. The Lord of Brightburn ruled over the western region and was an expert in the peak of Greater Knight Exalt. Unfortunately, the Burning Valley didn't have many resources suitable for martial exalts. However, the 4 lords were by no means weak. Even Adam spoke a bit solemnly when referring to them. Facing these lords would be no simple task. Oscar wondered how they would ever match up with a ragtag group of unhinged marauders. Rubbing his temple, Oscar said, "From now on, we keep a record of everything. First, take a census of the villages and towns. Their names, ages, Exalt realm if possible." "Yes, boss." Desmond bowed and exited the hut. Oscar breathed out in relief, feeling grateful to Celestina. Those reading sessions and conversations with Celestina sometimes veered into governance and leadership. He could only try to emulate some of her regal bearing and rulership. It looked as though it was working for now. "Haia, I can finally talk," Avril sighed. Trying to speak in a manly voice didn't work out for her, so she decided to keep quiet the whole time, playing the role of a silent, mysterious person. Oscar chuckled at that idea. How could she be so carefree at times like this? Agreed. It will be tough to stop talking all the time. Erden stretched out his body, releasing all the tension. "So why the census? Do we have to know how many people there are?" She wonders how much more she'll have to write. Avril looked over the sheets of paper she wrote on. Beforehand, each new Azure Sea Company member introduced themselves with their names, realm, abilities, armaments, and anima. She was in charge of recording them for her writing practice. According to a book and backed up by an amazing person, A census is necessary to understand the demographic, the occupations, general wealth, needs, and taxability. Oscar recalled the general ideas of governance. The most important part is the taxability. Taxability? We're still going to extort from the villages and towns? Avril asked, looking conflicted about the idea. Kingdoms and empires do the same. However, we will use it for a different purpose than lining our pockets. The yearly tribute is so expensive that the marauders have no choice but to extort a lot. However, we're going to stop giving yearly tributes to them. So I need to figure out the sweet spot of an amount to lessen the burden on the villages. Pay the marauders more, so they're happy, and use the remainder to fund bettering the villages, Oscar explained. So that's why you need the census. All right, King Oscar. Let's lead our small country into a large empire, Avril playfully bowed and teased. We'll have to wait for the census to know our next step. For the time being, are you comfortable in those clothes? Oscar asked. To further her disguise as a man, Avril wore the same clothing as Sevon's, a butler uniform with white gloves. Sevon never mentioned why he wore butler's clothes, which only furthered the mystery of his background. It's comfortable except for the front. It's too tight. Avril patted her now thin chest. Oscar looked away with a slight flush. He recalled that awkward night and wished to find a hole to crawl into. But I'll make do. She's happy to be here and wants a good chance to show off her wreath. And yet, you won't say how you were trained, Oscar scoffed. He held out a mask to her. It was a smooth mask, half exposed with a hole for an eye to peep through. I made this earlier and forgot to give it to you. That should hold better than the cloth you're using. Avril held the mask in her hand gently, her eyes quivering. With a nod, she whispered her thanks and turned away to put it on. When she turned back, the mask looked like a perfect fit. It covered her forehead, exposed the side of her face that Oscar was familiar with, and finally allowed her other eye to see the world. Her two golden eyes shone brightly. Avril waved her hand over the new open eye and smiled. Not bad, isn't it? I can finally see your other eye. Eyes only shine brighter in pairs. Oscar nodded at his handiwork. He couldn't have done it any better. Avril's smile and tears of joy were enough affirmation. A day later, Desmond finally returned with a small stack of papers. He spread them across the table to allow everyone to see them all. Here are all of the records. The villages have around 100, and the towns are larger, around 300. 15 villages and 5 towns make it around 3,000 people. And just 30 of your gang could control the entire area? The sheer number of people surprised Oscar. There were far more people than he thought. This did not bode well. We only idled around in our base, only acting if someone invaded our territory. So, there was no need to control much, Desmond explained. The reason became clear with Desmond's words. Oscar realized it might be very difficult to govern the populace more closely. However, he had a deadline to meet. He could only take a gamble. With these numbers and the amount you were taking away, we'll cut down the collection from villages and towns to 1/3 of the original price. A third? If we go down that much, we won't be able to give the yearly tribute. Desmond dropped his hands on the table. We won't be paying the yearly tribute. We're not paying it? Desmond looked shocked and nearly dropped to the ground. But we'll be angering the Lord of Brightburn. If you're worried for your gang and your life, you don't have to be. Do you think I came here with a haphazard plan? I have a strong backing of my own. Trust me. The 4 lords will be gone soon. Oscar forced out the last part. To tell another to trust, while he himself didn't trust Adam and Sevon fully, didn't agree with him. Sighing inwardly, Oscar approached Desmond and said, I did promise to take you to greater heights, so just do what I say, and you will be well rewarded. What kind of benefits are we talking about? Desmond asked. In the end, greed trumped anything. According to this, you keep a sizable chunk of the offerings to yourself as the former leader. You will continue to receive that amount and some more. You will be the captain of this place under my direct leadership. And I will help you become stronger. Oscar knew he grasped Desmond's attention. The gang leader's eyes glinted with desire. Yes, boss. Oscar and Avril took charge of the base. Oscar went around all the other villages and towns to introduce himself as the new leader and the changes that would be made. Anyone who opposed it could leave or challenge him. No one stepped up. Instead, they all cheered at having to give way fewer tributes. He also opened up recruitment for people who wanted to join his Azure Sea Company. He had to train a well-organized force to conquer the rest of the outer region. Little wonder how the four lords maintained such an imbalance of power between the center and outer regions. Everyone in the former Firebear gang had little appropriate spells and discipline. Their raw combat ability was strong but untamed. Oscar focused on training them and the recruits, offering some of the recorded spells he had as rewards, along with his crafted armaments and Avril's elixirs, though she could barely make grade 2s. A month later, Avril desperately held her calm and stoic face while walking over. Around her were several women comprising some recruits, old members, and hired servants. All of them were clamoring for her attention. Vice Leader Arthur, I made some snacks. Would you like some? One bashfully held a pouch. Move, another woman shoved the other. Vice Leader Arthur, can we train together? Boss Oscar's lecture was a bit confusing. I need some advice. Maybe in that small hut over there. Avril nearly broke apart. She clenched her teeth to keep her lips from trembling. She ignored all of them and continued walking. To run would only make them more drawn. Within a certain distance, the crowd went away, and Avril sighed in relief. Inside the main hut, now fixed up, was Oscar looking over more papers. I'm so tired. Oscar, I can't keep doing this. Avril sat next to him and leaned back in her chair. Is it time to sleep yet? I want to take this off. Not yet, Oscar chuckled. Avril, disguising herself as a man and staying silent, backfired hard on her. Now, instead of men chasing her, she was being chased by the women. Apparently, from what he heard, the image of a pretty man with a mask who never talked created an aura of mystique. The women spread that Avril, or Arthur, her male personality, would talk and show his face to the one he loved. Oscar nearly burst out laughing again. Just let me go bury myself in a ditch. She feels sorry for all the women who think she's a man. Please tell me you have some good news. Avril buried her face in her arms. I do. It's about time now. We made good progress. It's time to invade other territories, Oscar declared. The long preparation finally yielded the results he wanted. It was time to conquer the rest of the outer region. Act 2, World Beyond, Chapter 389. To war. Desmond. It was time. Oscar gathered up his things. Desmond entered the main hut and saluted. He had a cleaner look since the first time they met. You called for me, boss? Desmond asked, puffing his chest. The past month of training and rewards had done their job of honing Desmond's demeanor, power, and loyalty. Oscar no longer feared having to worry about betrayal. Gather everyone up. It's time to expand. Oscar stood firmly with a stern smile. He had copied the same sort of demeanor Celestina and the pavilion master had, facing straight with his shoulders broad and feet planted straight like an arrow. We're going to take over the outer region. I expect enthusiasm from everyone. Yes, boss. I will take my leave. Desmond hurried out of the tent, flashing a wide smile to Oscar and Avril. The envoys of the four lords will come in 10 months. We need to consolidate our power beforehand. Oscar scanned the entire map of the burning valley in his hands. There was a lot of ground to cover before they could be ready. Adam and Sevon's preparations were also underway. Oscar, where will we strike first? There are many territories bordering ours. Erden saw the map through Oscar's eyes. In total, there were 5 different territories. Each was around the same size as his own. Arthur can choose. Oscar gave the map to Avril. Avril scanned the map, turned it over several times, and pointed at the territory below, right on the continent's edge. There was no use in understanding her thought process for selecting. Oscar nodded and waited for Desmond to report. Boss, they're ready for you. Shall I get a podium? Desmond entered, wielding his ruler sword on his shoulder. His eagerness was blatant to see. No need. Let's address the company. Oscar went outside to see the current Azure Sea Company, 50 strong in total. The recruitment went well, even attracting the attention of a lone Middle Knight Exalt. Altogether, his forces comprised 5 Middle Knight Exalts, excluding him and Erden, 7 Lower Knight Exalts, 15 Elite Exalts, and 23 Apprentice Exalts. Everyone stared at him with respect and awe, with a hint of fear. He trained them well but also exhibited his brutality. Unsurprisingly, they all looked at Avril with admiration and smiles. Oscar cracked his shoulders in annoyance. Why was he getting the short end of the treatment? All Avril did was provide elixirs and medical aid. It's a good day, everyone. I have some exciting news. Oscar used Ein to project his voice. Normally, it was not needed for a small gathering like this, but he wanted to instill his presence in everyone. His voice echoed through the walled grounds and made others tremble. Today, we are going to take over another territory. His words had an immediate effect on the troops. Already, they were whispering and chattering about what was going on. Desmond was about to step forward when Oscar stopped him. Oscar shouted again, this time with forceful intent. If you have any problems, say them now. Seeing everyone quiet from his shout, Oscar moved on. The best way to win would be with no casualties and their leader surrendering like what happened here. Desmond rubbed his hair, looking away. But the worst case can always happen. Don't be worried. Follow me and we'll be victorious. We are the Azure Sea Company. Yes, boss, everyone shouted. Good. As a reward to everyone for making it this far, I have all of these armaments I have crafted for you. Oscar carried over a crate of armaments, each tagged with a person's name. He had crafted these over time for each person. With these armaments, I hope you continue contributing to the company. Thank you, boss. You heard the man. We'll be setting out. Desmond rallied the troops. Oscar's decision to recruit Desmond was a good call. The natural leadership qualities and closeness to the troop made Desmond a good bridge for Oscar to connect to the others. Half of us will remain here while the other half will accompany me. Now be ready in 30 minutes. Oscar clenched his fists. Sweat beaded down his cheek as he exhaled slowly to calm his nerves. Public speaking was not bad, but telling the people to get ready to throw away their lives was nerve-wracking. How on earth did Celestina do it back then? A hand suddenly clasped his shoulder. Turning to his side, he saw it was Avril who patted him. Her golden eyes stared at him, communicating that it was all right. Reassured, Oscar mounted Erden and rode over to the gate. Avril walked by his side, not wanting to draw suspicion by riding together. Everyone, the journey is only a single day away. Oscar rode side to side, addressing the 25 people gathered for the assault force. I will do my best to keep your lives intact, but you must also do the same to adhere to what you learned and fight hard and well. We are stronger. We are stronger. The 25 shouted, wielding their fresh new armaments, confidence blasting from their eyes. Fabricators were rare in the outer region and very expensive to buy from them. His people gained a new wind by giving them armaments for free, courtesy of his large stockpile of ores. Oscar departed with his entourage of former marauders. He held great confidence in himself, Avril and Erden, all trained by Adam, Sevon, and Tort. Glancing at his hands, Oscar clenched them firmly. So far, he only had a single grade 3 spell, the Golden Drill, which suited him perfectly, an upgrade to his Silver Lance. Sevon didn't have a large stock of spells to teach. The real improvement was the use of his Reese. Adam's invisible movements to the Prinstick were because he moved his body with Reese, shooting off little bits to move joints. A body's movements were only visible to Prinstick if moved directly. Moving it with Ein was also foreseeable, but Reese was not. Oscar glanced at his troops. How much could a month of training do for them? This would be his and their first test after a grueling training. The option remained to escape after being wiped out, but Oscar didn't want to disappoint them. Even if it was a temporary alliance, they had to win. The trek toward the enemy territory took him through fields of geysers, small vents of erupting lava. The heat got worse as they continued through the area. Oscar purposely chose this path to test everyone, to see how many would remain steady and focused. Smiling at how they kept up, Oscar picked up the pace for them to follow. After the long journey through the geyser fields, Oscar ordered everyone to rest. Only a fool would attack with fatigue and exhaustion. He wiped off the sweat from his brow and peeked at Avril, who was holding up barely. The uncomfortable squirming revealed her discomfort. Shaking his head with a soft chuckle, Oscar reviewed the map. Desmond, have you ever met the people we are going to fight? Oscar took the time to learn about the enemy. I have. They are the Ashwolf clan. They're a bona fide family rather than a gang of unrelated people like mine. The reason they never expanded to my borders is due to their focus on internal affairs and building up their ranks. Given enough time, they would have invaded us. Desmond frowned. It seemed he had some bad dealings with the Ashwolf clan. I fought their clan leader once and we came to a draw. They aim to produce a greater knight Exalt, but the better resources required are in the center region. Resources? I can offer them enough of it. Oscar smiled. Sevon had given him many resources as expected from a greater martial Exalt. If the four lords hoarded the bulk of the best treasures, he needed a counteroffer. Though if the people decided to reject his proposals, then Oscar cracked his knuckles. I hope they accept. They're stubborn to a fault, boss. I don't think they'll comply so easily. And besides, I wanted a rematch against that old bastard for a while now. Desmond laughed. Standing up, Oscar scoffed and recounted Erden. We'll see. Let's continue. They traveled for another half-day. Noting their location on the map, Oscar judged they must have passed the border by now, and indeed, he noticed the movements in the horizons. Surely, their presence had been noticed, and the Ashwolf clan was preparing. Good. Oscar wanted the entire clan to give witness so there would be no dissent in the future. 30 minutes later, Oscar noticed a walled-off town, larger than the other towns in Desmond's territory. It resembled a small city with tall, thick stone walls and semi-high buildings and towers within. Stopping right in front of the entrance, Oscar noticed the guards on top pointing at them and shouting at each other. "Why do you come to our home, bearing ill will?" A man shouted from atop the wall. "I do not come to seek your destruction. I am here to gain your allegiance and put you under my sway," Oscar shouted back. "How is that different from an ill will? You come as conquerors to our borders," the man retorted. "True, that is true, but I do not wish for bloodshed. I promise I will not put you in chains." Oscar noticed Everil tightening her shoulders. "And I will never drain you of everything you own. I only want your allegiance and soldiers to bring a new order." "And who are you to demand anything of us?" the man asked. "I come bearing gifts. If you accept, I can give you grade 3 armaments and natural resources for advancing to the greater Knight Exalt realm," Oscar answered. "Sevon gave me many natural resources similar to the gold dew figs for consumption. They could reach their full potential once Everil learned enough to concoct grade 3 elixirs. You know, these walls are useless. They're not made of powerful materials. There's not even a formation laid around it. Surrender and swear allegiance or let these walls come down around you." "Nicely put." A bit harsh, Avril whispered. It's all right. I'm only half serious," Oscar said. The gate opened, and Exalts exited the city like a stream of water. Desmond's original estimate was around 50 Exalts, but there were 70 here. Oscar stared at Desmond, who looked away, not meeting his gaze. It was fine. The number of Middle Knight Exalts was equal to theirs. "I am the clan head, Ark Ashwolf." The man in the center of the crowd stepped forward. He had a broad face with sharp eyes, a necklace of fangs wrapped around his neck. "You bring your people to demand services from us. Leave behind everything you have, including the mentioned resources, and I may let you live." "I told you there's no need for bloodshed," Oscar said. "I am not here to be a tyrant. I agree there is no need for blood. Leave everything behind," Ark said. "I guess negotiations have broken down," Avril said. "As I said, it isn't much of a negotiation. I'm really bad at convincing others. I also can't exactly say we'll fight the four lords immediately." Had to break it to Desmond after smashing his face in. Oscar sighed and lifted his arm into the air. "Azure Sea Company, fight! Fight!" His forces tightened their stances, sticking close in groups of 5. "Wolves, bite off their necks." Ark wielded his 2 axes and summoned his wolf anima. The Ashwolf clan charged, roaring toward them. The battle between his Azure Sea Company and the Ashwolf clan was underway. Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 390. Training bears fruit. The Ashwolf clan outnumbered his forces 3-1. Large amounts of Ein poured out from the 70 members of the Ashwolf clan, rumbling above into a chaotic storm. Their ferocious expressions were on display for Oscar and his forces to see. However, none of their blood-curdling expressions affected them. Staring back, Oscar nodded in approval at his forces, who remained stoic with nerves of steel. It was well worth it to switch to demon occasionally to intimidate them and condition them to stand firm against such cold indifference and malice. As the Ashwolf forces neared, Oscar clapped his hands together and shouted. Everyone, all of his 25 men stared at him. Remember, we are stronger. Middle Knight exalts, you know our jobs. Oscar received many nods from Desmond and the others. He pointed at the encroaching army and ordered, "Ranged attacks fire." At his orders, many spells of various elements and grades flew by his head, and the winds picked up by them, hitting his back and ruffling his hair. The target of their ranged barrage wasn't the stampeding army but the ground they were about to step on. Soot, ash, and dirt erupted and tossed into dirty clouds that didn't settle until the Ashwolf clan responded with various wind spells to blow them away. Avril acted before the clouds completely parted, her scroll anima unfurling to the shining word in the first section. She stuck her staff into the ground, and her Ein imploded through the ground, sprouting into large roots. The Ein boost from the staff flowed into the roots, enlarging them into the thickness of the trunks of great oaks. Her spell devastated the ground as the roots sprouted and dug into the ground in waves and arches. To the right, Oscar stretched his right arm out, and the troops, except for Knight Exalts, rushed to the right. "The rest of us charge." Oscar charged, riding Erden into battle. Avril and the others couldn't match Erden's strides and beastly rush, yet followed a step behind. At the very front, Oscar kept his gaze fixated on his targets, the old man next to Ark, who gave him the strongest feeling, and another Middle Knight Exalt. He left Ark to Desmond, who wanted to settle their past feud. As a leader, he had to accommodate his subordinates' feelings and goals as long as it didn't disrupt the whole plan and cohesion of the group. Desmond had long earned Oscar's faith in his strength, having grown tremendously in the past month. Avril's roots only briefly hindered the Ashwolf clan, but it was enough. Oscar arrived right before the old man as the thick wooden roots were burned, chopped, and broken, finally allowing the Ashwolf clan to see through. The moment was now. Erden enlarged his antlers coated in iron and spread them out, reaching the old man and the other. Surprise contorted the old man's wrinkles. The weight of Ein from the two Middle Knight Exalts bore on Erden's antlers, transmitted to Oscar. These two were stronger than the vile men from Rockfell Town. Drawing a deep breath, he and Erden lifted and pushed the two through the mass of Ashwolf forces. On an empty plain between the Ashwolf gates and the army mass behind him, Oscar chuckled and unmounted Erden. He put away the smile quickly and forced down the feeling of success at separating these two from the rest. The battle was far from over. It was just starting. "Not bad. You are worthy of being the new leader of Desmond's former gang." The old man stared at Oscar with wary eyes, his hands bruised and torn from blocking Erden's rampaging antlers. The other Middle Knight Exalt stepped to rush but was held back by the old man. "I am Fenu Ashwolf, former clan head and grand elder. Where has a man as strong as yourself come from? Are you willing to negotiate a surrender?" Oscar clenched his buckler. He sensed no traps or hint of movement from Fenu and the other. "If you say the word, Ark will lay his weapons down." "No? In the savage land that is the burning valley of the mess that is Shot Irma, there is nothing to talk about or discuss. Only the stronger one will rule." Fenu unleashed the full power of his Ein, as did the other. "I see. That does make it simpler." Oscar straightened his back and stepped forward with Erden. "If you wish to test my strength, then feel free to do so. However, you should make your decision before too many of you fall. My people are quite eager despite telling them not to overdo it. I'd prefer if we don't have too much bad blood for better cooperation. We may be equal in Middle Knight Exalts, but we outnumber you in Lower Knights and the rest. You think you can beat us with your paltry numbers?" The other man shouted, a flush of red anger filling his face. "Enough! This man is stronger than we know. Be careful and coordinate with me." Fenu prepared for battle. Oscar glanced back at the raging battle, seeing it was well underway. He wished the best for Avril, Desmond, and the rest. A nervous sweat dripped down his cheek. "Please be all right." He charged across the field of ash and soot, melding his anima into Erden. His role ended here. Avril watched Oscar and Erden push the two Middle Knight Exalts away from the rest of the battlefield. For a brief moment, their gazes met, and Avril turned to do her task. They had 4 Lower Knight Exalts, whereas the opposing side had 6 Lower Knight Exalts. Running in her butler clothes, given by Sevon, her master, Avril reached the enemy Lower Knight Exalts with the others. Her prince stick shone within her golden irises. She reassured herself that she could handle it. Oscar and Sevon told her many times the advantage of Reese was the shock factor and surprise when it's used. She lacked the information about these three, but it shouldn't matter. Sticking her staff into the ground, Avril summoned another wave of entangling roots, not empowered by her scroll anima. Her enemies struggled with the entangled roots for a moment before they summoned their animus and brandished their weapons. Avril poured Reese into her feet and sped toward the rightmost one. Her heart ached. Avril clenched her teeth to bear it. The pain was there when she first learned it from Sevon, but it worsened as she progressed. Forcing herself through the discomfort, Avril spun and swung her staff, Reese pouring into it easily. Oscar had forged it with the Reese forging he mentioned before. The lower knight Exalt unleashed an arsenal of lightning, a field of electricity exploding from his body. Avril acted fast as wooden hands merged and multiplied from the ground under her feet. They ripped and splintered apart from the lightning. However, the path was shown. The splinters and wooden scraps pricking her face felt like nothing. She refused to back down again or be swayed. The enemy faced her with their lightning-infused gauntlets, followed by their wolf anima, brandishing lightning fangs and claws. They flashed with thunderous steps, reaching her. Avril smiled. She was grateful for them speeding up the process while the others dealt with her constantly encroaching roots. Bark wrapped around her hands and staff. She forced the staff onto the enemy's gauntlets, the lightning burning the wood off her staff and flowing to her hands. He used a strange spell that allowed his limbs to burst with lightning, increasing his speed and power. Grateful for his addition of Reese, Avril followed Sevon's training to a T, allowing her body to go limp and soft, imagining herself as a liquid rather than flesh and muscle. The Reese rippled through her body, and she spun several times, landing a bark-covered kick onto the wolf's jaws, clamping its mouth shut. Her scroll anima unfurled to a second section. Avril felt the surge empower her attack, the tips of her toes splitting the wolf's head in two. Only a grade 5. Too bad you're not like Oscar. Avril clenched her fist, coughed out blood from the use of Reese, and slammed the man's head onto the floor. The moment of pain from the wolf anima's injuries was the moment for her to settle this. She huffed in pain from her heart thumping and turned to the other two. One already rushed out and bombarded her location with raging tornadoes. Covering herself in an armor of wood, Avril breathed in and relaxed. Pretend I'm like water. Flow and disperse. Tossed around by the tornadoes, Avril's wooden armor was scraped into chips and pieces. She flowed along with the winds, Reese continually flowing between her to lessen the damage. Within the winds, a strange eel swam, sped by the currents. Avril tried to swing her staff at it, but it evaded, slithered around to her face, and released a burst of slicing winds from its scales. Your flexibility and adaptability are impressive. If Oscar is like a mountain and raging inferno, you are closer to a feather or a water droplet. Use this technique to become like a feather and never let yourself be cut again. Sevon's words echoed in her mind. Oscar told her how he could dodge powerful blows by spinning and deflecting. This technique went a step above. Avril twirled as the blades of wind were about to cut into her clothes and part her flesh, a strange dance within the raging tornadoes. Rather than being controlled by the currents, she was its master, twisting and stretching her body to dodge the blades. There you are. Avril noticed the second lower knight Exalt charge through the winds with his mace anima, an opening made for him to reach her. She blocked with her staff, and her scroll unfurled to its final section. The Ein boost reached the gem Oscar put on its tip. She smiled in thanks to Oscar. She pointed the gem toward the man's face. The gem shone, and a powerful shockwave of Ein assaulted her enemy's face. A wooden hand grabbed the man and clenched him in her grasp, slamming him to the floor. 2 down. Avril stared at the last one, the wind user. Although she exhausted so much to defeat the first 2, she only needed to hold back this one. Her role here was almost done. It remained to Desmond and the others to finish the battle. Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 391. Against Ashwolf. Avril coughed out blood, feeling her heart about to burst through her chest. Her nose could only smell the foul volcanic scent, not helping her nausea. The Reese was truly a useful power but gave her constant agony. She forced down the blood in her throat. Oscar, Sevan, and Adam always suffered through this. She couldn't complain. Don't worry about your friends. I left them alive. Though, they won't be waking up anytime soon, Avril said to the wind user, who scowled with bitten lips. Sweat poured down the half-mask she wore. The previous battles were, as Sevan said, catching them off guard and finishing it early with quick successive blows was her best chance against multiple enemies. Avril clenched her staff. Her powers were still far below Oscar and the others, who fought head-on without fear. How's Desmond doing? The rest of the battle depended on Desmond and the others. Blood dripped down her lips. Avril shook off her worries and held her target in her sight. She controlled many roots and twisting branches to deter the wind user. The rest was up to them. Desmond! Ark Ashwolf wielded his 2 axes, heated to bright orange. Ark! Desmond shouted, his ruler burning bright red. Sparks flew between Desmond and Ark's weapons from their continuous clash. These sparks turned into raging flames in the air and ground. Desmond's bear anima swiped its claws at the side, impeding Ark's wolf anima. Locking their blades against each other, Desmond and Ark reached a stalemate. Flames continuously sprouted between them. Ark had improved since the last time they fought near the geyser fields. Desmond understood Ark's power as a grade 6 Xianxia was on par with his. However, a fearless smile formed across his face. You're too lacking, Desmond laughed. His foot sprouted flames and blasted away the ground, making Ark stumble momentarily. In all of his battles against the boss, he learned the importance of territory in a battle. But he could never win against that monster he called boss. Ark was nothing compared to him. Diving in with the opening, Desmond formed several orbs of flame around the edges of his ruler. His broad arms lifted the great sword and swung down with all his might. Ark was stuck in the crater, a mouse caught in a trap. The month of training wasn't for nothing, the month of being beaten down like a sandbag. Along the edges of the ruler, the orbs exploded with tremendous force. The ensuing explosion deepened the crater and broke into the layer of magma flowing underneath. It erupted like a mini volcano. Lava spread in cracks and crevices, filling the crater and settling into a pool. The fiery rivers of the burning valley were a danger even to Exalts. Desmond knew this and still readied himself. He didn't believe his bitter rival would die like this. Out of the pool of lava, a swirling barrier of flames leaped out. 2 axes flew out of the fires, great flaming wheels targeting Desmond. Holding the ruler as a shield, Desmond endured the great force and heat of the 2 axes. Ark suddenly coughed out blood, pain contorting his face. The wolf anima scraped across the floor to Ark's feet. Your anima control has increased since the last time we fought. What happened in recent times? Ark wiped the blood and crouched by his wolf anima's side, hunters driven to a corner. Our new boss is one hell of a trainer. In a short month, we've already learned how to fight well. Our previous ways were naught but savages fighting with their eyes closed. Desmond smiled gleefully. He never imagined Ark being driven to such a state and how his bear anima overpowered the wolf anima. His mind focused, quelling the joy of victory. The boss came here for a purpose. Desmond stabbed his ruler into the ground. Surrender and join us. The boss will train you and we can have a rematch. It's not over yet. Ark stood up with burns over his arms. Oh? Take a look behind you and see for yourself. Desmond gestured to the side. Ark's face, after turning around, nearly made him laugh out loud. Across the battlefield, the boss's plans were well in motion. The mysterious Arthur defeated 2 lower knight exalts and held the 3rd back. Desmond never asked about the boss's origins, but seeing the butler uniform on Arthur was enough to know the boss was from a powerful family. How scary. Desmond felt a chill. The boss and Arthur could have easily killed his group if he had resisted. Thanking God for his choice and being on the same side as these monsters, Desmond watched his friends, the middle and lower knight exalts, forcing their enemies back. However, the surprise was how well his elite and apprentice exalts were doing. He didn't understand much about his boss's plans. Distract the enemy with ranged attacks and Arthur's encroaching roots, allowing the bulk of their forces to readjust and attack from the right side. The results were clear to see, as the boss explained. Most of the Ashwolf clan was in a line formation and easily stumbled from the right side assault. The initial strike cut the numbers advantage to an even field. The Ashwolf clan was losing badly. It was a shame the boss had ordered him and others to avoid killing as many as possible. They could have ended this battle much faster without worrying about it. Turning his gaze back to the shocked Ark, Desmond grunted to get his attention. So, will you surrender? You can live much better with the boss in charge. Nonsense. Our Grand Elder is still fighting. Once we defeat your boss, we can eliminate the rest of you. Ark seemed to hold onto his faith in the Grand Elder. What a shame. But no one can beat the boss. Desmond sighed at Ark's enthusiasm. He felt a pang of sympathy in his heart. Ark's arrogance was the same as he had before fighting the boss. Perhaps he would have a companion to rant about it with. Desmond charged ahead, retrieving his ruler from the dirt. Meld stage, Fenu murmured. You're also of the metal element. Are you saying you're also metal? Oscar patted Erden's sapphire-armored head. If you have something to use, you should use it now. I don't believe an elder like yourself has nothing up your sleeve. Is it proper Ein control? Deep Prinstict or Awaken? Or do you also have a meld? Show some respect for the Grand Elder. The other Ashwolf member summoned a slingshot anima, spun the ropes around, and hurled a ball of darkness. Oscar put up his shield to block. A strange sensation landed on his shield. It wasn't dense or hard but closer to a soft liquid. The droplets of darkness were about to land on Oscar. Erden dove in and soaked them all up. His sapphire armor hissed and rusted slightly. Imbued with a spell. Not bad. That's quite useful. Oscar swung his buckler to toss out all the darkness clinging onto it. He felt a strong presence from above and gazed upward. The old Fenu made his move. Fenu took the time to leap, wielding a sword. Unsurprisingly, a wolf anima manifested beside him and melded into the sword. The sword transformed into a dark blade with white serrated fangs along its edges, resembling a double-edged saw. So what's your power? Oscar focused on Fenu while Erden kept an eye on the other one. His Prinstict worked through the dual vision, capturing both of their movements. Fenu's meld was interesting. Every person's meld gave them a certain ability, such as Orden's multiple strikes and Erden's body of metal and transformations. This would be the third meld he encountered. His Prinstict only understood Fenu's movements and Ein. The reach of the meld and its capabilities were impossible to read as they were still part of the anima. Seeing Fenu's fearless gaze and relying on his instincts, Oscar jumped far away. He heard the sounds of ravenous fangs and hungry mouths digging in and chewing away. Fenu hadn't reached the ground, but it vanished, disappearing like something was eating away. Relaying his idea to Erden, Oscar dodged several more spheres of darkness. This time, however, the spheres rotated fast and exploded into swirling vortexes which swallowed the dust and left smooth craters in the ground. How dangerous! Erden expanded his antlers and swung at Fenu. The Grand Elder smiled and swung his sword against Erden's antlers. Before they even touched, hot sparks and the sounds of scraping flew out. Oscar stared in interest. Erden's antlers were held in place by something invisible, unable to reach Fenu and his sword. Old Exalts are indeed difficult to deal with. However, that's why it's better to recruit you, Oscar said. He moved using two invisible motions of Reese, reaching the shocked Fenu. His limbs burned with the pseudo-guise. In a single punch, he sought to put Fenu to sleep. Oscar noticed Fenu's movements in the Prinstict. Something was coming from the other hand. A wolf has two sets of fangs, gold-molded and wrapped around Fenu's left arm. Right before Oscar's eyes, a ferocious golden wolf's head expanded from Fenu's fist, opening its jaw wide. Too hasty, youngster. A grade 3 metal spell. I like it. Oscar wrapped his fist in the golden drill spell formed with iron. For a moment, the golden wolf's fangs held on. A show of Ein concentration and mastery of the old veteran. Cracks formed on the fangs until they broke apart. Oscar stopped his drill midway and released an iron-shattering wave. Fenu was flung away, his left arm in a mess from the clash. If Oscar hadn't held back, the arm would be gone. The old wolf stood without fear as if his arm wasn't hurt. How deep does your Ein Awaken go? Oscar was surprised. You must have developed it well over your long years. I can't believe how long you've kept it up and how much Ein you've recovered. However, you can't heal that arm without an elixir or healing spell. Too bad we're not that suited for healing spells as metal types. Grand Elder. The man went over to Fenu's side. I'm sorry, I let him get too close. It's not your fault, Ren. This man moved without our printsticks picking up a hint of movement. He's far too strong. Fenu spoke without issue. Oscar would have thought he did no damage if not for the bloodied arm. So what's your decision? You should look at the rest of your clan. Oscar pointed at the battlefield where the Ashwolf clan was on the back foot. He noticed some of his own was wounded, and his face darkened. Make your decision now. Not yet. I still have more to show. Fenu stepped ahead with Rin. If you survive the next minute, I'll follow you willingly. A minute? Oscar weighed the options. If he didn't agree, then Fenu might not be as cooperative. How troubling. Why did this elder have to tack on a condition? Oscar cracked his neck and nodded. Show me what you can do. Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 392. Fenu's Gambit. Ashwolf, Fenu shouted. Azure Sea, Oscar shouted. Oscar and Fenu projected their voices with Ein and filled the battlefield with their presence. The full might of powerful Middle Knight exalts. Oscar breathed a sigh of relief at how fast everyone stopped fighting. His forces were at an advantage, but any further would lead to more loss of life. Oscar raised his hand to his troops and ordered them to withdraw, as did Fenu. Grand Elder, what is happening? Ark, the clan head, limped over to Fenu's side. Oscar nodded approvingly to Desmond, who responded with a wide, triumphant smile. He also patted Avril on the back. He felt her rapid heartbeat from the palm of his hand on her back and frowned. Her heart was erratic and pounding like drums, a state he was well acquainted with, and her forcefully hushed breathing couldn't hide the distress churning in her lungs. You did well. However, you should be more careful. There is no need to be as reckless as I am, Oscar whispered to Avril, his hand covered in a soft Ein, providing a comforting warmth that helped calm her rampaging heart. It's fine. She wanted to fight, so she needed to keep up with Oscar. Sevon told her she could handle it until the martial Exalt realm. She understands Oscar's worry and promises to stop when she's a martial Exalt, Avril whispered back. Bold words. A grade 7 core does give you that confidence. Oscar scoffed and watched Fenu and Ark. The two wolves were conversing and arguing. After a short moment of deliberation between the two, Fenu left Ark behind and moved forward. Oscar left Avril and the others behind, moving forward with Erden. So, a minute? Oscar asked. I'm sure you have no objections to my friend being here. None. Your beast is a part of your meld. It's not proper to deny one to use their full power, just like how you agreed to give me a minute to attack you. Fenu lifted his sword, still melded with the wolf anima. Oddly, the blade appeared slightly wider and larger than before. The fangs along its edges also seemed longer and sharper. Oscar noted down the mystery of the blade in his mind. In the middle of the scorched battlefield, with the thick smell of blood and sulfur choking the air, Oscar held out his hand. A handshake before we start. I hope to have your valued contribution once this is over. Fenu stared dumbstruck at the hand in front of him and smiled. The old man grasped it and shook it once. A minute is all I need to decide this properly for you and me. We Ashwolves are quite stubborn, especially the younger ones. As an old man, I know how far that stubbornness can lead to trouble. Still, we had to fight against you. Everyone in the Burning Valley needs to know what kind of person comes knocking on their doorsteps. So, have we passed your test? How do you appraise us? Oscar asked. Impressive beyond anything I've seen other than the four lords. Your forces were outnumbered. Yet through individual might and maneuvering, you outclassed us. However, the transition of power is not complete. Fenu let go of Oscar's hand and flashed a fanged smile. As I said, we're all stubborn, especially the ones behind me. If the Ashwolf is to come under your command, you will require no dissent to maintain cohesion. Hence, this showing. All this to make your clan follow me properly? Have you already decided your defeat? Oscar stared into the old man's eyes. They were greatly aged and dull, but deep wisdom shone from within. If I cannot defeat you after using everything I have, the ones behind me will have no choice but to accept the outcome and know they have truly lost. Right now, Ark and the others still believe they can defeat you and the others with me at their side. If this is not handled properly, We will be destroyed here in battle or later in reckless rebellion, and you will lose a valuable force. Fenu retreated several paces. Let's settle this for both our futures. Oscar admired the old wolf for his wisdom and understanding of the people. How formidable indeed. It was worth it to go to the Ashwolf clan not just for their tough forces and lands but also for the wisdom Fenu carried in him. Oscar retreated several more paces, tightened his buckler, and waited for Fenu to start. Will this be all right? The elder is crafty and must have something which gives him confidence. Erden communicated through his mind. Oscar mounted Erden and patted his head. There is no need to worry. After everything we've been through, we can handle it. Look, even Demon isn't saying this is foolish because he understands we need numbers. I wouldn't look to Demon as a guidepost to follow. Erden snorted. I, Fenu Ashwolf, Grand Elder of the Ashwolf clan, hereby call this stalemate to make a challenge to the young lord over here. We have seen their prowess in war. Now I will put the pride of my clan on the line. I will defeat this young lord and show we Ashwolves can still bite. At Fenu's declaration, the Ashwolf clan behind him cheered and howled. I accept. I also make a promise to all of you. I did not come here to oppress or slaughter. I came here for a purpose, and you all are needed for that purpose. But you will all be well rewarded and treated fairly. Everyone will be welcome at the Azure Seas Company. Oscar addressed the chaotic crowd. He turned to his forces behind him and shouted, "Is that not so?" "Yes, boss," everyone shouted, not letting their words trail, cutting them short. They were a well-disciplined group. The minute starts now. Fenu, show me the power of the Ashwolf. Oscar melded his anima into Erden. Fenu gripped his sword, clenching it to the point of his knuckles whitening. Following a deep breath, he swung his blade wildly, flailing it all over. His fanged sword chomped into the ground, swallowed lava, and breathed in the soot with the invisible maws around it. The ground was a mess of bite marks and oddly shaped craters. What alarmed Oscar most was the growing size of Fenu's sword. As the black metal grew and grew, the fangs protruded further until metallic wolf heads branched from the sword. They were as thin as metal sheets yet let out blood-curdling growls. Impressive. Astonished by Fenu's power, Oscar gripped his fists and waited longer. After 50 seconds, Fenu stopped swinging, his sword as tall as the walls of the Ashwolf clan and wide as the gate. Metal wolf heads lined the edges, clamping their jaws up and down, drooling molten magma. Take my strike. Fenu leaped into the air and swung his sword down. The metal wolves stretched and enlarged, twisting and contorting to face Oscar with their metallic hunger. Rather than a sword slash, it resembled a downpour of wolf's fangs with a drizzle of magma. Oscar was thoroughly impressed with Fenu's power and decided to respond with his power. Golden drills spun around from his arms and also from Erden's antlers. They burned with iron. Erden's antlers shifted and spiraled around the drills, pointing their tips together. It had been a long time since he used this technique, the quartet lance. His heart no longer felt discomfort or pain from the use of reese and iron, allowing him to master it truly. He trained his control of Ein for 15 years, so that was no longer an issue. Oscar rode out with Erden against the flood of wolves. His spinning drills and antlers screeched against the numerous jaws and fangs. They clamped shut to hold his attacks in place while the other maws moved to bite him. Oscar felt no fear. His iron quartet lance shredded apart the wolves as if they were made of paper and reached Fenu. The elder flashed a fierce smile and met Oscar with all of his Ein. The slash of Fenu's sword and Oscar's drills sent out devastating shockwaves that quaked the earth. The two armies retreated as fast as possible from the epicenter. In the air, Fenu fell and landed on his feet before kneeling with blood flowing from the wounds covering his body. "Grandfather!" Ark shouted, but Fenu held his hand up to stop him from coming. "Well fought. I would have been killed if you didn't hold back at the last moment. The Ashwolf clan is yours. I only ask for you to keep the promise you mentioned." Fenu bowed his head despite his severe injuries. The other Ashwolf clan members also knelt. Their fierce howling and confidence were wiped from their faces. Standing before the subjugated crowd, Oscar stepped over to Fenu and lifted the elder to stand. Smiling, Oscar reached out to Fenu and said, "I need an advisor who can help me govern the lands I will lead. You have shown great wisdom and knowledge in that field. Will you take up the post of my advisor? Fennu smiled, his wrinkles more pronounced. He gladly took Oscar's hand. I accept this responsibility. May the Ashwolf serve you well. Oscar patted Fennu on the shoulder. At last, he found someone to help him lead his new power. He had limited knowledge and no experience compared to Celestina and others. Fennu was the one he needed all along. Now, his Azure Sea Company was ready. Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 393. A Leader's Burden. With the loyalty of the Ashwolf clan secure, Oscar went over to the main battlefield to identify their losses. The bodies of the people he had come to know for the past month were lifeless, covered in ashes. Using his Ein, he cleaned off the ashes and ordered Desmond to wrap them carefully. Desmond hurried over with rolls of thin leather. Something was caught in Oscar's throat. His chest felt uncomfortable. The unsettling feeling didn't die down as he watched Desmond and the others wrap up their fallen Exalts. Oscar remembered the fields of corpses in Ashen Grove. However, unlike before, this time was worse because he was the one who ordered them to fight, to give up their lives. The responsibility was suffocating and nausea-inducing. If this bothers you, don't think about returning home. Frankly, I'm all right with you staying in Shad Irma, Demon said in a chilling voice. His words were more unsettling than before. Oscar ignored Demon and turned away from the bodies, 6 in total. A hand grasped his shoulder reassuringly. It was Avril, smiling weakly at him with mellow eyes. She somehow always knew when he was troubled or distracted. Oscar smiled at her to let her know he was all right and refocused on Fennu and the rest of the Ashwolf clan. How are your losses? Oscar asked. Fennu sighed with a shake of his head. He seemed older and more weary than ever. We lost 17 of our people and more injured. It's never easy to look at the consequences and the price of war. Indeed, but it is what it is. Oscar rubbed his forehead and glanced at the Ashwolf clan members grieving for their loss. He had killed many people from other factions in the past, yet it was uncomfortable to rule over the ones he had killed. Talking and dealing with the Ashwolf clan would be like walking on eggshells from now on. I can tell what you're thinking, young lord. Leave the Ashwolf clan to me. With proper guidance and time, their wounds will heal. For now, I offer you sanctuary in our home. Do you wish to enter our town? Fennu asked with a bow. No, have your time to mourn. Come to my base a week later with some of your forces. We have a lot to discuss. Here's a list of what you need to bring me. Oscar turned and left after Fennu complied. We're not staying with them? She wonders what their home looks like. Maybe in the future, Avril said. Her eyes stared in interest at the opened gates of the Ashwolf town. There's no need. I want to go back and rest in our place. Oscar didn't want to say it to her. The main reason was that there was no knowing what Avril might see in the town. He wanted to avoid setting her off into another strange episode. Also, he didn't fully trust that he and the others would be safe there. Oscar lifted his buckler as Erden stomped his hooves. We return home. After a swift journey back, Oscar and the others returned to their headquarters. With Desmond's announcement of victory, the entire place erupted into cheers and praises, breaking out the blood wine and filling the plates with food. Stopping Avril from drinking the wine, Oscar raised a glass to everyone. Let us not forget the ones who gave up their lives. May they rest peacefully in death, Oscar said. May they rest, Desmond and others said solemnly. They downed their cups, but Oscar didn't sip from his. He had enough alcohol for now since the party with Adam and Sevon. The festivities continued for the rest of the day. The servants, recruits, and ultimers all danced around to the sound of drums and strange flutes made from beast bones. Many clapped along as others laughed. Many of the women came to Avril to ask her to join them in the celebration, but she refused awkwardly without saying a word. Oscar watched and smiled at the people having drinking contests and bouts of strength. His expression turned sour when he saw a few kneeling beside the new graves where their newly dead were buried. Letting out an exhausted sigh, Oscar left his seat and told everyone to enjoy themselves before entering the main hut. Oscar, are you all right? She's worried for her friend. Avril entered after him with Erden. Oscar slumped in his chair, feeling a weight in his chest. He wiped his face with a wet towel, not satisfying at all due to its lukewarm temperature. Staring at his hand, Oscar clenched it and closed his eyes. I've killed many others, sometimes for survival, others on orders, and most for my home. I've seen many others die, their bodies resting in rows. But I've never ordered others to fight and die. The table cracked with the slamming of his fist. Oscar felt his insides churning. His hand rubbed and covered his eyes. It's horrible. What a horrible feeling. I can't breathe. No wonder she was always like that. But what she had to deal with was far worse. Far worse. He was this affected by sending people who he had known for a month. How much did Celestina suffer when she had to send her precious subjects and people to fight on her behalf, all because of her status as royalty? No wonder she always wanted to talk, a way to find relief in that agony. Oscar. Hello? Avril sat beside him. What? A sickness in his stomach made him uncomfortable speaking long sentences. Oscar uncovered his eyes and saw her smile. Let's play the usual word game. Mountain. Avril started as she always did. This game had its uses in teaching Avril vocabulary and recalling words, but she had long since grown past that. Still, she stared at him, waiting for him to continue. Nest. Your turn. Oscar felt a cold sweat forming on his forehead. It was tough to talk. Terrace. Exalt. As the laughter and music from outside died down, replaced by snores and whispers, Oscar continued to play the word game with Avril. After the 100th word, his opponent scrunched her brow and tilted her head in pondering. Oscar chuckled and stood up. I surrender. Thank you. I feel much better. All right. She's excited to get her first victory, but even happier seeing Oscar return to his usual self. Avril cheered while brushing Erden's fur. Maybe next time, Erden and Demon can play with us. I'm fine. The two of you can keep playing without me. I'm quite comfortable here. Erden yawned. We should get our rest. It's been a hectic past few days. Good night, Oscar and Erden. I'll see you tomorrow. If you're still feeling sick, then have some of this elixir. It's only grade 1, but it can help. Avril waved her hand and went into her room. Holding her crafted elixir containing a purple liquid, Oscar stowed it away and retreated to his room. Laying down, he stretched his body out and thought to himself. He couldn't stumble here. He couldn't let what happened yesterday affect his plans. He needed to get out with Avril. A week later, a group from the Ashwolf clan arrived at his base. They were led by Fenu and Ark, who Desmond accepted with open arms. Oscar watched and waited for them from the main hut window. By the time they arrived, he sat down to greet them. Fenu Ashwolf has come to fulfill his obligations to the young lord. Fenu bowed with the rest of his delegation. I recall I haven't asked the young lord for his name. What shall I call you? You can call me Demon. That is my name. Oscar referred to his alter ego. Boss and young lord are still acceptable. Very well, young lord. Allow me to introduce you to the rest of my entourage. Fenu introduced the 20 people he brought individually, starting with Ark. One of them was the wind user who Avril fought, and she strangely blushed when introduced, looking away from Avril. Oscar resisted the urge to laugh as Avril's expression became more indiscernible, like a stone. However, Fenu's next introduction made him shocked. She was a charming girl with wavy black hair tied into 2 large braids. This is Fon, my beloved descendant. If the young lord will have her, she will be your concubine. Fenu spoke so plainly Oscar thought he didn't realize what he said. Excuse me? Oscar was flabbergasted. Did Fenu just offer him his descendant's hand in marriage? What sort of ridiculousness was this? I will be of great support to the young lord. Is there any displeasure about me? Fen lowered her head. She looked to Fenu, who shrugged. I have zero intentions of taking in a consort, concubine, or wife at the moment. Fen does not have to be tied to me. This is no slight against her, only a difference in what we are focused on. Oscar resisted the encroaching headache and waved for them to stop. But the 4 lords take on multiple spouses and concubines. As the one in power, you have that right, Fenu explained, urging Oscar to marry Fen. And I have the right not to exercise that right. There is no need to form such relations with me. Oscar noticed Avril struggling to keep her laughter in check. Finally, she was getting revenge for his past teases. Everyone can leave for the time being and discuss with Desmond. I will convene everyone later to announce the new conditions and plans for the future. Fenu looked saddened and left with a sigh, taking Fon and Ark with him. Once the main hut was cleared, Oscar groaned and turned to Avril. You can talk now. Ha 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 ha. Avril broke out into uncontrollable laughter, using the table to support her. Oh, laugh it up. Geez, Oscar sighed. It's just too funny. Avril wiped a tear from her eye. Guess we both have our problems there. She wonders how to fix the problem. Get home as quickly as possible. That's the solution. The question is how to be prepared for what's to come. Oscar stretched his arms and called for Fenu to enter. He could use some advice from an expert. Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 394 Envoy. Here are all the records and censuses of our Ashwolf clan. Fenu placed a pile of papers and scrolls on Oscar's table. The sheer volume nearly made Oscar click his tongue, but he held it down and started to read each record, passing one to Avril when finished. Within 30 minutes, he read through it all. Your clan pays a lot more to the Lord of Brightburn. I can't believe these tributes. Oscar tapped his finger on the table. The Ashwolf paid 3 times as much as the Firebear gang. This staggering amount surpassed his imagination and was only for one faction in the outer region. How much wealth did the 4 lords have? How expensive will the route home be when keeping up trading routes to nearby places took 30%? Quickly calming himself, Oscar couldn't let this get him down. He needed to stick to the plan and become as wealthy as possible. Though he had to admit the system the 4 lords had set up was very straightforward and effective. Desmond couldn't give a complete picture of it. Adam and Sevon pretty much never explained much. But Fenu's long history and knowledge provided everything to fit the puzzle. The ones in charge of territories pay tributes to the 4 lords, and they, in turn, can receive a spell or armament from one of the cities. Anyone who shows great promise can receive an offer to serve or train in the center region. So, the ones in the center region grow up with all the benefits while the outer regions pay tributes. Oscar repeated to himself to review. Those who don't pay tribute are deposed or killed. Though why would anyone want to ruin their chances of entering a better life? It's a circular cage of needs and wants. The 4 lords and their predecessors have long since established this. Even if a new lord arises, they maintain the system because it's the most beneficial, Fenu explained. He sighed and stroked his chin. I couldn't make it to the city because of my failures in the past, and now I can't in my advanced age. The best hope for my clan is Fun. She boasts a grade 7 Exaltia, and with all our resources pooled into her, we are sure the envoy will recruit her. No need to worry about an envoy. From now on, I'm the new leader. We will destroy the 4 lords, Oscar declared. Fenu's face turned to shock, and his wrinkles shook. Is that so wise? With your capabilities, you can be recruited and may even become a successor. To think of destroying the 4 lords is suicide. Fenu was flustered and stammered on his words. It seemed the 4 lords had quite an impression on him. There are no martial exalts here because the conditions are too poor for them to stay. Most former 4 lords must have left for more affluent lands, passing on their titles to their successors. You're right that I can join them, but I don't have time to wait. Oscar didn't back down. Seeing Fenu's conflicted expression, Oscar smiled and said, if you feel I'm crazy, stick with me until the next envoy arrives. If you're not convinced, your clan can leave without consequences. The truth was he needed the Ashwolf clan and everyone else he could accumulate in the 11 months until the deadline. His confidence to allow Fenu to leave came not from himself but from the power of Adam and Sevon. A powerful backing would reassure any other dissenters and doubters. Oscar went outside with Fenu, Erden, and Avril. The Ashwolf clan and the Firebear gang were sparring with each other. They noticed his arrival and stopped, bowing their heads. Oscar raised his voice with Ein and spoke to his growing Azure Sea Company. As we grow, we will appoint captains. For now, there are 2 captains, Desmond and Ark Ashwolf. They will appoint their squad leaders, each squad comprising 5 people. It is my honor to be the captain. I must ask, however, that Ark may not be up to par for the job. Desmond smiled and quipped at Ark, who flashed a scowl. The air became tense between the two as they neared with rising eints. The meat brain doesn't have the smarts to lead as captain. His Firebear gang was more muscle and brute force than an actual group. Ark spat on the ground near Desmond's feet. They were about to brandish their weapons. Enough, Fenu shouted. Leave your petty quarrels for later. Right now, our Lord Demon is speaking. Thank you, Fenu. In the coming months, we will train and invade. We will fight and grow stronger. I expect everyone to keep up, and spells, armaments, and elixirs are rewards for those who show great progress. Oscar had the collection of spells he got from Ashen Grove. The spell holders were too precious to use, but he had enough manuals and recordings. Our time will come in 11 months. Let us prepare. Yes, Lord Demon, everyone shouted. Oscar felt odd hearing everyone say demon, but it was fitting for his role in this place as a conqueror. It was the only name he could think of. He didn't want anyone to know his real name here. He had no idea the ramifications of such. After rousing everyone's spirits, Oscar returned to the main hut to train. In his hand was the Aterstone, but instead of the teal glow it once had, it was dull and almost similar to a regular rock if not for the tealish tinge it still had. It began to run dry after a certain point during the 6 months of training with Adam. Now you are the one to leave me. Oscar closed his eyes. He could see himself down in the Adder pits, digging this piece out, wondering what it was, and meeting his master right after. Oh, his master! Oscar lamented as the stone crumbled apart into dust, his memories of his master contained in each flake. He worried about his master's health and state of mind. Are you all right? Every time I walk into you, you're always brooding or just depressed. She looked at the dust in Oscar's hand and knew what it was. Thinking of your master, Avril asked. Aunt Rosette always said that he was normal around me, that somehow being my master made him human again. If he thinks I'm dead, I don't know what he'll do. Oscar titled his palm, the dust falling off gently onto the floor. Then all the more reason for you to go home as fast as possible. Avril walked over to the table and grabbed a sheet of paper. What about you? Oscar looked at her. You said you have no home or place to return to. Our long adventure might end when we're out of here. Where will you go? Avril opened her mouth and then thought for a moment before closing it. She sighed with her shoulders dropped. She doesn't know. The memories from before are sometimes hazy. She wonders if she had a different life and family before the misfortune. Maybe sticking with you for a while is better. Then, I welcome you to my home anytime. How is your alchemy going? Oscar asked to change the topic. It's getting there. I think I can do what you need. Avril winked and smiled cheekily. Definitely within 11 months. Then 11 months it is. Oscar wiped his hands and secluded himself in training for the rest of the day as the two forces got acquainted. With a stockpile of Knight Exalt cores, he and Erden made significant progress, pooling their eints into one. He wasn't the only one. Avril finally advanced to the Middle Knight Exalt realm, and Fenu showed signs of breaking through with the resources Oscar gave him, precious things he could never get in the outer region. Month by month, Oscar recruited and trained his forces. Month by month, he created new armaments to equip them. Month by month, he led them into battle to conquer their surroundings and more. With Fenu's wisdom by his side and the strength of his forces, Oscar became an overlord. Eventually, the entire outer region under the Lord of Brightburn's hold became his. The Azure Sea Company was ready for its first major war. Finally, the 11th month was ending. Oscar stepped out with Avril and Erden. The small base he had taken from Desmond had grown into a large fortress created from brick and metal. Oscar turned to look at the castle, which replaced the main hut. He turned to his forces, 3,000 strong. Everyone, the moment has arrived. This fortress and castle were built with your great efforts. But now we will step into something greater. Today, we begin our conquest of the Burning Valley. For the Azure Sea Company. For Lord Demon, his army shouted. All of them were clad in ordinary armor, a full set of blue armor reminiscent of the Blue Ocean Pavilion. If he had an army, he would let them be known and recognized as such. At long last, 5 dust trails could be seen on the horizon, approaching the gates. Oscar noticed some of his troops stirring. The feet of the envoys was still ingrained in them, something he could not fully detach them from, even with Demon's cold demeanor. My lord, Fenu frowned, clenching his sword. Oscar watched as the 5 envoys came to the gates, their faces full of shock and awe at the height of the walls. One of them stepped forward and shouted, "It is unprecedented that one power should hold authority over the outer region. We all heard about the Azure Sea Company and converged here from our original posts. Let your leader step forward and swear his allegiance to the Lord of Brightburn with a bow and the tribute, which we have calculated the amount in this scroll. Everyone, Oscar shouted. His soldiers stomped once. If you have doubts, let them come forward and see. Witness how history will change from here on now. Oscar exited the gate with Erden and Avril. Fennu trailed from behind, along with the 10 captains of his army. He caught the scroll from the envoy's toss but didn't read. Instead, he dropped it to the floor and stomped on it. Let your Lord of Brightburn know that we are coming for him. He can surrender now if he wishes. Impudence! The 5 envoys flared with anger, their eints rising from their bodies. 3 were Greater Knight Exalts and 2 were Middle Knight Exalts. The strongest one with the deepest ein pointed at Oscar with a sneer. A mere Middle Knight Exalt dares to challenge the Lord? I will bring you before him to have you kneel and submit. Oscar stayed silent. His silence made the 5 envoys chuckle and jeer in contempt. Behind him, he heard the rustling of Fennu and the 10 captains, clear signs of their fear and confusion. Finally, Oscar heard a distinct step. It wasn't so much a hearing as it was feeling from his foot, a slight reverberation targeted specifically at him. What a shame. It seems you're the ones who will suffer. Oscar sighed and turned to his right. What took you so long? You should have arrived earlier. Everyone also turned and saw what he saw. A man dressed in a white shirt with a bow tie and long black pants with suspenders over his shoulders. His gray eyes gazed with delight at the 5 envoys, and his white hair was oiled to stay up. Adam finally arrived. The main should arrive fashionably late. No? Adam laughed. Hello to you 5 envoys. I'm the butcher. Nice to meet you. His smile widened as the thrill overcame his face. He truly was a battle maniac to love the prospect of fighting these 5. Don't hold back now. I haven't had a good fight in a while. I want to feel it all. Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 395. Adam's trouncing. The butcher, the envoys all turned pale, struck by the fear of the very mention of that name. They all retreated a step away from Adam, his gleeful smile still wide across his face. Oscar never knew how much fear the reputation of the butcher had on the people of the Burning Valley until seeing these proud envoys lose their wits. It was as expected of the one who had even the 4 lords up in arms and vigilant. Young lord, is this the backing you mentioned? Fennu whispered from behind. His voice trembled even more than when Oscar told him his goal of dethroning the 4 lords. The old wolf's reaction was funny to behold. I never imagined you were with the butcher. I've heard all the rumors of the massacres he's done, offending the 4 lords. I can smell the thick presence of blood surrounding him. You know him well. Yes, I am with the butcher, but I would not have the confidence with just him. There are far more terrifying people backing us. Oscar unmounted Erden and faced his 10 captains and Fennu. Their faces were a mix of awe and fear. The fear wasn't toward the envoys anymore as their stares were fixed on Adam. Oscar crossed his arms and lifted his chin. Do any of you have any more doubts or second thoughts? I told you before. Follow me and witness the new change. But boss, is our victory certain? Desmond asked. Looking at his first captain, Oscar gestured toward the envoys and Adam, who were about to start fighting. His sight passed over to Ark, the second captain, and the rest. He leaned on Erden and relaxed, watching Adam and the envoys. Watch the battle and see. Judge for yourself if our victory is set or not. He said so for his captains and Fennu. But, truly, he had the same misgivings as them about the chances of their victory. The leader of any group could not afford to show signs of weakness or hesitation, so he continued to bluff. This battle was important to get a read on his chances. Seeing Adam's relaxed shoulders and wide smile, Oscar wanted to see what could make this man get serious and what Adam's true powers were like. If a time comes when I have to fight Adam, I need to know everything. Oscar nodded to Avril, who also kept her eyes on Adam. 2 observers were better than 1. Finally, Adam took a light step forward. Why is the butcher here? Are you truly the butcher or someone taking his name? An envoy asked, pointing at Adam with a frown. We are the envoys of the Lord of Brightburn. You dare to block our way? Ha! How boring. Just fight. Adam scoffed, shrugging his shoulders from the boredom, his face a mix of anger and disappointment. He put on a pair of brass knuckles, heavy metal stamps lining his clenched fists. Their flat and broad surfaces appeared deadlier than 1,000 blades and spikes in Adam's hands. I fought many people in the burning valley, but never an envoy. I wonder how strong or special envoys are for them to be granted the responsibility of the outer regions. Will you fight or run? Butcher or rebel, you've crossed the line several times. Your head will be a great gift to the Lord of Brightburn. The envoys took out their weapons and summoned their animus. 2 had spear animus, 1 had a whip anima, 1 had an elephant anima, the size was staggering, and the last had a praying mantis anima, large as a human. The elephant Exalt took out an arrow while the praying mantis anima wielded 2 swords. Oh, not bad. How nice. It seems this battle won't be as disappointing as I thought. Adam's smile deepened, curling up into his cheeks, making his face contort. Oscar wanted to shout as his prinstict foresaw a movement, but the action already went out. A series of iron arrows flew out toward Adam, and the elephant anima released a sudden gust from its trunk, increasing the speed of the arrows. Adam didn't lose his smile as his fist released a countering ripple shroud, sounding like thunder, which dispersed the empowered arrows. Oscar couldn't believe how much impact the ripple shroud had. Adam's limbs were coated in the pseudoguise to block the next blow. A powerful force of wind blasted from the elephant's trunk. Crossing his arms, Adam withstood the wind without a scratch, the defenses of pseudoguise holding on well. The others surrounded Adam, an all-out assault from all angles. The whip user had a beast companion, an armadillo. The beast rolled itself into a hardened ball, which was wrapped by the whip and tossed with a snap. The 2 Middle Knight Exalts who wielded swords attacked with all of their iron concentrated into the tips, fierce slashes of flames and light raining on Adam. The praying mantis anima and its master moved as one, a strange 4-sword style empowered by the element of earth. Various spells tore through the air and erupted from the earth, all converging on Adam. Oscar lost his breath at this spectacle, this amazing scene of powerful spells and overwhelming iron mixing. Yet, within this deadly combination and encirclement, Adam's smile never lost an inch, shining within the chaos. His laughter echoed as pillars of lightning descended. What happened was unbelievable. Even with his prinstict, Oscar found it hard to understand. In that small instant, before the spells and attacks could reach him, Adam blurred and punched out several times, letting some attacks through for him to redirect. Gasps could be heard as the dust settled, revealing several envoys falling several steps back and one clenched tightly in Adam's grip. Adam's other hand was stretched behind him, grasping a flaming sword between the fingers. Pretty good. You realized you couldn't retreat, so you controlled your sword to fly around to the back of my neck. Most impressive, but still too dull. Adam leaned in with his maniacal smile, overwhelming the envoy in his hand. Oscar noted how the fighters of the center region were vastly better in tactics during a battle. He sighed, wondering if his training was on par with his forces to match theirs. Don't be too pleased with yourself. The envoy choked through his words. Set aflame. The envoy's body let out a burst of golden flames from the front side, head to toe, facing Adam. The sword behind Adam had fiery glints along its edges before a pure concentrated slash of fire, closer to magma, expanded to attack from behind. The large explosion quaked the earth and sky. An expanding column of ash and soot flowed upward to the clouds. Yet despite the rumbling of the earth and hissing of fire, Oscar heard the clear snap of something being broken. Under Oscar's widened gaze, Adam stepped out from the back clouds as if taking a leisurely walk in the park. Adam was terrifying, holding the envoy whose head was angled weirdly from the rest of the body. Adam coughed and dropped the envoy to the floor. The envoy's neck was bent out of shape and bleeding profusely. Streaks of lightning covered Adam as he yawned while fixing his wild hair. That's right. It isn't worth a battle unless you have someone as crazy as that. Still, how annoying. He ruined my hair. Bastard, an envoy shouted. I gave you your chances to attack first. Now it's my turn. Adam laughed. Lightning churned under his feet, increasing the speed of his invisible movements. He appeared right before the second Middle Knight Exalt, who put up multiple screens of light as a defense. Adam punched before the poor envoy could even move away, a thunderous shockwave shattering the light. His lightning brass knuckles dug into the envoy's chest and burst out the other side. That's the lesser one's down. Now it's your turn. My fellow greater knight exalts. Adam blocked and deflected the armadillo, arrows, elephant trunks, for swords of the praying mantis user, and whips. He seemed like an impregnable fortress. Lightning condensed in Adam's chest and exploded into a spreading storm, encompassing everything within his range. The armadillo was locked into place, and Adam easily crushed it between his hands, a choked squeal coming from its mouth. He pulled the whip and smashed his fist in the wielder's skull, a mess of blood, skull, and lightning splattering everywhere. The praying mantis user continued his onslaught with his four-sword style. His face was contorted with trembling eyes, the same face of fear Oscar saw on his captains before the battle started. Adam dodged the many twisting and powerful winds of the elephant user as he grappled with the four swords. Initially, the swords seemed numerous with the many slashes, but Adam fought faster, his fists and legs multiplying within bare sight. Such speed put the praying mantis user on the back foot despite the spells of earth targeted at Adam's footing. How are you not affected by the gravity increase? The envoy cried. Lukewarm. Next time, use it 1,000-fold. That might make my shoulders ache. Rather than being slowed, Adam struck faster. His movements blurred until he suddenly stopped. The praying mantis anima cracked apart, and the envoy's head flew off his body. Adam turned to the last envoy. His maniacal smile sent chills down Oscar's spine. The last envoy focused all of their Ein into a final spell. A hurricane came forth, surrounding him and the elephant anima. The ground was diced and sliced into nothing from the harsh winds. To make it worse, the envoy filled the hurricane with Ein arrows, a deadly combination. He made a last desperate charge to everything concentrated, spiraling around the elephant's tusks. That's the spirit. That's how it should be. All of the pseudo-guys focused and concentrated on Adam's brass knuckles. Adam stomped and readied his fist. At his release, all the iron exploded out in a wave of calamity. The winds were halted, the arrows turned to dust, and the elephant broke apart. The envoy couldn't muster a scream, their mouth still trying to widen as their body was torn to shreds. Geez, they didn't last too long. Their reputation was exaggerated greatly. They had some good moments but were ultimately trash who hadn't had to fight real battles in a while. You can loot them and keep their possessions. Adam fixed his bow tie and redid his hair. He turned to face Oscar. So, are we ready? Maybe the only ones who can satisfy me are the four lords. Come on in. We'll review our plan. Oscar sighed. The envoys were a mix of grade 5s and 6s, yet nothing compared to Adam. It was a shame that they didn't manage to pull out Adam's anima. What was Adam's grade? Seeing the content look on Adam's face, Oscar scoffed and turned around to face his captains. Is everyone on board? Yes, Lord Demon. The captains and Fenu bowed. Welcome to the Butcher. Then tomorrow we set out to Brightburn City. We will change the Burning Valley. Oscar led Adam inside the fortress. The 11 months of preparation were finally over. His heart quickened in anticipation. Tomorrow would make or break everything. Act 2, World Beyond, Chapter 396. Azure Sea Company, move out. Oscar led Adam through the fortress with Avril and Erden, red light peering through the windows of the wide hallways. Once they entered the room, Adam exclaimed. Oscar groaned and sat on his chair, staring at the large stacks of papers and scrolls piled on his table. Avril brewed him some tea, placing it before him, the smell helping to ease the uneasiness brewing in his thoughts. After taking a sip, Oscar waited for Adam to speak. This is a lot. I'm shocked at the sheer amount. Adam grabbed a couple of documents, glancing over their contents with a serious expression, unlike his previous brutal smiles. Oscar knew from training with Adam that there was more to the man than just his joy of battle. Adam finished reading through the documents and placed them down, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. I'm glad that we found you two before enacting the plan. If not, then I would have been the one to develop a force in the outer region. Then what's your role right now? You and Sevan have been quiet about your part of the plan. Oscar reorganized the documents into a neat pile. Isn't it about time to tell us everything? Elder is roaming around the center region with Tort, slowly digging in the trenches under their noses. The other lords won't be able to interfere with us as long as he stays watch unless some wildcards move. Adam sat down and took Oscar's tea without warning. Adam's rude actions irritated Oscar. Avril set another tea for him, and he let it go for now. Sipping more tea, Oscar continued asking, "What wild cards?" Though the Ain and resources in the Burning Valley aren't suitable for a martial Exalt to continue their training, some might still be here, either from their idiotic wish to rule a small corner of the world or a part of the enemy. Adam gulped down his tea. He pulled some crackers from his space pocket and asked for a refill. Avril looked annoyed, serving him some tea. "Then what is this enemy?" Avril asked, this time to Oscar's surprise. Her eyes glared intently at Adam with the harshness of a scolding mother. "She's tired of waiting for an answer and worries not knowing may harm them." Adam stood up, staring at Avril, towering over her. She never faltered, not breaking her gaze. Adam smiled and then started to chuckle. "Looks like the elder trained you well. But, little sister, only when the elder deems you too ready would you learn the truth. Right now, focus on taking down the Lord of Brightburn." Avril pouted and crossed her arms in frustration. "Don't call me your little sister. It's all right, Avril. We just have to make do. But I want a certainty that you'll pull through for us during this battle." Oscar stood beside Avril with Erden, staring eye to eye against Adam. "If the outlook is bad, I want your assurance that you won't disappear. You have to help us get away. If you're so worried about that, you should make a better effort to create a victory." Adam lost his smile as his eyes widened dangerously, his pupils like windows to the abyss. The tension made Oscar sweat, facing the dangerous air around Adam. Beside him, he could feel Avril and Erden preparing for a battle. However, Adam started to chuckle. "Even after seeing my power, you still stand so defiantly. Well, that's fine. No need to be so doubtful. Part of my role is to ensure your victory. And how will you do that? Your powers are great, but you're only one person." Oscar poured out some tea for Avril for her to settle down. "What were you doing for the past 11 months? The four lords aren't all-powerful. Some within their ranks despise their rule. The butcher rumors were to sow the seed of possibility within them. To show the four lords could be waning in power will make them more willing to try to rebel." Adam scoffed. "Once I offered them pretty much the same deal you offered your fellows. They quickly changed their tunes. Once you begin your siege, they will act from within. How's that for your chances of victory?" Oscar smiled and poured out some tea for Adam. The uneasiness in his head lessened by a great margin. "That's more than enough. However, can you trust those you gathered? And can you trust the people under you?" Adam retorted. "You seem so insistent on arguing with me on every topic." "Well, I don't dislike it. It's like having a rebellious younger brother." "I'm not your younger brother. We're just partners working for our goals." Oscar sat in his chair again. "We set out tomorrow for Brightburn City. Will you be staying here?" "Naturally. I'll need a room. Goodbye, little brother and sister." Adam left, guided by a servant to his quarters in the fortress, set aside for him by Oscar. Once the storm known as Adam left, Oscar could finally breathe freely. He reviewed more of the documents in front of him. Reports from his 10 captains and Fenu told each army's current standards, health, and progress. Next to those reports were more reports from each squad leader. The captains should take care of these, but Oscar wanted copies to get a better understanding. Next to those were secret reports from individuals in each division to give the truth. He couldn't trust them all completely yet. Though the many battles and training they've done together helped them bond, he was still careful not to allow them to abuse their stations. He burned away the secret reports, nothing contradicting the captains and squad leaders. All was well so far. Next, he turned his attention to the possessions of the 5 envoys. Their armaments were good and well forged, good rewards for his captains and others. Other than that, they didn't have much other than some elixirs and ores used as currency. But the most important was the account books they had. Looking at it, Oscar's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The Lord of Brightburn was taking excessive wealth away from the outer region. Just how much wealthier was the center region? How deep were their resources and means? Oscar wondered if they could break through an enemy who ruled and stomped over the regions for many years. His head felt heavy, and he tapped his fingers on the table. Frowning, he knew the battle might be costly. It might be the largest loss of life so far. "Frowning doesn't suit you," She uses her hands to stretch out Oscar's cheeks to see him smile. She understands the worry he carries. But it will be all right. Avril pinched his cheeks and uplifted his frown. Ouch, your hands are so cold. Why is that? Oscar took her hands off him, holding them with confusion, caught off guard by the chill on her skin. Were you in a cold sweat earlier? You should say if you're feeling unwell. Was it Adam? That bastard? No. It's just that we're going to a city, and I remember the last time we walked into a town together. Avril sighed. You never went into a town to avoid me going into one. That much was obvious. If you want, you can stay outside the walls, Oscar sighed. You don't need to push yourself so much. Rejected. I need to do this. Avril sat on the table. If I become a mess, you can leave me behind or have someone take me back. I just need to see if I can do this. Her tone was forced, a rush of breath consistent with nausea. Seeing how she was trying so hard, Oscar patted her head, and her lips curled up. Just stick close to me and it'll be fine. I also need your scroll anima and wood spells. It'd be a shame not to have my reliable partner by my side. Oscar laughed. That's right. Avril perked up. She wants to get this part over with, so they can resume their grand adventure away from the burning valley. It'll be bad for either of us to go alone. That's the spirit. Oscar stood up. Get some sleep. We set out early tomorrow. The next morning, Oscar gathered his forces outside the fortress. 3,000 exalts lined next to each other neatly and uniformly in their divisions. His 10 captains stood at the forefront of each division, their eyes blazing with confidence and anticipation. Unlike yesterday, Adam's display of power had boosted their spirits. Good morning, everyone. It has been a while since our last battle. We've spent many months training after annexing all the territories around us. We were all enemies at one point, but now we're all allies. And now all divisions. We march for Brightburn City. Do any of you have any objections? Oscar shouted to his grand army. None. The army cheered. All division captains. Oscar shouted. First Division stands ready. Desmond, captain of the First Division, smiled fiercely. Second Division stands ready. Ark Ashwolf, captain of the Second Division, sharpened his axes. Third Division will fight for Lord Demon and Sir Arthur. Lillian Harris, captain of the Third Division, hummed and winked at Avril, who was still disguised as a man. Fourth Division will leap through fire for you. Novus Meyer, captain of the Fourth Division, ate his piece of beef jerky. Fifth Division ready to break through our foes. Alda Irongrip, captain of the Fifth Division, cracked his knuckles through his gauntlets. Sixth Division all accounted for. Not a single person is missing. Rowan, captain of the Sixth Division, lifted his glasses to his eyes. Seventh Division will cleave through the enemy. Evelyn, captain of the Seventh Division, rested her large battle-axe over her shoulders. Eighth Division goes where Lord Demon wishes. Matthew Drake, captain of the Eighth Division, petted his Exalt beast flame salamander. Ninth Division will not falter from the task. Mangus Steele, captain of the Ninth Division, opened his eyes from meditation. 10th Division, ready to provide aid. Asher Wheel, captain of the 10th Division, coughed into her handkerchief. Azure Sea Company, move out. Oscar held his hand to the horizon, pointing toward the center region. The massive army stomped and began their march. A large gathering focused on their target, Brightburn City. Oscar rode out with Adam and Avril, guiding them from the front. They marched past the rivers of lava and the volcanic wastelands. Before long, they entered the center region, and what a difference it was. The wealth could be seen in the deep obsidian colors and fields of fire plants and herbs, which grew plentiful in the ash and soot. They trampled along the fields with their large army. Their coming was long noticed by the towns nearby. Finally, they came upon a large city. Its obsidian walls were lined with red metals. Oscar never saw such a city in a long time, not since his time in the brilliant Drake Empire, a sprawling metropolis with large towering buildings of strange jagged architecture. Suddenly, a semi-transparent red barrier enveloped the city. The moment we intruded, they must have consolidated their forces in the city. That barrier is made from a good power source. My men on the inside will need time to act. However, we need to weaken the barrier or keep it in flux. Adam smiled at the large city. It's too much trouble for a direct attack with Exalts. Thankfully, I have the means to sort that trouble out. Oscar waved to his troops, and they wheeled over many large objects covered in cloth. They unveiled the objects. Large cannons were mounted on wheels. Cannons? Sure, they can work, but the resources needed to use them are expensive. Are you sure you won't run out without doing some damage? Adam seemed confused. Oscar smiled and poured his iron into one of the cannons. Sections of its shaft spun in opposition as a glow spilled from within its hole. Unlike the usual cannon, there was no slot for an explosive round. Let me show you the Stonewall battle method, a great invention of golem crafting. These aren't your ordinary cannons. They are specially made by one of the greatest inventors who existed. Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 397. The Siege of Brightburn. Back long ago, in Ashen Grove, Oscar pounded metal on the anvil, creating the pieces needed to assemble a cannon according to GOL4's instructions. He focused single-mindedly on hammering out each shape, turn, and indent. Hey GOL4, what's the point of this cannon? We have cannons, ballistae, and other siege weaponry back home. Ha! You believe I, the remnant of the genius Isaac Stonewall, will create such mediocre things? GOL4 laughed as he floated along, inspecting the pieces Oscar forged. Golems come in all shapes, sizes, and purposes. We use them to battle individually, as a group, be an obstacle for others, clean, and do other simple things. This cannon isn't a cannon. It's a golem that doesn't move but just fires with the help of someone aiming it. I'm quite sure that's not a golem. Oscar removed his helmet and wiped his face. You lack the imagination. Golems aren't just walking dolls. This is the specially made golem of the Siege series, the Gatnon. Normally, at least in my time, sieges were conducted with Exalts hammering with their spells, large golems that pushed onto the walls, or the siege weaponry you mentioned. However, those take too many resources, especially crafting the proper materials for cannons and ballistae. And this solves that issue? Oscar asked. Highly efficient and cheap. All it requires is a charge of iron, and it will do its work. I wish I could see it in action, but your alchemy is awful. You can't even produce the core for this. GOL4 sighed. When I'm out of here, we can find a good alchemist to test our ideas. I'll find a place for us to go wild with everything. Oscar assembled the pieces of the Gatnon together, an odd thing that resembled a cannon. There was an empty slot for the core to be placed. Feeling around in the empty space, Oscar wondered when he would see it in action. Took a while, but I found a great alchemist to work with. Oscar smiled at Avril. With the materials used, it's only effective to a greater elite Exalt level, a grade 2 golem. But the Gatnon will keep the barrier on its toes while your men start working. Ho, show me. Adam eyed his Gatnon curiously. Oscar fed more of his iron into the Gatnon and aimed it for the barrier. He pressed the button on its end, and the spinning segments increased their speed as a red-hot glow emerged on its tip. It fired a single blast of iron and powered down. Watching the blast reach the barrier, it suddenly expanded into a web of fire that latched onto the barrier and started to burn. The intersections along the webs contained a sharp tip of iron that tried to stab into the barrier. A part of a spider's core along with the element of your choice combined with the core of a beast with piercing capabilities. It took quite a lot of work to get it working, but Avril did an amazing job with the cores, Oscar explained, a gratifying smile along his face. He never imagined the effects to be so good. The hardest part is how it condenses everything into a singular blast before it spreads. That alone will stump many unless they use a powerful core or a more expensive, intricate golem. But the specially made parts of the Gatnon do the work in its compact space. It took a long time for me to get those cores working. She feels so happy to see her hard work paying off. Avril whispered so her voice wouldn't reach the army behind them. The spider web of fire and dagger started to melt away on the barrier until it dissipated into nothing. Oscar raised his fist for his entire army to see. All of the Gatnons along the line started to fire, fueled by the iron of others. They didn't need to waste so much iron into sieging the place. Only one person's worth every round to deal as much annoyance as multiple manually hacking away at the barrier. Brightburn City became covered in countless fiery and spiky webs. The barrier continued to pulse as it melted away every single web. Yet more webs pounded on it, forcing it to keep working. Oscar sat on a chair and watched the fireworks of scattering webs sparking against the barrier. They have to maintain the barrier with resources while your Gatnons are so inexpensive. They will keep working as long as there is someone to fuel the Ein. What an intriguing device. Adam went next to a Gatnon and poured his Ein to fire another shot. If it's a battle of attrition, we may outlast the barrier, but we don't want to waste so much time, right? Oscar ordered his army to move forward with the continuous onslaught of the Gatnons. They didn't only have the Gatnons. They brought out ballistae with forged grade 3 metal-tipped javelins. Upon his orders, the javelins flew out alongside the Gatnons, aimed precisely to land on the center of the web, compounding the piercing. Now, these took too much effort to make. They're not armaments, per se, but forging the grade 3 ores into these was exhausting. They used so much. Oscar noted how much grade 3 ores he went through to make hundreds of these. How long are we supposed to keep this up? Everyone is rotating for the Gatnons, but a good deadline would be nice. Give them time. They promised they would act before the end of the day. Though, there is barely a concept of a day under this red sky. Adam joked. Rest assured. If they don't act, I have a backup plan. Oscar leaned in his chair, watching the Gatnons and ballistae continue to assault the barrier. He wondered how Gol would feel if the metalhead could see this. It was one of the inventions that Isaac thought up near the end of his days without ever being used. Oscar wiped a tear from his eye, thinking about his dear friend. He wished that Gol was right beside him. No doubt, the head would be crying and praising the spectacle before him. Gazing from left to right, Oscar thanked Gol for teaching him before their parting. To his dear friend, he would make sure to use these golems and contraptions to their fullest potential. He raised a non-existent glass to honor Gol. Hours later, there were no more javelins for the ballistae to shoot. Only the Gatnons continued to siege the barrier, never letting up. A problem arose when the Gatnons started overheating, a drawback of continuous firing. Oscar had prepared for this with a second batch of Gatnons to take over. They cycled between the two lines of Gatnons to prevent any mishaps. If only we could have made the cores with Knight Exalt Beast cores. That barrier should be fueled by, at most, grade 3 Exalts and resources. A continuous bombardment from grade 3 Gatnons could have done more damage. Oscar sighed while eating his lunch. He brought enough food for his army to stay fed for a week. I'm sorry, I'm too inept. Avril was chewing on her dried fruit. To create these after becoming an alchemist 17 months ago is already impressive. Don't think lesser of yourself for that. In the future, our battle will be easier with your alchemy. Oscar consoled Avril. I was a fabricator for nearly 20 years. Suddenly, a loud shout came from their right. Oscar turned to see a messenger arrive from the right. Report to Lord Demon. The messenger bowed. Scouts spotted a force coming from a nearby town, numbering a few hundred. They will reach our right flank soon. Your orders. Novus of the 4th Division is the closest. Tell him to intercept the enemy and also bring Fenu to me, Oscar ordered and turned to Adam. There might be greater Knight Exalts among them. Can you handle them? All right, you're the commander of this army, and I have to abide. I'll be back soon. Adam didn't refuse. He didn't let out a single quip. Adam was completely serious at this moment. My lord, Fenu arrived shortly after Adam left. Oscar had stationed Fenu with the 10th Division to overlook the general state of the army while he was at the front. With Adam out, he needed another greater Knight Exalt by his side. Out of his entire army, only Fenu and Evelyn of the 7th Division were greater Knight Exalts. Fenu only recently advanced with his help. Fenu, what do you think about the enemy? What purpose are they trying to achieve? The situation was also odd, so he needed some insight. The slight attack to their right made him doubt what was happening. It was strange when we passed by the towns that nothing happened. They all looked empty after a search. I thought they all retreated at the sign of our coming and gathered inside the city. Fenu stroked his chin, wrinkles shaking. But this sudden attack is suspicious. Perhaps we should have thoroughly searched longer. You're telling me this isn't the end? Oscar noticed another messenger arrive, distraught and panicking. Urgent news from the left flank. Another small force is arriving, numbering a few hundred. The messenger spoke. Have the 7th Division meet the enemy. Fenu, go with them, Oscar ordered. At once, Fenu bowed and departed with the messenger. Oscar couldn't catch a breath until another messenger came. What is it now? Attack from behind. A small force, the messenger spoke through his rushed breaths. What? Oscar felt shivers along his back. He stood to see another force rushing in from the horizon, heading toward his army. Stumped, Oscar glanced over the left and right flanks, trying to make sense of the situation. These enemies came out of nowhere. How was that possible? Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 398. The Inferno. 3 armies, numbering a few hundred each, struck at their backs. Realizing the outlook of the battle was grim, Oscar rode out on Erden to better understand the situation. Adam's side with the 4th Division was overwhelming their foes, the brutal battle maniac tearing through the enemy ranks. On the left side, Fenu and Evelyn of the 7th Division were holding back the other army, equal in ferocity and ability. They were fine for now, but Oscar turned his concern to the back. A greater knight Exalt led a force, charging toward his direct back. They could split his army in half if they broke past the rear. Oscar rushed toward the back as fast as Erden could carry him. Desmond and Ark were the division captains stationed there, and they looked grim as the shouts neared. Have everyone throw ranged spells. Point some of the Gatnons at them and bombard them before they arrive. Oscar hurried his forces into action. Thanks to their experience, they moved fast, launching several spells and firing the Gatnons at the encroaching enemy. After the first wave, Oscar rallied his forces. With me, charge through the enemy. I will hold back the leader. Desmond and Ark positioned their divisions, coordinating well with each other. Oscar led the charge from the front, the tip of the drill formation. The enemy fired several ranged spells from above and below, but he saw through the chaos using his honed prinstick. Erden weaved and leaped past the obstacles before reaching the greater knight Exalt. Without hesitation, Oscar entered pseudo-guise and stabbed out with quartet lance. The greater knight Exalt was strong as a grade 7, wielding a large polearm, swinging it with deadly lightning followed by resounding thunder. Oscar gritted his teeth and continued to face him. A sudden surge of iron flowed into his golden drills, making them shine brighter than ever. Avril's aid came just in time. The moment his drills made contact with the polearm, Oscar shuddered, knowing how terrifying such an existence was. Even with his iron boosting his physical power and spell, the overwhelming iron of the enemy would have cleaved him in two. However, he was not alone. Together with Avril's added power, Oscar matched the enemy, the shrieks of lightning and metal cascading across the battlefield, making everyone pause and stare. Mustering his courage, Oscar jumped off Erden, passing by the lightning polearm. He used his basilisk eyes for just a moment to interrupt the enemy's flow of iron, insignificant against this person but deadly when used properly. A gold metal wrapped and expanded like clay from his hands, forming 2 gigantic dragons' heads with massive teeth, grade 3 golden maws. The spell he learned from Fenu roared like real dragons as they opened wide and chomped down with all their might. Fenu said the key was visualizing a beast with sharp teeth for the metal to mimic. The deeper the impression and image, the greater power and sharpness the beast would exhibit. Seeing the 2 dragons formed from his hands, Oscar felt a hint of nostalgia, recalling Celestina's anima. He had seen her dragon anima many times. His dragons mimicked it well, releasing the same sort of pressure. However, even with his deep imagination, the dragons stopped. Oscar strained himself, unable to force them to bite deeper. Something impeded them, a powerful defense that even his iron-infused dragons couldn't destroy. This defense was beyond his capabilities to break through at the moment. Sparks of lightning burned the ashes and soot of the ground into crystals. A brilliant shield of pure lightning held the dragons in place. Sensing the impending danger, Oscar fell back with Erden before a storm descended around the enemy. Remnants of the lightning coursed and were about to reach him until Avril intervened with a wall of roots. Oscar breathed out once to gather himself. The battle was ongoing all around him as everyone's eye raged overhead. Desmond and Ark were rampaging through the battle, the 2 former enemies working together well. TCH, how in the world did you rebels get so strong? You're not from here, are you? The greater knight Exalt slammed his polearm, destroying the ground with lightning. Dodging the widespread spell, Oscar paused and glanced to his left. not long enough for others to notice. He needed to buy some time. Talking was the best option. You're right about that. How did you know? A feeling. It's almost obvious to the more tenured. These folks from the outer regions are ignorant. But I'm not. As the enemy talked, he never let up. Oscar had Avril get on Erden with him. Lightning descended in all forms, and he near died at some moments. The enemy was using Ein Awaken well, absorbing a great amount with each use of his spell. Oscar wondered what the enemy was playing at, almost as if he was also buying time. So what? In the end, the winner becomes a lord. Does it matter if one is a native of the Burning Valley? It doesn't matter. What matters in the end is strength. Adam interrupted from the side, a splotch of blood on his cheek from a poor soul. And you are weak. He broke past the enemy's hastily formed lightning shield and reduced him to a bloody pulp within seconds. The hostile lightning barely affected Adam, who moaned as if he was in a refreshing shower. He didn't bother to check his back. What was he thinking? Oscar patted his shoulders to relax a little. Thankfully, Adam rushed here after cleaning up on the left flank. Something's wrong. It looked like he was trying to waste time. With an assault from the back, they would take advantage with their cannons and ranged barrage from the front. Your formations are in a mess now due to their interference, so it's the perfect chance. Adam adjusted his bow tie with a smile. You knew about this? Oscar clenched his fist and held himself back from fighting Adam. Then, why didn't you tell me? Adam swiped off the dirt from his shoulders and oiled up his hair. The nonchalant actions infuriated Oscar more as he glared dangerously. Just how many of his men had already died from this attack? Adam sighed and cleaned his hands with a towel, his gray eyes piercing through him. If I told you their plan, you would have prepared for it. I couldn't allow a single chance for the enemy to catch a hint. Tsh. Oscar clicked his tongue, his nails digging into his palm. He wanted to argue back against Adam, but everything was within reason. If the enemy had a clue that they were prepared, then this assault never would have happened. He could only muster up a complaint. If your counterplan is horrible, I'll demand you apologize for everyone's deaths. I don't understand your attachment to people you took over for 11 months. Well, I guess the plan worked much better due to that nature of yours. Watch. Adam pointed at the walls of Brightburn City. Once everything is in position, they will shout to open fire on everyone. But what they don't know is everything was tampered with. Suddenly, explosions burst out all along the walls of Brightburn City, the barrier cracking apart until it shattered. A raging inferno of fire blazed atop the walls, and Oscar could see several patches of flames falling off the walls, containing people within. The effect was so tremendous the battle fell silent as his forces looked on in awe while the enemy watched in horror. What did I tell you? Adam laughed. There's nothing better than when a plan comes together in great fanfare. Oscar wasted no time. This was a chance carved by the deaths of his soldiers. He raised his voice and shouted, "Few of you remain to clean up the enemy. Azure Sea Company, move out. Take the city." His army cheered and shouted triumphantly, stampeding toward the burning walls, the gate wide open. Oscar charged together with Avril and Adam. The fires on the walls raged on, the blasts of heat drying his skin and making his vision hazy. Passing through the gates, Oscar remembered the map of Brightburn City and led his forces toward the Lord of Brightburn's palace. Butcher! Several Greater Knight Exalts appeared from the wreckage, joining them. Nice job. You didn't fail to make the biggest impact. How is the rest of the city? Adam asked. Our people in the other districts have started the fighting. Right now, all of the forces in the city are in disarray, unable to muster a true defense. The problem is with the Lord's palace where the core of his army waits. Oi, little brother, hear that? The outer districts are pretty much ours. What will you do? Adam asked. Bring down the Lord of Brightburn. What else? Oscar clenched his fist toward the large palace in the center. It's time to bring this battle to a close. Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 399. Lord of Brightburn. Oscar's army entered Brightburn City in droves, fighting to breach through the recently destroyed flimsy defenses. The city would have a sight to behold, a strange marvel he would never find in his home country. A shame that the destructive fires and tremors from the chaotic battles took away from what it once was. As he rode through the wreckage, the desperate pleas for mercy, the angered shouts of grievances, the hushed tones of the dying, and the war cries of the berserk reached his ears. Closing his eyes, Oscar sought to drown out the sounds, but they grew louder and more acute. Despite the flames, his body felt cold and numb. "What on earth are you doing?" A strange relief came from Demon's icy voice, which froze out the rampant noise. He sounded as emotionless as ever, unaffected by the massacres outside. "We've fought and heard the screams of others. We've endured the wrath of our enemies. We've killed and watched others die helplessly. What's the difference between then and now? It's one thing to fight as a person. It's another to command everyone else to kill and die. In a way, I caused all of this. These deaths around me are all a result of my will." More and more battles broke out around him. As a ringleader of this mess, he believed he held the burden of all the deaths. "It's never easy." Demon was silent, a strange pause for Demon, who always retorted instantly. Oscar wandered in his mind and felt Demon was still there, just not talking. Then, Demon replied with a cold scoff. "If it's too much for you, switch with me. I will get us home without your help." "No, this is my battle." Oscar tightened his grip on Erden's antlers. "Then open your eyes. I said I will do what you can't and face what you don't wish to see. Take it all in. Numb yourself to the screams, the smell of blood and burning flesh, the sight of the destruction you caused." Demon jabbed in Oscar's mind. "Personally, I don't understand why you have these annoying feelings, but don't run away from your choices. Hate to say it, but I agree with Demon here. Don't worry, you're not alone in this. We all share that burden, but we must keep fighting. Fight so you can return home," Erden said firmly. Struck by the harshness of Demon's words and comforted by Erden, Oscar smiled and thanked them. Once opened, his eyes took in everything. It was the picture of a hellish nightmare. Bodies of his men and the enemy were sprawled over the roads, and many more were still fighting. He wished he could say he was all right, but the horrors before him still affected him severely. "Take it in," he told himself over and over again. He had to be ready. Oscar mustered what remained of his bearings and steeled himself, pressing onto the Lord's palace. A sudden movement caught his attention. It came from Avril, who came in close with an apologetic expression. "Sorry," Avril whispered. Her soft voice turned rougher after each word. "I need to go somewhere." "Huh? Where are you going?" Oscar stared from on top of Erden. How could she leave at this crucial moment? Her sigh carried 1,000 apologies as her eyes stared toward a certain alleyway. "I caught sight of something unbelievable, and I don't know why, but I feel the urge to go there." Avril turned back. Her eyes narrowed to an icy chill. Veins of anger popped from her forehead. Seeing her state, those fury-filled golden eyes, Oscar knew there was no convincing her otherwise. Instead, he ordered a couple of middle-night exalts to accompany her. He rested his hand on her shoulder and said in a comforting voice, "I don't know what you say, but if it gets too dangerous, come back." Adam said all greater night exalts should have fallen back to the Lord's palace. But you never know. Stay alive. "I know." Avril rushed out without her usual smile, not turning back to face Oscar. Her entire being seemed focused on whatever it was she saw. His entourage of middle-night exalts followed her. Oscar wished he could follow her, but he was needed elsewhere. The Lord's palace was right before him. As the leader of the Azure Sea Company, he had to show himself at the forefront to gain the approval and loyalties of the others Adam gathered. So it kicked in," Adam said cryptically. What kicked in?" Oscar wanted to grasp Adam's bow tie. He tossed aside the urge. "Is it related to Avril? I hoped it would never trigger. How unfortunate. That little sister is too troublesome, as are you." Adam sighed and shook his head disapprovingly. He stopped Oscar from talking with a wave of his hand. "I'll tell you later. For now, the true battle will start." After a burning path across the wide stretch of the city, Adam lifted his fist, a giant gauntlet materializing over his arm. The power went beyond what Oscar anticipated. This fist, which Oscar expected would destroy him in one punch, bashed its knuckles against the black gates. Ripples of lightning spread from the impact, and the gate crumbled apart. Stunned by the display of Adam's power again, Oscar burned with a yearning to reach that level. If he was stronger, he could reduce the number of casualties and become a one-man army like Adam. He followed after Adam's broad back as he passed through the broken gate. One day his power will match, no surpass Adam's. Unmounting Erden, Oscar beheld a shining figure clad in white armor in contrast to the black palace around him. The Lord of Brightburn, Kensunafor, looked expressionless as he went down the main hall with his forces. This lord had no pupils in his eyes, only as white as a sheet, pale skin, and a bald head. So, the butcher finally comes to my doorstep, bringing an army behind him, a mix of traders and peasants. Tell me, how many of the peasants have you forced into this? How many promises will you break to the traders when this is over? Ken chuckled, staring at the people behind Adam. Tell me, traders, what did he promise you? If it's the seat of power, you are all deceived. Some assurances, better than you ever did for us. One of the traders growled. Their hate was evident from the venomous stares they directed at Ken, who scoffed and brushed their hostility aside like the ramblings of a child. Butcher, is there no way to talk about this? Or, Ken snapped his fingers. From the first floor to the second floor overlooking the main hall, his men arrived, brandishing their weapons and eyes at the ready. Ken held up 2 fingers. What will you do? Oscar nearly laughed. As he expected, Adam smiled widely at the gathering before them. This display of power only spurred Adam further into action. Well, it wasn't as if he and Adam would sit down and negotiate. Not when victory was at hand. The battle was a set path from the start. I'm going to kill you, Adam laughed, mocking Ken. Suddenly, a shower of iron, arrows, and more ranged attacks flew out toward them. Oscar raised his hand, as did Adam, and their troops all countered with defense and other ranged spells. Adam cracked his neck as the others geared up for battle. Oscar clenched his buckler tightly as the tension rose between the 2 groups. A silent standoff continued until Oscar and Ken both shouted simultaneously, "Kill them!" Following his own words, Oscar rushed with Erden. He had laid down a target since long ago, some Middle Knight Exalts at the left side. Emboldened by the Meld and Pseudo guys, their figures burst through the main hall, leading the attack on the Middle Knight Exalts. Adam watched his new little brother fight well with a smile. If only he could trust me more, but that suspicious part is good to have. If I am an enemy, he'd have a chance at survival if he keeps up that doubt. Now then, across the main hall, Ken shouted in exertion. Bright beams of light flowed from his hands, blasting away anyone unprepared and burning them to a crisp. Some managed to get close, surrounded by a flurry of spells. Ken parried everything with another spell, a brilliantly carved shield of light that resembled a master crafter's work. Adam felt a rush unlike any before. The envoys were nothing. The people in the burning valley were nothing. The little brother and elder were the only ones who made his blood boil and heart stir. Finally, another opponent who could make him feel the battle was right before him. Brandishing a fierce smile, Adam burst into action, charging his large lighting gauntlet spell. Ken snorted and stuck the shield of light into the floor. It expanded into a great wall of shimmering light. The main hall shuddered from the deafening shockwaves from the collision. Adam perked up and smiled as his gauntlet broke apart. Ken wasn't better off as his wall dissipated into motes of light, making him frown. It is as rumored, no, greater than the rumors. Your strength exceeds the norm. Ken unsheathed his lance, a pure white spear with a golden tip, and melded his lance anima into it, an astonishing grade 8. Seeing his enemy get serious, Adam summoned his anima, a pair of brass knuckles, and melded it into his armament. His grade 8 was on par against Ken's. Still, he thought it was odd how Ken seemed to be relaxed. As if his thoughts were read, Ken smiled and nodded. Beating you alone may be quite the task. So what if I had help? Loud footsteps quaked the ground as 3 figures jumped from the second floor and landed on the main hall. Sensing the strange presence around these 3, Adam put up his guard. He understood from a glance that the true enemy had come at last. He hit the jackpot on the first city. Oscar and Erden coordinated to kill another Middle Knight Exalt. He swept under the man's feet with invisible Reese movements and skewered him full of holes. Tossing aside the body, Oscar breathed to recover. However, his and Erden's instincts shouted at them to dodge. He narrowly dodged a short gold rod. The speed surpassed what his prinstick thought. A shadow descended on him, and Oscar raised his arms to block. He struggled against the heaviness of the blow, and his knees nearly buckled from its weight. Retreating several steps, Oscar breathed unevenly as he stared at the newcomer. His mouth barely formed the word he wished to speak. Reese. Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 400. Mysterious Enemy. An explosion of light knocked Oscar and everyone else away from the center of the main hall. For a brief moment, he caught sight of Adam fighting against Can, the Lord of Brightburn, and a mysterious man, wearing the same clothing as the unknown assailant who used Reese. The sudden intrusion of these mysterious enemies stumped Oscar. He had known since the start from when he met Sevon and Adam that their main focus was an unknown enemy. Oscar did not know the enemy because the two never spoke in detail, but he never imagined the enemy was also Reese users. Again, several golden rods spread like drizzling rain, embedding themselves all over the walls and floors. Dodging the downpour of golden rods, Oscar and Erden made their move, beelining straight for the unknown enemy. "Who are you?" Oscar asked, golden drills wrapped around his hands. The enemy merely smiled and responded with golden drills of his own. While time was of the essence, he also wished to know the true identity of these mysterious intruders. His hands felt hot as the spinning drills constantly scraped against each other. Shockingly, the enemy also used iron, or vis as Adam called it. Something felt wrong. Oscar wondered if it truly was Reese and iron. Everything about the stranger and the way he used their spells suggested so. But Oscar was unconvinced. Only two, Adam and his master, summed the total of his experience against Reese users, yet the odd feeling of something out of place persisted. As he and Erden continued to fight, their blows glancing off each other and the air rippling from the devastation of their attacks, the strange enemy grew redder, veins popping all over their arms, neck, and head. Oscar received a heavy blow from a large drill and staggered back. "You're a fine Reese user. It appears that we will have new materials to work with. Our leader will be pleased to hear that. It's hard to nurture such evolved users. They take so long and too many resources." The man grinned with bloodshot eyes. His body appeared to visibly expand as Oscar heard the sound of bones cracking and muscles tearing. "Materials? What the hell are you? Who are you?" Oscar never released his guard. However, he kept the man talking. Of course, the battles around him continued to get more desperate, but his assurance came from Sevon and Adam. Those two planned to fight with just them from the original plan before meeting him and Avril. Oscar paced around the small space carved out from their deadly duel. "You're not truly a Reese user, are you? Interested? Too bad. What use is there in talking to a dead man?" The man grunted. The ground imploded under his feet. Oscar could see the visible heat waves rising from the man's body. His entire body had gone red, with veins showing everywhere. A pair of red gauntlets manifested on his arms. Oscar dodged to the side, a blur of red and gold smashing into the wall behind him. His right arm had noticeable cuts, clean and straight. He cursed at how the man used invisible Reese movements to launch himself like a cannon. His Prinstick could only catch slight glimpses of eye movement, which helped him to move beforehand. Before he could retreat to reassess the situation, the man sped again into a deadly charge like a bull's rush. A bramble of sapphire metal antlers grew and took the impact of the man's gold rush. Oscar realized why he had been cut so cleanly, even through his edgericeglad. Many gold blades protruded from the man's curled body, filled to the brim with iron. Even Erden's metal antlers were cut in several places. Without a hint of movement in Prinstick, the man freed himself from the antlers, entered pseudo-guise, and sought to enter melee combat. Seeing the gauntlets with small golden drills spinning from their knuckles, Oscar didn't lose his nerves and happily complied. The man's blows were heavy and piercing. Oscar parried and deflected, but his hands were getting numb. Despite the physical boost from blood transmutation with a beast's strength, Oscar felt the blows add on. Iron and Reese, together with a grade 7 Xianxia, was a strong combination, but it didn't explain the strangeness of this power. The man slipped, weaved, and countered him and Erden with such agility that the man's joints should have cracked. Sensing danger, Oscar rolled off to the side with Erden. A second man intruded on the battle, destroying what little remained of the well-polished floor. "Hey, Evan, what's taking so long? Your enemy is tall but shouldn't be a hassle. The second man smiled and laughed mockingly. Blood dripped down from his mace, and Oscar could barely contain his rage at seeing several bodies behind the enemy. Something's weird about this man. Do you want to give it a try? Do it, Ed. Evan shouted in anger. His breathing grew more ragged as he coughed out blood. We should be sturdier than a normal Reese user. Yet, he stands there without so much a wince or flash of pain from his heart. Hearing that, Oscar turned to Erden with gratitude. He almost felt like laughing to mock them to give it another try. It was the same strategy Demon employed against Adam to near success. The same one he tried to use against Ed until Evan interrupted. He would have lost a long time ago if it were the old him. He glanced from Ed to Evan with a cold expression. One of them was strong enough to be a long nuisance, and now he had to deal with two of them. The invisible Reese movements can't be used all the time, but it will be hard to keep track of both of them, even with Erden's help. What's more is their strange, outlandish strength, agility, and flexibility. Oscar dared not move his gaze away from these two, even as the battles grew more intense. Switch with me, Demon finally spoke. Those two will run you ragged, wasting your Ein. Even with Ein Awaken, you've been steadily losing more and more of it. How great would it be if you could just come out and fight together in a 3-on-2? That would be a huge help. The only other way is to use the full guys. Oscar sighed and waited for the two enemies to make their move. Then an idea struck him like lightning, flashing through his mind. Wait, there is a way. That can work. But can our body handle the strain? Demon wondered. Your body has properties of a beast now. It should be able to handle it. Go for it. Erden seconded the idea. After concluding his thoughts, Oscar saw a large shadow descend on him. It was Evan's large mace. He dodged and tried to counter with a drill-tipped kick. Suddenly, from the floor, dark spikes expanded out from where the mace rested, intent on skewering Oscar from the bottom. He could avoid this as well. However, to his irritation, Ed joined in from another angle. Switch! Oscar shouted in his mind. His kick, still extending out, retracted instantly with a loud snap. Instead, Oscar's body spun along the spikes with his buckler, and he kicked upward with a large golden drill, scraping against Ed's shoulder. Evan! Ed shouted. No way out now. Evan took advantage of Oscar's wide motion, unleashing a ball of swirling darkness as he swung his mace from the other end. Switch! Demon said. Oscar regained control and swiped his drills along the dense black ball, using its spin to hurtle himself past the mace's swing. Erden joined him and kicked Evan from behind, forcing him toward Oscar. If not for Ed's sudden charge, he nearly drove his drill into Evan's head. Dodging and retreating again, Oscar breathed out with a smile. Evan and Ed were well coordinated, filling in the gaps in their defense and attacking from the blind spots created by each other's actions. Anyone could be drawn in and trapped like a fly in a spiderweb except for him. Oscar noticed their gazes growing warier from their previous exchange. He couldn't help but laugh. All this time he had rejected Demon from acting, but the true way to utilize him was like this. Switching in the middle of a battle to confuse and trip up their prinstics and instincts was a success. Sure, they could see his intent, but not when Demon suddenly switches and vice versa. The attacks, which he thought could work, could turn into feints from Demon's whim. Oscar no longer felt the need to wait. He rushed in without fear, with Erden and Demon on his side. Due to their connection, they coordinated well as a trio. Evan and Ed tried to catch him, but Oscar and Demon continued to rotate control, shifting the intent, Ein, and movements, confusing the two. Ed would try to counter, realize it was a feint, try to block, find it wasn't a feint, and suffer greatly. Erden's continuous strikes also kept pushing them into uncomfortable situations. Evan and Ed became naught but playthings within Oscar and Demon's hands. Oscar was untouched by their combinations of metal and darkness. That wasn't the only problem. Their heavy blows were getting weaker, and their strange agility became rigid. Blood dripped from their orifices as their skin started to tear. Whatever was happening, Oscar knew they were dying and refused to let them go so easily. He stabbed Evan in the stomach and severed Ed's arm. He didn't kill yet. There were still questions he needed answers for. So, who are you? Oscar asked in a tired voice. Switching with demon constantly drained his body and wrung his mind like a wet towel, barely able to discern things around him. So we ran out of time first. What the hell are you? The leader will certainly be pleased to know someone like you exists. Someone without the issue of the heart. Evan smiled maniacally. Not what a person on their deathbed should do after a loss. Be mindful of your surroundings. Haha, we will come for you. Soon, you will serve our purposes. Ed cracked something in his teeth, as did Evan, and their bodies started to melt. Shit, Oscar wanted to do something but was helpless to do anything. He watched in frustration, his eyes trembling at the sight of the truth melting away. What the hell are they? So, you finally know now. Adam's voice cut his thoughts short. Oscar turned to Adam and saw a similar melting corpse and the Lord of Brightburn, impaled on his own lance. Adam had several injuries, some quite severe and requiring medical attention. Adam tossed Oscar an elixir and drank one himself. It's a grade 3 rejuvenation elixir. It will help heal your wounds. What are they? Oscar drank his fill and stood up, his injuries going away. They were like Reese users, but not entirely. And why were we referred to as materials? This conversation regards all Reese users. I'll speak when you have my little sister with you. You should fetch her while I clean up here. She's probably lost control in her rage. Adam cleaned the blood off him. Avril angry? She did seem unsettling before, and you said it kicked in earlier. What the hell did you do? Oscar stared with malice. She has some deep-rooted trauma. I understood that from when we first met. So, to help her not become a burden, the elder put a hypnotic spell on her. Anytime she witnesses or runs into something that may throw her into her trauma, instead of pain and sorrow, she will feel anger. Adam sighed. Are you a moron? Oscar punched Adam in the face. He ignored the pain in his knuckles. Adam cracked his neck and sighed. I told the elder it wasn't a good choice. I thought you would notice it soon, but you kept her away from her trauma for a while. Anyway, don't keep fighting me. Go and find her. Adam readjusted his hair and bow tie and left. God damn it. Oscar rushed out, riding Erden. He went in the direction Avril had run to before and stopped at the sight of blood vines and roots entangled around mangled corpses. Along the way were several balls of ivy, spurting flowers drenched in blood. Cutting one open, Oscar stepped back from the squirming mass of flesh. He ran down the bloody street and found a figure. She was dressed in butler clothes with short indigo hair. He shouted, Avril. Avril turned. Her mask was off, revealing the scars on half her face. These scars were from burns, cuts, and frost, encompassing everywhere from her right forehead to her cheek. Oscar knew from the bloody look in her eyes that she was in the throes of anger, and he held his hands up, ready to fight her. Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 401. Suffering. Avril, what are you doing? Oscar reined in his shock at the brutal scene of Avril stomping on a man's chest. At least, that's what he could tell. The corpse was torn apart, limb from limb, head to toe, by blood-soaked roots. Blood flowed like streams, and pieces of flesh and flakes of skin swam around like floating leaves in the river, barely indicating how they were once a single whole. He barely glanced at the grotesque scene, his attention fully devoted to Avril. Avril took her foot off the man's chest and stomped again, clear cracks coming from the bones and the ground being crushed. She stared with wild fury at him, and he knew from that look that her mind had long since receded inward, leaving only the basic instinct compounded by Sevon's hypnosis. Oscar counted the number of corpses on the floor, seeing the group of middle night exalts he sent to accompany her. They had all died, suffering gracious wounds. Avril had not done this to them. These were not her handiwork. I don't know what you saw that forced you to leave, but it's over. If it's the deaths of our allies that enraged you further, I will say it's not your fault. I sent them to you, and they died under my orders. Avril screamed, a piercing cry over the red sky and blood-drenched floor. She pounced on Oscar, wielding the staff he crafted for her and using the Reese taught by Sevon. His advanced princet caught her movements. He sidestepped her careless charge easily, rotated to her back, and lifted his elbow, targeting her neck. I regretted how I couldn't do this before, but right now I have no choice. His hesitation from before vanished. Oscar dropped his elbow onto her neck, hoping this would be enough to knock her unconscious. Unbelievably, her neck felt too soft, like it was liquid, like a slippery snake. She bent her head and countered with a powerful spinning kick. This kick contained all the Reese from his elbow attack. A mix of alarm and admiration jumbled up his thoughts, and he smiled awkwardly. He never imagined she had come so far. Her flowing mountain was far more advanced than his, and her strange body softening was something he had never had. Still, Oscar did not falter. While she had the talent for the softer forms of Reese, he embodied the harsh and hard. His hands, clad in eduricegladd, blocked her kick, resounding with an unnatural sound of stones pounding. Gripping her foot, Oscar stared deeply at her, his anger increasing more each second as he saw the vicious scars on her face. He let her go, and Avril continued her reckless barrage, coughing out blood and wasting her Ein with waves of roots to catch him. Wiping the sweat of his exertion as her attacks never ceased, Oscar stepped in and landed a clean blow on her stomach. Despite how limp she could make her body, his power surpassed hers. A choked yelp escaped her throat, and her bloodshot eyes shook from the recoil. It wasn't enough to put her to sleep, but the damage stopped her for a moment. A moment Oscar seized to grapple her and make her immobile. She screamed angrily and tried to free herself, but Oscar clung to her tightly. He had to hold on until she calmed down. As her Ein expanded out and invoked more spells, Erden blasted them down and away, letting Oscar carry on without interruptions. Seeing Avril's back, Oscar felt pity for her and her unknown circumstances and leaned in by her ear to let his words be heard clearly. It didn't work before, but maybe it can now. He slowed his breathing to speak to her soothingly even as she thrashed and struggled in his hold. He laughed and started to speak. Lectures from GOL for How to Be an Alchemist Lesson 1. A simple heal elixir. Gather the blood of a creature known for its healing properties, Grade 1 poisonous herbs, and Oscar narrated the instructions for a Grade 1 heal elixir and asked Avril to recount the next lesson. Sighing at her lack of response other than baleful, raging screams, he shook his head and continued for her with a smile and a light-hearted tone. Joel 4's alchemist lessons never left his memories as he cherished them dearly, and he knew Avril adored the lessons on alchemy. He never stopped, only pausing to see if she would respond, only for him to continue alone. After some time, Avril ran out of Ein and began to sob. "Sister, where are you?" she said in a voice of sorrow as her tears dripped onto the bloody floor. Finally, she lost all strength in her body and fell asleep. Oscar breathed in relief and put her down on a cleaner patch of ground. He wiped her tears away and put her mask on her, which Erden found earlier. Instead of just putting her on Erden, Oscar carried her in his arms and walked through the smoking ruins of a once proud and mighty city. He leaped over mounds of corpses, splashed through rivers of blood, and swept through scattered remains of once stunning towers and palaces. "Bastards, you haven't won yet." A ferocious warrior freed herself from the wreckage, her hair frazzled and her body wounded. She lunged straight for him, and Oscar stared coldly back. Erden kicked him from behind, a fuel of Reese. Taking in the powerful Reese, Oscar held nothing back, wanting to vent his frustrations. His kick blasted away the air and sound, sending a deafening weakened Iron Omnireus. The warrior flew back rapidly, forced away by his power, until she crashed into another pile of wreckage. Ignoring the small inconvenience, Oscar made way for the Lord's palace, his pace not slowed by the warrior's interference. His hands never stopped holding Avril, who was sleeping soundly as if her previous outburst was a lie. She truly was troublesome. Oscar chuckled as he passed through the ruined entrance and into the main hall, where the Lord of Brightburn's body remained, still impaled by the lance. "Hey, little brother, you've got the other one with you. That's good to know." In the throne room, Adam was lying atop a pile of armaments, rare ores, gems, gold, and more, a satisfied smile on his face. His hands gripped several treasures and threw them on the floor, rattling and clanking on the obsidian marble. All this wealth from attacking a mere city under a greater knight Exalt. What's more, is the vast amounts locked in their vault. Many could only dream of obtaining so much, yet you don't look satisfied. Oscar glanced around. No one else was here but them. I sent everyone out to handle the aftermath in the city. There's no point if we can't get it up and running for the next war against the other three. Adam answered his thoughts. The battle maniac slid down the mound of treasures, a downpour of metallic sounds echoing through the throne room. He patted the large throne at the end, overlooking the room from above. This throne is yours, Oscar, the new lord of Brightburn. Oscar ignored Adam and went into the back. He went through the network of stairs until he found a suitable room with a soft bed on luxurious, sculpted frames. He placed Avril on the bed and sat in the wide, golden, velvet-cushioned chair. All this luxury he had not had in a while didn't stir a thing in him. He only brushed Erden's fur, waiting for Avril to wake up. The door creaked, and Adam stepped inside with a still face, serious, lacking the usual smile. She seems peaceful now. I'm sorry about the elder's actions. He has no social skills despite what his butler clothes may suggest. Adam pulled up a chair and sat with Oscar. Who said you can come in? You never cared from the start, only seeing us as tools for your plan. Don't come in with some hack sympathy. I'm only in this so I can go home. Oscar cracked the armrests of his chair with his fierce grip. You're right, it does look bad for us, after what the elder did to her, and how I withheld it from you, but we do care. We're not so heartless as the enemy. Both of you matter to us. The elder is happier than ever to have a new disciple and to meet another free user of Reese. Adam rubbed his hair, letting it down naturally. And yet, we're the ones who suffer the most. No, she's the one who gets hurt more, Oscar snapped. There better be a good reason for all of this. A good reason for the war, our training, all those deaths, everything. I can answer that. Sevon's voice reached both Oscar and Adam. Oscar saw the middle-aged man with an eagle's eyes standing near Avril. Sevon lifted his hand and sent some Ein into her. I realized that using that spell was a mistake. I have lifted it, and now she should be back to normal. Sevon turned to Oscar and bowed without hesitation. Forgive this old failure for putting such burdens on you and for the trickery on Avril. What an idiotic thing it was to do, Oscar murmured, slumping in his chair. He had nothing to say after seeing a mighty greater marshal Exalt bow in apology to him. Just tell me everything. Those Reese users I saw earlier were peculiar. They also spoke of their leader. What are they? Sevon became silent, brooding as he closed his eyes and sighed. A mistake that I should have never left alone in the past. It was my fault that they started hunting Reese users. Sevon's face slowly twisted in anger. I should have killed him a long time ago. All of this, our war against the enemy, the strikes on the Burning Valley, are because of my mistake. Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 402. Cursed Reese Users. A mistake. Oscar saw the elder, the picture of health for a middle-aged man, sit down, forlorn and visibly weary and older than before. It was my foolish hope that led to all of this. Sevon's voice grew weaker into a mumble, still audible but lacking vigor. Long ago, when I was a young boy, I was brought in by a prominent family that favored the rather strong and sturdy physique I was born with. They were a clan of Reese users who sought to find ways to surpass the limitations and consequences of such power. Sevon paused for a moment. A flicker of a smile appeared before quickly disappearing behind the sadness enveloping him. One of the ways they found was to find good candidates who could wield Reese and marry them into the clan, an attempt to create a purebred of a purebred. Nearly everyone in the clan had the potential to endure Reese as a martial Exalt, as did I. They believed that one day, by crossing enough good talents and potentials, a Reese user who could endure the King Exalt realm would appear. Imagine that sort of power, a King Exalt with Reese. So, they brought me in and found my potential great. They regarded me as one of their own and even engaged me to one of their daughters, a genius of Reese. Sevon chuckled once and sighed. My master told me before that Reese users were rare because no one dared to take the risk. And most Reese users die out, Oscar said. A truth that everyone knows. The clan's long history began when fellow Reese users realized the fragility of their existence and wanted their techniques and research to endure through the ages. Ironically, the idea of spreading Reese to the world to try to have a bigger pool to draw from was shut down instantly. The Primal Council will never allow many potential Exalts to kill themselves out of recklessness. Thus, the clan only conducted their businesses privately, adopting people like myself and continuing through the generations. My grade was not the best, but my talent in Reese was greater. I trained for many years in the clan's teachings and proved myself to the clan members. I was an orphan beforehand, digging for scraps and trying to survive daily. The clan gave me a family, a wife, and a great friend. Sevan twitched when he mentioned his friend. His eagle eyes gleamed dangerously, and Oscar nearly retreated from the sudden chill surrounding Sevan. Sevan spoke in a growl, "My friend. My friend." The floor underneath Sevan cracked from the violent iron spilling from him. Then, it suddenly vanished, leaving only an eerie silence in the room, and Sevan bled from his mouth. The main method of the clan was to bear the Reese user who could endure in the King Exalt realm, but they attempted all other methods. Some clan members resembled what you mentioned about your master, going insane until they were subdued. I recall a few who tried to form a blood transmutation with a beast. Oscar shifted his body to listen closer. They all failed. Forming a soul bond is hard enough, as is attempting a blood transmutation. One who did manage to get his beast to agree to it failed, and they fused into a wild beast. I never imagined meeting someone like you here. Everything my clan worked towards. Standing here, if only the master were alive to see this. Sevan wiped the blood from his hands. Though I was to marry into the clan, I still acted as a butler to serve the master. The master's son, Kais Valten, was my brother, my best friend. Sevan spoke in a low, hushed voice. Kais always did his best to catch up to me, but he had a lower grade and even lower talent in Reese. But still, we formed a strong bond as brothers. He had a quick mind and would often delve into theories and ideas of utilizing Reese in other ways. He carved his place in the clan as the prime researcher and theorist, developing several other ideas to produce the true Reese user. Our master, his father, me, and everyone grew to trust him, but we never saw the depravity and darkness within him. He hid it well. Sevan clenched his fists. Sometime later, we discovered our clan members were slowly disappearing. It started with the apprentice Exalts and then to elite Exalts from the branch families. The alarms rang when a martial Exalt expert, dispatched to investigate the incidents, disappeared. I noticed around this time that Kais would recluse himself further. He was coming and going from some other place, the clan crypts. I followed him inside and discovered the horrible truth. In the catacombs were the missing clan members, strung up like hooked fish, missing parts of their bodies. Their blood collected, distilled in vials. He was experimenting on them? Oscar was horrified. Yes, Sevan nodded his head. He used his own clan members, dissecting them and using them as ingredients in his horrific experiments. I didn't want to believe what I was seeing, but when I saw him take a scalpel and carve out the heart of the martial Exalt, who disappeared, I knew it was reality. Quickly, I went to the master to tell him, and he assaulted the catacombs. Kais could not have defeated a martial Exalt. Someone else must have done it, and that is the enemy we are fighting, Adam said, red-faced from rage. When we entered the catacombs to arrest Kais, the enemy was already there. He purposely led me to the catacombs, let me leave to warn the master, and waited for the master to arrive with his most trusted elders and warriors. After all, we were suspicious one of our own was assisting Kais. Sevan coughed. He had been conspiring with a strange organization. The fighting spread as the master tangled with this unknown foe. I arrived with others and joined in the battle. For a moment, I had the chance to kill Kais. He was beneath my foot, and I raised my weapon high. Sevan choked and cried a single tear. But I hesitated. I stopped my hand briefly as I stared at the man I once considered a brother. That moment was enough for someone to help him and force me back. I had him in my grasp, and I foolishly let him live, free to continue his vile experiments. The master fought against a king Exalt and unleashed all the powers of his Reese, destroying his own body to deal a blow to the chest. With that moment, he flung me away to escape. What happened to the rest of the clan? Oscar asked. Dead. Except for the ones who followed Kais, everyone else was dead. I hid around and saw Kais and others collecting the bodies to use. I escaped, leaving behind my wife, family, and friends. I am the last survivor of the Valtens. Sevan looked dejected. Why, what use are the bodies? Oscar recalled the two men from earlier who used Reese. What were those two men? The reason is this. Adam held out a blood-red orb around the size of an eye. Staring at it, Oscar shivered. Whatever this orb was, it immediately disgusted and terrified him. From what I gathered, Kais was researching how to create a core for Reese to take on the strain of Reese rather than the heart and to be a storage of Reese. He concluded that a core created from the blood and bodies of Reese users would be the ideal start. Thus, all of us are materials. Reese users hunted down by Kais and the organization behind him. Sevan grunted and started to smoke his pipe. The men you fought were not Reese users. They simply implanted the Reese core within them and utilized its power. But it's incomplete and the side effects were strong, evident in their deteriorating state while fighting. Still, if people use it sparingly, they will be more powerful than before. The Lord of Brightburn was working with them. He provided people in exchange for more resources. Shadurma is perfect for them to conduct their experiments more widely. They train people in Reese like cattle to the slaughterhouse. Adam said, "What about my master?" Oscar wondered. "Your master, from what you told me, probably picked up a manual from a fallen Volten member. But the organization and Kais may already have their sights on him. A martial Exalt with Reese is a prize to them. Be careful when you return home. They may already be in your country," Sevan warned. The organization bears the mark of an eye with two pupils. They call themselves the New Dawn. Adam stood up and stretched. "Elder, I believe that's enough for now. Let little brother take his time to reflect on what he learned and rest." It was a long day. Rightly so. Sevan got up and walked toward the door. "Wait." Oscar waited for them to turn to him. "Why tell me this now? Why did you keep it hidden? Would you have believed me earlier?" Sevan smiled weakly. "To let you experience them yourself is the best proof I have. Now take your rest and you can tell this to Avril when she wakes up." "Good job, Oscar." They left the room, leaving Oscar and Erden with the sleeping Avril. Oscar brooded over everything that had happened and the shocking truth of the New Dawn and Kais. The cool air in the palace, a respite from the heated wasteland of the burning valleys, didn't help lift his mood. All in one day, he dealt with war, losing his forces, fighting with his life on the line, calming Avril's outburst, and learning the sickening revelation of the true enemy. The thought of the casualties lingered in his mind. The smell of blood stuck in his nose. The sight of Avril on the bed hurt his eyes, and the sounds of the cheering mixed with weeping outside made him sick. Oscar chuckled and broke out into uncontrollable laughter. "I had to survive for 15 years in Ashen Grove. I will be hunted now, meaning everyone around me is also a target. My home might be in the midst of war while I'm fighting a war here. I have no idea of how my friends are doing. Why can't I ever find a moment of peace?" Oscar shouted. Erden and Demon stayed silent, and Oscar pounded his foot on the ground. "Tell me, what more do I have to do? Why are you all silent?" "Oscar," Avril's soft voice called out to him. Oscar found her sitting up in her bed and sighed. "Ah, you're up. Thank goodness." Oscar slumped in his chair and lost the will to stay up. He blacked out and hoped to wake up in his bed on the old farm with his family in Monet Village. Wouldn't it be great if all of this just be one long nightmare? Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 403, Heart to Heart. Oscar's eyelids trembled in his deep sleep as visions of the past swirled in his dreams. His thoughts unable to focus on a single one. It felt uncomfortable, very unsettling. Like an itch in the throat, unable to be scratched or appeased. Memories flashed rapidly in a hazy fog. His heart raced faster than ever. Oscar was suffocating, lost within the chaos of thought and memory, adrift in the nonsensical waves of incomprehensible scenes. It hurt all over. Oscar wished for it to end. Even in the recesses of his dreams, he found no comfort, not a hint of respite for him. Suddenly, the jumbled sounds of memories and the overlapping voices of everyone he knew slowly quieted to a low, muffled tone. The memories and thoughts quelled down, and Oscar likened it to drifting afloat on a still lake, peaceful, calm, and the sound of soft waves breaking against his body. "Ah, it's nice." Oscar wandered away from the dreams and woke up. His cheeks were wet from tears. Oscar was confused about when he started crying, but he did for certain, as seen by these droplets running down the sides of his head. The last memory was blacking out after Avril woke up. "Oh, you're awake." She feels relieved that Oscar finally woke up. He had been sleeping for the past few days and showed no signs of movement. She wonders if he's hungry. She made some spectacular tomato soup. Avril's cheerful and cheeky words helped his vision focus. Forcing himself to look closely, he noticed Avril's face was upside down in front of him with a smile. Her gloved hands were cupping his ears. What? Few days, he was asleep for a few days, according to her. Oscar struggled to lift his head, lost strength, and leaned back onto Avril's lap. Why can't I move my body well? What happened in the past few days? Slow down. Slow down. Avril closed his eyes with her hand. He heard her next words more clearly with the loss of his sight. Demon had been using your body for the past few days to help get everything in order. He also challenged Adam to a full fight yesterday and used the full guise. So, you can't move for at least another few hours. She is angry at Demon for being so reckless while Oscar is resting. She gave him a scolding every time, but he brushed her off like a piece of lint. How's Erden? Oscar coughed. Avril brought some water to his lips, tilting it slightly not to discomfort him. Oscar drank, feeling better already before Avril continued to talk. Erden challenged Tort numerous times and fought with Demon. He's also resting right behind me. Hey Oscar, glad to see you're up again. It's torture to be next to Demon for a long time. Erden leaned his face in from the side, a beastly growl of displeasure. Greeting his friend with a smile, Oscar relaxed and allowed himself to rest more. So, do you want to talk about what happened earlier? Avril turned Oscar's head back to her. Feeling it may be too much to ask, she tells Oscar about herself. No more secrets, he already knows enough. Maybe after this, he may feel more inclined to talk. Oscar stayed still, not that he couldn't move anyway, but more in the sense of focusing on Avril with all his attention. Avril moved her gloved hands before Oscar's eyes and removed the gloves. His eyes widened in surprise, and his face went blank. Now he couldn't move from shock. He expected her hands to have similar injuries as her right face by how she was so secretive earlier, but not to this extent. Just how much did she suffer? Oscar couldn't even shudder at the number of scars, burn marks, cuts, and more on his hands. Not a single unmaimed part existed on her hands, down to her very fingertips. She hesitated but also removed her mask, showing the right side of her face. What happened? I remember everything I did while under Sevon's anger-inducing hypnosis. I ran into someone I knew from the past and couldn't control myself any longer. Avril's hands trembled. Tears fell from her and landed on Oscar's forehead. A slight trickle, but Oscar felt their stifling weight. Avril started to narrate as she always had done. After the battle and in her dreams, she finally remembered her entire past before the horrors. She used to live happily with her mother and older sister in a nice town, dreaming about adventuring through the world. But then it turned into a nightmare. She doesn't know what happened to her mother and sister, but she was taken by a group and sold as a slave. Oscar gazed sadly at Avril's crying face. He suspected she was a slave. She couldn't read, wanted to be useful to the point of learning Reese, and had many scars and signs of abuse. She remembers now that mother always told stories without needing a book, always waving her hands around with voice changes to make my sister, and I love it more. Avril wiped her tears, rubbing her face against Erden, who leaned in to comfort her. She lived for so long as a slave, and once her anima was discovered, her hell truly began. Given to one of the most powerful people in the world and gifted to a cruel mistress who delighted in forcing her to use her anima in battles and torturing her. Due to the mistress's cruelty, she could no longer stomach meat. Every day was hell, moving from the place to place as the mistress's tool. Then a chance came. While out with the mistress, she discovered a flickering portal. The mistress never bound her in chains, never fearing that she would run. For some reason, at the moment, she found a flicker of strength to resist and run through the portal. Avril rubbed her reddened eyes and regained her smile. From there, Oscar knows the rest. She met a wounded stranger and went on the adventure she had always dreamed of. She's happy to have come here. She leaned down and pecked him on the forehead, a warm touch that lingered after she parted. Thank you, Oscar. You left out many details there. But thank you for trusting me. Oscar forced his hand to move even though the consequences of guys pulled him at every inch. He placed his hand on her cheek, over the scars on the right side. So many scars, and you're still alive and smiling. I wish I were like you. You're better than me. Do you want to talk now? What's on your mind? Avril brushed aside Oscar's hair to free up his forehead. Tired. I'm tired, Oscar spoke dryly. Tired? Avril asked. Everything I do always seems to put me 2 steps forward but 3 steps back in another way. Every inch I gain closer to home only reveals the more pressing it may be to do so. Oscar told Avril everything about Sevon's past with Kais. She went across a variety of emotions before a look of horror at the end. You and I may be hunted now. I want to go home, but how much more trouble will I bring to its doorstep? When will I ever be free of all of this? We conquered this city but learned about a more frightening enemy. There is no rest. There is only an endless crawl with no end in sight. She doesn't know what to say. Avril cupped his ears. Oscar has too much to do, too much to worry about. She can only give him some moment of rest right now, but not before asking a question. Oscar, what do you want? To go home, Oscar answered, and I want to find my family. Now that she remembers her family, she must know what happened to them. Forget the enemy. Forget the 4 lords. Forget it all. Focus on getting out of shot Irma. Avril pinched his cheeks, and he winced once. We talked for a long while. Let's get you up. Avril lifted his body and put him on Erden to rest and ride. There's something I need to show you. The palace was mostly empty other than the few patrols. The bulk of the forces and top officers were with Sevon and Adam, according to Avril. She took him on a long winding path and smiled before opening the door. Its contents stirred Oscar's heart, and his eyes shone brightly for the first time. A library? Oscar laughed and gripped Erden. It was a large collection of books, not comparable to the Neptune archives, but the first he had seen in 17 years. Tomes and scrolls lined the shelves. Avril patted Oscar's back and giggled with a teasing look. Now we have enough time to read these. We can even take them with us. Avril removed a book from a shelf and flipped it to a random page. Remember, you have to teach me how to read. You already know how to read. Oscar snapped jokingly at her false statement. What? I just like reading together, page by page. Avril mumbled her last few words and looked away. She dragged Erden by the antler and moved to another place in the palace. It was the finest fabricator workshop he had ever seen, with a great furnace made of metal lions' heads. Avril kept looking delighted at his improving mood. Finally, she led him into the treasury. Oscar dropped his jaw at the refined bars of pure metal, the plants divided into bundles, the number of armaments, the cases of elixirs and precious jewels. Could this wealth be enough for them to return home? Avril seemed to know his thoughts and sighed. Master said it's not nearly enough. The Putrisers are very stingy. He said you need 10 times this amount. 10 times this amount? The large treasury before him was not enough. Oscar gulped at the astronomical price of going home. Also, we need to train. They have lots of cores and elixirs here for our use. Avril put many in her space pocket. We also have to think about the proper distribution of rewards, salaries, and future spending for the next battles. After 11 months, her understanding of running an organization deepened, which helped Oscar, but her bluntness struck deep. Ah, anything else? Oscar asked. Sevon and Adam wanted to speak with you. There's something concerning the other lords. Avril led Oscar to the main hall, where many of his top leaders, such as Fenu, bowed in reverence. Their eyes revealed a great zeal and loyalty. Oscar expected this reaction after a victory, but not to this extent. You're up, little brother. I wonder if yesterday made you too tired. Adam laughed his usual maniacal smile. Shut up. I heard there was something to discuss. Oscar turned to Sevon, the old marshal Exalt with a pipe in his mouth. Indeed, Sevon exhaled a puff of smoke and held up a sealed letter. It's a mandate by the other 3 lords, inviting you to their gathering next year. He opened the letter and began to read. To Lord Demon, the new ruler of Brightburn City. You are invited to the 4 lords gathering to discuss your rulership and the state of the Burning Valley. A trap? Oscar asked. Most certainly. And we're going. Sevon smiled. The climax of our plan is here. The time has come for us to take the Burning Valley, Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 404 Preparations. Hold on, you said the time has come, but here, Oscar tapped a part of the letter. It says the Four Lords gathering is in 1 year. Oscar looked questioningly at Sevan and Adam and told Erden to bring his tired body toward them. Yet, you speak of taking the Burning Valley now? Sevan glanced purposely at the others in the room. Understanding his intention, Oscar ordered everyone to clear the room except for him, Adam, Sevan, Erden, and Avril. Once the room was cleared, Sevan redid his pipe and said, "We have a great opportunity here to spread the seeds of rebellion all over the outer region. The Four Lords have spent a long time in their arrogance, allying themselves with the New Dawn to fuel their sickening experiments. Other Reese cores are being created?" Distraught by the news, Oscar lifted his head. What is the purpose of the New Dawn? Why did they ally with Kais and kill the Voltens? Their leader is shrouded in mystery even after all my long years of investigation. I only know he fought my master and killed him. The New Dawn he leads seeks to find a new path for humanity, to find new ways of power, to rise to newer heights. Reese cores are only a part of their many attempts to create new beings. Sevan exhaled in a gasp before coughing, spraying the embers from his pipe. Follow me. Oscar followed Sevan down a series of stairs deep into the basement. After Samine was inputted into a certain brick, patterns swirled and glowed, locking into place with a loud click. The bricks parted and revealed a new stretch of stairs leading further down. But the sight wasn't what Oscar was focused on. It was the smell of rot and blood flooding the air. What is down there? A sudden chill choked his heart. He felt he shouldn't be here. Sevan and Adam stepped slowly down the stairs, and Oscar struggled momentarily before nodding to Avril and Erden. They delved deep into the secret basement. Oscar went green and nearly threw up from the horrors within. Avril, oddly, looked better, still squeamish, but better than him. The terrible things down here surpassed what he witnessed in the Abyss prison. Many cages were opened, but the blood on its grids and floor revealed enough about the state of their prisoners. Large hooks swung like pendulums, some still piercing scraps of flesh. Several tables were scattered, with bounds and chains for their unfortunate occupants. This is how they do their research, through the horrific blood and sacrifice of many innocents. They kidnap children and train them all to harvest as the next materials. Adam said gravely, a dark shadow along his eyes. I used to be one of them, he spoke plainly, until the elder found me and gave me a choice, to follow him or to live a peaceful life. I chose this. You were in one of these? Oscar saw Adam in a new light. Little wonder the person seemed so maniacal at times. He knew many would lose their minds completely after experiencing this horror. Almost. This is our battle, our war against the New Dawn. This burning valley is only a piece of their influence. There are other battles and wars to be fought. Adam took Oscar and Avril back up the stairs. This place will be destroyed. We wanted to show you before it's gone. The palace shook tremendously and fell quiet. Sevan emerged from the dark passageway with a cough and closed the hidden entrance. It's done. Now, we must discuss our plan for the other three lords. The gathering is in a year for us to improve the army and recruit more. No doubt, the others will be doing the same, but they are greedy and will certainly skimp on their resources, opting to force others to fight for mere pittances. We sway more to our cause civil wars in the outer regions while implying we have nothing to do with it. Oscar guessed to Sevan's satisfied smile. Exactly. Adam will act as you in the gathering, and the other lords will think the butcher is the true lord and that you are a puppet. Sevan laughed heartily. In one fell swoop, take over the 3 cities, secure the palaces, and rendezvous with us at the gathering spot in the summit of flames in the center of the burning valley. It will be spectacular. The 4 lords are sure to suspect a trap, but they wouldn't expect us to launch an all-out attack on the other 3 cities while they bring their elites with them to the gathering. Adam laughed as well. You have a year. That should be enough time to prepare everything. So, another toast? Sevan took out some wine. Oscar and Avril quickly refused and escaped from the main hall, retreating into the library. Oscar turned to Avril and she turned to him. He sighed and sat down. Are you all right? About earlier? She feels sick, but she can keep going. Avril rushed out a breath, nearly a gag. She quickly changed the topic. So, Another year here, another year, like you said. There's lots of time to read these books. Oscar took a book from the shelf, not wanting to think about the long year. He needed to distract himself with books and training to let it pass faster. Avril suddenly leaned on him, resting on his left side. He slowly looked at her in confusion. Oh, is this not good? She feels embarrassed but thinks it is appropriate. Unable to bear his strange gaze, she scratches her cheek. Avril scratched her cheek. Oscar laughed and shook his head. It's fine. Do you want to start? You do it. Avril pouted, shaking his arm. You're supposed to teach me. Fine, fine. Oscar took one look at the title and immediately froze solid. There should be no reason for such a book to be here. His eyes never left the bold letters on the thick cover. This was not appropriate to read together. The Duke and Duchess's steamy marriage. Why did you stop? What does this say? The Duke and Duchess's steamy marriage? Oscar, you never taught me what steamy means in this context. See, you do have to teach me. What does it mean? Avril appeared so innocent while asking this. A former slave who never learned proper reading and writing, and was kept ignorant by others, would never know. Oscar put the book away and said, We're not reading this. Why not? Avril pleaded, grabbing his shoulder to stop him from moving away. What does it mean? If you really, really want to know what it means, read the book yourself. Oscar took out another book and relaxed at its normal title, a book on creatures of the burning valley. Next to him, Avril grabbed the inappropriate book out of curiosity and started to read. Noticing this, Oscar inched away slowly, seeing her face turn redder and her eyes widen more from the revelation. She closed the book shut and slammed it back into the shelf. Her eyes met his, and she looked away with a red face of shame. However, Avril slowly moved beside him and meekly said, Let's read this one. It's on creatures of the burning valley. That one should be safe. After finishing this proper book, Oscar helped Avril to her feet and was about to leave when he noticed an open space on the shelf where a certain book was supposed to be. His eyes glanced suspiciously at Avril, who was whistling in joy. After a brief moment, Oscar gave up and decided not to ask. Some topics were better left unsaid or pursued. A year, Oscar sat on his bed. Rows of Grade 3 Ein cleansing elixirs, Grade 3 beast cores, and spell manuscripts were before him. His progress speed was boosted thanks to his digestive ability to absorb a beast core and the sharing Erden can do with him. While he shouldn't be able to progress to the peak of Middle Knight Exalt in a year, his progress should far eclipse what he could do in the past. Come to think of it, this is the first time in a while that I had an elixir to progress my core. Oscar gulped the vial and licked his lips, tasting the amazing Ein. His Grade 4 core started absorbing the Ein at its usual not too slow and not too fast pace. But he then swallowed a Grade 3 beast core which was digested, entering his core through what he liked to call a back channel, separate from how the elixir was being absorbed. Finally, Erden ate a mouthful of them and shared half of what he absorbed through a third channel. None of these channels interfered with each other, and Oscar relished in the feeling of all this Ein at once, which he never had unless in times of advancement. A year. Let's see what I become in a year. Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 405. Oscar's Army. Oscar and Erden entered a large room filled with boiling cauldrons. A strange fog swirled up in the ceiling of the tall walls, not hindering Oscar's vision as he made his way through. He almost called out for Avril until he found her near a cauldron. She was so focused she did not notice or hear his arrival. She's so calm at times like this. Oscar watched her work. Her movements were swift as she dropped in several Grade 3 herbs, swirled a pure extract from a beast core which she ran through a sieve multiple times, and changed the temperature of the cauldron at varying times. Avril unfurled her scroll and poured straight Ein into the cauldron, an influx that brought the entire solution into her control. After 30 minutes, she opened the cauldron and poured the solution into a single vial, glowing a bright green. Her lips curled into a bright smile after she tested the solution's purity with a needle. It seemed to be quite satisfactory to her. Oscar smiled at this, also slightly jealous at her talent for alchemy, unlike himself, which Joel for always loved to point out. A good elixir? Oscar popped up from behind. Avril yelped and then smiled back at him and Erden. When did you get inside? Don't scare me like that. It's almost time. Everyone's gathering in the main hall. Oscar noticed a crate near the table, opened it, and was astonished to see all the glittering cores specially made for golems. An endeavor like this would have required a lot of effort and time. Oscar patted Avril's head. Her hair was grown back to normal and braided back with her side hairs and bangs still down. Thank you. Let's settle this and make our way back to Valen. Let's. She pumps her fist in the air, feeling a flame from the goal nearby. She wants to fight. Avril dragged Oscar and Erden out of the alchemy room and made way for the main hall. Oscar made Avril slow down. Rushing in was not a good sign. He walked through these halls, which he called home for a year. The great Brightburn Palace was a marvel that funneled water and cooled it while also maintaining an amazing cool temperature against the heat. Oscar recalled the memories of the past year and formed a smile. To our lord and lady. One of the palace guards bowed to them and remained bowed until they left the hall. Oscar and Avril glanced awkwardly at each other briefly before turning back forward. He lamented, but he couldn't do anything about the rumors of how he and Avril were husband and wife. When Avril first changed into her usual blue dress and grew her hair out, everyone from the Azure Sea Company was shaken to the core, especially the ones pursuing her alter ego, Arthur. Took a lot of time, but people started to get used to the sudden switch and regarded them as the lord and lady of the Azure Sea Company. What annoyed him more was how Fennu came to Avril and bowed in apology about trying to marry his granddaughter off to him without consulting the main wife. No matter how often I tell them not to say it, they can't stop, Oscar groaned. Avril also sighed heavily. Carrying onwards, Oscar and Avril arrived in the main hall where Adam was waiting with everyone else. Fennu, the division captains, which were expanded to 20, and other elites. Adam ran up and greeted Oscar with the usual Reese handshake of Ripple Shroud. A terrifying, gleeful smile stretched from cheek to cheek. Little brother and little sister. It's time to begin, Adam roared in laughter, making some of the attendees shudder in fear. Fennu, bring up our current status. Where are we on everyone in the other outer regions? Oscar sat on the Lord's throne and assumed the role of ruler, an uncomfortable job for a former farmer like himself. Yes, my lord. The civil wars we have influenced in other areas with our resources and hidden soldiers have made great headway in capturing territory from the other four lords. They do not send out their forces recklessly but have focused on fortifying their inner regions. Scouts report great ramparts have been built with multiple layers of barriers. Fennu said, cowards hiding within their walls. They are nothing before the might of our Azure Sea Company. I'll tear them apart with my great ruler. Desmond, eager for battle, stomped his foot in the hall with a fierce smile. His confidence grew over the years as Oscar's first captain and as a greater knight Exalt. Don't interrupt the Grand Elder, you idiot. You have no place to speak here. Ark Ashwolf shoved Desmond back, and the two stared daggers into each other until Fennu shouted for them to stop. Apologies about their behavior. They are excited about the war ahead, and the new future you will bring to the Burning Valley. Our forces are ready to head out at your command. Fennu bowed. Then it is settled. We will set out with an army of divisions 1 to 15. Divisions 16 to 20 will remain in the city. We do not know if the enemy will strike our base first. Captains, be with your troops outside. Fennu, look over our supplies. Make sure everything is accounted for. Oscar learned much from the books inside the library, which detailed strategies, tactics, and rulership. He could only achieve the bare minimum so far. Thank goodness he had reliable and skilled subordinates such as Fennu and multiple strategists. By your will. Fennu and everyone shouted with a bow and departed from the main hall to do their duties. Little brother and little sister, follow me. Adam pulled them aside to enter a hole in the palace gardens. Inside was Sevon and Tort, the martial Exalt mythical turtle beast. Its eyes burned magma red, as did the lines in its shell. It stomped its 6 feet around to face Oscar and the others. Oscar and Avril. The day is here. After this, it's only a matter of accumulating resources from the bountiful place that is the Burning Valley to pay your way home. Sevon spoke from atop the turtle. We do not know if the new dawn has called for reinforcements. At most, they will dispatch Martial Exalts, not King Exalts, to this place. I will go with Adam and Tort will go with you too. As a mythical Exalt beast, the Wurtortle Tort is far more powerful than a normal beast. Erden grunted in disapproval while Tort let out low groans in repetition like chuckles. Oscar nodded at Sevon and said, I hope it will be over after this. May luck be on our side. We will make our way to you as fast as possible, but the battle on our side will also be harsh. Good luck to you, my little siblings. Adam smiled. Go crazy and have a good time. Revel in the battle and win. Goodbye, master. I hope to see you later. Avril bowed to Sevon, who laughed and patted her head. Their little group of Reese users huddled and shouted their declaration of victory before parting. Tort and Erden let out beastly growls. Tort will follow us from underground. I've never heard of a Wurtortle before. How incredible, Oscar remarked on Tort's natural pressure, one that came from a powerful bloodline. He's nothing. I will be greater than him. Just wait. Erden didn't hide his jealousy, spitting on the floor. A distasteful action, but Oscar let it slide, and it did seem like Tort enjoyed egging Erden on. I believe in you. After all, I made it this far. You can do much better than me. Oscar comforted his friend and looked at Avril. You too. Let's fight well together. After receiving Avril's thumbs up, Oscar headed for his army, stationed outside the city walls. A grand display of 10,000 Exalts cheered and shouted the name of Demon after his arrival. The elite officers, strategists, and division captains all bowed before him. Oscar waved his hand for everyone to stop and listen. He spoke loudly and clearly. Today, we free a burning valley from the tyranny of the Four Lords. When I first started the Azure Sea Company, I dreamed of defeating the Four Lords. After 2 years, here we are now. The army cheered. If you believe you cannot do it, that you cannot fight, that everything standing in the way horrifies you, think of only this. Fight for your family. Oscar glanced at Erden. Fight for your loved ones. Oscar peeked at Avril. Fight for the people next to you. He gazed across the massive army to the captains, strategists, and Fenu, all wearing the blue armor he designed. He closed his eyes and thought of his friends and family back home. Fight for your lives and tell yourself you will make it back no matter what. Across the seas of blood, the ravines full of bodies, the murderous faces of the enemies, and the rain of arrows and spells. Fight on and survive. Waves of cheers, shouts, and war cries shook the ground and chased away the winds. Oscar pointed his hand outward and shouted, All forces, move out. We go to war. The army drummed and bashed their metal armor. Oscar rode on Erden with Avril and marched with them in the center. According to Fenu, the rebels from the outer regions would start their full-force invasions now and help pressure the inner region. Since they were already in the inner region, they arrived at their first town in a few hours. Nothing happened. It was a complete ghost town. Oscar suspected a similar trap to the one the Lord of Brightburn used a year ago. Nevertheless, he could not stop. He ordered his army to continue. During their long trek through wide, scorched plains, horns blared from the scouts in the distance. The enemy? Oscar gazed at the horizon, ordering his army to stop. Lord Demon! A scout rushed toward him, out of breath and pale. The armies are coming. The entire Scorchlight City is emptied. Their forces are coming now. As he pointed out, an army appeared over the horizon, many but not comparable to Oscar's, who recruited from a larger pool of people. He was about to command his army to ready for a battle when 2 more scouts rushed in. An army is coming, bearing the mark of the Lord of Ashflame. Another army is here. They come with the banners of the Lord of Magma Fury. 3 armies of the other 3 lords? Fenu shouted. He received the full account from the scouts and relayed it to Oscar. There are around 15,000 total, my lord. 3 armies descended on him. Oscar didn't expect the 3 lords, who had a history of fighting and suspecting each other for anything, to come together as an army. Something was amiss, and Oscar knew who was behind it, the New Dawn. Only they could have coerced or bribed the 3 lords to fight together. The enemy finally showed his hand. Oscar raised his fist. It was time to repay them for showing themselves. All forces, defensive formations. Bring out the new weapons. Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 406. The Forefront War. Ring the bells of severity. Fenu shouted to the troops. Bells rang around the army, alerting everyone to the nature of the situation. If no one knew about the enemy, they did now, as the shouts and war cries deafened the bells coming from the armies that popped up from the horizon. They waited at the far hills, waiting for us to enter these open plains to surround us. With the rough terrain and chaotic rivers of lava on the route to the other city, anyone can guess a large army would go this way first. Oscar spoke to Avril and Erden, but mostly to himself to grasp the outlook of the battle. 3 armies marched toward them from the front, diagonal back right and diagonal back left. Heed my words. Division 1 to 5 set up a formation to meet the frontal army. Division 6 to 10 will face the enemy on the left, and the rest will fight on the right. Before the armies of the 3 lords could encircle them, Oscar split his army up to meet them halfway, leaving an open area in the center for Oscar and his personal army, numbering 1,000. The large armies were about to clash, and Oscar waited with bated breath. Flashes of bright lights and all elements scattered in midair as ranged attacks barraged each other, hitting a few soldiers on the ground. The cries became louder as the armies neared each other. Oscar watched from the center in all directions and waited with bated breath. Right before the armies met on all 3 fronts, several rolling objects leaped out from his armies. He watched these objects resembling pillbugs or armadillos rolled into a ball. All for popped into his mind, and he curled his lips into a smile. These rolling golems, the Armadillo Sixes, better work, or he'd have a long list of complaints to Isaac if he died here. Lad, the Armadillo Sixes were constructed as another way of sieging fortresses and barriers. They roll up with a charge of explosive iron. The faster they roll, the more that iron accelerates and the bigger the boom. They explode on the barriers and destroy walls. Gol 4's words reached him from his memories. Gol 4, my chattering friend. Little wonder you lamented about Reese forging. They use the spin that builds up, so why can't Reese be applied? Isaac, if your spirit can see this, then revel in the Reese-forged Armadillo Sixes. Let's see how they function on an open plain battlefield. The Armadillo Sixes, forged with Oscar's Reese forging, crashed into the front lines of the enemy's armies. Their penetration and sheer physical power, heightened by the Reese carried in the specially made metal, gave these Armadillo Sixes the boost to keep rampaging through the enemy lines. At the 5th line, it finally stopped and exploded with the full force of the built-up iron and Reese. The explosions were loud, but his forces cheered louder at the front lines of their enemies being broken. They all charged faster and began slaughtering the disorientated and wounded enemies. The best start Oscar could hope for. His strategists maneuvered their respective armies to semi-encircle the enemy, not enough to surround them, but enough not to let any slip through to his headquarters in the center. Avril, you did amazing work. Thank you. The cores for these Armadillo Sixes were made by Avril, who flashed a grin and pumped her fists cutely in the air. Oscar and Erden sighed at her cheerfulness. However, he also cheered inside, thinking of how Gol 4 would be delighted to see this or even jealous at how well his improvements were. My lord, shall we follow up with a volley? Fenu smiled a toothy smile, a moniker of a wolf. You understand so well, Fenu. Oscar held the bulk of the siege weaponry, particularly the Gatnons. The outlook of the battle still wasn't good for them. The enemy surpassed their number of knight exalts. The only way for him to try to equate it was to wipe away their other exalts before their knight exalts fell. It pained him, but the best strategy was to throw bodies at them to tire out the knight exalts. Wipe out the enemy. Fire! Fenu shouted. The Gatnons fired heavily, deep into enemy lines. The web of flaming iron and spiked nodes flew onto the enemy. The enemy's retaliation diverted some of them. In response, Oscar ordered the Gatnons to keep firing non-stop, rotating only at the absolute limit before they overheat. These Gatnons were made with grade 3 cores, so the power within impeded a few knight exalts. Oscar breathed a sigh of relief. He had never been in a battle like this, and worse was the feeling of being uninvolved in the thick of battle. The 3 fronts started to tip toward his favor from the initial charge and the power of Gatnons. A little more and the battle would be his. Incoming, several of his men shouted. Dazed by the sudden call, Oscar gazed at the cloud of ash and soot being kicked off by an unknown intruder. Oscar gritted his teeth as his heart sank. Everything was going well, but now something else wished to toss it upside down. Prepare to receive the enemy. Don't let them get to the Gatnons. Oscar put his forces into action, and they formed a tight and sturdy wall in the direction of the newcomers. Suddenly, one leaped up, flames gathering and spiking around his hands, and threw out a giant fireball. Avril acted first out of everyone, summoning her wooden hands, enlarged to a great size and even larger due to one use of her scroll anima. It rose with its hands open, gesturing to catch something, and it did. The giant ball of flame was cupped into her wooden palms, and she squished it. Her wooden hands were charred, but the threat was averted. She smiled toward the man who fell from the air, a dark intent spilling from his eyes. The dust died from the cloud, revealing a few hundred people, a mix of exalts of all realms, but their cloaks bearing the mark of the dual pupil. I meant they came from the new dawn. Damn. Fenu, take the greater night exalts and combat theirs. We should have greater numbers, but they are strange, so tread carefully. Oscar relayed his orders and rode out with Avril and Erden to fight. The battle had instead reached his doorsteps, not theirs. Grah! Desmond swung his ruler, a gust kicking from a single sweep. He wiped the blood from his lips and tried to catch a breath. Desmond! Ark swooped him and plunged his axes into several lower night exalts who tried to ambush Desmond from behind. His axes exploded and turned the exalts into charred corpses. He kicked Desmond in the back. This is no time to take a break. I know, Desmond panted. I'm just recovering slightly. An awakened can't do everything in a long battle like this. I need time. Desmond's eyes widened in surprise, a scowl forming on his face. Shit, they're targeting our lord. Desmond tried to rush out, only to be blocked by another greater night exalt. He needed to get back to his lord and ensure his survival. The enemy refused to let him through. Desmond angrily rampaged with his bare anima, turning the entire area around him into a molten lake. Damn it, I can only hope your old man can handle it. These guys are persistent, Desmond shouted to Ark. He glared at the enemy and rushed in with his reddened ruler. His lord had to survive. Who else could show him the new heights that were promised? Oscar reached several middle night exalts and entered his pseudo-guise. He held nothing back, using his quartet lance with the melded Erden and releasing a weakened Iron Omnireus. Several of them were forced back but held their ground, their faces having the same symptoms as Ed and Evan. You're the Reese core users from New Dawn? Oscar asked, fighting several with Avril's help. Haha, not bad. You're a far more complete Reese user. After losing contact with our Brightburn City branch, we had to investigate. Little wonder our branch fell to you and the Butcher. One of them spoke. Precious subjects like yourselves are needed. You and the girl will be coming with us. You don't decide what I do. Demon switched with Oscar, changing the flow of Ein and movements. He withstood a golden spear with his new grade 3 spell, Indestructible Gold, a defensive spell of the same vein as Silver Sheen. His body spun and released another weakened Iron Omnireus from his feet. The New Dawn member grunted and limped to his feet. Erden stomped on him from above with enlarged hooves the size of a carriage. Oscar retreated with Avril and Erden. Their breathing could not be slowed. Oscar cursed at how many of these people were Reese core users. The thought of the number of lives used to create these things sickened him. For the peace of all the unfortunate people who died to give you that power, I'll kill you all. Oscar cracked his knuckles and stood side by side with Avril. They're truly a nasty bunch. She feels nothing but hot rage against these vile scum. Avril scowled, wielding her gem staff. The scroll anima floated around and melded into the staff. Her sudden showing of meld was unexpected. When did you learn the meld? Oscar nearly lost his bearings. The staff grew longer, the gemstone still resting on its tip. However, below it was a wide gold cylinder. It opened like a scroll and extended its page with indigo lining until it swirled around the gemstone. A spiral of paper with more words etched on 6 new sections. Oscar couldn't read those words. I kept trying. Reading helps me understand my anima better. And I've kept reading my scroll over and over again every night. Avril laughed. It happened so naturally. Are you serious? Oscar was again in disbelief. He sighed and said, All right then, Avril. Let's fight these inhumane monsters. What can you do? Oscar clenched his fists, a bang coming from his knuckles cracking. The words on the paper started to shine, and Avril smiled fearlessly. She rotated her staff around, the paper continuing to flow and float around like a dancer's ribbon. Her eyes glowed dangerously with confidence, and her lips parted to say, Witness my meld. Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 407. Avril's Meld. She remembered everything from when she was angry. Avril recalled the battle a year ago. The man, sent to follow after her on the mistress's orders, was kneeling on the ground. A mere slave like you, nothing but one of the mistress's toys, dares to believe you can keep hiding away. You know she never forgives or forgets. The man coughed and gasped from the wounds on his body. Even as the branches and roots tore off his arm and he wailed from the pain, he still had a sneer, a mocking smile toward her. Live with your head down, live in the shadows, never to see the light of day. Hide in the deep recesses of Shot-Irma. She will come for you when you show a trace of yourself. You are forever bound to us. Remember that. Roots and vines entangled and squeezed on his neck, remaining arm, legs, and chest. His face reddened as his eyes bulged and bled from their sockets. Blood rained down as the roots tore him apart into pieces and threw them to the floor. Yet, his ridiculing sneer never faded from his detached head. He was dead, but Avril could still hear his words lingering in her anger-controlled mind despite the lifeless head resting on a rock. She sought a way to free herself from this incessant voice that grew louder and louder. On the chest was an emblem depicting a triangle with 3 swords extending from the corner to the center, where a sun shone. Anger overwhelmed her mind. However, the man's scathing words never left her. She stomped her foot on the chest, right on the emblem, shredding it to pieces with her eye. She smashed her foot again and again, repeating her motions like a constant wind-up doll. The world turned to blood, and dark shadows ran abound, whispering the same things, and she lost control until a clear voice called out to her. Avril twirled her staff around, reading the words written on the rolls of paper streaming around her. She always considered her anima a curse because if not for its powers, she would never have caught the mistress's attention. Perhaps her life as a slave could have been better than before. Now, as the words flashed across her sight, a comforting light from each stroke of ink written, she saw it as a blessing, not a curse. Reading and writing were her favorite activities now. Her anima, a prime example of the 2 activities, filled her with joy instead of despair. Her melded scroll staff unrolled to 6 new sections, engraved with new wording, words she wrote herself. Stamping the end of her staff into the ground, she smiled at the sight of the 6 sections glowing. Her memories brought back the words of the man, his jeers, and his arrogant face. Avril glanced at Oscar and chuckled. No longer would she be a mere slave. Everyone called her not by name but slave, but he called her Avril. She refused to hide away while her partner fought on despite the pain and sorrow he showed her, bouncing back from the broken tears and tired husk he had become at times. I am Avril, and I will no longer be your slave. Avril stared down the dark shadow of a woman holding a scythe. It dispersed from the light of her scroll, and Avril sent a command to the sections, an order to start. The words she had written in the 6 new sections flowed into the scorched earth. 12 brambled, wooden hands sprouted from the ground, large in size, and slapped down on the New Dawn members. My meld powers allow me to write my spells into 6 sections. 6 spells that could be used at any time without delay and without being seen in the printstick. Since the spells are stored with the ein needed in each section, they don't require me to use ein. Avril rested her staff on her shoulder and beamed her smile toward Oscar, expecting his stunned reaction. Just in time, his and Erden's eyes raised, and she was left satisfied. Now this only disrupted them. It's enough for us to work with, right? Avril pointed at the currently disorientated New Dawn members. The sudden assault of 6 spells did their work well. Nicely done, Oscar said, patting her on the shoulder. He narrowed his eyes at the mess and nodded to Erden. He led the charge with Avril and Erden into the mess, his ein burning like an inferno, his limbs wrapped in pseudo-guise. The first middle night, Exalt burst from the wooden wreckage only to find Oscar and others before him. Oscar lunged, throwing all of his strength behind his golden drill. He impaled the middle knight Exalt thanks to Erden and Avril distracting him from the side. Oscar pulled out the drill and went on to the next target. He ducked below the raging flames sprouting from the other and boosted Avril forward, her staff shining as a blast of ein emerged to swallow the enemy. Erden reached behind and lunged his antlers into the enemy's back, letting loose his transformation powers to sprout more metallic branches out of the body. Oscar noted that these Middle Knight Exalts weren't as powerful as Ed and Evan from Brightburn. Sevon mentioned the New Dawn was split into different rankings. Their leader at the top, followed by the executives, the branch heads, high-level combatants, mid-level combatants, and low-level combatants. Oscar knew for certain these enemies were mainly comprised of low-level combatants. The output level of Reese was not on par with Ed's and Evan's, which Adam said was mid-level, and they didn't use iron. These low-level combatants were nothing compared to the deadly combination he, Erden, and Avril had. Oscar sprinted from place to place, killing off as many of the stragglers he found. Sometimes he killed them or Erden or Avril, depending on who created the distraction and who dealt the blow. He let out a beastly growl and tore through more in a primal fury, seeing the various small Reese cores embedded in the enemy's bodies. All seemed well. Oscar grew more confident at their chances. He took a pause and scanned the battlefield. His and Avril's efforts greatly affected the outcome, freeing up many of the other Exalts under his command to help against the Greater Knight Exalt enemies. But he still had a lot of work to do. Strange. Where are all of the high-level combatants? Oscar said, ambushing the enemy from the back, giving his ally a chance to counter. The level of combatants wasn't exclusive to higher Exalt realms. While there were many mid-level and low-level combatants of Knight Exalt realms and lower here, none were high-level. Maybe we are lucky? Avril glanced around, giving a confused look everywhere. All the while, he maintained his pace, helping and freeing up more of his men to surround and kill the remaining New Dawn members. Relating to her confusion, Oscar pursed his lips. The nagging voice of something being wrong irritated him like an earworm. But even as the enemy dwindled down to the last man, nothing happened. Oscar watched Fenu kill the last one and cheer in triumph. He ignored the negative thoughts and ordered the Gatnons to start firing again. A few seconds later, the Gatnons fired, their shots whistling through the air and burning onto the enemy flanks. His armies cheered from the motivated roars of his captains and fought harder. Victory looked close, and that unnerved him. Oscar wasn't sure yet, but his instincts were usually never wrong. So, it came down to this after all. A solemn and indifferent voice ran chills down Oscar's spine, and he was forced to his knees, a mountain of hostility crushing his back. The ground split and cracked into a crater from the landing of a newcomer. Oscar paled at the sight of the man wearing a white overcoat with black pants, a long face adorned with glasses that hid a pair of red eyes. Who? Oscar leaned on Erden and Avril. They helped each other up against the hostile aura spilling from the man. Gino Russ, branch head of the Burning Valley. The terrifying aura intensified, and the Ain rose. The battle fell quiet on all fronts, everyone staring at Gino, who exploded with the power of a lower martial Exalt. Even if we all attack him together, we can't win. The gulf between Greater Knight Exalt and Lower Martial Exalt is like night and day. The only way is... Oscar stared below and glanced at Erden. They had one last hope left for this battle. But he still needed to know. Why does your New Dawn want this? What need is there to experiment on people? What a foolish question. Look at the spells you're using. Look at the elixirs you drink. Do you think it all came from chance? No. Everything came from experimentation, people trying out any means, some dying from their own research. It is just the next step in our evolution. Reese, beastification, elementification, they are possibilities. Gino raised his glasses and pointed to Oscar. You are quite the interesting specimen. I can't wait to carve your heart out and dissect your veins. What new wonders can humanity evolve to? What secrets can we glean from your body? And all the dead people in your cellars? Oscar gritted his teeth. The scene of the bloody tables in the prisons played back in his mind. What about them? Sacrifices for a better future. Imagine a world where everyone is perfect. A new dawn for all of us. What matters about a few lives? You certainly led many to die on this battlefield. What difference is there between us and you? Gino said. The way Gino spoke so casually about it only made Oscar's heart chill, like an icy grip about to crush him. He couldn't accept Gino's words. He mustered all the air in his lungs and said, "We fight together because we agreed to fight together. I may have forced them initially, but now everyone is here of their own free will. You force others to do what you can't do to yourself like a coward. Evolve through your own efforts and luck as I did, you depraved maniacs. Tort! At his call, lava erupted from the open path between armies, and the ground quaked from the heavy stomping of a creature. Tort growled, his beastly cry washing away the hostility from Gino. Hearing Tort's roar, Oscar loosened his grip on Erden and rested on the ground. Gino and Tort locked gazes. Everything shook. The ground, the air, the people. Massive amounts of iron flowed out and collided against each other. A simple scrape creating hot tornadoes. Fenu shouted for everyone to retreat from the two martial exalts. Avril and Erden dragged the tired Oscar out of the fray. Oscar glanced back. A battle between martial exalts unfolded before his eyes for the first time. Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 408. The War's End. A Wurtortle? What is a mythical exalt beast doing here? Gino glared, a dangerous red gleam shining behind his glasses as his lips smirked viciously. No matter, you're clearly on their side. However, how fortunate it is that I can have you. The sheer adaptability of a Wurtortle is something I've always wanted. But no, I had to be stationed here to watch over some helpless fools. The winds picked up, rising in heat. A great blaze burned within Tort's open mouth and condensed into a molten orb, dripping hot excess onto the scorched earth. Tort opened his jaw wider, the ground melting from the magma spewing from its mouth, and turned the area into a lake of lava. Tort's massive body disappeared into the molten depths. Astounding! Wurtortles are said to be able to adapt to any environment, mutating in their elemental capabilities, and even change the environment of their surroundings. Gino walked atop the waves of lava and grinned in delight. Though, did you believe this would benefit you? No, I quite love hunting. If Tort's Ein and presence permeated the ground, then Gino's took to the winds and sky. Even from afar, Oscar shuddered from the two forces clashing and intertwining, sparks of their parting landing on the ground in explosive quakes. Gino held a harpoon and melded his anaconda anima into it. The dark clouds above parted as a result of the burst of power from this fusion. Gino's harpoon turned into a large structure, the size of a catapult. A snake-headed spear rested at the ready. Columns of lava ejected out of the lake, and Tort's spinning obsidian shell appeared from within and spun rapidly, spewing jets of lava around it. Gino fired his harpoon, and the snake's spear hissed and grew into a massive white anaconda, storms churning its scales, great hurricanes that swirled around its long, scaly body. Going into that is a surefire death, Oscar thought, his hands trembling at the cataclysmic battle. The great anaconda wrapped around the ferociously spinning Tort and tried to bite down with its rows of needle-like teeth, a needle being a relevant term compared to the anaconda's large size. They fell to the lake of magma, the winds parting the pool apart. Tort's spinning wasn't affected by the constrictive prison of the anaconda, starting to cut into its scales. Gino smirked and fired several more. Four large anacondas wrapped around Tort and finally brought him to a halt. Tort finally snapped his head out and crunched on an anaconda, which hissed and wailed before it faded away, the damage too much for it to bear. Gino jumped at the chance, his narrow eyes narrowing further from focus. A large spear of turbulent air, 100 feet long, fell at a swing of his hand, aimed at Tort's exposed neck. "Tort!" Avril cried out. All of a sudden, the anacondas all screamed and wriggled. Their bodies broke down, and Tort inhaled all of their remains. A slight tremor ran through Tort as the black shell fell apart to reveal fresh green scales, each plate containing a swirl of wind. His red magma eyes turned teal, and his black body changed to a shade of white. Tort grunted and unleashed a shockwave of air, breaking Gino's wind spear apart. Winds gathered under Tort's feet. The large beast sped up, charging against Gino, who laughed in glee, shooting more anacondas and zipping around the pool of lava with the winds. Magnificent, utterly magnificent. I can't believe the sheer speed of adaptation. If I can implement this into humans, we will be perfect beings. Gino waved his hands, and jet streams of tornadoes twisted around the air like tendrils, whipping and lashing on Tort's shell. It didn't matter how many anacondas shot out or how many winds Gino summoned to fight on his side. Tort's wind-covered shell easily absorbed the winds, the swirling on its plates growing larger until reaching a point where the green shell could not be seen under the wind. Tort roared and sent out another explosive shockwave. Gino blocked it with a hurricane wall, but his breathing seemed ragged. Just how much Ein are they using in this battle that even the Ein Awaken of a martial Exalt can't keep up? Or is Tort that much stronger? Oscar was shocked. Gino's advantage had gone away since Tort switched to the wind element. A Wartortle's power went deep when related to the elements. Oscar never turned his eyes away from the battle. The two masters of wind broke apart plains, rampaging to the hills in the distance, and scattered the remains of everyone who had died into dust. He regretted being unable to bring back the dead to be respected and buried by their family and friends. But there was no room to intervene. Everyone could only watch the two monsters battle it out. "You damned beast!" Gino screamed. His glasses were cracked, and his confident look broke into a fury. He charged everything. A ball of dense winds, condensed to the size of a fruit, formed within the snake harpoon's mouth. This time, the ejected spear didn't enlarge to a lively anaconda. Instead, it remained in its shape, only with scales adorning its shaft. Faster and more piercing than before, it flew with a deafening sound, enough to knock the air from anyone's ears. Tort retreated into his shell, spun faster than ever before, and faced the center of his shell against it. Devastating winds kicked up and swept across the battlefield, a fierce storm Oscar had never seen before. The harpoon shattered with a loud cry, and Gino couldn't retreat from Tort's incoming slam. Tort's large body fell on him, the ground turning over from the immense force. As the dust settled, Tort stomped to Oscar and spat out Gino's corpse. Oscar quickly picked up Gino's corpse, jumped atop Tort, and raised Gino's body for all to see. He shouted to the far armies of the Three Lords, "We have a martial Exalt on our side. The one who came to aid you all is dead. Do you wish to surrender or continue fighting?" The armies remained silent for a time until someone dropped to his knees. Like a cascading wave, more and more started to kneel with their hands raised in surrender. Oscar let out a chuckle of disbelief. It was over. His men arrested everyone and grouped in the center. Seeing the defeated faces of the enemy, Oscar welled up, letting down a single tear. "It's over, it's done." Oscar sat down, the winds brushing against his hair. It felt refreshingly cool even though it was the hot winds of the burning valley. His army rested along with him, feeling two bumps by his side. Oscar smiled and glanced at Erden and Avril. "Just start collecting money for the putrescers, and we should be homebound." She can't believe this is really happening. Her hands will not stop shivering from excitement. Maybe outside, she can find her family. Avril gripped her staff harder and smiled widely from cheek to cheek. Oscar removed his buckler and put it back into his space pocket. Nothing entered his sight except the view of his army grouped around, surrounded by a wasteland. Under the light of the red orb, Oscar stood up and shouted to everyone, "Azure Sea Company." Everyone turned to him. Desmond, Ark, Fenu, and the other leaders all waited for his words. Oscar knew only a single course of action to take here, the same he witnessed long ago at Portland Island of Erith Ocean, a figure of silvery hair bowing under the moonlight. He lowered his back and bowed deeply to everyone, the living, the fallen, the sacrificed, but more importantly, his men, his Azure Sea Company. "I have nothing but gratitude for all of you. Thank you." Oscar projected his voice, full of warmth. The crowds cheered and roared, repeating, "Lord Demon." For the Azure Sea Company. Erden and Avril stepped up and bowed together with him as well. Oscar smiled toward his two companions and rested back on Tort's shell. The long battle was over, the largest obstacle gone. Oscar tasted the air, almost feeling free. Avril rummaged through Gino's space pocket, her face downcast with disappointment and disgust. How could he not have any grade 4 supreme healing elixirs? Avril frowned. Though he does have a bunch of Reese Cores lower grade elixirs and a grade 4 armament. Oh, that could do well for us. A grade 4 armament should cut down the price of returning home by a lot. Oscar held the grade 4 sword. He thought it was strange that Gino would have this in his possession. Gino wasn't a swordsman. Oscar put the sword back in the space pocket. He found it useless to worry about it. After some time, Fenu approached delightedly, bowed, and said, "My lord, should we continue to the cities? They should be defenseless now. The prisoners can remain here with the great Marshal Exalt." What can we do?" Oscar didn't want to leave without Tort in fear of another Marshal Exalt lurking around. His mind went through various options and decided on a single route. Stay here. We will stay. The point was to defeat the Three Lords' forces while their elites were away at the Summit of Flames. "And what a grand job you did!" Adam appeared from a far distance, projecting his voice from afar. Oscar wondered how Adam heard him from so far away. It was a mystery. "Is it finished?" Oscar asked, his breath halting in anticipation. "No problems. The other Three Lords are dead." Adam smiled and announced it to everyone. Some looked at him in disbelief while others cheered, mainly those who were in the palace when Adam fought the Lord of Brightburn. "The Azure Sea Company and Lord Demon shall rule the entire Burning Valley. Congratulations, little brother." "Ha ha 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 ha." Oscar broke out into laughter. "It's finally over." Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 409. The Catacombs of Ashflame City. Not spoil the joy you're all feeling, but there is one slight item left on the list, Adam said, apology-laden in his tone. He glanced at Oscar and the others, sighing and patting Tort's shell, indicating for them to sit. "Explain. You just said earlier in your own words, congratulations. The Burning Valley is ours. What else do we need to do?" Oscar's eyes twitched, and he reined in the urge to shout to not worry or scare the men with an outburst. A suffocating sensation crept into his throat, an invisible grip of stress holding him tight. Adam paused and placed a hand on Oscar's shoulder with a different slight smile brimming with comfort and empathy. This action from Adam affected Oscar, who breathed in normally, surprised at Adam's sudden display of kindness. It welled him with assurance, a warmth filling his heart. "First, while you all rest, let me tell you about what happened when Elder and I arrived at the Summit of Flames." Adam made himself comfortable, stretching his legs forward. He opened his mouth and closed it again, giving an unsure look. "Well, it's hard to start. So much happened at once." Firstly, Adam recounted the events that unfolded during the Summit of Flames. Sevan hid nearby while he led the others into the outdoor Grand Pavilion. Inside there were the Three Lords of the Burning Valley, the Lord of Ashflame, the Lord of Scorchlight, and the Lord of Magmafury. Their faces were the picture of caution and wary, but not completely lost, as though they still had something left under their sleeves. The conversations started as typical for a gathering of lords. They derailed the discussions with useless tangents about the proper division and allocation of tributes, territories, and the meaning of leadership. Adam scoffed, saying a baby could tell they were trying to waste time, but the mystery remained in the reason. Adam resisted the urge to kill them so many times during their snide remarks and inside jokes. However, he kept the lords occupied here for the plan's sake, tuning out their nagging. Then, they mentioned the battle and how they planned an ambush with the help of some interested people against the army, against Oscar and Avril. Knowing this, Adam no longer held back. Since they decided to deal the first blow, he responded in kind with the order to attack. Unsurprisingly, the lords had many New Dawn members among their entourage, high-level combatants. Adam went all out and fought the lords alone. His forces were outnumbered by the coalition of the lords, putting the situation into the dumps. Sevan appeared at this time and tried to fight, but an executive of New Dawn interrupted to hold Sevan back. This executive possessed a potent Reese core and fought madly. The two greater martial exalts fought each other, forcing everyone away from the battle. The battle was fierce. However, Sevan, a master of Reese, a scion of the Volten clan, had no issue bringing down the executive. All the executive had was a collection of power without all the intricate masteries, nothing but a plaything for Sevan, who directed all the Reese back into him. So the battle was won. Even though I injured them severely, the three lords died at the elder's hands. Adam scowled. Those should have been my kills. In any case, I took a grade 3 healing elixir and made my way straight to you all. How many casualties? Oscar asked solemnly. He couldn't imagine a battle of the highest tier of knight exalts in progression and combatability. Don't worry about them. Most of them were traitors from the former Lord of Brightburn. They didn't join with good intentions from the start and surely would have caused trouble in the future. This battle was a good excuse to cull their numbers and the elites of the other lords. Adam flicked Oscar's forehead. They never had the best of hopes for you. They were never allies, so don't feel down. Oscar wiped the sweat from his brow, retrieved a bottle of water, and drank, washing off the disgusting taste of ash in his mouth. He gestured for Adam to finish. So, what is this other thing that needs to be done? Before I left to join you and the elder killed the lords, he interrogated them. The executive died because he took his own life even though the elder wanted to capture him. Same for all of the other New Dawn members. They're a sickening bunch. Adam sighed. We uncovered the main base of the New Dawn hidden under Ashflame City. There lies the center of their experiments and possibly information we might need. Oscar sighed. An unknown location under Ashflame City was the last place he wanted to venture into. He was mistaken earlier. The war wasn't over, not by a long shot. Their true enemy held out in another place. It was only one place left to uncover, but Oscar felt grim about what may be hidden inside. Will Sevan go in alone? Oscar hoped not to be a part of this to rest with Erden and Avril. Surely a martial Exalt should be enough to clear out the area. The expectation building in his chest turned cold at Adam's head, shaking in refusal. Why? It is the largest network. The Ashflame Lord remarked it as a large maze of winding paths and deep tunnels extending to the city's width and deep into the earth. We need all hands on deck to explore and eliminate rogue elements. Adam chuckled. I'm heading down with you. We can clear this place out as long as we don't separate. There should be simple enough. Master Tort, we make for Ashflame City. Tort groaned and started to move, his heavy steps trembling Oscar, and he sat down to stabilize himself. He heard his Azure Sea Company army cheer and march alongside Tort, the loud footsteps resonating into a singular stomp. At least their spirits were lifted. Oscar felt invigorated by their resolute shouts and lay down on Tort's shell to rest. No use in fussing around until they arrived. After a long march, Oscar rested well except for Avril. She had beads of sweat flowing down her focused brow as she wrote 6 spells into her meld scroll staff. Seeing her preparing for the possible battle, Oscar drank an elixir, gulping down a core with it, and meditated to train. Finally, Ashflame City appeared in the distance. Its tall watchtowers loomed over the tall gray walls. Oscar heard many bells coming from the city, followed by the clamor of a panicked crowd. A bright barrier rose to surround the city, and Oscar cursed at the fact they still had to lay a siege to enter the city. Nodding to Fenu, Oscar ordered the Gatnons to start firing and the Exalts to use long-range spells and attacks. Ripples and bright sparks suffused the barrier as it was surrounded by countless Gatnon rounds and spells. Oscar ate a piece of meat while gazing at this scene. A beautiful view. The bombardment continued until, at last, the barrier fell apart. His army swiftly entered the city and occupied it. He ordered them not to hurt the populace too much unless some retaliated. Fortunately, the residents had given up all hope without their main army here to protect them. Adam leaped off Tort and beckoned Oscar and Avril to follow him. Oscar rode on Erden with Avril, keeping pace with Adam. Fenu, the division captains, and other elites followed him inside the Lord's palace on his orders. He trusted the mission would be more bearable with more people. The halls of the Lord's palace were similar to the ones in Brightburn City. The air inside was nice and cold, chilled to a refreshing cool by the mechanisms inside. The palace's grandeur expressed itself through the bright chandeliers of red crystals and floors of black marble, reflecting their figures in fine detail. Oscar followed Adam down into the palace's basement, but Adam did not open the way further into the secret chambers. After a short wait, Sevan arrived downstairs and greeted everyone. Excuse my lateness. I had to go through the other 2 cities and clear them out before coming here. Now I know for certain this is it. Sevan brushed past Adam and Oscar. He retrieved a severed hand from his space pocket and placed its palm on a certain brick. Let the way be opened. Runes circled the severed hand, changing in strokes and lines every second until light outlined the shape of a rectangular gate. A click echoed from behind the seemingly ordinary brick wall, which parted to show a large tunnel with 3 paths. I sense something off in the middle path. I will go alone. We can cover more ground if we split. Moving all at once will impede our progress. Sevan turned to the rest, and Oscar could see the concern on the old man's face. He stepped up and said, Good luck, Elder, and good luck to everyone else. Fenu and the others will go right. I will go left with Avril and Adam. Spoken like a leader. Haha, the time on the throne has steeled you well. Sevon grasped Oscar's shoulder firmly with a single nod and smiled at Avril. He smoked a final pipe and faced the darkness hiding behind the tunnels. Good luck to the rest of you. May we all meet back on the surface. He vanished inside the middle tunnel. Fenu and the others bowed to Oscar before heading toward the right path. Their steely faces, the apex of hardened warriors. Oscar lowered his head in gratitude for their bravery and loyalty. He glanced at Avril, Adam, and Erden. Tort is digging underneath to access the place from below and provide potential escape paths. Adam stepped before the boundary between the door and the tunnel. Oscar lifted Avril on Erden and got on. Erden's hooves crunched on the pebbles, the only sound he could hear besides Adam's steps. They walked and entered the tunnel in silence, and a rush of heightened alert crawled over Oscar's skin. Forcing out the fears through sheer willpower, Oscar descended into the unknown. Act 2, World Beyond, Chapter 410. Agony of Ash. The sounds of his labored breathing echoed through the caverns. With a face full of sweat, Oscar leaned on the paved portion of the walls, the smoothness of these polished works reaching only a bit taller than his height. Erden stood beside him, watching their surroundings, ready to pounce on anything that could appear. His lungs burned, straining and complaining for every ounce of air, and Oscar couldn't help it fast enough. His breathing didn't improve. It only got worse. Something choked him, and Oscar needed to find out what. The chamber he currently stood in had only a few tables and chairs. The fact nothing seemed out of place merely heightened his sense of danger. Calm down. Oscar pounded his chest with enough power to force his lungs to contract. The air rushed out of his lungs, except it was a cloud of dust. Looking at the flakes that once sat in his chest, Oscar realized the problem. It was the cavern's air. The entire place was suffocated with dust and dirt. Not wanting to waste his iron to breathe in purified air, Oscar put on his fabricator helmet, newly fixed. The helmet had been a useful thing for so long. Oscar breathed the filtered air and exhaled, finally bringing his lungs to a quiet, calm state. His immediate breathing problem went away, so he turned his attention elsewhere to the collapsed passageway. Purple flames burned between the rocks, which glowed like hot coals. Oscar's eyes moved to his clenched fist, to the purple flame, and back to his fist. Desperation nearly overwhelmed him to act and destroy this obstruction, but he forcibly quelled it. The flames gave off an eerie feeling as if it wasn't something he should touch without preparation. Instead, he took out a morsel of raw meat he kept and tossed it into the purple flames. The meat landed on the hot coals, and Oscar shuddered when the meat started to dissolve rather than burn to a char. Next, he pulled his arm back and punched with all the might of a normal shattering wave. The hot coals cracked and crumbled apart into burning pieces of rubble, and a dent formed in the collapsed pile. Right after, the purple flames burned fiercely and filled the dent. Oscar frowned behind his helmet. These rocks were fueling the flames. These purple flames were burning through the tunnel regardless of the rocks. He considered going in with an iron shroud to protect himself and use ripple shroud in intervals. But he shook his head and remembered how far he descended from the start. Truly, no options remained other than to venture forward. However, his one concern was Avril. Though she said she was getting over her past as a slave and doing well, he knew that was only a first step. He worried something in here might set her off and derail all the progress she made. Strange. As soon as we entered the tunnel, the ground caved in and we fell. It seemed like Avril slipped off. But what if that was deliberate? In no way would I have let her go during a fall. Oscar gripped his hands. Even though he had her secure before him, he lost her. Fuming with a gnashing of his teeth, Oscar nodded to Erden. The stamping of crystal hooves pounded on the floor, reverberating across the silent cavern. Nothing stirred in response, a strange quietness persisting in what should have been an important location. Maybe they already evacuated. Were we too late? The headquarters of the New Dawn in the burning valley lacked traces of anything having been here. Dust covered the furniture and objects, though he could infer it might have been because of the dense flakes floating around in the cavern. Oh, Oscar ran ahead to small smudges near the doorway leading deeper within. Picking up the muddy substance and rubbing it between his fingers, Oscar determined it was blood and not too old. The wet texture was proof of it, as it hadn't had the time to dry fully. His path was obvious, and Oscar went further below, his feet clanking on the polished stairs. Crystal lanterns illuminated the caverns, though barely. Oscar jumped and pulled out a crystal lantern, needing a more secure light. He pointed it forward, and the stairways before him revealed more of themselves. It wasn't dust covering them. Oscar swiped a finger across and gazed at it under the close light. Ashes. Oscar wiped off the ash and ventured deeper. His eyes worked overtime, darting everywhere, hoping to catch a glimpse of Avril and Adam. His impatience turned into action as his feet rushed down the stairs, and Oscar landed in a knee-depth desert of ash. "Oscar, what the hell is that?" Erden said, his eyes lifted and wide in horror. Turning to see what Erden saw, Oscar fell silent. His raised buckler lowered as his arm fell limp. The grotesque and horrible scene surpassed anything he had experienced, and a nauseous feeling drowned his lungs. Through his rushed breaths, he drew closer to the picture of suffering. Multiple columns and pillars extended from the floor to the rocky ceiling. Inside them were several ash-covered sculptures of strange humanoid creatures, reaching out of the pillars as if trying to escape being swallowed into them. Their hands pushed against the pillars, tried to drag others with them, or reached out in a desperate attempt to cling on. Their faces had wide, stretched mouths, warped by agony and desperation. The sculptures seemed so real that Oscar could imagine their screams, wails, and pleas for mercy. But just how many were there? This chamber stretched far, hundreds of feet long and wide, around the size of a mansion. Pillars populated almost every spot with a few inches to walk in between. If all of these were once people, then how many were sacrificed here? Cold sweat drenched his back, and Oscar's feet froze, planted in the pool of ash. The corpses surrounded the pillars, up to the ceiling and down to the ash. Oscar wanted nothing more than to get out of here as soon as possible, dragging his legs through the dense ash. After passing by several pillars, avoiding being touched by the outstretched gnarled hands, Oscar paused and leaned, squinting to see farther. A section of the room was void of pillars, and a single sitting figure floated atop the ash. Wary of the figure, Oscar entered Adamus Rays, raised his shield, and preemptively melded with Erden. At a closer look, the figure had ash-covered, craggly skin with rocky protrusions from its joints. The face resembled a person if that person had the sharpest chin ever recorded and rocks spiking from its head like hair. There was no mouth and nose, only an ash-covered rocky exterior. "This thing is made entirely of stone and ash." Oscar was reminded of a bad memory. Images of the Grove Keepers and Lucas popped up. As he thought about those horrifying things, he heard a loud crack. His eyes snapped at the seated figure, noticing its yellow eyes had opened. Cracks formed across its face like a mouth, and it opened up with a scream. "It's alive! And it's a greater knight Exalt." Entering the pseudo-guise, he kicked along with Erden's transformed antlers, which condensed into a singular branch. Without hesitation, his iron omnireus flowed out at 20% from his golden drill. The ash humanoid burst from its seated position, glowing yellow cracks appearing all over its body. Two hands clasped above its head and swung down. It collected ashes from around and became gigantic. Oscar directed the iron omnireus up and retreated from the time it bought before the hands slammed down and blasted all the ash to the walls. The unveiled floors were clean and marbled black. Lanterns turned on all around the room, leaving no shadow in the large room. Oscar could not tear his eyes away from the creature. He clenched his teeth, grinding it like a whetstone. This ash humanoid was, without a doubt, a former human or maybe an amalgamation similar to Lucas, judging from all the sacrifice people in the pillars. "I never expected to meet something like a Grove Keeper again." Gol forementioned it might have been due to the effects of the changing environment and emergence of the forest. But what if they were also created? The Red Root, the Grove Keepers, and now this creature. Suspicion rose in the back of his mind as Oscar dodged with all his might. He felt heavier, as did Erden. His knees were trembling from trying to stay standing. Using his Prinstict, he couldn't see through the beast's eidolon, but he could see the Ein once it was finished doing its job, suffusing an area around the creature. A gravity field similar to Emily's. As a greater knight Exalt, it already has a good advantage, but this is worse. Oscar lowered his stance, realizing running would only waste his Ein and stamina. He avoided fighting against greater knight Exalts directly other than Adam. His subordinates usually took care of the job, or he attacked from the sidelines to help. This battle was his first true one against a greater knight Exalt. Oscar looked around for an exit. There was none. The only way was to defeat this creature. Releasing a heavy breath, Oscar roused his Ein further and waited. They stared each other down, Erden and Oscar against the ash humanoid. The creature stomped, cracking the marbled floor, and started its charge. Ash collected into dense orbs, which rotated around the creature fiercely. One misstep into those would spell ruin for him. Oscar leaped on Erden and fired several iron golden rain. The spell Ed used to fire many golden rods like rainfall. As the fight intensified between Oscar and the creature, Avril wandered around in another section of the caverns. Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 4:11. Avril's Hell. The air grew stifling from the polluted dust that lingered and the smoke spilling from the purple flames. Avril pushed on the caved-in passageway with her wooden hand spell, her face twitching in surprise at how it instantly dissolved. She frowned and cracked the ground with a falling kick. Oscar. Her Ein shroud rippled as it cleaned the air for her to breathe. The dust settled, and Avril knocked her head on her staff repeatedly. Knock, knock, knock. Her eyes trembled, almost welling with tears, until she gave a rousing shout and slapped her cheeks, turning them bright red. She slaps herself to calm down. She was only separated from Oscar, that is all. She readies for the long journey to find her partner. With her mood changing like the flipping of a coin, Avril walked briskly, scraping her feet against the rubble. Darkness lingered on the edges of her thoughts, and faint whispers never quit, telling her to give up and return to the mistress. Avril rubbed her temple. She couldn't be distracted by these voices. Not now. Not in this place. Her need to find Oscar grew and she hurried deeper inside, frantically searching all corners. Where is he? Avril paused to take a breather. Her stomach hurt like she had swallowed magma. She felt sad for herself that simply being away from her reliable partner made her so weak. She gritted her teeth and continued, dragging her legs while clutching the walls. Move, move, move. Her thoughts converged on a single focus, move. Sevan taught her a while ago to hone her thoughts and focus only on the next action. It was similar to how her mother always said to focus on what to do tomorrow when worried. At the thought of her mother, Avril paused again and remembered the burning town, the screams of the townspeople, and the separation from her family. That was right. Avril couldn't falter here. She had to find Oscar, escape this cursed cavern, and find her family. Her strength and determination returned, encouraged by her while pushing her onward. Avril started the long trek down spiraling stairs and arrived at the bottom. There was only one tunnel way. Sensing something sinister lurking within, Avril summoned her scroll anima and melded it into her staff. Her melded scroll staff gave her a boost of confidence, and she thanked Oscar under her breath. Whatever hid away in this place, she would win. Avril entered the room, glanced around, and froze. Unbelievably, out of all the things she expected, this was not even within her thoughts. Pointing at the person standing in the center of the room, Avril stammered, "Old Yule." The room of black marbled obsidian, filled with many tables, was quiet. Avril lost her voice, unable to believe that the old woman from the edge of the burning valley was standing right here and wearing a robe with the emblem of the new dawn. It did not make sense. None of this made any sense to her. "Old Yule, what are you doing? Where's Quinn? Where's your grandson?" Avril kept talking to Old Yule. The old woman, who had given her and Oscar a place to stay for their first time here, and helped them get accustomed to the burning valley, didn't speak. Irritated by Old Yule's silence, Avril roused her Ein, her face darkening. "Hello, Avril. It's been around 2.5 years. In all that time, Quinn was nagging me about you. That boy is quite a handful sometimes." Old Yule smiled, the same welcoming and homely smile as always. Is this a joke? That's right. This must be a joke, right? She finally realizes the truth and is happy to see Old Yule again. There is no way old Yule is a member of New Dawn. Avril tried to delude herself, but she knew the truth. No other possible reason existed for old Yule to be here other than being a member of New Dawn. Her laughter echoed along the cavern walls. Old Yule also croaked her usual laughter. Avril's heart sank with an unsettling wave of disgust at old Yule's casual demeanor. She flowed her eye, intent on using roots to secure old Yule, keeping her prinstict active to foresee a counter. Old Yule tapped her foot once, a clicking sound following after, cascading into gears rotating. Avril cancelled her cast and held her staff defensively. The sounds grew louder and closer, coming from all over. It all came from the ceiling, and Avril glanced at the hatches that flung open. Tens of cages dropped from the hatches, chains rattling as they held the cages in midair. Avril lost her wits and could no longer hold it in. The sickening feeling in the pit of her stomach enlarged and forced its way up her throat. She vomited and staggered on her feet, landing on her rear. Old Yule sighed. You truly are a difficult case. What is this? Old Yule. Avril struggled to stand up. Using her staff as a crutch, she got to her knees and slowly worked her way up, taking another glance above as chill hurt her heart. Many people, bound in chains, rested lifelessly inside the cages, leaning their mangled, withered, and malnourished bodies against the bars. Blood trickled down between the bars, collecting into small pools on the floor. Avril resisted the horrid ache in her stomach and strained to say, "Why? Oh, you poor girl. Your lips are blue, your face is pale, and your blood is rushing, suffocating your heart." Old Yule spread her arms around, gesturing toward the cages. This is what our new dawn is about. The sacrifices needed to achieve the impossible. The apex of humanity, which our leader yearns for. This isn't right. She can't allow this. Avril's eye rose and faded. Shaken by the horrible sight of the prisoners, her mind failed to uphold her eye. She pressed on, taking a step closer. She needed to keep moving, stay to a singular thought. Then, a drop of blood fell on her head, and she backed away in fright. The self-narration, what an intriguing symptom. Tell me, why do you do it? Or let's see, what comes to mind when you think of someone speaking their thoughts, or, even closer, narrating a story? Old Yule sat down on a chair and took out a paper and pen. Come on, Avril. Why are you a part of New Dawn? Anger surged through her veins, and Avril stared coldly at old Yule, about to charge. Old Yule tapped her foot again, and a lifeless corpse fell on Avril. The feeling of the rotten, slimy corpse and the sight of the collar on its neck made Avril scream and retreat away. She huddled, hugging her knees which were drenched in black blood. Wild mood swings and a severe reaction to certain stimuli. There's also the aversion to meat. Old Yule scribbled something in her notes, followed by the severe reactions when approached in Rockfell, seeing the depraved people of Rockfell. Seeing these people in cages now all indicate a severe trauma in the past. Rockfell? You knew what happened. Avril choked. Let's say I have my means to keep watch. I saw how Oscar fought to protect you and how the butcher picked up the two of you. After that, I had no idea where you went until I heard about the Azure Sea Company. Old Yule still had her welcoming smile. However, it seemed more like the smile of a devil to Avril. Once the attack on Brightburn City commenced, I watched using my means. Avril backed away from the blood spreading from the corpse. She gripped her staff harder. Then, the oddest thing happened. That time you fought that outsider. He mentioned you were a slave. Though, it is fascinating that someone would send their own to pursue a slave in this savage land. So, this tells me that your trauma is because of your slave past. Old Yule wrote down. And that emblem. Avril twitched. She glanced at Old Yule. The extent of Old Yule's knowledge was terrifying. She felt sick again and huddled to keep it down. That emblem is from the Tri-Heaven Elysium, you unfortunate soul. With your talents and grade 7 Xianxia core, you could have joined that power as a disciple, but instead you were just a slave. Did you know that it is a Primaire faction? Funny how the hallowed Primaires of Valen can be just as depraved as the fiends they claim live in Shot Irma. Old Yule shrugged and sighed. They're not wrong, but that doesn't mean they're righteous either. Bastards. Anyway, so tell me, Avril, why do you self-narrate? What memory stokes that part of you? Who do you remember? Avril turned her staff and used 2 spell sections, instantly summoning massive waves of entangling roots. She charged, closing her eyes to the horrible scene. Oh dear, closing your eyes is not the best. To truly make it work, you must look forward, straight at it. Old Yule's voice reached her ears. Suddenly, Avril noticed all of her roots had vanished. Peeking through her eyelids, she widened them, stunned to see Old Yule still sitting, scribbling notes down. Not a trace of her spell remained, and Avril opened her mouth and closed it again, unable to find the right words for it. I think this conversation will improve if we're all settled down. Now! Old Yule snapped her fingers, and chains latched onto Avril's wrists and ankles. No! Avril screamed, but the chains wrapped around her, bringing her close to Old Yule. She hated chains. She whipped her head around and squirmed her body, trying to escape. She wished to be free. She didn't escape the life of slavery only to be put back into chains. Calm down, Avril. I'm only asking you some questions. Old Yule patted Avril's head. It was disgusting and lacked all the warmth Avril desperately sought at this time. Unable to control herself, Avril sobbed. Dark shadows and the woman with the scythe appeared, all staring at her with red eyes and menacing smiles. All right, how about this? If you answer my questions, I will take you to see Oscar. How about that? Old Yule smiled. Avril lifted her head, barely able to see through the tears. Really? Really? Now let's begin from the start. Old Yule resumed scribbling. Act 2, World Beyond, Chapter 412, Old Yule's Therapy. Dense mists shrouded the skies and surfaces one would not be able to see an inch from their eyes. The ocean lay deathly still, not a single ripple or passing wave. Within this dense fog and sailing above the still waters, a ruined ship floated around, a lack of sails and the rotten state of its decks suggesting it was abandoned. So, an executive has died. How saddening. What a waste of a useful man. He held such promise for the dawn of new humanity. A shadow appeared within the mist, hidden from others. Her voice trembled, evidently sorrowful for some reason. Is it true? If it wasn't true, I would be a liar, and do you believe I am? I never lie. Another shadow roamed in the mists. Only his steps were heard on the ship's deck, one creaking step after another. Truth is the most valuable virtue. As the seekers of a higher form, we should embody that ideal, unlike your fake tears. What do you mean? I am in mourning, the womanly shadow wept. The loss weighs heavily on my heart. Not that you would understand since you don't have a heart. I hate you. If not for your loyalty to the leader, I would have killed you a long time ago, the other shadow said plainly. Perhaps I should go ask for permission from him. Your death is long overdue, you glib-tongued vixen. Before the 2 shadows could close in on each other, a third appeared in the middle and shouted, Enough! You bring shame to the new dawn and our leader. Mars is dead. That is a fact. He died in his post at Shot-Irma. Shot-Irma? That place of antiquity is still full of dangers. I warned the leader a while ago that setting up bases there would only complicate our work. Now we have a dead executive. Do we know who killed him? Ah, poor souls of the ones who slighted us. They will endure so much agony from now on. May Mars' soul be appeased with their heart-wrenching cries. That's where it gets difficult. From Mars' last report, he visited a remote part of Shot-Irma named the Burning Valley. For an odd reason, no messages or recordings have reached us ever since, so the perpetrators are unknown. Do we send a force to the Burning Valley? The male shadow asked. Our leader says to forget it. He can't be bothered with a failed branch. Most of the research there yielded no results anyway. Their main use was smuggling people to other facilities. Instead, warn all branches to increase their vigilance. I'll inform the absent executives. The third shadow sighed, grumbling about the lack of urgency from the absentees. Right. What was the main purpose of that branch again? The womanly shadow pondered. It was elementification. They never once succeeded with that using any of the natural elements. Unlike my sweet, dear tree dwellers, those are failures as well. Nothing but a mass of mindless puppets. Nothing close to the ideal we seek. The other shadow said coldly. The womanly shadow chuckled and raised her arms. Enough! The 2 of you continue your work. Disperse at once. The last shadow shook his head. The three shadows disappeared from the ship. Mists rolled around, and the ocean remained still. The ship continued sailing to parts unknown. Damn, Oscar thought as he flew across the room. His body crashed and broke past several pillars of ash corpses, and he rolled on the floor before Erden reached to stop him. The ringing in his ears failed to dampen the ferocious roar of the ash humanoid. Staring at the creature, Oscar rose and grunted as he cracked his dislocated shoulder back in. He gripped his shaking fingers, wrapped in pseudo-guise. The creature's power at the greater night Exalt realm surpassed anything he tried to do. The wounds he dealt to the creature paled compared to his ragged body. It was like trying to escape quicksand, and every inch he gained set him back several more. His invisible Reese movements and switches with Demon made it possible for him to keep fighting for so long. Yet, despite this huge difference, Oscar sensed something off about the creature. The creature moved swiftly at times but then shifted to a crawl as if holding back. Oscar smacked his bloody lips as the strange feeling persisted. The creature charged and slammed its hands on the floor. One gray earthen spike stabbed out and then another and more. Soon, the spikes encompassed the entire room, even on the pillars where they destroyed all the remaining corpses. An ash cloud or fog filled the room. Oscar, dodging in midair, decided enough was enough. Entering the guise, Oscar and Erden became shining blue stars within this bleak ash wasteland. Power coursed through him, but it was limited. He only had 10 minutes to settle this or else fall and die. Landing on an earthen spike, Oscar used Ripple Shroud and Shattering Wave, filled with iron, and pushed away all the spikes and ash around him. Erden joined in by sending its enlarged antlers to break away everything else. He stomped his foot on the ground and raised his hand in provocation to the creature. Come! The creature roared and transformed its hands into ash blades. It swung once. A slash of iron and ash split the floor, flying across to Oscar and Erden. The damned creature had more abilities than he thought. He dodged swiftly and communicated the plan to Erden. They zipped and separated, attacking from different sides. His only gambit was to catch the creature off guard, and Oscar steeled himself for the daunting task. Avril couldn't stop crying. The chains pressing into her were terrifying. She couldn't breathe. Her body felt like it was getting colder and colder with each passing second. Not like anyone was there for her. There was only the cruel old Yule sitting down with her notepad, watching her with those disgusting eyes. I said I will take you to Oscar when it's done. So answer me. Who or what do you think about when it comes to narration? Old Yule tapped her pen on the pad, leaning in. My mother always told me and my sister stories. Not from a book but by her memory. She spoke and acted while narrating. Avril had had enough. Full of shame, she answered old Yule. She couldn't even move her fingers, use her eye, or even muster an argument. Not that she wanted to. She only wanted to be free of these chains and find Oscar. So she complied. I see, so your self-narration might be a coping tool. What do you think of as you speak in those narrations? What feeling do you get? Old Yule laid down her pen. I feel different. As if it's not me speaking, but someone else. Like I'm not there. It gets all fuzzy. She doesn't like this. Why does she need to speak about herself to old Yule? She just wants to go to Oscar, Avril said. She had never told anyone before, but her mind always got lightheaded whenever she narrated. It soothed her and she felt less pain in it. We'll speak of him soon. So it is a way of coping. I presume it happened as a slave. By making it seem like you weren't the one suffering but a narrator speaking of a character, you detach yourself from reality, lessening. That must have helped deal with the pain. Old Yule started to write again. She circled something and asked, "And your aversion to meat?" Avril stared blankly. She recalled various scenes of when she was a young slave and witnessed the worst act. Unable to hold back, Avril gagged. But there was nothing to vomit. That memory stuck in her mind, no matter how often she tried to distract herself. She recalled that scene every time she glanced at a piece of meat. Judging from that reaction, you must have seen something far too depraved. That may be digging in too deep. Old Yule scratched her head. Sweating profusely, Avril forcibly opened her mouth and asked, "Why are you doing this?" She didn't do anything to deserve this. Next question. When you fought alongside Oscar in the war on the plains, you were confident and resolved to fight. What were you thinking as you did so? Old Yule ignored her question and asked her one. I wanted to fight alongside him. I didn't want to be a burden anymore. I wanted to get over it, no longer worry or cause others to worry about me. I thought it was over. I thought I could move on. Hot tears felt like magma on her cheeks. She bit her lips, ashamed of her current state, helpless and at the mercy of another. But I'm weak. I can't do anything. I haven't changed at all. Is that what you wanted to hear? So why do you comfort Oscar? You helped him calm his nerves and sleep well at night. What do you want to get from that? Old Yule stood up and came closer, her face a few inches away from Avril. Avril thought of Oscar. Their 3 to 4 years of memories flowed through her mind, and she smiled. She adored those memories, the times they bickered, read and wrote together, trained and talked. At least she had good memories to think of before the end. When I first met him, he was injured and yelling with a smile. I don't know why, but I enjoy comforting him, and I enjoy it when he does the same for me. Falling silent, Avril slowly turned her lips to a frown, and she lowered her head. I promised I would fight with him and get to Valen together, not be held back by my past. But in the end, I couldn't do it. I'm nothing but a failure, a slave. Here I am, still bound in chains. Her eyes no longer held any tears to cry, and she glanced at old Yule. She wanted to see Oscar one last time before dying. Maybe it's better this way. I'm tired. On the contrary, I believe you've made significant improvements. Old Yule smiled and snapped her fingers. Everything distorted and faded into darkness. Avril realized the chains were gone and fell into the void. Not knowing what this was, she allowed herself to fall freely. Avril felt her heartbeat and the coldness of the floor. Her eyes slowly opened, and light spilled in through the cracks. Stuck by the sudden brightness, she sat upright instantly, wondering what was happening. Thirsty for water, her lips smacked themselves. What is going on? Avril's eyes wandered around, unable to see clearly from the blurriness of awakening. You're better. Old Yule was kneeling next to her. Old Yule, Avril stammered through her dry lips. Oddly, the smile from Old Yule put her at ease. Not the fake warm smile, but a genuine one. Confused, Avril glanced around, seeing no cages, chains, bodies, or blood. Suddenly, a warm pair of arms embraced her and brought her close. A hand stroked her head gently. Everything was so warm. Avril was speechless, unable to process that this was coming from old Yule. Poor you. You comfort others with all your heart yet keep yours somewhat closed. It's all right. These wounds take time to heal, long periods. You can't be disappointed in yourself. You've made significant progress already. You haven't fainted or had seizures from the illusions I put on you. That's an amazing recovery for someone with a past like yours. Old Yule croaked in laughter. You are not useless. You have done well so far in your condition. Believe in yourself more. The last few sentences rang through Avril's head. She cried again, but this time, not out of fear or sadness but of the comfort and love that those words poured into her. Her hands naturally wrapped around old Yule and accepted the old grandma's warmth. Geez, you're around 40 and crying like a child. Well, I suppose it's all right. Old Yule smiled brightly. Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 413. The Truth. Old Yule relaxed her wrinkled hands and patted Avril's shoulders. She tugged her up to stand on her feet. Old Yule sighed, her wrinkles deepening, and said, Sorry for the illusion. I thought about the various ways to reach deep into your mind, but this was the most direct method. Forgive me if I have hurt you. Why did you do this? Avril asked meekly. How foolish that she didn't realize it was all an illusion. If old Yule wanted her dead, it would have already happened. Staring at the old grandma, she yearned to know the truth. You remind me of myself, a past that haunts you, and no matter how you try to forget or move past it, it is buried in your mind, clinging like a tick. Old Yule tapped her head and smiled, flashing her missing teeth. Don't rush in and believe you're all right now. Step by step until you no longer need to force yourself. Old Yule took her by the hand and led her to a table. On the table were several vials, documents, and tools. Avril knew from an instant that it was an alchemist's table. Unsure of old Yule's motivation, Avril tried to keep her guard, but old Yule looked tired and harmless. Avril, listen to me. Old Yule mixed some liquids into a beaker smoke rising from its surface. Her back seemed so small and weary, the look of a traveler tired from a long journey. Avril listened closely as Old Yule said, "If the time ever comes when you have to face your past, face what haunts you, how will you respond? Probably not so well, but that's fine, that's all right. Resolve isn't something that happens instantly. It's like refinement. No matter how many times it shatters, you pick up the pieces and forge it anew until one day it becomes unbreakable." "When will I know I can do it?" Avril asked. Old Yule had shown her how fragile her resolve was, and that she wasn't prepared to overcome. It's hard to know. Some are born with a mind of metal and sheer determination, like Oscar, but even he falters, as you have seen. The answer to your problem is something only you can grasp. Old Yule set down the beaker. "Oscar." Avril raised her voice. Old Yule had yet to reveal Oscar's location to her. "Where is he? Can I go now?" "Hold on. You must listen." Old Yule grasped her arm. She closed her eyes and exhaled before opening them again with a frail look. "Oscar is fighting a creature. I controlled the tunnelways so the people who took the right tunnel don't encounter much. The Martial Exalt will clean up the strongest failed experiments, and the Butcher will clear the rest." "So you really are a member of New Dawn?" "Why?" Avril asked. "Grief and a false promise. Ha! I lost my child at a young age. Every day, I woke up hearing his cries. Every night, I dreamed of his death. I was also a great alchemist at the time, so I searched for ways to find a way to bring him back." Old Yule shook her head. "I couldn't let go, and I carried his corpse around with me like a ghost. Eventually, I encountered the New Dawn. They offered you a way to bring back the dead? They wanted me to join their experiments as a researcher, and in exchange, they would provide me resources to perform my attempts to bring back my son." Old Yule cut her finger and dripped blood into the solution. "I admit I did horrible things. I performed all manners of cruelty against my test subjects, all in the name of the leader and my son. Did you think your son would have liked that?" "He would have been horrified." Avril interrupted. "You're right, but as you know, we don't behave normally in our grief, in the chains of our painful past. I believed so strongly that if I could bring him back, I would be able to make things right. The New Dawn took advantage of that. They do so for many of their own, taking in the crazed, the lunatic, the isolated, all in a promise of a better humanity." Old Yule poured the solution into a small cauldron and manipulated the flames. Avril lost herself in her admiration. Old Yule's control and delicate movements roused her alchemist's spirit. After bringing the flames to a low heat, Old Yule said, "Then, I succeeded, or rather I thought I succeeded. I created Quinn." "Ha!" Avril staggered back, her eyes widening and fingers trembling. That happy and rowdy teenager she grew close with turned out to be Old Yule's experiment. She found it hard to believe. This facility never once succeeded in creating an elementified human. All the experiments tried infusing humans with fire, earth, or metal to induce a transformation or evolution. Old Yule slumped to her knees and rested her head on the table, almost looking like she was crying. "I used my son's body as the catalyst and sought to bring him back. So, Quinn is your son. You really brought someone back." The room fell silent. Avril waited for Old Yule to respond. Did this old grandma truly achieve the impossible? "No. Quinn is a creature born from a mix of earth and my son's body. But it is not the soul. Quinn is his own self, so I call him my grandson." Old Yule chuckled. "When I saw him as a baby, crying in my arms, something in me broke and finally made me see everything I had done. Carrying this new life in my arms reminded me of all I had taken, the terrible things I had inflicted on others. There is no redemption for me, but Quinn deserves his own life. So, I hid him away and raised him at the outskirts, saying I was surveying the elemental properties." Avril listened in silence. She tried to find the words to say, but nothing came up. Nothing in all of her horrible experiences and past helped her relate to Old Yule, only the pain of loss. "I brought Quinn back here because he needs a finishing touch, something to truly make him independent. I need your help to do so." Old Yule grabbed a knife and placed it in Avril's hands, clutching tightly. "The New Dawn won't know what happened here. I kept the reports and messages from going out. Once you've finished your work here, leave." "What are you saying?" "Quinn has lost control. He is currently fighting Oscar. Rather than kill him, I want you to save him. Old Yule pointed the knife toward her chest. You're an alchemist as well. Take out my heart and toss it in the cauldron. Follow the instructions on the papers, and take the door to your right. You will see Oscar and Quinn. With your luck, you should get there in time. But no time. Old Yule dragged Averil's hand, plunging the blade into her chest. If you don't do this, either Quinn dies or Oscar dies. With this, both will live. What about you? Averil screamed. Don't force me to do this. Please, there must be some other way. No, it is what I deserve. I replaced my nightmares of my son dying with the memories of what I did to my test subjects. Old Yule tightened her grip. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her face grew paler. I am just as vile as the ones who put you in chains. Let me make it right just this once. Let me give Quinn a chance to live. Avril clenched the knife so strongly that her gloves tore at the seams. Closing her eyes, she cut deeper and sliced down, hearing Old Yule's pained gasps and wheezes. Her hand reached in and pulled out a pulsing heart. She glanced at Old Yule and cried, Don't cry for a monster like me. The past had to catch up with me someday. The G-gods are cruel, and just for forcing me to make this choice, using my dead son as the determiner. I worry for you, Avril. The past will always be there, and the day will come when you must face it. I pray you will overcome. Old Yule fell to the floor, an empty blood hole bleeding profusely from her chest. Avril wiped her tears, gave Old Yule a final grateful look, and went on to the cauldron. She had to finish this now and get to Oscar before it was too late. Tossing the heart into the cauldron, she read through the notes and followed the instructions. Quartet Lance, 30% iron omnireus. Oscar and Erden were locked in battle against the creature. Oscar, covered in wounds, rode atop Erden and combined their strengths into a singular blow. The force of his iron and sharp golden drills shook the room. The creature's arm broke apart, pulverized into dust. Not giving up this chance, Oscar urged Erden onward. This battle had taken too long, and he only had 3 minutes left on his guise. He needed to end it quickly or suffer the consequences. The creature roared, and to Oscar's shock, the arm regrew, ashes building and collecting from the base of the injury. Are you kidding me? Oscar lifted his buckler before the hammer-transformed arm struck him. The hammer reminded him of Orden's deadly blows, except this came from a greater knight Exalt. Oscar couldn't hold on and was flung across the room, landing on the wall. Oscar, Erden shouted. The creature landed a blow on Erden as well and sent his friend right next to him. Oscar broke free from the wall, pieces of rubble falling from his head. He had nothing else to use except the all-out omnireus with everything his guise contained. Well, might as well go for broke. Oscar increased the output of his iron, crushing the rubble near him from the extreme pressure. Then, out of nowhere, a burst of iron flooded his body. It was a refreshing wave that healed his injuries and brought him renewed power. He knew what it was, but more importantly, he knew who it was from. Oscar stared at a new doorway that appeared out of nowhere. Surprised and relieved, Oscar started to laugh, his hands pointing at the newcomer. Avril, where were you all along? I can't take on this thing alone. Oscar relaxed his shoulder. He still had 2 minutes left on the guise. Avril smiled and held a syringe in her hand. I am here now. Sorry it took a while. I had a strange experience. She turned to the creature and looked saddened, saying, Hello, Quinn. Oscar didn't understand. Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 414, Quinn, the Ash. Quinn, Avril's call to the creature stumped Oscar. His eyes darted from Avril to the Ash humanoid back and forth, and his mind zipped through all the memories of Quinn, the young and immature youth who was often embarrassed by Old Yule's affection and asked him to train him. That creature, roaring with a great gaping mouth, covered in ash and filled with the power of a greater knight Exalt, was Quinn? Unable to fathom the reality of Avril's words, Oscar lagged behind a second too late. The creature's arms extended and enlarged, a shadow about to cover him. Erden uplifted the arms with his widespread antlers. Avril's roots burst from the ground, covering the creature she called Quinn and forcing it down. Her staff lost its light in 2 of its 6 spell sections. Forcing himself out of his stupor, Oscar rushed out with Erden, landing near Avril. I don't know how that creature is Quinn, But I only have 2 minutes left in this state. We have to find a way to defeat him. His eyes flickered like the dying light of a candle. Oscar didn't want to end up helpless, while Avril and Erden would face it by themselves. I have a way. Avril lifted her bloodied hand, a strange sight, to show a syringe filled with a bright red liquid. She explains that Quinn is incomplete and needs this to regain his sanity. Expose the core in his chest, and she will stab this into him. Expose it? Oscar asked. Old Yule left behind instructions for us to follow. Just follow my lead. Avril rushed in. Old Yule, where is she? Oscar grunted in surprise. He had many burning questions, but Avril and the dwindling time left him no other options. Clicking his tongue, Oscar stamped his foot, charging in with Reese and Silver Burst. Avril's plan was the only hope now. Her focused glare was enough to tell how driven she was to follow through. Ein flowed from Oscar's hands and projected into the air, transforming into many golden rods. From a mental will, these golden rods rocketed out, speeding toward Quinn. From his previous experience, he knew these rods wouldn't work. That was fine. He only needed to obscure its vision. Oscar ducked below the swiping ash-covered hands. His golden rods clattered to the floor, helpless against Quinn's sturdy defenses. His target, the chest, was still so far away, and Quinn didn't make it any easier for him and Avril. A shock wave of rising ash rose from Quinn's feet, carrying a scorching heat with them, and widened in reach as it spread like ripples on water. A flash of light came from Avril. 3 other sections of her scroll powered up. A burst of Ein flowed into Avril, and she summoned 3 waves of roots. The increased gravity around Quinn forced her roots to stay low and move slower than before, but they carried on against the encroaching ash wave. Freed up, Oscar turned to Erden and mounted his beastly companion. Their combined Eints helped resist more gravity, not to the extent of forgoing it completely, Quinn's power surpassing his. It was enough to move around. He pushed with every ounce of strength he had, Erden's legs cracking from the force coursing through them. Another quartet lance formed from his arms and Erden's antlers, the winds not even whistling from how fast the drill spun. Avril used the remaining spell sections to summon 3 pairs of hands and cast even more, a thrashing of dozens of hands gripping on Quinn. Quinn roared louder and tore off the hands, only to be impeded by more. His arms formed into blades and cleaved through the rest, scattering them into scraps of lumber. He finally noticed Oscar and Erden charging at him, his eyes flaring up with a deep yellow, crackling light. Erden, Oscar shouted. Erden stomped, skidding his hooves along the floor, burning off sparks and drifting to the side. Oscar took in the momentum and leaped off Erden, Quinn's ash blade passing by the ends of his hair. Erden acted fast and expanded its antlers into an ivory entanglement, refusing to let go of Quinn's arm. Demon, switch! The second blade cut through Avril's final entanglement as Oscar switched with Demon. The sudden shift and erratic motion got him through the second blade. Erden's roar of pain from the stabbing ash transmitted to his mind, but Oscar steeled ahead, needing just a little more. Oscar canceled his drill spell. Quinn's chest only needed to be exposed, not pierced through. As the iron antlers on his head began to crack, Oscar funneled every bit of strength onto his fist. He stopped his punch short, not intent on destroying Quinn's chest, and the iron-shattering wave came out, quaking the air with a loud snap. The wild power forced Quinn's body to stagger, his feet standing and held in place thanks to Avril's roots. The ash skin of the chest shredded into flakes of dust and ash, his yellow core becoming exposed to the outside air, shivering like a person facing the cold. Hurled back by the force of his own blow, Oscar crashed and rolled around on the floor before a wall helped to stop him. He watched Quinn stumbling as Avril closed in with the syringe. Every part of his body refused to respond to his calls to move, to help her. Quinn recovered one of his arms and turned it into a spiky mace. Oscar widened his eyes, his body still unresponsive as the mace swung against Avril. A bright glow came from the last section of her staff, infusing her body with one final burst of Ein. Her body disappeared like smoke, arching and stretching over the mace, and her hands stretched behind, stabbing the core through the recovering chest. The creature of ash let out a shrill scream, the ashes around its body falling and slipping away like sand. From within, a young adult fell on his back, freed from the prison of ash. It was Quinn. "It's over, Quinn. Don't cause trouble anymore," Avril said, her voice weak and tired. Her legs tore open with fresh wounds, not from Quinn but from overexertion. The last burst of speed had to have pushed past her limits. "Avril, are you all right?" Oscar groaned. His fingers couldn't even twitch at his command. Exhaustion and tiredness drowned his body. "Just fine." Avril lifted herself to her feet, stumbling forward. Thankfully, Erden, the least wounded, helped her walk forward. Erden's body was covered with wounds, slashes, and a deep gash in the chest. The two bloodied figures rested next to Oscar. Next to him, Avril breathed heavily, grunting and struggling to find a position to rest comfortably. Her hand clutched her chest. Through a mouthful of blood, she said, "Reese hurts, naturally. Why do you think I was so against you learning it?" Oscar coughed through his laughter. He peeked at Erden on his other side. "Thank you, Erden. You suffered to let me through. We are bound for life. Also, you've been taking the brunt of it for so long that I needed to step up and do something. Now let's rest." Erden fell with a thud, kicking some ash onto Oscar's face. He coughed and spat out the remains. "So, how did you know it was Quinn?" Oscar tried to turn to Avril. "It's a long story. She feels sad thinking about it." Despite her misgivings, Avril retold everything that happened to her from when she entered the room to Old Yule's death. Through her words, she shed some tears. "So, Old Yule was a member of New Dawn. Quinn is her first success, but not truly her son that died." Oscar closed his eyes and sighed. "Old Yule's tale is quite tragic, but I can't say her actions were in the right. Though, who knows what such a loss does to people. She was strange. She put me in that illusion of suffering and hugged me sincerely and warmly. I don't know what to feel about her. I only wanted to help Quinn." Avril scooched over, her words passing right through his ears. "So, do you want me to tell you everything?" That was the most surprising part. A slave of a Primaire faction. I wonder why they didn't just give you freedom and train you as a disciple. Oscar shuddered despite the immobility of his body. He felt nothing but fear toward a powerful faction, even more so after hearing how Avril was their slave. "The mistress I served had the best of pedigree and background. If she didn't want me to join formerly, no one would speak against her." Avril shuddered as well, her shoulders quivering against Oscar's. Her voice grew meeker as her breaths became rushed again. "Then, don't worry about it. If you don't want to say it now, it's okay. Didn't I say it before? Take it step by step. It's your favorite advice." Oscar smiled and yawned. "I'm all right with how it is now. When you feel ready, go ahead. I'm all ears." Avril became silent, unable to turn to see her. Oscar closed his eyes and felt the sweet embrace of dreams wrap around him. Finally, he could sleep after a long day, after a long war. Later, a blood-drenched Adam paced into the room, saw the thick ashes piled around the floor, and held his nose from the strong stench of rotten eggs. A cursory glance was enough to see a great battle had occurred. Collapsed pillars, markings adorning the walls, and splatters of blood muddying the ash were pleasant to see. Must have been a tough fight. I wonder who fought, little brother or little sister. The young teen lying on the floor, breathing softly, was not Oscar. Adam wondered if this boy was a survivor. At least he was human, Adam sighed. On the way here, he fought dozens of strange, twisted experiments based on humans, monsters of flame, earth, and metal. Putting aside the matter of the unknown boy, Adam gauged the room and smiled, not minding the ash and dust clinging to his shoes and fine pants. Sitting against the wall were his valued little brother and sister, the two looking so peaceful as Avril relaxed on Oscar's shoulder and Oscar on Avril's head. "Heh! The two of you are often so sporadic and moody, but this is a rare treat," standing right before them with a wide smile, not from the rush of battle but the warmth and pride this view gave him. Adam fixed his bow tie and leaned his back next to them. The two of them had done well and deserved this long rest. Adam chewed on a piece of jerky and watched the entrance, intent on killing anything or anyone who would disturb this peaceful scene. "Well done. Hopefully, there will be no more snags." Adam dusted off his bow tie. Now all he needed to wait for was Tort or his master. Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 4:15. It's time. The red skies of the burning valley were surprisingly clear on this day. The black smog-filled clouds could not be seen for thousands of miles, and the light of the red orb shone on every crevice, every ridge, and every shadow. Oscar leaned on a stone column, his eyes staring at Quinn. The young boy knelt before a gravestone, his shoulders dropping to a pitiful depth. Avril sighed from his side, looking away from the scene. Old Yule must be happy to see Quinn back to normal and alive. But did you have to tell Quinn the truth? Oscar knocked his head once on the stone column, deep in thought. He remembers everything from when Old Yule took him to the catacombs to our battle. No point in hiding it from him. In any case, he deserves to know. The two watched over Quinn as he exchanged inaudible words with Old Yule's grave. Oscar prevented himself from listening carefully out of respect for Quinn's loss. After an hour, Quinn got up and walked slowly to them, his face blank and his eyes watering. "Have you said your goodbyes?" Avril handed a handkerchief to Quinn, who accepted and wiped his tears. "Yes, Grandma always said I needed to be ready to live without her." Quinn's voice trembled. "I kept saying I couldn't wait for that time. But not like this." He wiped more of his incoming tears. While Avril consoled Quinn by listening to his rants and sorrowful retellings, Oscar moved to the edge of the cliff next to Old Yule's grave. Below laid several more gravestones, thousands neatly placed side by side, top to bottom, left to right. Struck by a choking feeling of lament, Oscar bowed deeply to the many who lost their lives in this war. His hands bled from his nails digging into them, the frustration of the loss overtaking the pain. "In the end, I did say we all agreed to this, but I used you all for my selfish goals. You all followed me as your leader, yet I will leave this place once I have enough to exit. I'm sorry for being a selfish leader." His lips bled, the intense heat and dryness enveloping him. Oscar returned to Avril and Quinn. "So what will you do now, Quinn?" Oscar patted the youngster's head. Unlike other times, Quinn didn't knock away his hand, his pensive eyes focusing on Oscar's face. Quinn bowed to Oscar. "I want revenge for Grandma. As long as the New Dawn exists, I will fight them. Can you train me?" "Quinn," Avril sounded shocked. "Your grandma didn't sacrifice her life to give you this chance to squander it away on a reckless quest." Oscar gazed into Quinn's unwavering eyes, burning with a bright fury and resolve. No amount of words or questions would deter someone with that deep of a hatred. Oscar knew from experience with Fred, only drastic circumstances could pull Quinn from it. Patting Quinn on the shoulder, Oscar walked past him, not turning back. "If you want to learn, go to Sevon or Adam. They'll gladly take in someone like you." Oscar kept walking away, joined by Erden. Avril hurried over to his side while Quinn followed from behind. They entered the gates of Ashflame City. Most of it was intact since the battle didn't last long. His feet clacked cleanly on the paved roads, flanked by beautiful obsidian buildings reflecting the sky's red expanse, with great designs of flames and embers on the roofs and walls. As he passed through, everyone stopped to bow and proclaim their loyalty to the Azure Sea Company. A great and ancient stairway welcomed him to the palace atop the hill. Entering the palace, Oscar ignored the clamor and bustle of everyone. They ran around, carrying scrolls and documents, while Fenu directed many of them to their proper places. He smiled at Fenu, hard at work, and continued to the back of the palace where Sevon and Adam waited for them, resting in the garden. "Where's Tort?" Oscar asked. "Sleeping deep in the earth. He found a good spot while digging under the catacombs. The New Dawn laid so many traps under the earth outside the catacombs that Tort grew tired." Sevon grunted in his laughter, readjusting his pipe. "So it's done. I calculated the wealth you accumulated from the 4 cities. Subtracting the ones needed to keep the Burning Valley stable along with the Grade 4 armament you have, it'll take 2 years to get the price needed to pay your way to Valen." 2 years. The time diminished thanks to the addition of the Grade 4 armament, but 2 additional years was still a stretch. Added to his nearly 18 years away, it would make 20. "Can you not provide anything for us to get out of here quickly? I only carry the essentials. Having been in Shad Irma for so long, I ran out of extras. Even a Grade 4 Supreme Healing Elixir is hard to come by and is so pricey," Sevon said, breathing out a long wisp of white smoke. They were all hilariously and embarrassingly poor. It seemed he had no choice but to stay for 2 more years. Quickly bowing in farewell, Oscar left along with Avril and Erden. He heard the faint voices of Quinn begging Sevon to teach him and Sevon's rough, stern rejections. Oscar, if you need to go, I don't need to follow along. That will lessen the costs. Avril tapped him from the side. It's something very important to you. I can wait for the next time we have enough money. Stunned by her words, Oscar paused and glanced at Avril, clearly saddened but with a weak, resigned smile. He scoffed and pulled her braided hair slightly. What? Avril shouted, her expression flipping to aggrievement and shock. She was making a great offer to Oscar, and he decided to pull her hair. What is that? Didn't you say you wanted to find your sister and mother? They should be Valen. Oscar faced Avril, eye to eye, her head barely reaching his chin. I do, but you have to get home as fast as possible, right? Aren't they in the midst of a war? Avril tidied up her messed up hair, speaking under the strands of her indigo hair. Aren't you in more of a hurry to find out where they are or what happened to them? He tapped her forehead, smiling. Oddly, this was fun. Her reactions never ceased to make him smile. When we first met, you said we were partners and had to travel together, right? Then we leave together. We might have to separate when we get to Valen. But for the time being, stay with me. Avril's face stilled, and her eyes slowly enlarged as her pupils reflected his face. Feeling a fierce tug on his ear, Oscar leaned to his side, realizing her hand was pulling him. Avril smiled and continued tugging and pinching. Fine, since we'll be here for 2 years. Teach me more alchemy. Hey, let go of my ear. Erden, what are you doing laughing in my mind? Oscar uncomfortably lowered his head while walking with Avril, who still tugged his ear. Erden's incessant laughter never ceased the entire way to the alchemy room. 2 years later, many changes happened during these years. With the death of the Four Lords and the rising hegemony of his Azure Sea Company as the sole power, the Burning Valley entered a new period, one the locals called the Age of Demon. To solidify his new power, Oscar followed Fenu's advice to build a grand city on top of the Summit of Flames, named Flames Park City. With Avril's growing alchemic skills and Oscar's blueprints of golems, they constructed great golems to pave roads connecting the many Burning Valley towns and regions. Following the many books on politics and country development and listening to the many advice from his people, Oscar created 4 academies for the 4 regions to unify each in thought and education, all leading to the Central Academy in his city, providing many incentives and rewards. By producing a rivalry between the 4 but linking them all through the Central Academy, Oscar hoped their conflicts would only amount to squabble and petty battles over spots rather than full-blown rebellion. His new system also provided rest and pay for the people working. Within the training ground of his new palace, Oscar was in the middle of training, his body limping and relaxed as if barely holding up by strings. He utilized the wreath to move each fiber and joint, curling his hand into a fist and punching into the air. Looks like it was a success, little brother. Nicely done. Adam clapped, resting shirtless on a chair, scars covering his body. You're sure you're not of the Valten bloodline? Your ingenuity for Reese is remarkable. I'm from a long line of farmers. Don't tease me like that. It's only viable right now in some areas. I still can't use it in combat. Oscar stretched and cracked his back several times. He felt giddy inside from his new technique, one of his own creations that he figured out after experimenting with the invisible movements of Reese. What will you name this technique? As the creator, you get to name it, Adam pointed out. How about Reese Puppet? Oscar blurted out the first name that popped into his mind. That's terrible. How does Ray stand? A mix of Reese and stand. And it sounds like resistance. Adam smiled cheekily. That, Oscar felt irked. He didn't want to admit it, but it sounded better than his original name. Fine, let's use that. Gahahaha. Adam's laughter annoyingly echoed through the training grounds. Then, Avril stepped into the room, Erden following by her side. Her flushed cheeks uplifted as she cheered. The Putrescer is here. Are you ready to leave? Act 2, World Beyond, Chapter 416. Goodbye, shot Irma. Rushing down the hallway, Oscar passed through various rooms where servants were cleaning, taking a few left turns until he entered his main office. Inside there were Fenu and his division captains, his companions throughout the years in the Burning Valley. Stepping inside with Avril and Erden, Oscar fell silent, unable to muster the words to say goodbye. "My lord," Fenu coughed from the awkwardness. His old wrinkles had deepened, and his hair had grown whiter. In the 2 years since the war, he had retired from being Oscar's advisor and became the principal of the Central Academy. "You were an outsider, but you gave all of us in the Burning Valley a dream to chase toward. You took us from mere beggars to the heights you promised us. There is no need to feel sad about leaving." "That's right, boss," Desmond roared in laughter, his body quaking from how hard he laughed. "I remember when you burst down my shabby gate and beat me down. If I hadn't taken your hand and believed in your promise, I never would have seen so much in this life. Besides, I have you to thank for being able to meet Asher." Next to Desmond, Asher, the 10th Division captain, blushed while holding a baby. Oscar remembered when they came to him to name their child. Looking at baby Aster in Asher's hands, Oscar found it even harder to say goodbye. Saddened by this farewell, Oscar coughed to clear his thoughts and opened his mouth, a tired sigh escaping. "I am grateful to you all. I don't know if I'll ever be able to return to this place, but I will always remember each of you and what we've accomplished. Maybe one day I will return." Oscar went around and shook each of their hands, including little Aster's, the baby's playful cries making everyone chuckle. "You're sure in a hurry." Sevon entered the room with Quinn and Adam. Quinn had grown well in the past 2 years, surpassing Oscar in height. The 3 Reese users stopped before Oscar and Avril. Sevon lit up a pipe and said, "Be careful of the new dawn. Thanks to Quinn's grandma, they received 0 communications about us, but still be wary about who you meet. Their tendrils stretch far and can be cut off like this place without a care." Oscar nodded. Sevon had been working hard for the past 2 years, but the new dawn did not act or even come close to the Burning Valley as if they abandoned it. So far, everything seemed normal. Oscar stood eye to eye with Sevon, the eagle eyes betraying a hint of tiredness. He wasn't sure about the extent of Sevon's war against the New Dawn, but this one battle in the Burning Valley was only a small fraction, according to Sevon. He stepped boldly and asked, "Why don't you come with us?" "Huh." Sevon raised an eyebrow, stunned for a moment. Quickly his lips curled upward into a hearty smile, and he let out a burst of boisterous laughter, ringing out like gongs of a bell. Suddenly, his hand grasped Oscar's head as the last of his laughter died down. "That is quite the offer, but you would have to wait longer for the 3 of us to follow along. The Putrisers don't do charity. Besides, we have our own battles to fight. Yours is elsewhere. If fate wills it, we'll meet again," Adam interjected. "Well, as Reese users, we have good odds of running into each other if we're all hunted by the new dawn. Just go on home, little brother." "Well, that's too bad. The 3 of you could have helped my home tremendously with your powers." Oscar shrugged and faced Quinn. "Work hard, Quinn. You still have old Yule's notes about you, right?" "Yes, I do," Quinn cried. Sevon knocked him on the head, grumbling about him being too emotional. But the old man also wiped something from the corner of his sharp eagle eye. Glaring daggers into Oscar and Avril, Sevon raised his hand toward them, a gesture asking for a handshake. "Then let's make our final greetings." Oscar smiled and filled his hands with Reese, clasped Sevon's, and exploded out with Ripple Shroud, the room trembling from the clash of their Reese. He stepped to Adam, the same ferocious smile greeting him, and poured even more Reese into his Ripple Shroud handshake. As for Quinn, Oscar used a light version. After Avril went through the ceremony, he exited the room, stopped, and glanced back at the people in the room. Some were crying, some struggled to hold back their tears, and the rest saluted. They all put on bright smiles to send him and Avril off. "Farewell, everyone. May we meet one day again." Oscar and Avril waved their hands, ignoring the sobs behind them, and entered the garden where Tort rested. Erden wanted one final chat with the mythical Exalt beast, and the 2 beasts knocked antlers against shells and hooves against stumps. The 2 beasts groaned and resonated with their eints. "Said everything?" Oscar waited under the shade as Erden returned. "He's as much of a bastard as before." Erden scrapped his hooves against the paved stone. "However, he taught me a lot. How else could I have kept up with you?" "I'm sure you'll see him again, Erden." Avril stroked the back of Erden's head. With all his farewells said and done, Oscar led the others to the palace's main hall. The entire place had been emptied except for one person, standing in the middle with her hands grasping each other over the chest. The person twisted her head, facing Oscar and Avril. "You must be the putrescer. Welcome to Flames Park City." Oscar bowed and greeted the putrescer. Her attire was strange, a mix of rainbow colors spiraling into strange loose robes. Even odder was her mask, a collection of glass eyes embedded everywhere in the base, dozens staring in all directions. "I am putrescer Veln. So much has changed in the Burning Valley." Despite the youthfulness of the few features Oscar could see, like her hair, ears, and body outline, the voice was wheezy and slow. Putrescer Veln tilted her head and seemed to observe him thoroughly. "The four lords are gone, and you, as the sole ruler, wish to leave the wealth and position. Interesting, though it is not the putrescer's business to know. We simply guide. Can you guide us to the safest and closest way to Valen? We wish to exit Shot-Irma." Oscar tapped his foot, and several servants came out from the doors. They had carts and piles of grade 3 ores, plants, armaments, and elixirs. Oscar pulled out the grade 4 armament and placed it atop one of the carts. Putrescer Veln never lowered her hands, still grasped over her chest. Her feet rotated her body around without moving a step in any direction. The glass eyes on her mask rolled around as if they could see everything. One full revolution later, Veln nodded and bowed. "This is enough for the two of you and one beast. I am at your service." Quickly, her hands finally separated and swept over 3 purple orbs, greater space pockets, and swallowed everything in the room. Veln put away the orbs and returned to her usual position. "Follow me. It won't be too long." "Yes, not too long, but must follow each step." Oscar followed Veln outside and slowly went down the stairs. He looked at the palace and the sprawling city around him one last time. In 2 years, this city was built in his honor. Flags of the Azure Sea Company hoisted high and fluttered from the scorching winds. Laughter, cheers, and all sorts of clamor filled the streets as he walked through them with Avril, hiding his visage under robes. Everyone looked happy and relaxed. "I can only hope this peace can last a long time." He wasn't sure how long the place would stand in his absence. Sevon and Adam could hold it down until they had to leave. When that time comes, can this place and its people hold on? Or will they devolve into rebellion and civil war? Oscar palmed his face and exhaled deeply. "Focus on getting home," he murmured to himself. Everything was for the sake of returning home. "Do not worry about any trouble on the journey. No need to sigh," Veln said, misunderstanding the source of his aggrieved exhale. "We guarantee a safe path as long as our words are followed." "No problem," Avril nodded, patting Oscar on the head, stretching her arm high. "Ready, ready," Oscar responded. Erden grunted in response, not wanting to expose his talking to the putrescer. Avril smiled in satisfaction at their sound-off and skipped through the gates past Veln. She pointed to the horizon and beckoned them to hurry. "Let's return to Valen." Within a few days, they reached the edge of the Burning Valley, which Veln mentioned would be the correct place to exit. The putrescer attached a special rope around her and them that wouldn't break easily, and they returned to the distorted, debris-ridden space of Shot-Irma. True to Veln's guarantee, they had very little trouble along the way, only a few minor fights to clear the way. Leaping from one floating rock to another, Oscar noticed that night was approaching. "Should we make camp?" "Indeed, it is wise to rest. We are nearly done." Veln never spoke much the entire time, only guiding them in silence. Even Avril's cheerful and usually strong communication skills failed to crack a word from the putrescer, a most unusual person. Oscar wanted to rest, but he felt a surge of panic, a pang of despair digging a pit in his heart. Unsure of the cause, Oscar dropped everything he had and saw Avril and Erden trembling and paling. "Hide! Get down!" Veln's voice tremored. "What?" Oscar asked, surprised to hear a flicker of emotion from the putrescer. This unknown force affected even the emotionless Veln. The rope around his waist tugged from Veln's forceful grip, and he complied, dropping to the floor. Twisting his neck, Oscar spotted something moving about in the twilight of the sky. Words could not describe what he saw, only the intense fear and helplessness it gave him. Pillar of smoke or gas? Shrouds of clouds? Blossoming flames? Oscar tried his hardest to understand it. A cloud of flames or vapors in a vague silhouette of a person, a giant that swirled around, reaching its large hands and arms to cast shadows on the debris. The head wasn't shaped like a person's, thin, pointed, and filled with glittering stars or red, blue, purple, white, and yellow, like a painting of the night sky. This giant dwarfed the large rock he and the others were on. In comparison, he was nothing more than a little gnat around its ethereal, swirling countenance. A chill ran down his spine as the giant passed through to parts unknown. After a while, Oscar got up, his feet wobbly and unstable. "What was that?" Oscar asked. He had never heard of such a creature. "We call it Zers, one of the ancients. No one knows their origins, only that they wander around the void of Shot-Irma, aimlessly and randomly." Veln seemed weary and gasped through her mask. "It's good it didn't do anything to us." Zers? Oscar engraved the image of the giant in his memories. He wanted to know more, but Veln returned to her indifferent stance and refused to answer any more questions. The rest of the journey was fairly straightforward, uneventful as nothing compared to the passing of Zers. Veln led him and Avril down a confusing trail where they circled around in different nodes and debris until they arrived at a great waterfall. The distance was so high up that the water started to flake into vapors at the bottom. Oscar followed Veln up a series of rocks and swam up rivers until they reached the top. "One more step, and you will enter Valen." Veln bowed. "I have fulfilled my duty. The rest is on you." She swiveled around and started her own path back down to the depths of Shot-Irma. Just another step. Oscar had waited so long for this moment. The rock under his foot hovered above the stretch of flowing water. Unable to bear it any longer, he pulled along Avril and Erden, leaping forward. Hello, Valen. Act 2, World Beyond, Chapter 417. Calamity approaches. First, it was the downpour of drizzles of seawater, the salty scent oddly comforting, and then the waves washed over his body, a sense of renewal washing away the discomfort and tiredness. Oscar felt the shackles breaking away. His body trembled from the freedom, the liberation, sweet liberation. Staring up at the two suns, and without a moment of hesitation, Oscar soared, the winds rushing through his ears, his wet hair swaying around as droplets fell from their ends. Overcome by emotions, Oscar peered into the horizon, not blinking a single time to take it all in. His lips trembled, and his mouth parted before a ring of laughter exploded from his lungs. "I'm in Valen." His fists shot straight up in triumph. Oscar floated back until his eyes saw only the bright blue sky, a serene view filled with tiny floating clouds. Noticing he couldn't hear Avril and Erden, he glanced around to look for them. Avril floated around him with a smile beside Erden, both watching him silently. "What? You all went so quiet for no reason." Oscar rotated around, settling into a more comfortable position like the air was a couch. "Nothing. It's just funny to see you so excited and giggling like a child." Avril covered her hand over her mouth to muffle her laughter while Erden snorted through his nose. Annoyed, Oscar flew using the invisible Reese movements to catch Avril off guard and reached his hand out toward her hair. "Not today." Avril flew back, grabbing her hair. She stuck her tongue out, clearly taunting him. "How many times will you ruin my carefully braided hair?" She wonders if she should fly away and leave Oscar all alone with Erden. She stares intently, wondering why she should stick with someone so rude. "You're the one who keeps pulling my ear whenever you're annoyed or angry," Oscar retorted. He reached out for her head again, this time with more speed. Avril dodged with her flowing Reese, almost intangible like a stream, and lunged forward, her fingers nearing his ear. Oscar exchanged several times with Avril, not at all serious. He would have messed up her hair if he had been serious. His lips curled up from this game of cat and mouse with Avril as she kept gunning for his ear. The cheeky smile across her face only hastened his movements to make enough close calls to make her react. Off to the side, Erden shook his head, turning away with a scoff. His dear companion didn't want anything to do with this. "So what are you going to do? We are in Valen now. I need to get home, and you need to find your family," Oscar asked, increasing the speed of his hands. "Do you know where we are now?" Avril went on the defensive, keeping her movements short and deflecting his advances. No, this ocean could be anywhere. We asked for the shortest path out. Then I'll stay with you a little while longer. When I find a way back to my old home, I'll leave. Avril lowered her eyes, breaking off her gaze, her smile slowly fading. She wants to stay together until the last moment. So she wants to make every moment count. Oscar stopped his hand right before it could grasp her. Avril's somber figure was unsettling, and his chest tightened as if a rock had settled in his lungs. He lowered his hands and coughed to ease the discomfort. If you want, maybe. Caught in his words, Oscar felt a pinch on his ear, and Avril's wide smile filled his view. Her lips parted, and she shouted, "I win." "You!" Oscar caught her hair under his palm and messed up her tidy hair. "Oi!" Avril pulled harder. "Both of you!" Erden shouted, and Oscar and Avril turned to him. Oscar's blood ran ice-cold. Fear started to drum his heart faster than before, and he lost all feeling in his hands. Avril reacted similarly, her cold sweat on her fingers reducing his ear to a block of ice. "What is that?" "That's impossible." The ocean parted, and the air froze. A great monster, a giant, rose from the depths with a low groan, similar to the deep gong of a bell. Maelstrom, waves, whirlpools, and tides covered the giant. Icebergs swam and skipped along its surfaces, mere pebbles before its tremendous size. The vapors and drizzles springing from its body covered the skies, drenched Oscar and the others soaking wet, and obscured everything in a thick mist. Within the mist of its own making, the giant appeared as a great shadowy figure with a strange head where more mist and vapors spewed from its top. Within the head, 2 large moons, or what resembled moons, shone, one vertically on top of the other. A sound came from the giant, a cry of a whale. Oscar shouted, forcing the coldness of his veins to subside. Ein covered his body, and he entered Adamus rays. This giant gave off the same feeling as Zers, who Veln regarded as an ancient. He grabbed Avril's hand and leaped to ride Erden. He had to get away from here as fast as possible. But the ocean itself lost its previous serenity. The waves were infused with parts of the giant's Ein and chunks of ice, reaching higher than the heights airships usually flew at. The giant started to walk, not towards him, but somewhere else. However, the oceans became more chaotic from the giant's simple pace. "Avril, get ready to use everything," Oscar shouted through his blue lips, numb and trembling. The first wave rose up against them. The way the waters moved around in the waves resembled more like a shark's teeth or saws, sharp and brutal. Oscar channeled a large amount of iron into his golden drills and thrust ahead with Erden in a quartet lance. Avril summoned several wooden hands, filled with her iron, to dive into the hole his drills created and pulled, expanding the opening for him to enter through. The first obstacle was cleared, but they had so much left to endure. Oscar tightened his grip, watching the relentless waves continue their indifferent onslaught. No other choice. Blue antlers formed atop his head, and his whole body burned in a blue blaze. Oscar exhaled and focused, his blue moon eyes scanning the waves. If they moved from the Ein emanating from the giant, they could surely be seen within the Prinstick. He was too optimistic. His Prinstick saw only a black void. He saw not a flicker of intent or even a wisp of movement. Turning off the Prinstick, Oscar smiled in an attempt to rouse himself. Tearing through one large wave at a time, Oscar counted down the timer for his guys. After 2 years, he had increased the time to 15 minutes. "Oscar, here." Avril healed the cuts around his body with her Ein section. More wounds covered his body right as he was healed. The waves, despite his best efforts with Erden and Avril, slashed and tore through his Edgericeglad. He used Ripple Shroud many times, but the pressure of the waves far surpassed what he could handle. Still, he wrapped Avril closely to him, not allowing a single wound on her. Then, a dark shadow loomed over them. The air cracked and shattered as ice formed and scattered. Oscar wanted to groan, but he couldn't open his mouth properly through the rigid frost. The shadow above them was an iceberg, spanning miles and miles wide and high. He had no option of dodging as his speed would not surpass the reach of this ice. Oscar cast Golden Rain. The rods of gold froze and shattered apart before they could even touch the iceberg. How laughable. Oscar chuckled in helplessness and glanced down at Avril. He hugged her tightly, her warmth easing the chill, and whispered, "Save up your strength for what comes later." Huh? She wonders what he means by that. "What are you doing?" Avril shouted. Oscar inhaled deeply, his eyelids cracked open against the freezing air. "Ready, Erden." "Ready as ever." Erden started with a massive stomp, bursting toward the iceberg. The mass of iron swirled around his antlers, and all of the branches condensed and coiled into a singular horn. Oscar clanged his drills against his friend's weapon, combining them into one large drill, and cast golden maws, creating golden dragon maws that twisted around it. Like an arrow loosened from its bow, Oscar and Erden shot through the air, the golden drill covered by dragon maws burning bright blue with iron. Immense cold swelled around their path up, but the drill did not slow down, reducing any specks of ice and snow into nothing. The impact against the iceberg cracked several bones. Oscar bit his tongue to power through. He wasn't going to let himself go down so easily. Everyone dug into the iceberg, the drill spinning and piercing through the thick ice. White frost formed on their hair and skin. Oscar and Erden continued to pour their power into the drill, using 90% iron omnarius for the finishing touch. The ice crumbled and cracked around them. The shrill cries of the drill never died. And finally, a light spilled from the other end. "We did it." Before he could celebrate, a loud impact hit his head, and Oscar felt his consciousness fading. "Switch, woman, heal me." Demon flickered into existence, his eyes void and colder than the ice. "Demon? What happened to Oscar? Is he all right?" Avril used her second Ein section, and the wounds on Demon's body began to close, though the damage was too extensive and not everything healed. "Knocked out. Be careful." Demon raised his voice slightly. He clicked his tongue at the next wave, larger than the rest. Gauging the state of his body, Demon knew he had only a few more moves in him before the body would be unresponsive. How troublesome. He moved into the wave without hesitation. Water scraped his skin, pounded his organs, and broke even more bones. Feeling no pain, Demon used every ounce of strength to make his way through. Erden swung his antlers like a maddened beast while Avril used her spell sections to summon hands and roots extending from her to deter much of the pressure. Breaking through the waves, Demon was expressionless, analyzing the vortex before him. "Demon, there's no way to escape that." Avril cast a spell, covering her and Demon in roots and vines, forming a ball. "Just try to hang on until the last moment." "I was about to suggest the same," Demon said. He lost all sense of direction as the vortex swallowed them, churning and throwing the defensive ball around its chaotic streams. The guys started to fade away, and Demon felt himself losing his hold. His mind couldn't keep awake from the accumulating wounds. Erden also fell from his wounds, unable to awaken. He turned to Avril and said, "It's on you." Hours later, Avril dragged Oscar and Erden's bodies onto the shore. She glanced around the sandy beach before kneeling and forcing out all the water from her lungs. Parts of the sand were red from the blood flowing from their wounds. Avril took out several elixirs, grade 2 healing elixirs, and poured them down Oscar and Erden's throats. "Where are we?" Avril panted, dragging the two to rock. She rested them on top of it. She sat down, about to rest when suddenly, fierce roars ran wild from the forest bordering the beach. Jumping to her feet, Avril held her staff at the ready, cursing their luck. Footsteps spread and neared the beach, approaching her tired group. Several beasts peeked their heads from the forest, growling and baring their teeth. "It's on you." Demon's words echoed in her mind. Avril thrust her staff into the rock and tied up her messy, wet hair. She would not let a single one come near Oscar and Erden. Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 418. Last Stand. The mask, which Oscar carefully crafted for her, had many cracks from the crushing rapids from earlier. Pieces chipped off and rested softly on the sand under her feet. More and more pieces fell until the entire mask lost its hold and landed below, revealing her scarred face. Ignoring the broken mask buried by the sand, Avril gripped her staff tightly. Her gloves were torn to shreds, showing her maimed hands. She had no time to consider her revealed scars and burns, glancing at Oscar and Erden on the boulder behind her. Without trembling or faltering, she pointed her staff at the beasts, a gathering of wolves, lions, and lizards of varying species, melding her scroll into it. Nothing mattered more than protecting the two by her side. A black wolf at the front snarled, baring its fangs. Drops of saliva drooled from its tongue, and the ground hissed and smoked from where those drops fell. It let out a loud howl, eyne rising from the ends of its dark fur. The other beasts all reacted in response, a ravenous chorus of roars and hostility. Many different eints mingled and infused the area, a mix of apprentice to knight exalts. None of them are greater knight exalts. Can I take Oscar and Erden and run away? Her thoughts of escape ended as fast as a dying ember. Loud caws and cries reached her from above. Large aerial exalt beasts flew and flooded the skies. Retreating now would only expose her back to them and limit her means to fight. Steeling herself, Avril assessed her current status. All 3 Ein sections and 3 spell sections showed only darkness, lacking anything substantial. Armed with 3 remaining spell sections and half of her Ein used up, Avril lowered her stance as Oscar and Sevon always recommended, not allowing a single opening for her enemies. At least her body wasn't severely injured, only shallow cuts and bruises, all thanks to Oscar and Demon, who covered her. Breathing in, Avril shouted back against the beast's roaring and shrill hostile cries. Taking up her challenge, the beasts charged, stampeding across the beach, diving through the air, and burrowing under the ground. Avril's purple lines spread across her body, combined with her reese, into vis or iron, as Oscar stubbornly called it. She cast a spell, and large flowers grew around her, littering the beach. All the flowers bloomed and opened their delicate petals, releasing a cloud of pollen everywhere. Grade 3 flowery trance. All the beasts in the ground, on the ground, and in the air inhaled the pollen, some entering through other orifices and staggered, uneasy like a drunk Oscar. They howled and roared, knocking into each other, seemingly losing control of themselves. Most dropped flat on the beach, and some fell from the skies, all unresponsive and deep asleep. That worked, but she stares out into the pollen, seeing the shadows approaching. Avril narrated. The stronger exalt beasts in her realm did not succumb to her sleep-inducing spell, stomping over the sleeping beasts, crushing their bones and organs. They resumed their assault. Feathers fell from above, not at the light floating descend like normal feathers, but at breakneck speeds as daggers being thrown. Concerned about Oscar and Erden, Avril called her roots to cover them in a dense envelopment, shielding them from the sharp, heavy feathers. She summoned her wooden hands, thinner than before but condensed, coiling them around her staff, along the sheets of her scroll. Avril swung her staff, and the wooden hands flailed around erratically, slapping away the falling feathers. She dug her feet into the sand, raised her staff again, and swung it down with all her might. The coiled wooden hands whipped out, extending to the skies, and grabbed the flying exalt beasts. Swiveling around, she dragged the beasts down to the beach, hitting them against the stampede. They tore each other apart by accident. The flying exalt beasts screeched and fended off the rushing mob of others, too close to fly away and held in place by Avril's roots. The desperation in their talons and scattering feathers to hold onto their lives turned lifeless as their bodies were torn apart. Taking advantage of the infighting of her making, Avril entered Adamus Rays. So far, she had only achieved 10% encompassing her feat. Still, the bonus of Adamus Rays allowed her to maneuver through the sands. Rotating around to generate more reese, Avril channeled it to the coiling wooden hands around her fluttering scroll, whipping it around with incredible physical power. The 4th spell section shone, and a wave of entangling roots burst forth from the sands, halting the stampede. Her whip of wood and paper lashed out against the injured beasts in the front, and their bodies nearly tore in half as the roots clung them in place against her momentum. As the beasts reeled from the loss of their footing and severed limbs distracting them, Avril changed her stance, lashing out with a second whip of a wooden hand extending from the other end of her staff. The beasts were caught unprepared against her quick second attack, tripped over and scattered. Her wooden whip drank in the blood spewing from their torn bodies, dyed red to the tip. Clutching her chest, Avril gasped like she was struggling to keep her head above water and knelt. Her heart burned and felt like a million needles stabbed into it. Her feet bled through the shoes, torn apart by her reckless use of reese. Avril strained her body to stand and stared at the bloody massacre of beasts before her. The sands were set aflame, deep gashes in the earth filled with rising water from below, and the forest was blown apart. If she had been slow in her movements, all that damage from the beast's misfired abilities would have wrecked her. Is Oscar awake yet? Avril felt the soft breathing and heartbeat within her protective shell of roots and vines. Oscar was out of danger for now but was still not awake. Raising her head, Avril heard more sounds from the forest, the air thick with bloodlust. More, her staff plunged into the sand and began to shine. The last 2 spell sections activated and spread double waves of roots and vines. Avril lifted and spun her staff around, the 2 wooden arms twirling in all directions like snakes. The next wave of beasts exited the forest and rushed to her, beating their chests and brandishing their claws. Avril fought. She fended them off with all her body and core could muster. The beast's relentless charge suffered many casualties at her wild lashing but drew closer. She split some in 2, kicked heads cleanly off their bodies, and flexibly moved between their attacks. Some attacks did reach her, and she dispersed as much of the damage by going limp, but the wounds grew. In a short time, wounds covered her entire body, cuts running across her legs, chest, face, and back. Her back was torn, revealing even more old gruesome wounds. Avril sprinted around, being nothing but a bloody mess. Nothing remained in her mind except for the goal of protecting Oscar and Erden. She would not allow a single one through. Her eyes dazed and flickered as she forced herself awake. Wrapping the wooden arms around 2 Exalt beasts, blood burst from the veins in her arms from how tensely she clenched. She used the beasts as ends of a mace and bashed them against their fellows. Losing all feeling in her arms and legs, Avril tripped over her feet and fell back, leaning on the roots protecting Oscar and Erden. Hearing more sounds from the forest, Avril chuckled helplessly to herself. More beasts emerged from the forest, growling at the sight of their companions' bodies. Each emanated the power of a greater night Exalt and surrounded her everywhere, including the air above. Out of Ein, unable to use Adamus rays and barely able to hold her staff, Avril despaired as the roots behind her withered from the lack of Ein, exposing Oscar and Erden. Avril let out a heavy sigh and saw no way out. She limped over to Oscar and sat next to him, patting his head with her bloody palm. Sorry, it seems our adventure ends here. Avril retrieved a fruit from her space pocket and bit into it, not tasting the sweetness. She only tasted a foul bitterness and spat out the bite she took. Her last meal wasn't enjoyable at all. As she waited for death from the encroaching beasts, she stared down at Oscar and smiled, his face seeming as lovable as ever. She decided if she was going to die, then she'd make one good last memory. Leaning down, she overlapped her lips onto his, her heart beating so fast and her mind feeling like it was floating away. It was incredible, the most pleasant sensation tingling down her spine, washing away all the pain from her wounds. She lifted his head to kiss him more properly, wanting to remain in this euphoria until death claimed her. However, minutes later, she realized she was still alive and kissing Oscar. Lifting her lips off of him, Avril glanced around, her eyes widening from the beasts all staying in place, staring at her. What? Why are you all not attacking? Avril wheezed out her words. The air trembled, and a voice came out of the forest, all the other beasts bowing their heads to the sand. The power behind this presence surpassed her master, Sevon, which only meant one thing: a king Exalt. Act 2, World Beyond, Chapter 419, Lands of Zereth. That man in your arms. We smell it. A loud sniff drew in the air like a hurricane. Avril hugged Oscar closer, barely able to hold herself together against the terrifying power laced in each word from the King Exalt. He smells like us but is human. Human, but with the aura of us. Is it blood transmutation? Before Avril could answer, a strange star-shaped fruit was thrown from the forest and landed near her feet. She huddled and inched farther from it, wary of the other's purpose in giving it to her. A low, Deep grunt forced all the Exalt beasts around her and Oscar to back away, all shivering and behaving submissively. The fruit will help clear your wounds. It is plucked straight from the silver pine tree. Our conversation will go easier if you don't die from your injuries. The king Exalt spoke, the power easing from its words, the pressure lifting. Avril held the star fruit, the Ein within starting to electrify her sensitive fingers. It held tremendous amounts, and she gulped at the potential flavor it contained but quelled the temptations. Reaching into her space pocket, she retrieved 3 vials of grade 2 healing elixirs and fed 2 vials to Oscar and Erden before drinking the last for herself. Her wounds healed slightly from the effects, enough to bring from death's door. She placed the fruit back on the ground and bowed deeply, fearful of the king Exalt's retaliation. Forgive me for this offense. I cannot safely eat the raw fruit unless it's first refined. Right. You are human. You lack the proper means to eat these precious fruits, right? Indeed, being human is quite inconvenient. So, tell us, why are you here? None dare to enter the abode of beasts, the lands of Xerath, except for fools and those with malicious intent. So which are you? Xerath, that is. Avrilt racked her brain for an answer. The series of continents ruled by beasts. Not a single human life can be found within its depths. The beasts are said to be highly hostile towards outsiders. Oscar shifted around in her arms, panting and barely audible. Oscar, you're awake. Avril was overwhelmed and hugged him with all her might. She was so worried that they were going to die. Ouch. You're going to break my neck. I haven't fully recovered yet. Oscar chuckled. He wrapped his arms around her back, nearly slipping from the slick blood across her bare skin. Old wounds, new wounds, the erratic heartbeat. Oscar felt it all within her warm embrace. He stroked her head multiple times with a slight smile. You fought well. Sorry I couldn't help out. It's not your fault. You helped out enough when escaping from the ocean giant. I couldn't protect you and Erden. Unlike how you two always help me out. Avril shook her head, still embracing him. Oscar's head rested near her shoulder, and he saw the fresh claw marks and old wounds through the torn cloth. Seeing such grievous wounds itched his heart, not in a good way. Oscar lifted his head, freeing up some space to see her eye to eye, glancing quickly at her scarred face, their arms still embracing one another. I wouldn't have gone through the waves if not for your assistance. Here you were fighting alone. I should have been able to help you even a tiny margin. Don't blame yourself. Oscar spoke softly like a spring breeze. Avril closed her eyes, twisted her head with her brows tensed up, and exhaled a breath of hot air, all the tension leaving her body. She's so tired she doesn't want to argue further. You're always doing this. Stop being so humble and say it was all my fault. Well, forgive me for being so apologetic. I fell unconscious from a dodgeable piece of ice. It really is my fault, Oscar insisted. Avril looked ready to begin arguing again, rolling her eyes and clacking her teeth. Her lips drew his attention. Oscar kept his eyes on them, unable to look away. For an odd reason, they held an unusual attraction, and he knocked his head back, wondering if his mind was going crazy from the near-death they just went through. Ahem, right? Are the two of you done with your little quarrel? The forgotten king Exalt reminded them of his presence with the silent pressure emanating from the forest. Since you're awake, tell us yourself. Who are you? Where did you come from? And why are you here? The only reason we are holding off your death is to know. We are travelers and trying to find our way home. We ended up here against our better judgment because we crossed paths with a giant in the ocean. Oscar shivered from the memory of the giant. Wait, what giant? Describe him to us. The king Exalt raised his voice. A minute change, but enough to show his shock. Oscar described the giant monster made of torrential waters and ice, how the ocean lost control around it, and the 2 vertical eyes shining like the moon in the dense fog. When he finished his tale, the forest was silent, the king Exalt not responding. Oscar and Avril held each other close, waiting in silence. Okeens. You ran into Okeens, the ancient of water and ice, and was sent into a vortex to find yourselves here? The voice nearly lost its dignified bearing. Ancient? Is that similar to Xer's? We saw him as well before meeting the water giant, Oscar exclaimed, so his thoughts proved correct. Zers and this O'Keens were the same, right? The voice returned to its regal tone and came closer, footsteps quaking the earth. From the forest, a large boar forced a path through the trees. Its height wasn't impressive, reaching only halfway up the 100-foot trees. Its white body reflected the light of the two suns, making it seem holy and divine, and the tusks curled up, pointing to the heavens. This form wouldn't be as accommodating to you humans, but as ones that O'Keens and Zers touched, we must show our sincerity. Cracks resounded from the boar's joints, the veins squirmed around like earthworms, and the muscles tensed and twisted. Oscar didn't look away or blink, unable to handle the idea of missing a single moment. King Exalt beasts not only gained the ability to talk but also learned to enter a human visage. That was happening right now before him. The boar transformed into a human figure, a towering figure with a broad face, a defined jawline, a bed of messy red hair, and large, well-toned muscles. Two large tusks rested on his shoulders, their tips pointing backward, and he wore a pair of white pants, completely shirtless. Little humans who have the fortune of coming here with the blessing of O'Keens and Zers, we welcome you to the lands of Zeret. We are Almas, the King Exalt of Hakabarans. Almas turned to Erden, who was lying down, still unconscious. Normally, we would have killed the woman and taken the beast and human with blood transmutation, but you're all in luck. Erden flew into Almas's arms before Oscar could react. Almas gave him a reassuring smile and turned back to the forest. Follow us. You are under our protection now and will be given good dwelling. Guess we have no choice. He has Erden. Avril struggled and failed to lift herself up, plopping back into his arms and letting out pained grunts. Oscar cradled her in his arms, lifting himself slowly not to cause any pain to Avril. He sighed and smiled at her disheveled face. You're too tired. Just rest easy and go to sleep. I'll wake you when we arrive. Wait. She reached out behind, wanting to recover the mask. What about my mask? Avril coughed. A paleness overwhelmed her face. I'll make you a new one. For now, just go to sleep. Oscar walked ahead, watching Avril slowly fall asleep, using him as a pillow. Seeing her condition improve from the relief of rest, he quickly followed Almas, who hadn't gone far. After 10 minutes, the forests shifted colors, the leaves fluttering through the winds with a bright blue color, the blades of grass pricking his feet with their blue strands. Excuse me, Lord Almas. Oscar hastened his steps to be behind the King Exalt beast. To go in front or side by side would be a sign of disrespect. Do you happen to know a way to the human continents? We'll be right out of the way after healing up. Right? Almas repeated. Well, we don't know if that's up to us or you. You ran into Zers, and O'Keens's vortex sent you to us. Whether that is a coincidence or purposeful does not matter. What matters is that you arrived here. But that doesn't mean anything, does it? We just want to go home. Oscar sidestepped several stumps, making sure Avril didn't wake up. You mentioned they are ancients. What are they? Ancients? The primordials, the firstborns. They go by many names, but what is certain is that they wander the world. We can tell you more later, but this is for certain: many can see them. Fewer can witness their power, and rarely can one meet two and survive an encounter with one. We are interested to see why O'Keen's waters washed you ashore here. So stay and find out, Almas said in a deep, forceful tone, not letting any room for a retort. I understand, Oscar sighed. After an hour, Almas stopped and led them into a huge tree, bigger than the great trees in Ashen Grove. Within the tree, pools of blue sap flowed like molasses, and creatures skittered around, watching him with apprehension and hostility. Almas laid Erden down in a small chamber, the air refreshing with the scent of oak and sweet honey. Rest here. The sap here is fit for night exalts. Use them to mend your wounds and fill your bellies. We will take tomorrow. Almas's steps sank into the thick roots as he exited. Oscar glanced at Avril and Erden. He felt another wave of exhaustion overcome him. O'Keens and Zers never ceased to leave his mind, appearing with their towering figures. Despite trying to distract himself, Oscar could never stop thinking of them. What the hell were they? Act 2 World Beyond Chapter 423 King Exalts. Inside the relaxing chamber carved within the trunk of the great tree, Oscar poked at the small pool of golden sap with a stick. Wary of the raw iron within, he scooped some with a spoon and applied it to Erden's wounds. The sap seeped into Erden's body and began to smoke up. The deep gashes and injuries sealed up at an astonishing speed, as if an invisible hand was sewing them shut. Definitely needs to be refined for human use. Oscar noted the fierceness of how the sap healed the wounds, the flesh twisting around until it settled. Rubbing his stomach, he was reminded of when Fred and Emily used the night raptor's blood to bring him back from the brink of death. The results of the sap fared better than the blood but looked quite painful. I have the physique of a beast now, so maybe it can work for me. Rubbing the golden sap on his wounds, Oscar felt the sap enter through his wounds, his skin wriggling and flesh burning. Surprised, Oscar scanned the closed injuries, feeling unbelievably refreshed. It was a shame the sap was painful even to him, so it certainly wouldn't be a good use for Avril. Her exposed back underneath the rags of her torn clothes was not a pretty sight. Carefully, Oscar placed a blanket over her, relieved to see her complexion improving from the warmth of the fur. He leaned back and rested on the carved-out wall, placing Avril to rest on his shoulder as she always said it was comfortable. With his eyes closed, the world shifted into darkness until a bright blue core welcomed him warmly. Inside, his dear anima pranced in joy and nuzzled its nose against his head. Laughing, Oscar petted his anima and let it wander about as he walked to the figure sitting down. Demon, did you just wake up? Oscar sat down, shocked at Demon's current state, cracks spreading around his alter ego's astral body. Took too long to wake up. Both you and I. Demon sighed, lifting his arms to show the cracks like a statue nearing its end. Those icy chill of those waters and ice also impacted the mind, not just physical wounds. If not for me taking on the brunt of them, you might have died or been incapacitated for much longer. What a monster. Even more surprising is that you're still holding on. Erden must be in far worse condition since he took on the same damage as I did. Oscar stood up and faced the blue core. The magnificence and grandeur of this core never lessened in the slightest in all his long years. The lands of Zerat, right after Shot Irma, we ended up in another foolish place. Demon scoffed. What's your plan for this time? Rest up and leave, is what I want to say. But I am sure Almas won't let us go that easily. The ancients are also a mystery. Oscar considered the facts and found he knew too little. He had no clue where to go. The most reliable way would be to gain Almas's favor and find safe passage to a human continent. Oh, it seems like the woman is waking up. You should leave, Demon said. You don't hate her that much. How surprising you would tell me to care for someone else. Oscar grinned, glad to see Demon had some flickers of empathy. She's useful until a few I could mention, and I told you to leave. Demon's voice dropped to a frightening chill, but Oscar was unaffected. Oscar rushed out of his inner world and turned to Avril right as her eyes strained themselves to open. Where are we? Avril groaned as if she was hungover. She looked around, darting her eyes confusingly, and had a coughing fit. Have some water. Just keep resting. Oscar placed a bottle to her lips and tilted the water down to her mouth. Again, a strange urging in his heart weighed in his chest as his eyes traced her lips. Gulping down his saliva to quench the dryness in his throat, Oscar craved more and drank from the same bottle, wiping his mouth after. But the dryness remained. What is going on with me? Oscar, where are we? Avril's strained and pained words knocked him back to reality. The king Exalt Almas took us to a giant tree with a network of tunnels and chambers carved within its trunk. We're resting here for now. Erden is still out of it. It may take a long while, Oscar answered. So, are we safe now? Avril asked, lifting her head off of his shoulder. Her hands, which used him for support, began digging their nails into his skin. Oscar supported her to lean against the wall. Her condition was alarming, the wounds inflicted by the beasts persisting through the elixir's healing due to their lingering iron. Looking at the golden sap pool, Oscar considered using it on Avril. The healing effects surpassing the elixirs they had would do a great job. The only issue was the pain that followed. He scooped some up and presented it to Avril, explaining the healing properties and side effects. Okay, it's only pain, right? I can take it. Avril didn't hesitate in lowering the blanket draped around her to expose her back, the wounds festering on her scarred skin. She looked back with a flush on her cheeks. Hurry up, these wounds need to be shut. Oscar nodded, swiped his fingers on the golden sap, and neared Avril's back. Worried about the pain she might have to endure, Oscar pulled back slightly. He fought the urge to back away, not wishing to go against her decision, and applied the sap onto her first wound. Avril let out strained yelps of pain, forcibly held down by her clenched teeth. Her back tensed and quivered as veins formed around her neck. Oscar applied the sap to the remaining wounds, and Avril's shouts became muffled, held behind her hands clasped on her mouth. After several minutes, the wounds had sealed shut, leaving no scar on her sweat-drenched back except the original scars from her past. Oscar wished it could have healed those scars, but the only things that could do so were grade 4 elixirs. "Are you all right?" Oscar wrapped the blanket around her as her body fell backward to him. "Told you, I can take the pain. It's nothing." Avril's pale face formed a smile. Her indigo hair stuck to her skin from the sweat. "Now we only need to wait for Erden." "I'm awake now." Erden rose from the ground, his voice tired, contrary to his usual forceful and lively tone. "I'm freezing." "Erden," Oscar and Avril called out. Oscar patted his friend's head, sending a rush of warm iron. "I'm glad you're okay, old friend." "Me too. It's good to see we all survived that monster." Erden cracked his neck and stretched his legs. "I got the gist of it from your memories. So we're in the lands of Xerath. Tort mentioned it many times and said I should visit here if I ever had the chance." "Really? Tort told you?" Oscar handed Avril a handkerchief to wipe off her sweat. His attention remained on Erden. "Is it like seeing your home for the first time?" "No, not that." Erden shook his head. "He mentioned that, if possible, I should attempt to enter pools of ascension. I am very limited due to my origin in Ashen Grove, but the pools of ascension can elevate me to a newer being." "Pools of ascension. How exactly can you get there?" Oscar shrugged. He could infer that these pools weren't easy to enter if Tort mentioned it was an attempt. "If it takes too long, then we might have to skip it." "Skip? Right. What beast would want to skip out on the chance to enter the pools of ascension?" Almas entered the chamber, flexing his mighty muscles. "Since you are all awake, you can move. We are ready for you. Follow us." As fast as he entered, Almas left the chamber, leaving Oscar and the others no room to speak. Oscar carried Avril again in his arms and followed together with Erden. Almas delved deeper into the great tree's trunk, a sprawling series of chambers carved from the wood itself, lit up by strange plants that shone like the two suns. Many Exalt beasts growled and stared at Oscar and Avril with icy gazes, not welcoming at all. If not for Almas, we would have been torn apart. Oscar shifted his feet, drawing closer to Almas to avoid any mishaps. Though he was under the protection of a king Exalt, he had enough experience with bad apples in the group. Ahead of Almas was a great opening. Oscar slowed his feet, seeing the light of the two suns spilling forth between the gaps between the thick blue leaves. Layers of thick branches spun around, acting as seating for many Exalt beasts staring down at them. The entire place resembled a stadium back home, and he was on the stage. "Almas, these are the outsiders. The human male smells like one of us, but the female does not. Why haven't you killed her?" A large crow expanded her large wings, enveloping Oscar and Avril in a dark shadow. "Enough, Ness. She also crossed paths with the ancients and ended up here. Also, she's with them." Almas grunted, a radiant light spilling from his body to counteract the shadow. "The two of you have done enough. So unpleasant. Just fight and eat one another." A large gorilla pounded the ground, his eyes sparking with lightning. "We must discern the intent of our intruders." He pointed at Oscar. "Human, retell your crossing of the ancients and how you ended up here." 3 king Exalts surrounded him. Oscar tried to find a way out of this place, but the rows of martial Exalt beasts dampened his hopes. He racked his mind for what he could do. He needed to befriend them and let Erden get this opportunity.